My brother is the commander of the military region. My dad commands several elite units in the military. My mother is the head of a multinational conglomerate. She has so much money she could buy an entire city. As for me, I just want to be a playboy, live a life of leisure, and squander my family fortune. My dad finally snapped. Without a word, he tied me up and threw me into the army. Train him for 2 years. If he doesn't die, the family fortune is his. I thought this was a minor punishment. Until 2 years later, I, a new recruit, swept through the 5th Military Region. An iron fist swept across. The reconnaissance battalion reigned supreme, and the 3 major powers bowed down. A few men wiped out all the military leaders. 2 years later, my mother stood in front of a Rolls-Royce and Phantom convoy, waiting for me to inherit my trillion-dollar fortune. I happily packed my bags and left the army, but unexpectedly, the military headquarters issued another order. Lin Hui, the commander-in-chief, orders you to return to the camp immediately and serve as an instructor for the entire army. I looked down at my new military uniform, a red flower pinned to my chest. I froze, because I clearly remembered, just a second ago, I was still working overtime at the company. I looked at the officer in front of me with a puzzled expression. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The colonel rolled his eyes at me. They said I had to go to the army even if I pretended to be crazy. It was an order. Just as I was about to object, a flood of unfamiliar memories suddenly rushed into my mind. I finally realized I'd really transmigrated and become Lin Hui, the son of a military family with an absurdly powerful background. The original owner of this body had blacked out last night and given up his life for me. Before I could even process this incredible start, I was told that my dad had already put me on the recruit list and I had to leave today, without any room for regret. I felt like fate was deliberately targeting me. I tried to bargain and asked to stay a couple more days, but I was warned on the spot that my name had already been registered and that if I tried to run away, I would be a deserter and they would break my legs first. Only then did I realize that my escape route was already blocked. Just when I was feeling disheartened, the other party changed their tune and said that as long as I served my full 2 years of military service, they would not care what I did with my family after I was discharged. This offer was like a lifeline that pulled me back. I quickly did the math. Trading 2 years for a lifetime of freedom wasn't a bad deal. I gritted my teeth and agreed. But in my mind, I was already planning my carefree days after being discharged from the military. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. After the truck started, I squeezed among the new recruits, watching the scenery rushing past the window. I said I felt relaxed, but inwardly I was encouraging myself. 2 years will pass, and everything will get back on track. Just as I was drifting off, a hand offering me an egg startled me. A burly, honest-looking guy grinned broadly, saying his mother had made it for him. When I refused, it drew sarcastic remarks from the others. I was too lazy to explain and too lazy to make friends. In places like the military, friendships aren't built on words. I pretended not to hear and waited for this train of life to take me to the next stop. The truck stopped quickly, and the veteran's shouts were like hammer blows in my ears. We were forced off the truck, and the parade ground descended into chaos. For the first time, I truly realized that this was not a place where sentimentality mattered. The new recruit company commander in the distance frowned as he sized us up, saying that our quality was declining year by year. He even named names of those who had gotten in through connections, saying that those who didn't perform well would be sent back. Hearing this, my heart sank slightly. Just then, for some reason, I climbed onto the landmark building and waved to the crowd. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. The company commander's face turned ashen, and he roared for his men to drag me down. The veteran rushed over while shouting. When I saw that things were going wrong, I immediately jumped down. As soon as my feet touched the ground, the sergeant, with a dark face, pointed at my nose and yelled, "You greenhorn! Who told you to climb around like that? Get to the assembly point right now." I dusted myself off and lined up with the others, but I knew in my heart that I had really angered the company commander. This place was no joke, and to start a crime right after arriving was really asking for trouble. Zhang Jiantao stood angrily in front of me, pointed at the tank behind him, and questioned me about its significance. I listened intently and even praised it a few times, which made him so angry that his face turned green. I was spouting nonsense with a straight face, saying that I felt a surge of passion and glory as soon as I stood on the platform, and I almost brought up the Yellow River. As a result, Wang Yong rolled his eyes at me, and the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Before I could even finish my sentence, I made another request, saying I wanted to take a picture with the tank as a souvenir. Chun Era chimed in, saying he wanted to take a picture and send it back to the village. The company commander's temper flared instantly. A single shout silenced the entire area. Zhang Jiantao stared intently at me and asked for my name. Reflexively, I shouted my name with all my might, my voice so loud it startled even myself. This name clearly struck a chord with him. His expression changed, and I immediately realized that my backdoor dealings had most likely been exposed. This wasn't just a simple violation. I was being targeted as a prime example. The next second, he announced the punishment in front of everyone. All of them had to run 5 kilometers around the drill ground. The recruits' faces changed instantly, and all their eyes fell on me. Their resentment was so strong that they almost wanted to devour me alive. Wang Yong immediately protested, questioning why everyone should be punished for one person's mistake. Instructor Wang Hai stepped forward to explain collective responsibility, saying this was the first lesson. I could tell from his words that this was a blatant show of force. My heart sank. I knew I couldn't possibly run 5 kilometers, but the original owner's body had been severely damaged by alcohol and sex. Let alone 5 kilometers, even 500 meters would be a struggle. If I really couldn't finish, being sent back would be fatal. Just as a chill ran down my spine, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind, saying that I was bound to a system that made me stronger through learning, increasing my abilities 100-fold, and also enhancing my physical functions. In that instant, I felt a surge of heat sweep over my entire body. My previously heavy limbs became light and powerful, and my breathing became incredibly smooth, as if I had been given a completely different body. With a roar from the company commander, everyone was sent to run laps. I followed the group, and Wang Yong cursed at me as we ran. I ignored him, my mind focused on one thought: this level is in the bag. As I ran, I secretly rejoiced. Without this system, I'd probably be dead on the spot, or even sent home. My dad's face would have been enough to kill me. The playground was sparsely populated, and after 2 laps, some people were already panting heavily. I, however, felt the pace was just right, so I forced myself to slow down and pretend I was about to collapse. I knew very well that playing it safe was the best policy. Standing out would only attract more attention. Even with the system now, I absolutely couldn't reveal my hand, or I would only face double the torment. While pretending to wipe away sweat, I kept up steadily with the group, neither too fast nor too slow, neither falling behind nor drawing attention. I appeared disheveled but was relaxed inside, perfectly staying within the safety line. Not far away, I could feel the company commander's gaze fixed on me, scrutinizing and displeased. He clearly hadn't expected someone like me to have held out this long. The political instructor was trying to smooth things over, saying I had good willpower. The company commander disagreed, saying I was just putting on a brave face, but I knew he was starting to waver. After running 5 kilometers, I was panting heavily, just like the rest of the group, and I kept saying I was exhausted, but there wasn't even a drop of sweat on my forehead. The company commander saw this, and his face darkened. After a short rest, the unit regrouped, and the company commander formally introduced himself. His tone was cold and hard, drawing a clear line between himself and others. Regardless of background or origin, he had only one identity here: a soldier. He was very blunt. Disobeying orders and falling behind in training would result in being sent back to civilian life at any time. I couldn't help but laugh to myself. These words were clearly directed at me. Chen who stood ramrod straight, terrified of being sent back. Looking at him, I found it both amusing and poignant. This place showed no mercy to anyone. I knew perfectly well that Zhang Jiantao had already decided I got in through connections, and if I showed even the slightest weakness, he would kick me out without hesitation. But ironically, what I fear least is being cornered. I'm determined to be a soldier. No matter how much he watches me, no matter how difficult he makes things, as long as I don't make any fundamental mistakes, he can't kick me out. The line turned right to begin assigning dormitories, and I followed the crowd forward, a smile involuntarily creeping onto my lips. Downstairs in the dormitory, the new recruits stood in a crooked line. I stood in the crowd, and just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I heard the instructor start calling roll and assigning classes. The air immediately tightened again. As names were read one by one, I heard that I had been assigned to Class 1. I subconsciously responded with a heir and jogged over, but I already had a premonition that things wouldn't be peaceful in this class. Chun who grinned at me and said it was fate that we were assigned to the same group again. Before I could reply, Wang Yong next to me muttered something unlucky with a cold face, as if I owed him money. I rolled my eyes and sighed inwardly. These two oddballs were in the same class. It seemed like fate really didn't want me to have a peaceful life. I had to be extra careful from now on. After the class assignments were completed, the class monitor was about to lead everyone back to the dormitory when the company commander suddenly called him away. My heart skipped a beat. My intuition told me that this matter was most likely related to me. Having grown up in a military compound, I know all too well what the veterans do. Any troublemaker among the new recruits will be the first to be targeted, and right now, I'm clearly already labeled. Standing in the ranks, I secretly regretted not climbing that tank to show off. Now, I'm being watched the moment I entered, and trying to keep a low profile won't be so easy anymore. But now it's too late for regrets. I can only comfort myself by thinking that I'll deal with whatever comes my way. As long as I don't make any fundamental mistakes, no one can kick me back. Meanwhile, squad leader Su-do was kept behind by the company commander. The company commander was blunt. If this batch of soldiers achieved good results, he would have a chance to be promoted and stay on as an officer. I didn't know the details, but I could guess that the company commander would definitely use the first squad as a testing ground, and I, who got in through connections, would be the first to be eliminated. Back in the dorm, I was assigned a lower bunk, with Chun Eru sleeping above me, grinning contentedly. Before I could even adjust to the new environment, I discovered that Wang Yong was right next to me. He immediately launched into a sarcastic remark, which I refused to tolerate, and retorted directly. The tension instantly escalated, and it looked like we were about to start arguing. Chun Eru frantically tried to smooth things over, running around the room, trying to calm things down. Just then, a low growl came from the doorway. Squad leader Su-do walked in, his aura so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. He immediately corrected the way people addressed him, emphasizing that there were only comrades in arms here, not older brothers. Chun Erhu was at a loss after being scolded. I was worried that if one person made a mistake, everyone would be punished, so I quickly took the responsibility upon myself to barely stabilize the situation. After a brief self-introduction, Su-do didn't give us a chance to catch our breath and immediately announced that he would be teaching us how to organize our quarters, saying that this was a basic skill for soldiers and an important part of the upcoming assessment. The new recruits were all bewildered when they heard they had to learn how to fold blankets, but I knew exactly what that meant. In the military, housekeeping is never a trivial matter, it's an attitude. Blankets must be perfectly square, beds must be completely wrinkle-free, and even the direction of the toothbrush and toothpaste has a standard. These rules were ingrained in me by my father at home. Su-do began to demonstrate, his movements crisp and clean. A quilt was quickly transformed into a neat square in his hands. I could tell that this was the real skill of an 8-year veteran. He asked us if we had seen it clearly, and we were all blank. I knew in my heart that most people would be clueless when learning for the first time, and if you were too conspicuous, you would only cause trouble. After the free practice began, the dormitory was in chaos. Chun Erhu was scratching his head in confusion, and Wang Yong was also completely bewildered. He even secretly glanced at me and, upon seeing me fiddling around, visibly relaxed. Little did he know, I was completely acting. If I wanted to, I could fold a perfect tofu block in just a few seconds, but I couldn't do that. I need to play it safe, hide myself, and make myself look as ordinary as most people, neither falling behind nor standing out. This is the safest state. Su-do watched from the side, his eyes full of contempt. He had clearly already made up his mind about me. In his eyes, I was just a clumsy, incompetent clerk. Instructor Wang Hai came over for an inspection, praised the first platoon's performance, and reminded them to take a break. His words were a veiled hint to Su-do not to push the new recruits too hard. Su-do nodded on the surface, but I knew exactly what he was thinking. If I held them back, he would be the first to punish me. After Wang Hai left and the dormitory door closed, I slowly folded the blanket into shape, even helping others adjust the angles, as if I had just learned how to do it on the spot. When Su-do came back in, he was clearly stunned for a moment. I could even feel his surprise, but it was quickly masked by impatience. I jokingly asked him if he folded it well enough. The next second, he yanked the blanket onto the floor, his reason simple and blunt. Not good enough. Do it again. I looked at the blanket on the floor and sighed inwardly. I finally understood. No matter how well or poorly I did it, he would always find an excuse to put me down. I originally planned to live a peaceful and uneventful life in the military for 2 years, but now it seems that this path was full of pitfalls from day one. The dormitory fell silent. The new recruits lowered their heads and folded blankets around the cots. After watching the demonstration twice, they realized that this was not something that could be done by simply looking at it and then doing it themselves. Chun Erhu was sweating profusely, frantically pressing down the blanket while muttering to himself that nothing he did was right. The more he looked at it, the more it resembled a place scratched by wild dogs, and he was on the verge of a breakdown. Wang Yong wasn't much better off. The blanket was like a stubborn mule in his hands, refusing to obey no matter how he tried to fold it. He originally thought that being a soldier meant carrying a gun and charging in a battle, but now he realized that the first hurdle was this deadly. In the entire dormitory, only I folded my clothes so smoothly that the corners naturally emerged with every movement and press. Even I felt something was off. The next second, a notification sounded in my head, saying that my housekeeping skills had improved a little. My movements instantly became smoother, and many details seemed to jump out of my bones on their own. The quilt quickly took shape, sharp and angular. I stared at the finished product, a chill running down my spine. It was folded too well, far exceeding what I had originally intended. I cursed the system in a low voice, thinking, I'm here to survive for 2 years, not to be a model citizen. This kind of ability boost is like a perfectly timed bomb for me. The system answered confidently, saying that as long as you study, you will become stronger. I suddenly realized that sometimes a windfall can really be devastating. I knew all too well what the military was all about: running, shooting, and even housekeeping. Anyone among the new recruits who folded their clothes the best would be immediately singled out for demonstration. The thought of being dragged to the whole company for a demonstration made my scalp tingle, so I quickly stopped, afraid that if I folded it again, my skills would escalate even further. Just as I was about to play dumb, squad leader Suda appeared behind me at some point, nodded, and said that I was folding it all right, and told me to go and teach others. I immediately agreed, secretly relieved. If I had folded it any further, I was afraid something would have happened. Chen Eru was almost crying. His blankets were completely torn apart. Wang Yong's bed looked like it had been bombed. The whole dormitory was a disaster scene. I glanced around, but my smile slowly faded. I knew all too well what was going to happen next. If the blankets weren't folded properly, the whole class would suffer. Growing up in a residential compound, I'd seen far too many cruel methods. Throwing blankets down from upstairs was the least of it. Throwing them into the toilet and making them do push-ups before folding them, that was real torture. I didn't want to stand out, but I didn't want to be implicated either, so I had no choice but to bite the bullet and start helping. I walked to Chun Erha's bedside, smiled, and asked him about the situation. The kid's eyes lit up as soon as he saw me, and he immediately called me Big Brother. The squad leader snorted coldly and slammed the blanket down, startling him. I quickly gestured for him to be quiet, and then started teaching him how to press down the blanket. I told him to use his arm strength to squeeze it to both sides, pressing the new cotton down firmly. The movements weren't complicated. The key was to use all your strength. Chen Eru was quite strong. After doing it a few times, the blanket immediately became thinner, and its outline became visible. He was so excited that he almost called out Big Brother again, but I stopped him with a look, and he swallowed it back. Seeing this, everyone else crowded around to learn, and the dormitory suddenly became lively. Wang Yong scoffed, but his eyes were fixed on my technique. I knew that at this time, I couldn't hold back too much, nor could I reveal too much. I taught only the most basic techniques, just enough for everyone to pass the test. Before long, Chun Erhu finally folded a crooked square, like a marshmallow, but at least the shape was recognizable. He was so excited, he almost jumped for joy. The other recruits also made progress, giving me thumbs up one after another, their mouths full of admiration. I smiled on the outside, but in my heart I was slamming on the brakes. This atmosphere is too dangerous for me. Wang Yong gritted his teeth and tried to imitate him, his technique clumsy, but he managed to produce a rough outline of a neatly folded square, which made his expression look a little better. The class monitor watched from the side with his eyes shining, clearly already calculating that if the class's housekeeping performance improved, his reward would be guaranteed. The way he looked at me changed from impatience to scrutiny and manipulation. I saw through his intentions immediately. He wanted to use me as a tool to boost his grades. No way. I snuck in here to survive, not to pave the way for anyone. While everyone was practicing hard, I had already gotten a general idea of the class's dynamics: who was honest, who liked to show off, and who was cunning. I knew all of that. The best way to stay here peacefully is for the whole class to remain in the middle, with no one standing out too much. I clapped my hands, signaling everyone to stop folding, saying I had something important to say. Everyone looked at me. Even Wang Yong stopped what he was doing, his eyes full of wariness. I smiled, lowered my voice, and said that what I was about to say was related to whether everyone would be scolded or punished less in the future, and whether their lives would be better. Some people muttered impatiently that it was all a charade, and I heard them but didn't bother to reply. Those who have truly suffered know how important it is to avoid pitfalls beforehand. I cleared my throat and laid out today's events directly, saying that we were all punished with a 5-kilometer run as soon as we arrived at the unit, and not a single one of us failed. This wasn't a coincidence. I put it bluntly, This isn't the outside world. If one person makes a mistake, the whole class gets punished. No one can escape unscathed. Some people tried to shift the blame onto me, but I didn't argue. Compared to arguing, protecting myself and the class was more important. I told them there were only two ways to avoid punishment. First, to obey orders without question, and second, to show sufficient respect to veteran soldiers. Some were confused, so I gave an example, explaining that the term new recruit wasn't an insult, but rather a reminder that we didn't know anything. In the military, many small things are completely opposite to those outside. Walking, talking, and lining up are all governed by rules, and there can be no deviation. I broke down the requirements for walking one by one. 2 people walking in a row must walk in sync, and 3 people in a line must be in perfect order. This is not just a formality, but a habit. I told them to greet the veterans with a loud and respectful hello, squad leader. This would save them a lot of trouble. Someone asked why, and I said it's because a loud voice represents respect. When the veterans are in a good mood, many problems will naturally pass. Encountering officers is even simpler. Address them all as commander and maintain a respectful attitude. Even if you feel resentful, don't show it on your face. Some people nearby mocked me, saying I was exaggerating. I retorted directly, if you don't believe me, try it yourself. Don't drag the whole class down with you. The room fell silent, and finally some people started nodding, saying that what I said made sense, and that the squad leader had indeed praised me in front of everyone. I could tell that they weren't impressed by me, but rather afraid of having to run another 5 kilometers. That was enough. In the army, the result is more important than the process. I continued to remind them of the rules for going to the canteen. No one sits down until the officers are there, and no one starts eating until the officers are seated. Anyone who breaks the rules will cause trouble. Some complained about the number of rules, so I told them directly that this is the military, not home, and that discipline is what builds fighting power. I told them not to memorize it by rote, but to just do exactly what I said, and they couldn't go wrong. A shout came from outside, and the recruits immediately scattered. As the squad leader entered, I took over the conversation, saying I was explaining the details. The squad leader was so happy he couldn't hide his smile. He praised our drive and told us to keep practicing and ask questions anytime. As soon as the whistle blew, I was the first to run out. I knew very well that opportunities are always earned through hard work. I led the way downstairs, and by the time the class monitor reacted, Class 1 was already lined up neatly. While the other classes were still being urged, we had quieted down, and I could feel the gazes from all around us. As soon as the platoon leader gave the order, I executed it immediately. My movements weren't perfect, but my attitude was excellent. The contrast was stark. Other classes were in complete chaos, while our class at least managed to stay in sync and quiet. As I approached the mess hall entrance, I saw the regimental commander and company commander standing there, their gazes quickly settling on our team. I knew then that the moment had arrived. No words were needed, our actions spoke for themselves. When it came to shouting slogans, I started by speaking first, and the people behind me immediately followed. As soon as my voice came out, the momentum instantly dominated the entire scene. The moment the leader nodded, I knew that I had taken the right first step. Before entering the cafeteria, I whispered a reminder to everyone to stand and not sit. Some people didn't believe me, but none dared to be the first to break the rule. After the leaders entered, the order for everyone to stand was given. I saw that the other classes looked blank, while we were already standing ramrod straight. The regimental commander's gaze swept over us again, settling on us. I knew very well that this was the difference. Watching the other classes being called on, I couldn't help but smile slightly. I sat there, watching a room full of new recruits suddenly called out, their faces blank, that same bewildered expression I'd seen once that morning. They looked at each other, none daring to make the first move. The next second, Zhang Jiantao slammed his hand on the table. The company commander's command, stand up, struck like a thunderbolt. Squad leaders immediately echoed his shouts, and the new recruits hurriedly scrambled off their stools. I stood ramrod straight, watching the other squads slump and stagger, and knew immediately that the disparity between us had been magnified. The regimental commander didn't say anything, just watched the show with a smile, which only fueled the company commander's anger. He walked directly to our squad and called out our names on the spot. He praised us for standing well and scolded the other squads for their lack of discipline. I could feel the faces of the squad leaders around us change instantly. Sudis stood in front of me, his back straighter than anyone else's. I didn't even need to look to know he was incredibly smug. In front of the regimental commander, the company commander singled out the first platoon as a role model, talking about tidying up their barracks, marching in formation, and the spirit of their slogans. With each word I spoke, the other squad leaders' faces darkened further, while my heart grew colder and colder. The limelight had spread far too quickly. Looking at the new recruits still smirking, I couldn't help but sigh. They had no idea who was going to be in trouble that night. Sure enough, the company commander abruptly changed the subject, ordering all platoons to take Platoon 1 as an example, leaving no room for discussion. Someone deliberately drew out the "yes, sir," but I felt a chill run down my spine. This kind of nonchalance was the easiest way to cause trouble. Once we were allowed to sit down for lunch, the other classes plopped down and started grabbing their chopsticks at lightning speed, but I didn't move. I glanced at the leader's table out of the corner of my eye, and only after confirming that everyone was seated did I slowly sit down, my movements unhurried. I could feel everyone in my platoon staring at me. This feeling of being treated like a pillar of support didn't make me comfortable. The company commander looked at us, then at the other platoons, his eyes clearly showing more suspicion. I knew he had noticed me. Only after the class monitor gave the order to start eating did I pick up my bowl. Everyone then felt relieved and began to eat. Suda smiled as if he had found a treasure. He put some food on my plate and praised me for my good behavior. I thanked him verbally, but my heart was pounding. This praise came too soon. Halfway through the meal, I suddenly realized that Class 1 wasn't actually that well-behaved either. It's just that the other classes were even more chaotic. It was this contrast that made us the example, and also put me in a position I shouldn't have been in. As I ate, I quickly adjusted my thoughts. This couldn't go on. It was too conspicuous and too easy to be targeted. I had to slow down. I couldn't keep pushing everyone too far ahead. Just keeping up was enough. Standing out would only cause trouble. After dinner, I returned to the dormitory and immediately started mending everyone's blankets, carefully controlling the pace so that they weren't too bad or too poor. I knew in my heart that the worst thing in basic training wasn't stupidity, but disobedience, and even more so, someone dragging the whole class down with them. Just as I was busy, a heart-wrenching shout suddenly came from outside. I instinctively rushed to the window. The flower bed was full of new recruits from other platoons who had been pulled out for extra training. Their voices were hoarse and their faces were pale. The class monitor was still yelling, telling them to keep shouting until their throats were sore. I felt a chill run down my spine. At that moment, everyone in the class looked at me, their eyes filled with relief and admiration. I simply told them to keep working, remaining outwardly calm, but inwardly even more certain that we had to keep a low profile from now on. Suda came over and pretended to give us a lecture, but he was actually protecting us. I could tell he was also relieved. I stuck out my tongue and immediately told everyone to go back to their beds and continue working. I appeared obedient and compliant, but in my mind, I was already planning what to do next. While we were making our beds, I didn't know that Regiment Commander Zhou Zhongyi had already returned to the regimental headquarters office and called me out on the phone. The next morning, the sound of military songs echoed across the parade ground. The lyrics repeated over and over, as if they were being hammered into people's brains, making it impossible for anyone to sleep soundly. A commotion broke out in the barracks as the new recruits yawned and rolled out of bed. Some were still half asleep, moving as slowly as sloths. I sat up almost the instant the reveille sounded, urging them in a low voice as I dressed, trying to be quick so I wouldn't get scolded. The students in my class were already watching me instinctively. Every time I moved, they moved too, as if they had found a fixed rhythm. As I mentioned last night, in the military, you have to react immediately to the sound of whistles and military songs. Even a moment's hesitation could lead to trouble. The ordeal of other platoons being punished by chanting slogans for 2 hours last night is still fresh in everyone's mind, and nobody wants to go through that again. Chun Eru looked nervous and said that the training would be even more terrifying in the future. I didn't refute him because he was right. In order to avoid punishment, the students in Class 1 reached a consensus for the first time and all agreed to follow my arrangements. Even Wang Yong, who never got along with me, obediently got up and dressed without arguing. By the time Suda came downstairs, we were already standing in neat rows, his face practically beaming with joy. The other platoons were much slower to assemble. Zhang Jiantao walked over to us and immediately nodded, praising our quick reaction. The next second, he turned and started scolding the other platoons, saying that although they were all new recruits, the difference was already obvious. The squad leaders looked extremely grim, while the new recruits were already subconsciously tense. Standing in the ranks, I knew very well that this contrast would only intensify the hatred. Zhang Jiantao began reading out the daily schedule, waking up, morning exercises, housekeeping, meals, training, one thing after another. The new recruits turned pale as they listened, feeling that this life was no different from being in prison. I sighed inwardly. I knew it would be like this. I could only endure it. The first day's morning exercises consisted of just 2 laps around the track. I ran with the group, controlling my breathing perfectly. Back in the dormitory, the other platoons were in complete chaos, filled with curses and complaints. The platoon leaders had completely turned hostile, each one more stern than the last, and the new recruits were being scolded with their heads down. On the first floor, I rushed to the beds and urged everyone to fold their blankets and clean. Everyone followed my instructions and quickly folded the blankets into shape. As I was mending Chun Eru's quilt, a system notification popped up in my mind, reminding me that my abilities had increased a little. I almost cursed it out loud. I couldn't care less about the system right now. I just wanted to get through this hurdle smoothly. After finishing with the quilt and personal hygiene, I led everyone to clean the assigned area. Everyone worked very hard, and no one dared to slack off, afraid of being compared to others. Chun Eru praised me while mopping the floor, and I just gave him perfunctory replies, my mind only focused on making sure nothing went wrong. The cleaning was finished quickly, and Su Daxing rushed off to report. I immediately gathered everyone from Class 1 together. I told them that orderliness, drills, and obedience were key. They shouldn't excel in anything else. As long as they didn't fall behind or try to steal the spotlight, they could live comfortably. Someone asked me how I knew so much, and I casually mentioned that someone in my family had served in the military. Wang Yong made sarcastic remarks, but I ignored him and simply emphasized, just do as I say. The whistle blew again, signaling it was time to assemble for breakfast. We were still the fastest, and every class froze as they passed Class 1's dormitory. The blankets were neatly made, the floor spotless. It looked like a veteran's quarters. Suda beamed with pride at the praise. Wang Yong rolled his eyes behind him, but I was already on my guard. Suda looked at me standing at the front of the line, my back ramrod straight like a mop handle, and couldn't help but smirk. He muttered under his breath, saying that I was a dragon among men, and if I was properly trained, I'd definitely become a top soldier. I stood ramrod straight, but my mind wasn't racing at all. I was only thinking, please don't give me any more drama. The day's training ended quickly, and as soon as dinner was finished, the recruits deflated like punctured balloons and all went back to their dormitories to rest. Taking advantage of the lull, I walked up to Suda with my standard honest smile. Squad leader, Suda looked up at me, his expression still serious, but his attitude had clearly softened considerably. What's up? I asked casually, saying I'd heard there were regulations in the army that needed to be memorized. Suda was taken aback, then laughed, saying that this kid, actually knew quite a lot. I immediately pulled out the prepared explanation, saying that my uncle had served in the army and had specifically instructed me on this before coming in. I added that since I didn't have anything else to do before bed, I might as well memorize it while folding the blankets. Suda laughed on the spot, saying that I could manage my time well and was good material for a soldier. He turned and left the dormitory, saying he would get one for each of us right away. No sooner had Suda left than Wang Yong threw his blanket on the bed, looking annoyed. He said I was just making trouble for no reason. Folding blankets was tiring enough, and now I had to come up with these stupid regulations. I retorted directly, saying that every soldier has to memorize the regulations and rules, and it would be a real problem if they couldn't recite them during a spot check. I also reminded them that the regulations list what they can and cannot do, and that memorizing them would reduce their chances of being punished. Wang Yong rolled his eyes in disbelief, saying it sounded like a hoax. Chun Eru, however, patted his chest and stepped forward, saying he trusted him and that his older brother was always right. The others nodded in agreement, all siding with me. They knew that if I hadn't taught them how to fold blankets and the proper etiquette beforehand, they would have been punished beyond recognition by now. Just then, a shout suddenly came from outside. Ma Xiaoshan ran out to take a look, and when he returned, his face was as white as a sheet. He said that platoons 2 and 3 were all doing extra training, standing on stools, practicing movements, and the platoon leader was as fierce as if he wanted to eat people alive. The shouts echoed from upstairs and downstairs. It was horrific. The dormitory fell silent instantly, and everyone subconsciously swallowed. Now everyone understood. In the recruit company right now, only Platoon 1 was a safe zone. Shin'eru was almost moved to tears, saying that if they hadn't listened to him, none of them would have escaped. The others immediately chimed in, saying that they had to memorize the regulations and rules, and that if he said they were useful, they definitely would be. Wang Yong scoffed again, his eye rolling becoming an instinct. I ignored him, but I knew perfectly well that the more I was praised, the more resentful he would become. A short while later, Suda returned with a stack of books, one for each person, along with a copy of regulations and rules. The dormitory immediately fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads to their books, studying with even greater focus than they would in school. Suda stood to the side, his gaze frequently falling on me, his expression growing increasingly satisfied. In his eyes, I had become the engine of Class 1. With me around, he was less worried, progressed quickly, and naturally received good evaluations. Over the next few days, this became a regular habit for Class 1. No matter what we do, everyone looks at me first. Eating speed, tidying up, group reactions, even the rhythm of going to the toilet has become synchronized. I tell them one thing every day. As long as you follow the rules in every little detail, the class monitor will not find a reason to punish you. Class 1 was having a comfortable time, but the other classes were getting worse and worse. They had extra practice almost every night, and the shouting could be heard across the hallway. The students in Class 1 saw this and were secretly pleased. But they also worked even harder, afraid that one day they would be overtaken. A week later, Class 1's progress far surpassed that of the other classes. Their housekeeping, military posture, and marching were all done quite well. Even Suda was called aside by the instructor for praise. He walked with a swagger for days afterward. That morning, we were tidying up our dorm rooms, and the atmosphere was no different from usual. Instructor Wang Hai suddenly led his men in. Stand up. The whole class moved in unison, saluting and greeting, almost as if it were a conditioned reflex, with not a single person lagging behind. Wang Hai smiled and told everyone to relax, saying that the squad had performed very well recently, especially in terms of housekeeping. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier behind him stepped forward, holding a small triangular red flag in both hands. At that moment, my heart sank. It's over. The rotating red flag. It's an honor, but also a problem. Holding it brings glory, but behind your back, everyone is watching you. Wang Hai handed the red flag to Suda, saying it was an affirmation of his efforts and he hoped he would continue to maintain it. Suda was so excited that his face turned red, and he seemed to be on fire. In the corridor, the other class leaders' eyes were almost bloodshot. Wang Hai casually tapped out another sentence, telling them to learn from Class 1. These words were more stinging than the red flag. Suda hung the red flag on the wall and, as if injected with adrenaline, immediately urged everyone to continue folding the blankets. Looking at the blankets on the bed, a chill began to run down my spine. Things have completely gone off track. I just wanted to get away with it and avoid punishment, but now the squad leader has clearly lost his temper. If this continues unabated, I'm afraid my life as a new recruit won't have a single day of peace. I narrowed my eyes and quickly made a decision in my mind. This can't go on. I need to change things up. I kept my head down and continued folding the blankets, my hands moving without stopping, but my heart was uneasy. I had a feeling that something was about to happen to me, and the more I feared it, the more inescapable it seemed. Wang Hai didn't leave. He cleared his throat and told everyone to stop. He said that in addition to presenting the rotating red flag, he would also give special praise to one person. My heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next second they called my name and said that my performance in the first week of recruit training was among the best in the recruit company, and that everyone should learn from me. When they said that, my scalp tingled. Suda grinned from ear to ear, praising me as if I were the whole class. His face was full of pride, but I just felt like I had been pushed into the eye of the storm. Chun Eru was so excited that he patted his chest and said that he would idolize me from now on. The others also clapped and looked at me with envy. Only Wang Yang's face was frighteningly gloomy, and his eyes looked like he wanted to devour me whole. I didn't need to think to know what he was cursing in his heart. I was inwardly groaning. The more the instructor praised me, the faster my resentment grew. All I wanted was to live a quiet life. At that moment, I knew the plan had to be changed. If I continued to be so high profile, I'd never have a moment's peace in class again. After dinner, I didn't see Suda. He had been called to the company commander's office. I appeared calm, but I had a feeling that things were about to change. The company commander praised Suda for bringing back the rotating red flag in the first week and for being specifically commended by the regimental commander. His promotion to officer was immediately put on the agenda. Suda appeared modest, but he was secretly overjoyed. He knew I deserved half the credit for this achievement. The company commander specifically mentioned me, saying he had misjudged me before but now realized I was a promising talent, and told Suda to make sure to keep an eye on me. They believed it was because I led my platoon forward that the whole class took the lead in a short period of time, an assessment that sounded harsh and dangerous. Suda patted his chest and assured me that he would definitely lead my platoon to first place in the recruit training camp. He had already begun planning my future. When he returned to his dorm, he couldn't hide his smugness, but I sensed something ominous in his eyes. At 7:30 p.m., right after the evening news ended, Suda called us all up for a class meeting. He stared at me with an exceptionally bright smile, an expression that sent a chill down my spine. I knew that smile all too well. It never meant anything good. He called me out of line and started comparing me to the others, beginning with something as basic as folding a blanket, each word more cutting than the last. Wang Yong was publicly called out. His blanket was described as a big loaf of bread, and his face instantly turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. I could feel that piercing gaze fixed on me. It wasn't my words, yet the blame was being placed entirely on me. Suda then announced that from today onwards, the entire class would follow his example. Whatever he did, they would do. This statement was like a thunderbolt. While the others had no objections, Wang Yong nearly ground his teeth to powder. Chun Eru grinned foolishly and asked me to teach him more. I agreed verbally, but inwardly I was already groaning. I finally understood what Suda was up to. He wanted to make me the role model and use me to push the whole class to their limits. Even worse, Wang Yong's murderous expression clearly showed he had his eye on me. Suda then dropped a bombshell, saying that in order to improve the monthly exam results, all rest time during training would be cancelled starting tomorrow. Only the top student could rest. Everyone else had to train extra, doing push-ups or running. No one could escape. The dormitory erupted in chaos, filled with complaints. But Suda silenced everyone with one sentence. If you can't endure hardship, don't join the army. As he left, he gave me a final, meaningful look, his eyes clearly saying, I'm taking this gun. My anger flared instantly. For your honor, you're using me as target practice? If you keep playing like this, I'll never have a good life again. As soon as he left, I immediately called everyone over and said I had something important to discuss. I told them to keep a low profile during training tomorrow, the more low-key the better, and absolutely not to stand out again. Chun Eru didn't understand, so I directly explained the rule. Only the first-place winner can rest. Everyone else will be exhausted. As long as everyone's level remains consistent, and there's no first place, the class monitor can't punish anyone based on grades. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that if there's only one first place in a class, it's better to keep everyone at the same level. As long as there's no first place, then everyone is number one. That's the only way to survive. Ma Xiaoshan was the first to voice his support, and the others nodded in agreement, saying that listening to him was the right thing to do. Wang Yong stood to the side, sneering. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of defiance. I pulled him aside and reminded him in a low voice to keep a low profile tomorrow and not to stand out. He slapped me away and said, "Who's the brother?" My heart sank, but I kept my voice steady. I told him that the squad leader had ordered everyone to follow my example. That was an order, not a suggestion. He readily agreed, but his perfunctory smile made me feel uneasy. I nodded and said I was relieved to hear him say that, but deep down I had a feeling that this kid was probably up to something. The next day, before dawn, I was woken up by a whistle. As usual, I tidied up my room and ate breakfast. I knew the routine better than anyone, but I had a feeling that things wouldn't be peaceful today. After assembling on the playground, Suda announced with a dark face that starting today, everyone would have to run an extra 3 kilometers before morning exercises, for one purpose only, to improve their physical fitness. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of quiet complaints. Training was already tiring enough, but another 3 kilometers was simply unbearable. I didn't say anything because I knew all too well that in Yin country, running was the foundation of military service and no one could escape it. From generals to soldiers, everyone had to be able to run. This was a tradition left over from the war years, a rule ingrained in our bones. When I was a child, my dad forced me to run 5 kilometers every day. If I couldn't run, I would get a beating. I'm numb to this stuff now. Suda silenced everyone with a single sentence. If you can't run it, don't be a soldier. Just go home and be a good boy. Wang Yong muttered under his breath, but a single look from Suda made him immediately change his mind. I, however, had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Suda reiterated yesterday's rules in front of everyone. Only the first-place finisher could rest during training, while the rest had to keep training until they caught up. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces fell, and Wang Yong gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted to devour me whole. A bitter feeling welled up inside me. Wasn't this blatantly pushing me into the fire to roast? It was practically inviting hatred upon me. Fortunately, after scanning around, apart from Wang Yong, the others didn't seem to react much, so it was clear that what I said last night had some effect. Chun Eru came over with a pitiful look on his face, saying he knew he wouldn't come in first and didn't want to be punished, his eyes like he was looking for a lifeline. I patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to panic and to listen to my instructions, but inwardly I felt more and more like a babysitter. At the command, everyone turned onto the track and sprinted off with heavy steps, the air thick with despair. After running for a while, I deliberately slowed down and called for everyone to catch up with me, as long as we reach the finish line together. As long as there's no clear winner, the class monitor has no grounds to punish anyone, making this a perfect plan for a slacker. Ma Xiaoshan immediately chimed in, and the others nodded in agreement, their faces finally showing a glimmer of hope. Just then, a loud shout came from behind, telling everyone not to huddle together and to run. I was about to remind them again when a figure suddenly darted out from the front, moving as fast as a wild dog. I looked closely and my heart sank. It was Wang Yong, that bastard. I growled at him to come back, but he turned around and sneered, saying he didn't want to crawl along with us like a tortoise and that he was leaving first. At that moment, I understood that this kid was determined to fight me to the death. He sped up and left everyone behind, as if he wanted to prove that he was better than me by winning first place. I was so angry that my head was throbbing. Originally, if everyone had kept the same speed, we could have all been slackers, but now he's ruined everything. What's worse, if he really does come in first, I'll most likely be the one to get the harshest punishment. I grew up in this compound, so I know all too well how things work out. If someone who's always been outstanding slips up, the consequences are even worse. I gritted my teeth and told everyone to keep chasing him. We couldn't let him leave us behind, or none of us would escape. The crowd charged forward, cursing and swearing, mentally wishing Wang Yong and his ancestors well. Just then, a notification sounded in my mind. My running ability had improved, and my steps were noticeably lighter. After 2 laps, I had caught up with Wang Yong, and on the 3rd lap, I was right next to him. When he turned around and saw me, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He clearly hadn't expected me to catch up so quickly. He accelerated desperately, but I heard the prompt again, and my body seemed to be fully activated. I wasn't in a hurry to overtake him. I just stayed close to him, making it impossible for him to shake me off. This was even more disgusting than surpassing others. He was panting heavily, his eyes filled with resentment. In the distance, under the shade of a tree, Suda watched with amusement, saying that this was more like it. Soldiers should strive for excellence. He looked at the others. Although they were slower, their overall speed was much faster than expected, and he was clearly satisfied. In the end, I crossed the finish line first, while Wang Yong was more than 10 seconds slower, his face looking ashen. He defiantly threatened to beat me next time, but I ignored him and let it go. The others ran back one after another, collapsing to the ground, barely able to breathe. Suda walked up to me and told me to rest, then turned around and ordered the others to prepare 100 push-ups. Before any complaints could even begin, he threatened to double the number, and everyone immediately obediently lay down. Wang Yong glared at me while doing push-ups, gritting his teeth and saying that he wouldn't be so lucky next time. I sneered inwardly, thinking, serves you right for disobeying orders. You deserve to drag the whole class down with you. From that day on, Wang Yong became like a mad dog, eating faster than me, standing more rigidly than me, and constantly challenging me in training. The moment I relaxed, he would immediately take over, and I had no choice but to grit my teeth and keep him in check. The more I pressured him, the more obsessed he became, forcing me to improve every day. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the recruit assessment arrived as scheduled. Unsurprisingly, I came in first place in the recruit company. I was even publicly commended as a model employee throughout the company, but looking at the certificate, I felt no joy at all. I just wanted to be a couch potato, but I was forced to push myself all the way to first place. Looking at Wang Yong, who stood to the side with a face full of resentment, I cursed inwardly. It's all your fault, you bastard. If this continues, something bad is bound to happen sooner or later. I have to find a way to stop this. Lin Hui. I had just caught my breath when I heard Suda call my name. I turned around and saw him smiling like he had found money, walking towards me. He said the company commander wanted to see me and told me to report to the company headquarters immediately. I was stunned for a moment, and only one thought remained in my mind. This can't be good. I subconsciously asked what he wanted to see me about. Suda immediately glared at me and said, "Enough with the nonsense. If there's good news, why aren't you going?" I rolled my eyes inwardly. Good news? Those were the last words I wanted to hear. But an order is an order, and I could only stand at attention, answer, yes, and turn to walk toward the company commander's office, my back view revealing my reluctance. No sooner had I left than Suda turned around and opened fire on the first squad, saying that I had single-handedly taken on an entire squad and broken several records. He said this with a proud look on his face, which made everyone's scalp tingle. The next second, he directly ordered everyone to do 100 push-ups. Chun Erhu was the fastest to get down, shouting as he did so that he would learn from me and bring glory to Class 1. He was incredibly excited. Wang Yong's lips twitched. Looking at Chun Erhu's appearance, he seemed more and more like a brainless idiot. He was seething with anger, feeling that he was the one who was working hard, so why was everyone focusing on him? He stared intently in the direction I left, his fists clenched until they turned white, secretly vowing to surpass me next time. Feeling increasingly frustrated, he suddenly shouted, "Report," and asked for an extra 100 push-ups. Suda immediately approved, and even praised him, saying that those who fall behind should take the initiative to practice more, and that everyone should learn from Wang Yong. Wang Yong, as if he'd been set on fire, frantically did push-ups on the ground, as if he wanted to wear the floor through. Suda stood to the side, grinning from ear to ear. He'd long since figured out the trick. As soon as I was mentioned, Wang Yong would go crazy. These two were neck and neck, really setting the tone for the training session in Class 1, and no one dared to slack off anymore. It wasn't that they were self-motivated. They knew that if the gap widened, they would be the ones punished. Meanwhile, at the other end of the playground, the screams of other classes rose and fell, creating quite a commotion. I stood at the door of the company commander's office, raising my hand to knock, but I had absolutely no idea what to expect. After receiving permission, I pushed open the door, saluted, and greeted them. The company commander and political instructor were both there. Wang Hai put down the military newspaper, circled around me twice, and said that I not only got first place in the assessment, but also broke the 3-kilometer record. That record stood for 3 years without anyone breaking it, and now I've broken it, he said with a face full of emotion. I smiled in return, but I wasn't happy at all. I know better than anyone that this championship and record were all forced upon me by that idiot Wang Yong. If he hadn't been chasing me like a mad dog every day, the system wouldn't have triggered it again and again. I originally planned to stay for 2 years and then leave, but it hasn't been long, and I've already gone astray on my own. Zhang Jiantao suddenly coughed, walked up to me, and said something that almost made me question the meaning of life. He said, "I'm sorry." I froze, my mind went blank. This guy had given me a hard time before. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Hai smiled and tried to smooth things over, telling him to just say what he had to say. Zhang Jiantao then solemnly apologized, saying that he had been prejudiced against me at first, but now he admitted that he had misjudged me. He said that he used to think I was a bad soldier, but now he realized that I was a good soldier. Wang Hai punched him in the chest, saying, "Being able to admit your mistakes is more like what a company commander should do." I stood there, completely stunned, with only one thought in my mind: we're doomed. Even the company commander started bowing his head and admitting his mistake, so how outstanding must I be in their eyes? I had clearly tried to restrain myself, but I still accidentally went too far. Zhang Jiantao continued, saying that the recruit training camp was just the beginning. The real stage was after they joined their units. He said the Tiger Regiment was the spearhead of the 602nd Regiment, and the 6th Company, that spearhead, was the sharpest spear. He would do his best to get me into the elite unit so I could unleash my full potential. Wang Hai reminded me to quickly thank the company commander, saying that this was an opportunity others would kill for. I forced a smile, but inside I just wanted to curse. Who the hell wants to go to the elite unit? I just want to be an insignificant coward. Zhang Jiantao thought I was too excited and comforted me, telling me not to feel pressured and that the final result would depend on the assessment. I nodded and said I understood, but in my mind I was frantically calculating. I really can't improve any further. If I'm really assigned to the elite unit, I can forget about having a single day of peace and quiet from now on. Everyone else is desperately trying to become stronger, while I'm desperately trying to fall behind. It's absurd to even think about it. Zhang Jiantao concluded by saying that the regiment would commend me and encourage new recruits to learn from me. I replied yes, turned and left, my heart even heavier than when I arrived. Keeping a low profile is difficult enough as it is, but now the entire regiment is watching me. The thought of my father makes me tremble. If he knew I'd ended up like this in the army, he'd keep me stuck here for life. I grimaced and mentally screamed, "No, I have to fall behind. I still want to be a spoiled brat." When I came out of the company headquarters, I felt like I had been hit by frost. My steps were unsteady, my mind was blank, and even the sunlight on my face felt blinding. If it were anyone else, they would have been overjoyed to hear the news of the elite unit, but I felt no joy at all, only bitterness. I always wanted to be an inconspicuous little dot in the dark, someone whose presence or absence wouldn't matter much. That's the most comfortable state for me. In the blink of an eye, I came here aiming to keep a low profile, but I've been pushed all the way to a high profile, and I can't even put on the brakes. If things continue like this, and I get assigned to some elite unit, then I'll be living in hell, without even thinking about it. The military is like a giant sieve. The more outstanding you are, the more people will be watching you, and the heavier the burden will be on your shoulders. I've heard my dad say since I was little that there are actually 2 kinds of soldiers. One kind who manages to get out of the army and find a job, and the other kind who is single-mindedly focused on climbing the ranks. The Sharp Knife Company is the place that the second type of people dream of going to, and the hell that the first type of people avoid at all costs. A team that can be called a sharp knife is never a joke. It's a sharp knife to the enemy, and a boning knife to its own people. Going to that place, you'd be lucky to escape with your life, even if you didn't die. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, only a fool would want to go to a place like a torture chamber. Wouldn't it be better to spend 2 years there and become a rich kid? What flashed through my mind were the luxury cars, villas, and yachts left behind by the original owner, as well as that black card with unlimited spending. Thinking about the wonderful life that awaited me, my heart began to waver against my will. I looked up at the sky and couldn't help but mentally tell my father that the world is too tempting, and I really can't resist it. In order to live a comfortable life in the future, from now on, I must etch humility into my very bones. But the thought of all those plans being disrupted made me furious. Ultimately, it was all that idiot Wang Yong's doing. If it weren't for him jumping in and causing trouble, I'd be living a comfortable life right now, and I wouldn't be being targeted by that sniper unit. This damn opportunity, let whoever wants it take it. I really don't care. But things had already come to this, so I had no choice but to bite the bullet and think of a new solution. My eyes darted around, and an idea slowly formed in my mind. Now, in Class 1, apart from Wang Yong, everyone else basically listens to me. As long as I can unite them as one, and everyone keeps a low profile and acts sloppy together, the class monitor won't be able to cause any trouble no matter what. I already knew what everyone else was thinking. They joined the army so they could find better jobs after their service. Nobody wanted to suffer too much for the next 2 years, and it's only human nature to want to slack off. Those who are truly born to endure hardship are abnormal. With these people on my side, I'm not worried at all. The only variable is Wang Yong. But this kid is stubborn. If I really want to fool him, it won't be difficult. As long as I lower my head, admit my mistake, and make him feel like he's won, he'll obediently take the bait. Wang Yong just wants to prove he's better than me, so I'll just grant his wish. Once he's had his fun, Class 1 can go back to its laid-back lifestyle. Thinking about this, I felt much lighter and hummed a little tune as I walked towards my dorm. Just as I entered, a shout to stand up nearly scared me out of my wits. The whole class stood up in unison and saluted me. I was stunned. Before I could react, Suda had already marched up to me, his face full of excitement. He said I had received an invitation to the Tiger Regiment's elite platoon, which was an unparalleled honor. My mind went blank. I thought, oh no, this news spread way too fast. I had just left the company headquarters when the whole platoon found out, like I'd been propelled to victory by a rocket. Suda got more and more excited as he spoke, emphasizing that the elite company was a concentration camp of the strong. Finally, he boasted that he was the class monitor there, and that I should be welcome to report for duty when I arrived. My lips twitched, and only one thought remained in my mind. Who wants to see you again? I don't want to go to the elite unit, and I don't want to continue to be tortured under your command. Suda turned around and started provoking the others, saying that I was their role model. He even boasted that anyone who could surpass me wouldn't need to report for breaks during training. I almost yelled at him on the spot. If you're going to motivate someone, fine, but why do you keep using me as a scapegoat? Sure enough, the next second, Wang Yong's familiar gaze pierced me again. I wanted nothing more than to crack his head open and show him this blatant provocation. We fought tooth and nail, and the class monitor reaped all the benefits. What was the point? Suda even warned me not to be arrogant, saying that if my grades slipped, he would give me special attention. I smiled and nodded, but in my heart I was singing, listen to me, thank you. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely admit to being Xiong Bing from the very beginning. But now, one wrong step leads to another, and all I can do is try to fix things after the fact. As soon as the class monitor left, everyone surrounded me, praising me for being so capable. Chun Eru's eyes were red. He was afraid that if I went to the elite unit, they wouldn't want him anymore. Looking at him like that, my heart softened, but it strengthened my resolve to keep a low profile. I waved my hand and said it was just an invitation, and I didn't plan to go, but they just thought I was being modest. Wang Yong's face turned bright red, and he looked like a gas cylinder that was about to explode. I knew in my heart that jealousy, once it took hold, would definitely cause trouble. Before we gathered, I grabbed Wang Yong and prepared to have a frank talk. He shoved me away, his face full of suspicion, convinced I had ulterior motives. I smiled apologetically and said it was all a misunderstanding, that the class monitor was deliberately stirring things up. They even praised him as a gifted tough guy, showering him with sweet talk. But he wasn't buying it at all and immediately saw through it. He said I looked down on him behind his back, spat at me, and said he would fight me to the death and crush me. Watching him rush out the door, I was so angry I felt like my lungs were going to explode. Such a good path was paved for you, and you just had to drive yourself crazy. You really think you're a tough guy? Downstairs in the dormitory, Class 1 was already lined up. I ran over and took the first spot in line, my heart still pounding. Suda glanced at me, nodded, and said nothing. This scene almost made Wang Yong furious. If it were someone else who arrived last, they would have been scolded mercilessly, but when it was my turn, I was completely unaffected. He stared intently at me, cursing me inwardly, feeling that I was abusing my privileges and that the world was unfair. I had barely steadied myself when Suda loudly announced that we would be learning a new subject today, crawling forward. The instant his words fell, I knew that the coming days were likely to be another period of turmoil. The atmosphere in the ranks instantly relaxed. Standing at attention and marching in formation had long been exhausting for everyone, and finally being able to do something different made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Eru's eyes lit up. He asked if it was like in the movies, where they would crawl on the ground and charge forward. He gestured as he spoke, his face full of undisguised anticipation. I sighed inwardly. This wasn't a performance, it was a real tactical exercise. Once it got intense, it would be even more deadly than standing at attention. Whether in a low, high, or sideways position, you have to crawl close to the ground, relying entirely on your hands and feet for support, with your waist and abdomen constantly suspended and collapsing if you relax even slightly. It looks simple, but it is extremely demanding. Even veterans can't bear the weight, and new recruits can collapse from exhaustion after just 100 meters. There's no chance to slack off. What's worse is that there's a time limit. If the movements aren't done correctly, you're considered unqualified. It's not just about crawling over. You have to meet the standards. Just as I was thinking this, Suda began explaining the key points in a cold and hard tone, without uttering a single unnecessary word, clearly not intending to give anyone a chance to process it. After he finished speaking, he led us to the parade ground and said that it had rained the night before and the ground was wet, which was just right to simulate a real combat environment. This made people feel a chill down their spines. With a shout of, "Lie down," everyone hesitated, no one willing to be the first to dive into the mud, and the scene froze briefly. Nobody wants to roll around in the mud and have to wash their own clothes when they get dirty. The recruits' thoughts were written all over their faces. Ma Xiaoshan had just whispered that he wanted to change locations, but before he could finish speaking, Suda retorted with a single sentence, leaving him speechless. The next second, Wang Yong slammed into the mud, landing face first in a puddle, splashing mud and water all over us. His movements were swift and fierce. He yelled at the top of his lungs, asking what the next step was, his tone exaggerated, clearly trying to impress others as if he were afraid they wouldn't notice him. I cursed inwardly and then lay down on the ground as well. The moment my body touched the ground, water splashed directly onto his face. Suda laughed on the spot, pointed at the two of us and told the others to learn from us, saying that this is how soldiers should be, which immediately ignited his anger. Wang Yong and I stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Neither of us backed down, neither of us intended to give in. Since this kid is so determined to cause trouble, I'm too lazy to put up with it anymore. I might as well crush him completely and settle this matter as soon as possible. He gritted his teeth and declared that whoever backed down first would be a coward, and I readily agreed without hesitation. After the demonstration, the low crawl officially began. At Suda's command, the ground instantly started moving. At the command, Wang Yong darted out like a grasshopper, and I followed closely behind, rushing along the ground with lightning speed. The system notification rang in my mind, and my movements quickly became smooth, with the exertion point almost instinctively completed. In one round, I was already half a body length ahead of him, completely controlling the rhythm, and even my breathing was steady. I turned around and provoked him, saying that even though I had slowed down, he still couldn't catch up. My voice wasn't loud, but every word hit home. Wang Yong was so brave he went crazy, saying he slipped just now and wanted to try again if he wasn't satisfied. His voice was hoarse from shouting. Suda watched from afar with a broad smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The two of them supporting each other would pull the whole thing upwards. After finishing the crawl, I immediately started the 3-kilometer run. I didn't even give myself a chance to catch my breath. I just lifted my foot and sprinted off. My running ability improved again, but I deliberately stayed 1 meter ahead of Wang Yong, neither overtaking him nor making him comfortable. The more he cursed, the more composed I became, forcing him to chase after me relentlessly, bringing out his indomitable spirit. That desperate drive spurred the entire team to speed up, making it impossible for those behind to slow down. Time flew by, and the second month's assessment ended. Everyone was exhausted, and even speaking was difficult. On the day the results were announced, Suda couldn't stop smiling. Standing at the front of the line, he was beaming with pride, and even his tone of voice was a few decibels higher than usual. The other class leaders gathered around to learn from their experience, saying that Class 1 was the best in the entire regiment, with Lin Hui and Wang Yong taking the top 2 spots, their tone full of undisguised envy. Suda delivered a string of polite words, saying that if the right method is used, the soldiers will naturally be better. His words were eloquent, and his face beamed with pride. As they were talking, someone reminded the company commander that he was looking for Su Da. Su Da's expression changed, and he immediately fell silent, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Su Da jogged into the company headquarters, beaming with pride, even his back view exuding a light and cheerful air. The company commander and political instructor joked as soon as they met, saying that even this blockhead of a man could laugh, and the atmosphere in the office immediately relaxed. He then laid it all out. The report had already been submitted, and he would be awarded a third-class merit at the end of the third month. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Su Da was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. A third-class merit meant promotion, and this step put him on the fast track. The company commander added with a smile that if they broke the regiment's record, their rank could be promoted even further. His words were neither too light nor too heavy, but they carried a lot of weight. Su Da made up his mind on the spot to fight to the bitter end in the last month, and the fierceness in his eyes was even more obvious than on the training field. He never imagined that this decision would push everyone in completely different directions. As evening fell, I was still sweating and exhausted on the drill ground of the recruit company, completely unaware that a conversation that would determine the course of my fate was already quietly unfolding in the division headquarters office. At this moment, I know nothing. I only know that I'm trying my best to keep a low profile, but I'm being pushed to the forefront step by step, and some people have already chosen the path for me. In the office of the 602nd Division, the division commander was on the phone, speaking politely but with a touch of emotion, saying that I had performed outstandingly since joining the army, which had impressed everyone. On the other end of the phone was my dad. When he heard these words, he just responded calmly, as if it were all perfectly normal, without the slightest hint of showing off. In his eyes, it was normal for me to change after joining the army. What was really important was to make me suffer, to toughen me up, and to grind away all the laziness in my bones. With just one sentence, he sealed my fate. After basic training, he would find me the toughest and most grueling place to train me to the bone. The division commander then brought up the Tiger Regiment's Sharp Knife 6th Company, saying that it was the most rigorously trained company in the entire division, and also the unit with the most casualties and the toughest history. What's worse is that the company commander of the 6th Company is the same person who is currently leading our new recruit company. With just one word, I could be transferred there. When my father heard the name 6th Sharp Knife Company, he was silent for a moment, as if recalling some old story, and finally nodded. In his memory, it was a truly hard-fought army that had annihilated countless enemies and paid a bloody price. Those who survived were all ruthless. He only said one sentence. The recruit training camp is just the beginning. The real test of a soldier's value is after he joins his unit. The division commander smiled and assured me on the other end of the phone that as long as I maintained my current performance and joined the 6th Company, I would definitely receive special attention and could even be promoted to officer within a year. As soon as I said that, my father coldly interrupted me, making it clear that I was not allowed to relax the requirements because of him. The more he did, the stricter the requirements would be. In his view, the military needs combat effectiveness, not connections. He would be the first to object to anyone who dared to give him preferential treatment. After the call ended, a rare smile appeared on my father's face, a suppressed satisfaction and a long-lost sense of relief. My older brother sat to the side, and it was clear to me that he understood better than anyone what this change meant for my father. In his eyes, I was smart and talented since I was a child, but I had never found the right direction to move forward. Now that I've joined the army, it's like he's finally enlightened me. My father, however, did not quite agree with this view. In his opinion, people do not need to find motivation to live. When our ancestors went to the battlefield, they did not think about whether it was worth it. They only want one thing: not to be bullied, not to have their country trampled underfoot. They'd give their lives for anything else. He said that many people are spoiled by life and have forgotten how they got their good days. They only think about enjoying themselves, but don't want to put in the effort. My older brother, however, laughed and retorted that it was precisely because our ancestors fought so hard that we have today's peace, so that future generations will never have to experience war again. These words made my father silent for a while, and he finally nodded in agreement, saying that this was the result he had wanted to see most in his entire military career. But then he changed the subject and emphasized that he was different from others. Children from the Lin family were born with a gun in their bones. He said that we are born to take over the mantle from our parents, to protect this land. We can enjoy life, but we can't only think about enjoying life. He wanted me to know that everything I had since childhood was earned with blood, and that I couldn't take it for granted. Just as he calmed down, the kitchen door was suddenly pushed open, and my mother walked in with a cold face, instantly turning the atmosphere upside down with a single sentence. She directly questioned her father, asking why all three sons had to follow his path and why she couldn't have her own life. When my older brother saw things were going wrong, he immediately made an excuse to slip away, leaving my father alone to face the challenge head-on. My father tried to explain that joining the army was for my own good, to give me more experience so that I could have a more stable future. But my mother didn't buy into that at all. In her opinion, I could inherit her business, learn how to do business, and be just as successful. She even said that the business deals I've made in private have all been handled very well, and with proper training, my future might not be any worse than that of a soldier. She countered her father's question, does only wearing a military uniform count as contributing to society? Doesn't paying taxes, doing charity, and helping the poor count? The old man was speechless. He was good at fighting, but he was never a match for someone who could argue. In the end, he could only give in with a wry smile, promising not to be forceful anymore and to coax the person back to the bedroom first. As night deepened and the house fell silent, my father stood by the window, looking at the rows of straight poplar trees outside with a complex expression. He seemed to be expecting something, or perhaps he was competing with me, muttering to himself, I'll see how far I can go in the army. He turned and went into the study, closed the door, and took out a yellowed old photograph from the drawer. The photo shows a group of young men in old military uniforms, standing straight with sharp eyes. It was the proudest time of his life. He gently stroked the photo, a proud smile on his lips, and murmured something. Old friends, our third son has finally made something of himself. The training ground was bustling with noise. Standing in the ranks, I could clearly feel the restlessness in the air, as if something was about to happen. Suda's gaze swept back and forth across the faces of our class, a smile still playing on his lips. My heart tightened instantly. When this old guy smiles, it's never a good thing. Sure enough, he immediately said that there was less than a month left before he was assigned to his unit, and that the recruit training camp was just a warm-up, with the real start yet to come. As soon as he said that, I started to feel a chill run down my spine. He kept emphasizing that you have to work your ass off to get into a good company, while implying that the training would only get tougher. I rolled my eyes and was just thinking about how he was so annoyed. Our class already ranked first in the recruit training corps. Isn't that enough? Are they trying to push us to the top of the entire army? I cursed him inwardly for being greedy, and then subconsciously glanced at Wang Yong next to me. That stubborn mule was staring intently ahead with a stern face. Sure enough, as if he sensed my gaze, he suddenly turned his head and met my eyes. Sparks almost flew between us. I kept thinking to myself, this guy gets tortured by me from morning till night every day. How come he still doesn't understand anything? You can't beat me in running. You can't outmaneuver me in tactics. You're even a step slower at eating, yet you get more excited the more you lose. Every time I pull him out, he either yells or curses, venting his anger by banging his head against trees or walls, then turns around and starts rolling again like he's been injected with adrenaline. I seriously suspect he might have some masochistic tendencies. If this continues, I might be the one who goes crazy first. Just then, Suda changed the subject and announced that the remaining training intensity would be increased by another level, and that I would continue to be used as the benchmark for the whole class. Whoever can surpass me will get double the rest time. Whoever can't will get double the punishment. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class turned pale instantly. Wails erupted, and some people even started fortune-telling, feeling that their days were numbered. Chen Eru was almost in tears. He grabbed me and said he didn't want to live anymore. I could only offer him a perfunctory, comforting word. Practice hard. He actually believed it, but I silently added insult to injury in my heart. Try harder in your next life, so you won't be able to compete with me in this one. Wang Yong was about to explode. He was staring at me intently, as if he wanted to tear me apart on the spot. I was also furious. This was clearly Suda's doing, so why was all the blame pinned on me? Seeing the tense atmosphere between us, Suda grinned in a way that made him want to punch us, and then ordered a 6-kilometer run, with everyone turning around. As soon as the group moved, Wang Yong dashed off like a wild horse. I sighed and could only follow closely behind. He turned around and saw me. His face turned red, and he couldn't shake me off even with all his might. In less than half a lap, I easily overtook him, and didn't forget to turn around and tease him, saying that he was like a donkey, stubborn beyond redemption. These words completely enraged him. He lowered his head and charged forward like a mad bull, spitting everywhere. The system notification sounded in my head, and my running ability had improved again, so I increased my speed. Wang Yong was pushed to his limit again, and for the first time, despair appeared in his eyes. At that moment, I knew he was nearing his limit. On the flag-raising platform in the distance, The regimental commander stood observing. I had no idea that I was being used as a key case study. After the 6-kilometer race, I was unsurprisingly in first place, and everyone else was punished with 500 push-ups. Seeing a group of people lying on the ground groaning, I felt a mix of emotions. Wang Yong's arms were shaking uncontrollably. I sneered, thinking that he should behave now, and turned to go to the toilet. As soon as I came out, a figure suddenly rushed in front of me, almost startling me. Upon closer inspection, I saw Wang Yong covered in sweat. Just as I was about to tease him, he grabbed my arm. The next second, he knelt down, his voice trembling, and said that if he continued the competition, he would really lose his life. I was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. This kid finally couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 16. Everyone unites, collectively give up. Wang Yong, with snot and tears streaming down his face, held on to Lin Hui's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. Brother Hui, I already know how amazing you are. I'll never catch up to you in this lifetime. You're just incredibly awesome. Let's stop comparing. I'm completely convinced by you. Lin Hui was overjoyed. Happiness came so suddenly. He was already annoyed by this kid. He said with a smile, "Are you sure? We agreed last time that whoever admits defeat will. I am your grandson, and from now on you will be my grandfather, Grandpa Hui." Wang Yong said eagerly. Lin Hui's eye twitched. This form of address sounded so awkward. However, it was indeed unexpected that this kid would back down. He patted Wang Yong's arm. "You finally figured it out, kid. You're the only one in the whole class who's going against me. Do you know how much I've suffered and how much I've endured these past few days? I could have been living a comfortable life, but you idiot made it so that I'm fighting a war every day, and I haven't had a single good day." "Who isn't?" Wang Yong felt wronged. "I'm not going to say anything more. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have been so stubborn and kept arguing with you. I really can't keep up anymore. After doing 500 push-ups, I felt like I was going to die. I really can't take this kind of life for even a day longer. Actually, I just wanted to coast for a couple of years, then go home and get a better job assignment. I really didn't want to compete with you. It's just that you're always so arrogant. So dazzling." Lin Hui laughed and said, "All right, let's not talk about the past anymore. From now on, let's all get along well, and no one should take things too seriously. It's good that everyone is comfortable. Otherwise, if we fight like the snipe and the clam, that old bastard Su De will benefit." Wang Yong nodded, and the two returned to the playground one after the other. As dusk fell, another round of training has ended. Lin Hui sat down to rest, while everyone else accepted the punishment. Su De walked back and forth in front of everyone with his hands behind his back and a stern face. "We are all born of fathers and mothers. We all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. So why are you all so much worse than Lin Hui? Everyone practice hard. You can rest when you reach his level." Lin Hui smiled on the outside, but cursed inwardly. He had already heard from other classes that the class monitor wanted to get promoted through their connections. If this old guy had been nicer to everyone and put ourselves in their shoes, we might have cooperated a bit more. But Lin Hui wouldn't allow him to simply use Class 1 as a stepping stone for promotion. 9 o'clock in the evening. After finishing the extra training, I returned to my dormitory. Everyone collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent, too exhausted even to wash themselves. When will this ever end? Hurry up and go down to the company. It's too tough. I used to think other classes were miserable, but now I dream of going to another class, so I don't have to suffer like I do now every day. We're new recruits, but he's training us like veterans. No, even veterans don't suffer like us. Everyone glanced at Wang Yong, their eyes filled with resentment. Wang Yong glared at him and said, "Don't look at me like that. I've already apologized to Lin Hui today, and I'll never compete with him again." Real. Everyone's eyes lit up. These days, thanks to that bastard Wang Yong, they suffered terribly. What was originally just a training exercise to muddle through has become like a battlefield, with fighting every day. Ma Xiaoshan got out of bed. "My goodness, you've finally come to your senses. Heavens above, earth below, we'll never have to suffer again." Shun Eru also complained. "You have no idea. It's not just that you're chasing after Brother Hui. It's made us suffer, especially me. Look at my face. It's almost lost all its flesh." Wang Yong smiled awkwardly. It's okay. I still have 2 packs of instant noodles and 3 sausages in my cabinet. I'll get them for you to eat well later." He glanced at Lin Hui and winked. "Lin Hui, what do you think we should say next? You have a lot of ideas." Lin Hui craned his neck to look down into the corridor. After confirming that the squad leader hadn't arrived, he beckoned everyone to gather around. "Do you know why the squad leader is so ruthless towards us? Like we're his enemies?" Everyone shook their heads. "We don't know." Lin Hui whispered, "Because he wants us to get first place in the entire regiment in the assessment. That way, He can get a third-class merit award from above and be promoted smoothly. Wang Yong slammed his fist on the bed. Bastard, no wonder you treat us like dirt, training us to death, and instigating us to fight every day. So it's for your own good. Otherwise what? Lin Hui curled his lips. No one gets up early for nothing. If it weren't for the promotion, why would he be so ruthless to the new recruits? Our current training intensity has far exceeded the normal standard for new recruit training and even exceeds that of veterans. Veterans run 5 kilometers, while we run 6 kilometers. Others angrily cursed. This guy is too cunning. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes. I thought he was a good person. Our squad has had the toughest time in the recruit training camp, and it will only get tougher from here on out, all for the sake of his reward. Lin Hui, what do we do now? I don't want to be tortured into insanity. Lin Hui stroked his chin and said with a smile, it's simple. Starting tomorrow, we'll continue as usual, as long as we stop comparing ourselves to each other. Whether it's running, crawling tactics, or any other training, we should all follow Yu Chao's example. Yu Chao pointed to herself, almost thinking she had misheard. He was second to last in his class, only slightly better than Chen Eru. Lin Hui said with a smile, if we all follow your example, our lives will be much easier. Ma Xiaoshan was the first to react. Yes, Lin Hui is right. Let's follow comrade Yu Chao's example. That way, everyone can relax. Yu Chao, don't overdo it. Just stay as you are, it's fine. Yu Chao scratched his head. I just want to, but my abilities don't allow it. Lin Hui smiled and said, as long as we're of one mind and maintain the same level, even if our grades slip, the class monitor can't do anything about it. There's strength in numbers. If he dares to physically punish someone without cause, well, then we'll jointly report this to the company commander. Ma Xiaoshan asked, will the company commander favor him? I heard that the squad leader was trained by the company commander. Lin Hui thought for a moment and said, although Yu Chao is lagging behind in our class, he is still much better than the average new recruit. Using this as a benchmark, our class can at least be in the middle, not too bad. Even if the company commander wanted to show favoritism, he couldn't find an opportunity. Everyone nodded, but Chen Eru looked distressed and asked, brother, what should I do? Others immediately discovered new problems as well. What should Chen Eru do? His level was the worst in the whole class. If everyone stays at the same level and Chen Eru is left out, he will definitely be punished to death by the enraged Suda. Big brother, please save me. I don't want to get a beating on my backside by the class monitor. As he spoke, Chen Eru started crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. Lin Hui was also speechless. When he first arrived, he wasn't familiar with Chen Eru. Whatever happens, it's none of my business. But through this time together, they ate from the same pot and slept in the same dormitory and had long since developed a deep friendship. And this kid, although he's a bit silly, has a sweet tongue, always calling everyone big brother. She even helped me wash the dishes and socks, acting like a little follower. Lin Hui himself couldn't bear to leave him alone. His eyes lit up, and he immediately had an idea. Eru, don't worry, I have a way. What method? Chen Eru was filled with excitement. Lin Hui smiled and said, in the army, soldiers with strong military skills will receive preferential treatment, but sensible soldiers will also receive good treatment. As long as you maintain good relationships, your squad leader will definitely not cause you any trouble. Why don't I understand? Chen Eru was completely bewildered. Lin Hui beckoned with his finger and whispered a few words in his ear. Chen Eru jumped up with joy. I'm fine with it. I'm best at working. Thank you. Brother, you're truly my living Buddha. Lin Hui looked at the others. We have the general direction. Starting tomorrow, let's work together to live a down-to-earth life. The most important thing about being a soldier is to be happy and comfortable. Clear. Everyone nodded and smiled. They all wanted to live a peaceful and stable life for 2 years. It will be easier to get a job after I go back, or to find a wife. If you can be comfortable, you naturally don't want to suffer. Lin Hui looked at Class 1, who had finally united as one, and his eyes were filled with hope. Now I can finally relax and enjoy life. The outside world, wait for me to come back. Chapter 17. I asked you to wash the socks, but you washed all the clothes instead? The next morning, Class 1 is running on the playground. People in the group would occasionally wink and grin. Ma Xiaoshan said happily, running at this speed is so comfortable, not tiring at all. I must have been out of my mind before. Why did I work so hard? Wang Yong said regretfully. Sigh. I was so stupid before, causing everyone to suffer. It's good that you know. Everyone rolled their eyes. However, it's not bad that he was able to come to his senses. At least, no one will have to suffer anymore. Hurry up. What are you all doing huddled together, laying eggs? Who told you to run side by side? Hurry up. In the distance, Suda's furious voice could be heard. But everyone acted as if they hadn't heard and continued to do as they pleased. Suda was so angry he wanted to rush over and kick each of them twice. This is the first time such a situation has occurred during training so far. Although the speed is not slow, it is far from what we used to train. Suda frowned. What kind of tricks are these kids playing? Soon, everyone finished their run and returned to the finish line. Suda strode over and asked angrily, "What are you doing? Running or taking a walk?" He pointed at Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, what's wrong with you today? Why are you running slower than a snail? Did you skip breakfast?" Lin Hui clutched his stomach, feigning weakness. "The training these past few days has been too strenuous, exceeding my body's limits. You wouldn't believe it, my ribs hurt as soon as I move, so I can only run this fast." Suda was speechless with anger, then pointed at Wang Yong and asked, "What about you? You're not also physically exhausted, and your ribs hurt when you run, are you?" Wang Yong chuckled and said, "Squad leader, didn't you tell me to take him as my role model? I have to run as fast as he runs and keep up with his pace." Suda nearly spat out blood. "What kind of comprehension is this? I told you to take him as a role model, to learn his good points, and to strive to surpass him as soon as possible. You weren't told to learn the good things, so you're going to learn the bad things too." Wang Yongyi said righteously, "That won't do. If we take him as a role model, we have to learn from him in all aspects. Otherwise, even if we surpass him, we will still be caught up." Seeing the crowd trying to suppress their laughter, Suda's eyes blazed with fury. He finally realized that these people were in cahoots and doing this on purpose. This is an open attempt to oppose oneself and go against the grain. Even knowing this, Suda couldn't come up with a solution for the time being. Even if Class 1 deliberately messed up, their overall speed was still much faster than other classes, so there was no reason to punish them. Suda was immediately furious. But if we let them continue like this, what will happen when the new recruits are assessed? His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on the guilty-looking Chen Eru. Chen Eru was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he kept muttering to himself, "Don't punish me. Don't punish me. Please don't punish me." "Chen Eru, arrive," Suda said angrily. "Why are you always the last one to arrive? Are your legs just for show? They run so slowly. How can you not catch up with them? Ready for 300 push-ups?" "Yes." With a bitter face, Chen Eru lay on the ground and began to do push-ups. Suda pointed at the others and shouted angrily, "Everyone else, go run another 5 kilometers." Everyone immediately turned around with smiles and ran towards the playground. At their current speed, running is not tiring at all. Let alone a 5-kilometer stretch, even several more, it would be absolutely no problem. "Lin Hui, you're really something." The squad leader knows we're slacking off, but he can't do anything about it. Several new recruits said cheerfully. Lin Hui smiled slightly. The devil is always one step ahead of the saint. They think they can get a third-class merit by exploiting us. No way. We are now the liberated serfs singing songs of triumph. Everyone else nodded in agreement, and even Wang Yong thought that what Lin Hui said made perfect sense. Damn it. If only I had figured it out sooner, I would have suffered less. Why bother competing with him for first place? They're so obsessed with saving face that they're suffering for it. Suda watched from afar, his lungs pounding with rage. These little bastards are trying to rebel. No way. I have to find a way to force them forward and squeeze out all their potential. The day's training ended quickly. Under Lin Hui's leadership, whether it's physical training, tactics, or grenade throwing, they will never put in an extra ounce of effort if they can slack off. Suda was so angry he almost vomited blood. It was evening. After finishing his dinner, Suda quickly left the cafeteria. These kids are impervious to both soft and hard approaches. He's completely at a loss. We can only hope that the instructor can come up with a good solution to the situation. Meanwhile, Class 1 returned to their dormitory after finishing their meal. As soon as he entered the house, Chen Eru rushed to Suda's locker. As soon as the cabinet was opened, a sour and foul smell hit my nose. He pinched his nose and turned around with disgust. "Brother, do we really have to do this?" Lin Hui said slightly. "You definitely have to do it. You're holding everyone back in every way right now. If you don't want to be punished, you can only start from this area. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. You have to let the class monitor see your attitude." Wang Yong nodded. "Brother Hui is right. Don't complain. It's just washing socks and underwear. What's the big deal? If you wash well and make sure it's clean, would Suda still have the nerve to punish you?" Chen Eru nodded emphatically. "Okay, I'll listen to you." He grabbed the smelly socks and dirty clothes from the closet and immediately ran out. As soon as the person left, everyone looked at Lin Hui with questions on their faces. Lin Hui shrugged. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm seriously giving him advice. This tactic is called besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. The others didn't say much either. Among the students in the class, Chen Eru and Lin Hui had the best relationship. It's a bunk bed again. Lin Hui is someone no one would dare to cheat. In the office, Wang Hai sighed. Suda, you're a veteran, and your experience in leading troops is indeed excellent. But this time you used the wrong method. Did you use the wrong method? Suda wondered. Wang Hai nodded. Tell me, how did you lead the troops from the first month of basic training? Maintain high pressure, getting tougher each month. Even when riding a horse, you have to let it catch its breath and feed it some hay. If you maintain such high pressure while leading your troops, even the best soldiers will start to complain, and even the best squad will be ruined. Suda looked on in astonishment. I had no idea that this was the case. But on second thought, what the instructor said also made sense. Ever since he became the squad leader, he seems to be constantly whipping himself, eager for quick success. No wonder it has aroused dissatisfaction and resistance. Suda panicked. Instructor, what should I do now? Wang Hai thought for a moment and said, what you should be doing right now is not thinking about how to train and improve your performance, but finding an opportunity to ease tensions with them. People are all made of flesh and blood. Just 2 months ago, they were still spoiled children at home. If you can be understanding of them, I believe they will understand you too. Suda nodded. What you said makes sense. I'll try it as you suggest. They're doing this simply because they want a rest, so I'll give them a rest. As long as they can perform to their full potential during the assessment and get a ranking, that's fine. On the way back, Suda hesitated. Throughout his many years of leading troops, he has always been strict with himself and others. Whether training new recruits or veterans, everyone is treated equally. I've never tried negotiating with my soldiers before. Suda believed that soldiers should obey orders unconditionally. Let alone this level of training. Even if it were 10 times stronger, we would still have to endure it, obey orders, and follow commands. Suda sighed inwardly. Times have changed, and people are different now. In order to successfully obtain the third-class merit and be promoted to officer and stay in the team, it seems that I have no choice but to give in. But as soon as he returned to his dormitory, he was suddenly startled by what he saw. 7 or 8 pairs of underwear and socks hung around his bed like flags. 3 pairs of shoes, also washed clean, were leaning against the corner of the wall. Squad leader, look how well I washed it, isn't it clean? Outside the window, Chen Eru opened the window crack and asked with a grin. Suda's lips twitched violently twice, and he cursed loudly. Who the hell told you to wash all my clothes? What am I supposed to wear for the next few days? Chapter 18 Suda admits defeat. Suda's eyes widened. Chen Eru felt a chill run down his spine and looked to Lin Hui for help. Squad leader, don't be angry, Eru meant well. Lin Hui, quick-witted and agile, rushed over to defuse the situation. He knows he's not capable enough, so he just wants to do more for you. Chen Eru immediately nodded. Yes, class monitor, you work so hard all the time. I just wanted to do something to help you out. He quickly recited everything Lin Hui had taught him. Suda was furious. You're trying to help me out? You washed all my clothes. What am I supposed to wear tomorrow and the day after? Barefoot. I've been wearing these shoes for 7 days straight. If you're going to wash them, wait until I take them off. Why are you washing 2 clean pairs of shoes for me? Chen Eru scratched his head. What? I saw that the shoes were covered in dust, so I thought they were dirty and just washed them together. Lin Hui rolled his eyes, speechless. That's a real pig brain. I asked you to wash the dirty clothes, but you washed the clean ones too. If it weren't for Eru being such an honest and obedient kid, like a little follower, he wouldn't have bothered with him. Lin Hui tried to smooth things over. Squad leader, Eru meant well, but messed things up. You know this kid isn't very bright, so don't take it to heart. Wang Yong added. Yes, squad leader, Eru just wanted to help you out because he saw you were working so hard. Please don't blame him. Suda was about to lose his temper when he suddenly remembered what the instructor had just said. We need to ease tensions with everyone and absolutely avoid things getting too tense. These kids are clearly trying to curry favor with me. Punishing them might backfire. Little did he know that Lin Hui and his gang had already decided to give up on him. Suda thought to himself, anyway, the recruit training is almost over, so I won't bother with these kids. As long as they don't mess up during the assessment, it'll be fine. He sighed and forced a smile. All right, I misunderstood you. It's kind of you to have this thought in mind. Chen Eru instantly became excited. Squad leader, then I'll wash all your clothes tomorrow. I see you still have quite a few in your closet. Suda was startled. Those are all clean. You're not allowed to wash them. Lin Hui gave an awkward, wry smile. Eru is hopeless. Everyone, come and gather here for a class meeting. Suda shouted, and everyone rushed over with their stools. After sitting down, everyone felt uneasy. Suda hasn't settled accounts with them for what happened during the day. Based on their past behavior, I'll definitely give them a good dressing down later. A minute passed, but Suda still didn't speak. The group exchanged bewildered glances, all feeling that this was the calm before the storm, which only made them more nervous. But they didn't know that Suda was also going through a fierce internal struggle. The instructor made it sound so easy. He had been a soldier for so many years and had never yielded to or bowed his head to his subordinates. His principle in leading troops is strictness and ruthlessness. Even some of the soldiers he once led, who have now become squad leaders or platoon leaders, still feel intimidated when they see him. Therefore, Suda really couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only silently pray. A moment of patience brings peace. A step back opens up a vast sky. This is the last chance. I'll give it my all for promotion and staying in the team. Suda forced a stiff smile. Today's class meeting has no theme. We're just chatting casually, so don't be nervous. A while ago, our training volume was indeed a little bit greater than that of other classes. Everyone looked annoyed. Is it just a little bit bigger than you think? It's definitely several times bigger. Suda continued. I know you've suffered a lot during this time, and you must be complaining about me behind my back, but I'm doing this for your own good. Coming to the army means enduring hardship. If you don't want to endure hardship, why be a soldier? You might as well go home. He took a deep breath. However, long-term high-intensity training is indeed unbearable, so from now on, let's each take a step back. Don't be resistant. Continue with normal training. I will reduce the training volume to help you recover. As long as you can maintain your normal level and don't let me down during the new recruit assessment, I can make things a little easier for you during this period. Everyone smiled and looked at Lin Hui. Lin Hui was right after all. As long as they are united, they will surely win. Everyone doesn't necessarily have to be a couch potato and lie down. As long as the training volume can be reduced a little and we don't push ourselves so hard, it's fine. Suda took in the expressions of the group and felt indignant. These brats, they really were all in cahoots, and Lin Hui was the leader. He looked at Lin Hui. I've given you my stance, so why don't you give us yours too, okay? Since our squad leader is so considerate of us, we naturally have to do our best. We definitely won't mess up the new recruit assessment. Lin Hui replied with a smile. As long as he passes the assessment, he's not really lying to Suda. The others chimed in. Yes. We still have to bring glory to our class. Suda smiled and said, all right, that's enough for the class meeting. Go wash up first. There won't be any extra training tonight. Everyone, get some rest and recharge. Long live the squad leader. The group shouted a few times, grabbed their basins and toiletries, and happily ran out. Suda gritted his teeth and stood up, feeling indignant. These little brats are asking for it, daring to threaten me. I hope none of them are assigned to the 6th Company, or I'll kill them. A little white poplar, standing on a high hill, la la la. A group of people stood arm in arm by the pool, singing happily and wiggling their hips. With a toothbrush in his mouth, Wang Yong said excitedly, we owe this all to Brother Hui. If it weren't for his idea, that old bastard Suda would never have bowed down to us. From now on, we won't have to live a hard life anymore. Everyone rolled their eyes. It was all your fault before. But this kid changes quickly. He used to be a villain, always going against Lin Hui. Now he's become a complete sycophant, constantly calling him Brother Hui this and Brother Hui that. Wang Yong proudly held his head high, completely unconcerned about what others thought. Only those who are truly comfortable with this kind of life know how good it is. Anyway, he never wanted to compare himself to Lin Hui again. It was simply inhuman. Lin Hui reminded everyone, don't let your guard down. The squad leader has reduced our workload, but we still can't slack off in training, or he definitely won't let us off the hook. Everyone nodded. They knew Suda's temperament very well. Today is just a formality, with everyone taking a step back. But if we back down too much and push that old guy too far, he'll definitely bite. Lin Hui continued. During this period, you all stay aligned with me. When it comes to the recruit assessment, you absolutely cannot falter. Your final score will directly determine which company you will be assigned to. Everyone has their own reasons for joining the military. He absolutely cannot let his own actions drag others down. Besides, everyone got along very well during the 3 months in basic training, and he couldn't hold others back from progressing. Suddenly someone spoke up. Brother Hui, what kind of company do you want to join? How about we go to the 6th Company together? I heard it's a paradise for elite soldiers. Lin Hui shook his head. You can go by yourself, I don't want to go. Why? It's true that being a vanguard is a paradise, but it's also a hell. Lin Hui said seriously. Do you know how tough the training is there? It's 10 times tougher than what we're doing now. Getting skin and flesh scraped off is a common occurrence. If you are not fully prepared mentally, it is best to give up the idea. Is it that scary? Everyone was startled, even Wang Yong's expression changed. Lin Hui nodded. Of course. As the squad leader just said,
Coming to the army means enduring hardship. If you want to be a top performer, you have to put in more effort. He sighed. Although staying in the army is good, I still prefer being outside. I just want to live a peaceful life for 2 years, and I don't want to be a top performer. However, you'd better act according to your own circumstances and not follow my example. I'm not a good role model in this regard. Besides, I don't want to ruin your bright future. Wang Yong chuckled and said, Brother Hui, we're on the same page. I joined the army so that I can find a job when I go back. My family used their connections, and once I'm discharged from the army, I'll be able to go straight to an electronics factory. The salary is 1,500 yuan a month, with weekends off and subsidies. Shin Eru was somewhat disappointed. Actually, I really wanted to go to the 6th company. Idiot, you think you can go to the 6th company? Wang Yong slapped him on the head. Shin Eru said aggrievedly, What? Can't I even have a dream? But, I know I'm not smart enough to be a soldier. So, wherever you go, Brother Hui, I'll go too. We can retire together then. The others looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Some people join the military to make it easier to find a job after their service. Some people do it to find a wife. Some people also want to make a name for themselves in the military. As for Lin Hui, he simply wanted to spend the rest of his time more comfortably and without suffering, in order to fulfill the 2-year agreement he had made with his father. But during the 2 months after entering the camp, everyone ate and slept together, and their relationship became as close as that of a family. The thought that in just half a month, everyone would have to go their separate ways is very daunting. Everyone felt a pang of reluctance. No. Lin Hui shook his head. He absolutely could not be swayed by such thoughts. The outside world is dazzling and tempting. How can a group of grown men compare to luxury cars, beautiful women, sports cars, and yachts? He smiled and said, Your future is in your own hands. But these days, we still need to train properly. At least don't piss Suda off. This old guy's attitude was really good today, so we can't push our luck too much. Everyone nodded. You're right. We'll listen to you. Chapter 19 Report. I want to raise pigs. The following days were spent training. Everyone followed Lin Hui's instructions very seriously. However, this level is still far from what they had at their peak. It's not that they don't want to recapture that feeling, but rather that they simply can't go back. At that time, Wang Yong chased after Lin Hui like a mad dog, leading the whole class to run forward. Now that Wang Yong has become a sycophant, everyone has naturally lost that motivation and drive, and their performance is definitely not as good as before. Suda stood by the playground, jumping up and down in anger. Oh shit. Why can't things go back to the way they were before? Compared to a few days ago, the difference is not just a tiny bit. If it weren't for the fear of escalating the conflict and destroying the hard-won easing of tensions, he really wanted to go up and grab the belt, chase after everyone and whip them, and run away from them. Bear with it, bear with it. Suda closed his eyes. They promised they definitely won't let us down during the assessment. Trust them, and don't rebel at this crucial moment. The 3-month basic training period is almost over. After morning exercises, Suda gathered everyone together. The new recruit assessment is coming up soon. This is the time to test your 3 months of results, so you must perform well. We'll see what they're made of this time, and they absolutely can't let us down. Lin Hui said with a grin. Don't worry, squad leader, we all know what we're doing. Squad leader, we will definitely do our best. The others smiled and nodded in agreement. 2 weeks ago, everyone had already made mental plans. Except for a very few who want to strive for the elite units and join outstanding companies. Most of the others were prepared to go with the flow. They've only been in camp for 3 months, and their ideological awareness isn't fully developed yet, so it's only natural that they want to slack off. But Suda was unaware of this situation. I thought they were all little wolves, ready to let off the leash and charge forward howling. He nodded in satisfaction. These kids may seem carefree and irresponsible at times, but they're quite capable when it matters. As long as they perform well in the assessment and don't let us down, they're guaranteed a 3rd-class merit. His gaze fell on Lin Hui. This kid was so outstanding in every way, he would definitely go to the 6th company. When the time comes, I'll make sure you get what's coming to you and be able to blackmail me. Everyone assemble. A sharp whistle sounded in the distance. Immediately afterwards, everyone on the playground began to assemble and line up. Without hesitation, Suda immediately shouted, Quickly assemble with the main force. Move fast. The squad quickly lined up and headed towards the company. Wang Yong asked Lin Hui, Brother Hui, the assessment is over. Which company are you going to? Let's go together. Why are you following me? Lin Hui asked in surprise. Do I smell good? Wang Yong chuckled. You know a lot. Following you, I won't suffer any losses anywhere. Chun Eru nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. If I follow you, I'll eat 3 meals a day. I'll follow you too. If I follow you, I won't be bullied. Lin Hui laughed and said, the division into companies is based on the assessment results, not on where you want to go. Besides, I don't have the ability to put you all together with me. He just wanted to be assigned to any company and get by. If I let these two burdens follow me, wouldn't that cause delays? Chun Eru opened his mouth wide in disappointment. Big brother, what if I go to another company and never see you again? I've gotten used to sleeping on the bunk above you. I can't sleep soundly without you. Wang Yong was also somewhat frustrated. Brother Hui, you know so much. If we're separated, I'll definitely get criticized a lot in the future. Do you have any good ideas on how we can be assigned to the same place? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a military leader, someone you can just assign a piece of land to whomever you want? Seeing their dejected looks, he felt a warmth in his heart for some reason. All right, don't be discouraged. The three of us are destined to be together. Maybe we'll even be in the same unit after we're assigned to different units. Even if we're not together, we're still good comrades who fought side by side. We can visit each other when we have time, since we're all in room 602. Hearing this, the two felt much better. After 3 months of getting to know each other, they had unknowingly come to regard Lin Hui as a good older brother. Lin Hui didn't realize that he also took good care of his 2 younger brothers. On the reviewing stand, Division Commander Lu Qingsong looked towards the parade ground. Each class, platoon, and company assembled into a square formation and quickly converged on the center of the playground. He smiled and said, swift and decisive, not bad. You're already showing signs of having troops. Regiment Commander Zhou Zhongyi was overjoyed, but on the surface he remained modest and said, these new recruits learn quickly and are willing to endure hardship. They have indeed made great progress in these 3 months. Lu Qingsong pointed to a team. Is this the first company? That's right, Commander. They assembled quickly, and their posture was the most standard. They all looked like they had mop handles stuck in their backs. I would believe it if you told me they were a veteran team. Zhou Zhongyi was overjoyed. Zhang Jiantao really made himself proud. We should give him a good commendation later. He's a great leader. But Zhou Zhongyi didn't know that Lu Qingsong was actually after Lin Hui. During this period of time, he had been quietly sending people to inquire about Lin Hui's whereabouts in the army. If Lin Hui performs well, he must report to Lin Hui's father immediately. He couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with his old boss. All new recruits have assembled. Each company commander stepped forward in turn and shouted. Company 1, 125 people should be present. 125 people are present. Please give instructions. Second company, 118 men were expected. 118 men are present. Please give instructions. 3 in a row. At ease. Zhou Zhongyi gave the order. Each company commander immediately turned around. At ease. Swish. The new recruits all stood at ease. Zhou Zhongyi turned to look at Lu Qingsong, requesting further instructions. Lu Qingsong smiled slightly and walked to the front of the stands. Attention! Everyone buckled their feet, the sound crisp and synchronized. Lu Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. Don't be nervous, everyone. I am the division commander of your 602. My name is Lu Qingsong, Lu with 2 mouths, and Qingsong as in green pine and cypress. Soon, you will finish your basic training and officially become a member of my 602 unit. 602 is an old unit with a glorious history. We have experienced countless battles in the past, and many of our predecessors lost their lives in the battles. It was with their blood that they left a strong mark on our division. Our spirit has been passed down from generation to generation amidst the smoke and fire of war. He solemnly said, now, this banner and spirit are about to be passed on to you. Do you have the confidence to carry the banner of 602? Have. The new recruits roared in unison. The sound could shatter stones and pierce gold. After 3 months of training, they have already taken on the basic form of soldiers. I also came to understand the honor and sense of mission of soldiers. So at this moment, everyone shouted very loudly, and even Lin Hui was involuntarily infected by the atmosphere and deeply moved. Lu Qingsong smiled and nodded. After the assessment, we'll be assigned to companies. Come and tell me what kind of company you want to go to. He pointed to a soldier in the front row. You speak. The soldier shouted. I want to join the 5th Armored Company of the S Regiment. I've loved tanks since I was a kid, and my dream in the army is to drive a tank. Very good, I think you can do it. What about you? Lu Qingsong pointed to another one. The soldier excitedly replied, I want to go to the Tiger Regiment. I've heard that the 6th Company of the Tiger Regiment is the elite of the entire regiment, a paradise for all the top soldiers. I want to go there. Not bad, that's ambitious. Lu Qingsong laughed heartily. However, the 6th Sharp Knife Company is the best reconnaissance unit in the 602nd Division. If you want to go there, you have to show your strength. He looked towards the first squad's position and found Lin Hui in the crowd. Hey soldier, what kind of unit do you want to join? Lu Qingsong hoped that Lin Hui would personally say that he wanted to go to the 6th company. This way, transferring people over would be perfectly legitimate and would serve as an explanation to the old leader. Report, I want to raise pigs. Lin Hui has a loud and clear voice. But as soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell completely silent. Lu Qingsong's smile vanished instantly, as if he had swallowed a fly. What did you just say you wanted to do? He asked again, unsure. Lin Hui shouted loudly. Reporting to the commander, I want to go to the logistics department to raise pigs. Report, we also want to raise pigs. Wang Yong nudged Chen Eru, and the two of them shouted together. Suda felt a sweet taste in his throat, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 20 Suda coughs up blood. Is this guy trying to kill me? Suda glared at the three of them, his face turning as red as if it were about to bleed. Bear soldier. Go to the logistics department to raise pigs? Why don't you guys go slaughter pigs? You're a disgrace to me. Company Commander Zhang Jintao's face was also extremely grim. In all his years of leading troops, he had never heard of anyone voluntarily requesting to work in logistics and raise pigs. Moreover, there were 3 of these soldiers at once, and they were all in the 1st company. This is so incredibly embarrassing. Lu Qingsong looked embarrassed. If it were anyone else, he would have lost his temper long ago. But Lin Hui is different. He is the son of the old commander. Lu Qingsong could only suppress his anger and ask, I'm very curious. Everyone else wants to go to a good company to develop. Why would you want to go to the logistics department to raise pigs? Lin Hui straightened his chest and said, Report. A revolutionary soldier is like a brick. He can be moved wherever he is needed. In my heart, there has never been a distinction between high and low, noble and lowly in the army. Everyone is vying to go to the good companies. Everyone wants to show themselves off. So who will feed the pigs in the logistics department? Who will take care of the chickens? And what about the geese? Therefore, I decided to sacrifice myself, give the opportunity to others, and stay in the logistics department to raise big, fat pigs for our hard-working soldiers. The audience burst into laughter, and a few people even laughed so hard they passed out. Who is this guy? He's hilarious. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. You don't recognize him? He's Lin Hui, who was first in the recruit training camp the first 2 times. Wow, the first person to volunteer to raise pigs. That's just too noble. Listening to the discussion, Lu Qingsong's lips twitched violently in the stands. This was also his first time meeting the old chief's son, and he never expected him to have such a unique way of thinking. But he just couldn't find a reason to refute it. He smiled awkwardly. Good, well said. A true revolutionary soldier is like a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed. This young comrade is right. There is no distinction between high and low in the military. Whether it's logistics or the spearhead, both are equally important to the military. If there were no pork, wouldn't our soldiers go hungry? Ha! The new recruits burst into laughter. Even Lin Hui admired the leader's wisdom. He managed to smooth things over in just a few words. He was a master. Zhou Zhongyi glared fiercely at Zhang Jiantao. The praise I just received has been ruined before I could even enjoy it. Zhang Jiantao felt incredibly frustrated and angrily pointed at Suda. Look at the soldiers you've led. Suda felt like dying. He wished he could sew Lin Hui's mouth shut. And what are you 2 idiots, Wang Yong and Chen Eru, doing joining in this commotion? Lu Qingsong waved his hand and said, Actually, all of your ideas are good. The army is a huge machine, and every gear, big or small, is very important. No matter what position you are assigned to, you are contributing your share to the country and the military. All right, without further ado, let's begin the test. Zhou Zhongyi stepped forward. Attention all companies, the new recruit training assessment is now beginning. Everyone will be led to the designated assessment location by their respective company commanders. Yes, the company commanders issued orders, and the troops quickly dispersed. Led by Zhang Jiantao, they arrived at the east side of the training ground and began the assessment. Zhang Jiantao stared at Lin Hui and the other 2, and said angrily, Whether you want to raise pigs or farm after you leave the company is none of my business. But you are absolutely not allowed to mess up during the assessment period. This is the test of your 3 months of hard work, and a time to prove your worth. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone roared. Zhang Jiantao, spread out and prepare for the 5-kilometer test. The crowd immediately dispersed and came to the track to get ready. Suda walked up to Lin Hui, furious. What were you 3 doing just now? Thinking of raising pigs? How could you even come up with that idea? Do you think you're funny and humorous? I'm telling you, only the worst soldiers are sent to raise pigs. True warriors should go to places of excellence. Lin Hui laughed and said, Squad leader, that's not what the division commander said just now. Aren't you going against him? Suda was speechless for a moment. Damn it. He's lecturing me now, he said angrily. Don't try to joke around with me like that. I don't care what you guys are thinking, you're not allowed to mess up the test later, or I won't let you off the hook. Clear. The three of them nodded quickly. But in private, they exchanged a glance and chuckled mischievously. They weren't planning to falter. They just wanted to perform at their usual level. Zhang Jiantao blew the whistle, and everyone ran out with all their might. Because it was the most crucial assessment, all the class leaders stood on the playground to cheer them on. Run faster. Step up, charge. Run faster. Keep the distance between you, keep it up. While the other squad leaders were cheering for their teams, Suda's brows were furrowed into a tight knot. Contrary to his expectations, Class 1 did not rush to the front. It's merely in a middling position, neither high nor low. Old Su, what's going on? The third squad leader asked curiously as he approached. The sixth squad leader was also puzzled. First squad leader, your class is not usually like this. Did you eat something bad yesterday and get an upset stomach? Suda's face turned bright red. In previous assessments, he was extremely successful. Now, having been suddenly proven wrong, he was furious. Run? What the hell are you doing? Let's huddle together for warmth and get past them. Suda shouted until his voice was hoarse. The students in Class 1 were startled when they heard their class monitor's voice. All eyes involuntarily turned to Lin Hui. After all, he was the backbone of the group. Although it was the final assessment, Class 1 had always been a cohesive unit. So everyone got into the habit of following behind Lin Hui. Run, run. Lin Hui glanced at Suda, who was yelling anxiously by the edge of the playground. Although this guy encouraged himself to compete with Wang Yong, hoping to use their achievements to stay on the team. However, during this time he also found out that Suda came from the countryside and had a low level of education, so it was understandable that he would do such a thing. But I just want to be a lazy bum and don't care about getting any good rankings at all. In the military, the more outstanding you are, the more hardship and suffering you have to endure. Lin Hui had suffered a lot in his previous life, and he didn't want to suffer here. He turned to the others and said, All right, you guys hurry up and run, stop following me. Everyone stared at him blankly. Don't we usually hang out together? Lin Hui waved his hand. Normally is normal, that's to avoid being scolded by the squad leader. My purpose is different from yours. I just want to go to an ordinary company, work for 2 years, and then go back to enjoy life. Don't follow me blindly. Hurry up, those of you who are capable, don't hide your abilities, run away. The others looked at each other and asked, Shall we not stand on ceremony? After saying that, Ma Xiaoshan rushed out quickly. The others followed suit, speeding up and overtaking. Their purpose in joining the army was indeed different from Lin Hui's. They could slack off normally, but since it was an assessment, they had to give full play to their abilities. They don't want to feed pigs. If they can be assigned to a better company, they will naturally have better prospects. Lin Hui looked at Wang Yong and Shen Eru, the only 2 people left behind, with surprise. Why aren't you 2 running away? Wang Yong chuckled. I don't have any particular reason, I just don't like that kid Suda. He's been training me like a dog lately. I just want to teach him a lesson. Lin Hui was speechless, but after spending some time with him, he knew this guy was a spineless coward who wouldn't listen to reason. Suda's approach to him was a mistake. No amount of persuasion worked. This kid is just stubborn. Lin Hui looked at Eru. What about you? Why aren't you running? Shun Eru grinned, revealing 2 rows of big teeth. Brother Hui, I'm your man. Wherever you go, I'll go. Don't kick me out. Lin Hui was speechless. Was this kid trying to cling to him? Forget it, I'll just run. Lin Hui ran forward at a steady pace, secretly chuckling to himself. Dad, you're forcing me to join the army? No problem, I'll grant your wish. But if you want me to suffer here, you've got the wrong idea. I'm wearing this uniform. I can do whatever I want with it. What can you do about it? Hee hee, after 2 years, I'll still go back and live a carefree life. Seeing many people in the team speeding out, Suda was so excited, he almost jumped up. These guys are holding back their energy from the beginning, just waiting to unleash their power later. But when he saw Lin Hui, Wang Yong, and Chun Eru still running in the middle of the pack, he instantly flew into a rage. Forget about Chun Eru. Lin Hui and Wang Yong are among the top recruits in terms of strength. What are these 2 up to, not making a sound yet? Do they really want to go and raise pigs in the logistics department? Suda clenched his fists, so angry he wanted to curse. From the stands, Lu Qingsong watched from afar, his brows furrowed. Zhou Zhongyi, didn't you say that those 2 soldiers in the first company were among the best in the recruit regiment and had broken multiple records? Is this the promising soldier you told me about? Are you kidding me? Zhou Zhongyi's face was grim. Commander, These two soldiers did perform exceptionally well in the previous assessments. I don't know what's wrong with them today. Maybe they're not feeling well. Lu Qingsong looked angry, but didn't say much. Soon, the 5-kilometer run was over. Lin Hui and Wang Yong barely passed, while Chen Eru almost failed. Fortunately, the two of them pulled him back at the crucial moment. What exactly are you doing? Suda rushed up to the two men and angrily questioned them. Lin Hui's eyes darted around, and he said with a grin, "Squad leader, I guess I trained too hard recently and my stamina is completely depleted. I haven't recovered yet. But don't worry, I'll definitely pass." Wang Yong chimed in, "Squad leader, you know me. I'm not very talented. I trained too hard with Lin Hui a while ago, and now my whole body aches. I can't go fast even if I want to. But don't worry, I passed too." Suda's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. Pass. With results like these, you fucking have the nerve to even say anything? Before Suda could finish speaking, a loud shout came from afar. "Get ready for the next round of assessment." He gritted his teeth and angrily said to the two of them, "It's the second round. You two better pay attention and don't let us down again." "We will definitely do our best." Lin Hui and Wang Yong nodded with mischievous smiles. One of them was thinking of enduring 2 years and then going out to experience the glamorous world. One of them was thinking of working in an electronics factory after being discharged from the army, and also taking revenge on Suda. As for Chen Eru, his thinking was even simpler. They clung tightly to Lin Hui's coattails, refusing to waver. That way, someone will take care of him and no one will bully him. Soon, everyone gathered on the playground again. Zhang Jintao was so angry when he saw Lin Hui and the other two that his liver hurt. Next item, tactical assessment. Everyone lie down. Everyone immediately lay down and awaited instructions. Suda watched from the side, secretly praying, "Please don't let anything go wrong. These two guys have pretty good tactical moves." In the last assessment, they even broke the entire team's record. Start. At a command, everyone crawled forward quickly in a low position. Only Lin Hui, Wang Yong, and Chen Eru seemed to be slow-witted. They only started moving after everyone else had already climbed several meters out. Suda's eyes were blazing with fury. He wanted nothing more than to point his gun at them and start shooting. Chapter 21 Division Commander's Furious Outburst. "You call this a good soldier?" The tactical assessment ended quickly. As expected, Lin Hui and Wang Yong's grades remained below average. Although they're passable, they're all acceptable. But compared to their peak, they are far from being as good as they were at their peak. Suda was furious. "You two little bastards, are you trying to mess with me on purpose? Give you a little sunshine, and you'll really shine. Fine, I'll remember you guys." Lin Hui glanced at it from afar and stuck out his tongue. "The squad leader is furious. He probably wants to kill us all." Wang Yong scoffed. "Serves him right. Who told him to cause trouble before, to instigate me to compete with you? He made sure I didn't have a single good day, and almost exhausted me to death. We've already done him a favor by not getting a failing grade. What's next?" Lin Hui chuckled awkwardly. "Don't go too far. I just want to be a couch potato for 2 years, and then retire. You guys shouldn't get involved with me. Just focus on your assessment." Wang Yong rolled his eyes at him. "Who the hell doesn't want to be a couch potato? I came here to be a soldier, not to suffer. If I'm assigned to a good company, and I have to train hard every day, wouldn't I be exhausted to death? Don't try to persuade me anymore. I'll do whatever you do. I just want to be a couch potato with you." Lin Hui smiled bitterly. These days, are people still eager to be a salted fish? Chen Eru, who was standing nearby, ran over excitedly, shouting, "I want one too. I want one too." Lin Hui glared at him. "What are you doing here? Just do your job properly, or you'll embarrass your fellow villagers." Chen Eru said pitifully, "Brother Hui, I really want to do my best, but you know my level. Even if I do well, I won't get any results. It's better to come with you guys, at least I'll have some company, right Yongji?" Wang Yong rolled his eyes. "You little tag-along, you're everywhere." Lin Hui smiled bitterly at his pitiful appearance. Although this kid isn't very bright, he's at least somewhat self-aware. With his grades, even if he performs well, he definitely won't get into a good unit. He'd be better off continuing to live a comfortable life with me. Lin Hui sighed. All right, let's go." Chen Eru chuckled foolishly. "Brother Hui, you're so good to me. Besides my dad, my mom, and my big yellow dog, you're the one who treats me the best." Lin Hui's lips twitched. What kind of talk was that? With that mouth of his, if he didn't come with me, he would definitely get beaten to death somewhere else. The whistle blew again, and the assessment continued. In the following tests, Lin Hui only used half his strength, and each time he exceeded the passing score by a little bit. Wang Yong and Chen Eru followed his example and learned from him. Suda, who was not far away, was so angry he was about to explode. Chen Eru is another story. He's a coward to begin with. He can't learn anything. He's useless at everything, but he runs away faster than anyone else to eat. But he knew the capabilities of Lin Hui and Wang Yong. To mess things up at this point is clearly a deliberate attempt to embarrass him. Before this, he had put in so much effort and painstakingly stirred up conflict between Wang Yong and Lin Hui, making them compete and rival each other. The goal is to get them to train harder and achieve good results in the assessment. This way, he can use their achievements to successfully stay on the team. But now that these two kids are suddenly going easy on me, won't my dream be shattered? The thought of taking off his uniform and returning to that barren, hopeless mountain valley filled Su De with rage. He gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely. You bastard Lin Hui. If you make me lose my place in the team, I'll beat you to death. In the distance, on the stands, Lu Qingsong frowned deeply. Why is Lin Hui's performance so different from what I had heard before? What happened to being number one in the whole group? Breaking records with this level of skill? They're not even in the middle of the pack. That's ridiculous. Lu Qingsong was so angry that his face turned green. Damn it, which bastard said that Lin Hui performed well in the recruit training camp? How am I supposed to explain this kind of performance to my old superior? I'll be scolded to death. Seeing his constipated expression, Zhou Zhongyi leaned closer and asked cautiously, Commander, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Lu Qingsong turned his head and glared at him fiercely. You know I don't look well? Zhou Zhongyi was stunned. What happened? Did the division commander eat gunpowder? Lu Qingsong said angrily. How did you report to me a few days ago? You said that our new recruit regiment has produced an outstanding soldier with excellent performance in all aspects, and has broken several records in succession. He pointed to the parade ground. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is that soldier what you described? Zhou Zhongyi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained, Commander, I'm not lying to you. That soldier's performance in the first two assessments was indeed outstanding. It's all recorded in the notebook, and you can check his score. What happened? I don't know what happened either. How did it suddenly break down like that? Lu Qingsong stood up angrily. I'm asking you a question, not expecting you to ask me one. He chuckled coldly. Zhou Zhongyi, I've figured it out. You look honest, but you're full of tricks. You've even learned to lie about military intelligence. If I hadn't come here in person today, you would have really fooled me. If there's a next time, see how I deal with you. He also poked Zhou Zhongyi hard. Give me a break and write me a self-criticism when you get back. After saying that, he left angrily. Zhou Zhongyi glanced in the direction of the competition field and hurriedly chased after him with a frustrated expression. Commander, please let me explain. I'm innocent. I'm really innocent. A moment later, the assessment officially ended. Each team was quickly brought back. Before Zhang Jiantao could even open his score sheet, it was snatched away by someone. Holy crap, who dares to be so bold? He turned his head and found Zhou Zhongyi glaring at him fiercely, like a volcano. He was so frightened that he swallowed the rest of his words. Greetings, Commander. Get out of my way. Zhou Zhongyi had just been severely reprimanded by his division commander and was still furious. He roughly flipped through the report book, quickly searching from top to bottom. Suddenly, his eye twitched twice. Lin Hui's grades were actually in the lower middle range. You should know that this kid consistently ranked first in the first two assessments. The difference is like heaven and earth. No wonder the division commander was so angry. He would have been furious too. Zhou Zhongyi threw the report card at Zhang Jiantao. I'm asking you, how come that soldier named Lin Hui's grades have dropped so drastically? And that second soldier named Wang Yong, his grades are almost at the bottom. What's going on? Zhang Jiantao quickly glanced at the results, equally bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. They've been performing quite well before. How could they suddenly drop so low? Zhou Zhongyi pointed at him. I'm asking you a question, not asking you to ask me one. Zhang Jiantao looked aggrieved. I really don't understand what's going on. That doesn't make sense. Even if it declined, it shouldn't have dropped so many places. Zhou Zhongyi glared at him angrily. Tell me, did you mistreat them? Otherwise, why did they perform like this at such a crucial moment when they were doing so well normally? Zhang Jiantao quickly shook his head. Commander, you know me. How could I possibly do such a thing? I have the 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention firmly in mind. How could I do such a thing? If you don't believe me, ask the instructor. I'm usually as kind as an older brother to the new recruits, and I don't even dare to raise my voice when I speak to them. How could I mistreat them? Zhou Zhongyi interrupted him directly. Stop pretending in front of me. 2 perfectly good soldiers suddenly underperformed, and their scores plummeted. Do you know how badly I was scolded by the division commander? I felt like I wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. He poked Zhang Jiantao's shoulder hard with his finger. You little brat, you better watch yourself and go back and write me a proper self-criticism. Yes. Zhang Jiantao saluted, feeling aggrieved. What did I do to deserve this? He was furious as he watched the regimental commander leave. Enraged, he headed towards the barracks. As I approached the dormitory building, I wasn't paying attention and bumped right into the person in front of me. "What the hell are you doing?" When Suda saw that it was the company commander, he was so startled that he quickly saluted and said, "Good morning, company commander." Zhang Jiantao was already angry, and seeing him only fueled his anger. "Suda, I've been looking for you everywhere. Come, let's talk." He pulled Suda aside and asked, "Tell me, what's wrong with Lin Hui and Wang Yong, the two soldiers with the best training results in the recruit training regiment, today? How come they all have diarrhea at the crucial moment? Did you scold them before the assessment, or did you relapse into your old habits and start hitting them?" Suda was startled and hurriedly shook his head. "Company commander, I didn't. I swear I really didn't. I just increased the training intensity a little before the assessment. I really didn't hit them. I'm still counting on them to achieve good results and help me stay on the team." Zhang Jiantao kicked him in the butt. "Stop talking nonsense. Everyone knows how hot-tempered you are, but I know it too. When you're angry, you'll even hit a veteran. These two kids have improved so much, they must have gotten a lot of beatings from you." "Company commander, I really didn't beat them up." Zhang Jiantao didn't believe him at all, staring at him and saying, "Also, I told you long ago that training should be done in moderation, and you can't push people to their deaths. It's good to want new recruits to improve, but with your training methods, even the best steel will be turned into scrap metal. They underperformed and didn't get good results. As the class monitor, you bear a lot of responsibility. How did you guide them? And how did you train them scientifically?" He slammed the report card onto Suda. They were clearly two outstanding soldiers, who could have brought honor to me and the regimental commander, and yet they did such a poor result? What kind of soldiers are you leading? They're a complete waste of talent. Go back and reflect deeply on your actions." Zhang Jiantao turned and left angrily. Suda quickly called out, "Company commander, what's wrong now?" Suda asked, trembling. Then about me staying on the team." Zhang Jiantao glared at him fiercely, then sighed with disappointment. "Originally, I hoped you could lead that soldier well. As long as he got a good ranking in the assessment, I would have the confidence to talk to the higher-ups and let you stay in the team. Do you know how difficult it is for non-technical soldiers to stay in the military? I gave you a chance, but you didn't do it. Forget it, go back and I'll think of something else." He turned and walked away helplessly. Watching his figure disappear, Suda stood there, stunned for a long time. He slowly clenched his fists, crumpling his report card into a ball, his eyes filled with anger. In the company, he was recognized by everyone as a rare and outstanding soldier. For so many years, Suda has worked desperately hard to stay, but his education level is a bit low. In the military, at his age, without technical skills and sufficient merit, it's very difficult to stay on the military. This time, the opportunity for him to stay in the team, which the company commander had worked so hard to secure, has now fallen through. Suda erupted like a volcano. "Lin Hui, Wang Yong, you two bastards, whether you did it on purpose or not, I'm not finished with you. Damn it. Even if you're really tired, you should still give it your all to get good results." He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger, and abruptly turned and walked towards the dormitory building. In the division headquarters office, holding the phone, Lu Qingsong forced a smile. "Old chief, it's me, Lu. I'm sorry to call you at this hour and disturb your dinner." Lin Guangyao asked impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense and tell me quickly, how did Lin Hui do on the exam? Did he make it into the top 10? Lu Qingsong's mouth twitched violently. They didn't even make the top 100. He now wishes he could slap himself twice across the face. How could I have believed that Zhou Zhongyi's nonsense? He's already made those boastful claims, and now he can't take them back." Lu Qingsong took a deep breath, his mind racing, and said with a big smile, "Old leader, your son is really good. When he first came here, he didn't know anything and was just a clueless greenhorn. But through his own efforts, his grades have improved by leaps and bounds. He passed all the tests in this assessment. Old boss, he truly is like you. Like father, like son." A smile appeared on Lin Guangyao's face, and a sense of pride filled his heart. In the past, it was his eldest and second sons who brought him surprises. Unexpectedly, Lin Hui, that brat, has given him a pleasant surprise after only a few months in the army. He really makes him proud. Lin Guangyao laughed heartily. "Little Lu, don't say that. It's mainly because you leaders taught him so well. Without you, how could he have reached this level?" He froze, stunned. "Wait, what did you say?" "Pass." Lu Qingsong's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he hadn't managed to fool them after all. He forced a smile and said, "Yes, they all passed, and even exceeded the passing score by several points. That's really amazing." Lin Guanyao's face gradually turned even uglier than a pig's liver. He slammed his hand on the table. Lu Qingsong. Yes. Startled, Lu Qingsong jumped up from the stool. Lin Guanyao said angrily. You little brat, are you indirectly insulting me? Lu Qingsong was almost in tears. No. Old leader, please don't misunderstand. In my heart, you are as high as Mount Tai and as bright as the moon in the sky. I have always admired you. How could anyone dare to insult you? Lin Guanyao was so angry his mouth was crooked. Back when I was in the army, I was always at the top of my class in every event, and my overall performance was #1 in the entire army. Lin Hui barely passed the exam, and you're telling me like father, like son? Isn't that an insult to me? Lu Qingsong gave an awkward, wry smile. I'm sorry, old leader, I'm bad at speaking. Actually, I think he's already made great progress. We should give young people more room to grow. We shouldn't. Snap. Lin Guanyao slammed his hand on the table again. All right, stop talking nonsense. Passing the assessment is only natural, isn't it? This only shows that he's a beginner, and barely reached the level of an average new recruit. From now on, you better watch your mouth. If you dare to lie to me again, believe me, I'll come to your door and slap you across the face. Yes, I will definitely pay attention next time. I will definitely reflect deeply. Lu Qingsong nodded hurriedly in fright. After hanging up the phone, he was so aggrieved that tears were about to fall. I was originally thinking of taking credit and getting noticed by the big boss. He messed up such a small thing. How can the leader trust him in the future? Zhou Zhongyi, you bastard, you've ruined my life. Then he picked up the phone again. On the other end of the line, Lin Guanyao hung up the phone, his face flushed with anger. You little bastard, you thought you were making me proud, but after all this time, you barely passed? He was panting heavily, but then a relieved smile appeared on his face. Regardless, this kid has made progress. He's at least a qualified soldier. Lin Guanyao thought to himself, I hope you can keep this up, kid. After leaving the company, you can climb the ranks step by step and not let my hard work go to waste. Little did he know, Lin Hui had already made up his mind to be a lazy bum and take his slacking off to the extreme. Chapter 22 Su Da's Fury. I'm going to kill you. Ring ring. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Zhou Zhongyi, who was writing a self-criticism, was so startled that his pen trembled and he drew a long line on the paper. Writing a self-criticism was already infuriating enough for him, but seeing the marks on the paper made him so angry that he threw his pen down. He angrily picked up the phone and launched into a tirade. What are you doing? Don't you know you need to report to me if something's wrong? Why are you calling if there's nothing wrong? Don't you know I'm busy? Lu Qingsong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. I could accept being scolded by the commander, but how could I be scolded by a regimental commander like you? Zhou Zhongyi, you little brat, you've gone too far. Do you think I, a division commander, have to run over there to report to you? Are you trying to rebel? Zhou Zhongyi jumped up from his stool in fright. I'm sorry, Commander. I thought it was those brats down there. Lu Qingsong was furious. Shut the hell up. Zhou Zhongyi's lips twitched for a while. What the hell is going on here? Didn't I already scold them on the spot and make them write a self-criticism? Why are they suddenly calling again? Is this because they haven't had enough of yelling yet, and they're calling to continue yelling? Lu Qingsong took a deep breath, his inner strength exploding instantly. I didn't understand the situation before, but I do now. It's because you're always so clueless and believe everything you hear that you've caused such a huge blunder. Zhou Zhongyi looked aggrieved. Commander, I didn't do it, it really was them. With a snap, Lu Qingsong slammed his hand on the table. You still want to talk nonsense with me? Your test results are the best proof. I'm telling you, you'd better write a thorough self-criticism. You have to give it to me in front of everyone at the division meeting. If it's not thorough, you'll have to rewrite the whole thing. Zhou Zhongyi nodded reluctantly. Yes. Before he could finish speaking, the other end of the line slammed down the phone. He plopped down in the chair, looked at the few lines of text on the inspection report that read like a diary entry, and tore them to shreds in anger. He shouted outside, Call that bastard Zhang Jiantao over here, and make him run over here. Yes. The guard immediately ran out. Zhou Zhongyi crossed his arms, seething with resentment. Damn it. I can't be the only one punished. If I get scolded, you won't escape either. As evening approached, the camp was bustling with activity. The assessment has been successfully completed, and the next step is to divide up the teams. Once they were assigned to their unit, they would become real soldiers, and everyone was full of anticipation for their new place. The class leaders also stopped trying to restrain them. On the playground, some people have already started playing football. There were also many soldiers from the same hometown, sitting together and chatting about everyday life. Only Class 1 was completely silent, out of place with the outside world, like a separate space. Inside the dormitory, several soldiers sat on their small stools, shivering. Behind the door, Suda sat silently for a long time, his face grim. Ma Xiaoshan and his friends were kicking themselves. They should have known better than to come back after dinner. Go play some football, have a chat, or even just take a walk. This is bad luck. After they returned, no one dared to go out. Anyone who dared to stand up and walk past Suda at this moment would be courting death. Just then, the door was pushed open. Chen Eru and Wang Yong walked in with smiles on their faces. I passed all of them this time, so I should be able to be grouped with you guys, right? Absolutely. The three of us have similar grades, so we're guaranteed to be assigned to the same company. Chen Eru was overjoyed. That's great, that's great. As long as I can continue to follow you and Brother Hui, I don't care where we go. Wang Yong smiled and put his arm around him. We've taken such good care of you this time, so when we get back to the company, you'll have to wash my socks and underwear, okay? No problem. Chen Eru nodded vigorously. I will definitely help Brother Hui wash. He is my elder brother, not a blood brother, but better than a blood brother. Wang Yong was stunned. Damn it, what about me? Chen Eru looked at him. You're the second brother, but not really a cousin. I help the eldest brother wash, not the second brother. Wang Yong rolled his eyes. You're not stupid, are you? At that moment, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. He hadn't noticed when he first came in, but now he realized that a group of people were all sitting there blankly, constantly giving him meaningful glances. Wang Yong laughed. What's wrong with you guys? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? What are you all doing sitting here like idiots? Get up. The assessment is over, and that guy surnamed Su can't control us anymore. Let's all get hyped up. Ma Xiaoshan gestured frantically towards him, trying to make him understand the situation. Wang Yong stared at him blankly. What's wrong with you? Is your mouth cramping? Come on, let me help you. A slap will do the trick. He raised his arm, about to give him a hard tug. Ma Xiaoshan couldn't take it anymore and quickly whispered a reminder. Behind you. Class monitor is behind you. Wang Yong stopped abruptly halfway through extending his hand. Squad leader. He turned around and immediately met Su Da's terrifying, murderous gaze. The two stared at each other for 2 seconds before Wang Yong suddenly realized what was happening and stood up straight as if by reflex. Good morning, squad leader. Chen Eru also turned around abruptly, and seeing his cold eyes, he was so frightened that he straightened his chest and said, Good morning, squad leader. Suda glanced at them, then stared intently at Wang Yong. I'm not good at all. Wang Yong's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this old bastard is coming to settle scores. He knew that this guy was urging Lin Hui and him to train hard so that they could use their good results to win honors and help him get promoted and stay on the team. Today, he and Lin Hui deliberately slacked off, ruining this guy's plan. Suda is usually petty, so he's bound to explode over something this big. His eyes darted around, and he quickly forced a smile. Squad leader, you don't look too well. Are you too tired or worrying too much about us? I noticed you haven't gone to eat. You must be hungry. Here, I'll go to the cafeteria and get you some food. He tugged at Eru, who suddenly realized. Me too. I'll go too. The two immediately tried to run outside. Just as I reached the door, it was slammed shut with a bang. The two were so frightened that they immediately stopped and turned pale. Wang Yong turned his head and said guiltily, Class monitor, what are you doing? Suda suddenly stood up and stared intently at him. I'm asking you, why did you and Lin Hui deliberately do poorly on this assessment? Before Wang Yong could speak, Chen Eru immediately said, looking aggrieved, Squad leader, I tried my best. I used every ounce of strength I had, but Suda roared without turning his head. I didn't say you were a piece of trash. Get out of my way. Chen Eru was so frightened that he couldn't speak. He quickly took a step back and fearfully leaned against Wang Yong's back. Suda ignored him, took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Wang Yong, and stared intently at him. Tell me, why did you do this on purpose? Seeing Su Da's murderous gaze, Wang Yong dared not be stubborn anymore and stammered, Squad leader, I've been training too hard. My body is having problems. A loud bang. Suda punched him in the chest. The immense force sent Wang Yong staggering back several steps. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, wincing in agony, and looked up at Suda in shock. You dare to hit me? Everyone in the room was so frightened that they stood up. No one expected Suda to make a sudden move. Suda strode up to Wang Yong and roared at him. Tell me, did you conspire with that brat Lin Hui to deliberately mess with me? Wang Yong's eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, my parents have never hit me. How dare you hit me? Suda was stunned for a moment. Then his anger surged. So what if I hit you? This is the army. Don't think that just because we were polite to you in basic training, you'll still be polite after you leave your unit. Disobedient and troublesome soldiers like you need to be properly disciplined. The veteran is teaching you a lesson for your own good. This punch was too light for me. Wang Yong's temper flared up. Bullshit. Where did we disobey or cause trouble? It's clearly you who's in the wrong. Su Da's eyes widened. You, what did you say? I did something wrong. I trained you, helped you get good results, and brought you honors, and I was wrong. Wang Yong glared at him, not to be outdone. You're the one who's wrong. Other squad leaders encourage their soldiers. When they are tired from training, they give them rest. When training is tough, they prepare midnight snacks and instant noodles for them. But what about you? You've never taken care of us. We were exhausted, but instead of letting us rest, you kept pushing us to train. I'm exhausted, and you're still trying to sow discord between me and Lin Hui, making us chase each other like dogs. He said angrily. You make us compete with each other so that we can get good grades in the assessment and stay on the team by stepping on us, right? If you were even half as good to us as the other class monitors, would we be like this? It's your fault. The soldiers around were all startled and dared not even breathe. Suda was the most hot-tempered of all the new recruits' squad leaders. When he gets angry, the other class leaders have to avoid him. Unexpectedly, Wang Yong dared to speak like that today. Doesn't this infuriate Suda? At that moment, Suda's eyes blazed with fury. He truly thought that way, and he truly did it. He wanted to stay in the army. He loved the military, loved this place, and didn't want to take off his uniform and go back to the mountains. So he used this method to stimulate competition between Wang Yong and Lin Hui, to help him win honors, and to help him stay on the team. But now that Wang Yong has exposed this matter in public, he feels like he has been stripped naked and hung up for everyone to see. He was trembling with rage and shame. You greenhorn, how dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? Do you have any respect left? Today I must teach you a lesson so you'll know how to respect veterans and how to obey orders. He raised his foot and kicked it directly. Before Wang Yong could react, he was kicked away and crashed heavily to the ground. Chun Eru was almost in tears when he rushed over to break up the fight. Squad leader, don't hit him. Suda knew his chances of staying on the team were slim, and now he had been stripped naked and displayed in public. He was now completely blinded by rage. He shoved Chun Eru aside and yelled, "Get out of here!" Wang Yong curled up like a shrimp in pain, and when he saw Suda rushing over, an endless rage surged from his bones. He struggled to his feet. Fuck your mother. I'll fight you to the death. Several soldiers nearby were so frightened that they quickly ran out to find the company commander and political instructor. Just as Suda rushed in front of him, Wang Yong also stood up. He threw a punch, but Suda ducked to avoid it, and then punched him in the stomach with his other hand. Wang Yong was in so much pain that he took several steps back, clutching his stomach and unable to straighten his back. Suda glared at him angrily. You must absolutely obey the squad leader's orders. No matter what you're thinking or what grievances you have, you fucking shut them up. Just then, a loud shout came from behind. Stop! Suda and the others turned their heads and saw Lin Hui rushing in from outside. At that moment, the anger in his eyes intensified. Lin Hui, I was just looking for you. You've come at the perfect time. He rushed forward and tried to grab Lin Hui's collar. Just as he reached out, Lin Hui dodged backward, causing him to miss his target. Suda was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward angrily, but Lin Hui dodged back again. Ding! Evasion +1. Suddenly, Lin Hui felt his steps lighten and his reaction speed increase. Suda grabbed several times, but missed each time. His anger burned brighter and brighter. I order you to stand still. Lin Hui stared at him coldly. Class monitor, I know you're furious. It's my responsibility that I didn't do well on the assessment. You can scold me, but why did you have to hit me? Which article in the regulations allows for assault? Suda's face flushed red. It's only natural for veterans to educate new recruits. It's an old tradition. Don't think that just because you've been to school and studied, you can come and lecture me. You've only been here a few days, you bastard. Lin Hui stared at him coldly. I know you want to stay in the team because of our results and try to get promoted. Our poor performance has affected you, not because you are a bad teacher. I can go and explain the situation to the company commander or even the regimental commander. It's us. Suda instantly went berserk. Wang Yong had already exposed him once, and now he's doing it again. It's like rubbing salt into a wound. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to humiliate him and deliberately oppose him. You bastard, shut up. Suda roared and threw a punch. Lin Hui saw the fist coming and instinctively dodged. Just as the fist grazed past his head, he kicked off with his back foot and slammed into Suda's shoulder with a thud. Caught completely off guard, Suda was knocked back several steps. His head slammed directly against the edge of the bed, and then a stream of bright red blood flowed down his forehead. A person nearby covered their mouth and exclaimed, Blood? Blood. There's blood. Suda felt his head buzzing. He slowly raised his head, touched his head with his hand, and found it warm and a little sore. Lin Hui panicked. Squad leader, are you alright? I didn't mean to. At this moment, Suda's eyes were bloodshot, and his anger boiled like molten steel. Lin Hui, I'll fuck your mother. I'm going to kill you today. After saying that, he grabbed a stool and charged at Lin Hui with a roar. Chapter 23 New Recruits Dare to Fight Veterans? This is outrageous. Stop. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Suda was stunned, and the stool he had raised halfway froze in midair. Zhang Jiantao walked over with a furious look in his eyes, glanced around the room, and then glared at Suda. Put it down. Bang. The stool fell to the ground. At that moment, all of Suda's anger vanished completely. He stood there stiffly, suddenly looking somewhat lost, like a child who had made a mistake. Wang Yong pointed at himself and shouted, Company commander, political instructor, and squad leader beat me up. Look what they've done to me. My nose is bleeding. Shut up. Zhang Jiantao glanced at Wang Yong's injury and said to Lin Hui, Take him to the infirmary first. I'll talk to you about your problems later. Yes. Lin Hui quickly ran to Wang Yong's side, and together with Er Hu, helped him up and headed towards the door. As Lin Hui passed by Suda, he hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Company commander, I was the one who broke the squad leader's head, that matter. Zhang Jiantao glared at him. Shut up. I'll investigate what happened myself. Do you think you can just talk? Get lost. Lin Hui could only swallow the rest of his words back. Looking at Suda's blank expression, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Originally, I just wanted to follow my own whims, stay for 2 years, and then go back. But I never expected that my selfishness would lead to so much trouble. Perhaps he shouldn't have given Suda hope, only to destroy it with his own hands. Helpless, Lin Hui helped Wang Yong leave. Zhang Jiantao stared coldly at Suda, while instructor Wang Hai waved to the other soldiers. Get out, all of you. The others felt as if they had been granted a pardon and quickly ran out. They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire at all. Wang Hai turned around, closed the door, walked up to Suda, and said with exasperation, Suda, look at yourself now. I told you before, don't bring your old company ways to the recruit training camp. Leading troops now is different from before. You have to be mindful of your methods and connect with them on a deeper level. The old ways, like resorting to violence at the drop of a hat, are outdated. Suda said, feeling wronged. Instructor, when we were new recruits, weren't we also beaten up? Back then, everyone said that if a veteran soldier took action, it was because he cared about us. If he was too lazy to take action, that was. Shut up. Zhang Jiantao roared again, and Suda finally shut his mouth obediently. He looked at Suda with exasperation. Don't you know what a critical moment this is? Your performance in this assessment was already quite poor, so it's a bit uncertain whether you can stay on the team, but I can still try to find you a chance. If you start hitting someone now, the whole recruit corps will know immediately. How am I supposed to keep you here? And you even beat someone up so badly that their face is bruised and swollen. You didn't even do this to anyone in the company, did you? Tell me, how am I supposed to beg someone to let you stay? A hint of regret flashed in Suda's eyes. Company commander, political instructor, I know I was wrong. I was out of my mind and lost control just now. I apologize to them and will try to get their forgiveness. Please think of another way. Zhang Jiantao waved his hand and looked at him seriously. I've reminded you many times, control your temper and don't bring out the old ways of the company all the time. But what about you? You're ignoring what I say. Now is the time to reduce troop numbers. Aren't you just walking into the line of fire? With red eyes, Suda said, Company commander, please give me another chance. Looking at his pitiful state, Zhang Jiantao sighed and said, I gave you the opportunity, but you failed to seize it. The rest is up to fate. He patted Suda hard, then turned and walked out. Suda stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes filled with confusion. Wang Hai looked at him with regret. Suda, you are a good soldier. You have excellent military skills in all aspects and have trained many elite soldiers. But you are just too straightforward and can't think straight. We actually know about your affair with those 2 soldiers. The company commander and I have reminded you several times not to treat them as tools, not to push people too hard, and especially not to use violence. But you, he shook his head and sighed. All right, the company commander, will think of another way. You should reflect on your actions and wait for the organization to decide your fate. After Wang Hai left, Suda was the only one left in the room. He stood there stunned for a long time, then sat down heavily on the ground, clutching his head with both hands. At that moment, countless images flashed through his mind. He once had a good class monitor. They didn't despise or abandon him because he was stupid. Instead, they taught him patiently and set an example for him. But why have I become like this today? To stay on the team and to win honors, they will stop at nothing. He pounded his head hard, tears of regret streaming down his face. You're such a bastard. In the medical room, a medic was bandaging Wang Yong's wound. With tears in his eyes, Chen Eru said, the squad leader went too far. Look at what he did to you. Yongji, are you going to become an idiot? Wang Yong spat out. Even if you're stupid, I'm not stupid. I'm smart as a bat. Lin Hui, who was standing next to him, remained silent the entire time, his expression unusually serious. Wang Yong looked at him and said, Brother Hui, why aren't you saying anything? Also, that old guy hit me. Why were you defending him just now? Before Lin Hui could even speak, Wang Yong let out a painful cry. He glared fiercely at the medic. You, be gentle. Can't you be a little kinder to the wounded? The medic scoffed. Rookie, can't even handle this little bit of pain? You dare to fight with your squad leader? You thought you were tough, but you're afraid of pain. Wang Yong's eyes were practically spitting fire. Medical worker, please get this straight. He hit me. Not me hit him. I didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The medic scoffed. If a veteran could be beaten by you, would he still be a veteran? He glared at Wang Yong. I think you deserve to be beaten. Someone like you will be lined up to beat up by the veterans after you leave the company. To those disobedient troublemakers like you who only disrupt discipline, hitting you is an act of love and a way of teaching you a lesson. Wang Yong gaped in shock. What kind of theory is this? They think they're justified in beating people, and they even want to gang up on us. He looked to Lin Hui for help. Brother Hui, isn't this incredibly unreasonable? I came here to join the army, not to. All right, that's enough. Lin Hui looked at the medic and asked, Squad leader, is he all right? The medic packed up his medical kit and said coldly, This little injury is barely better than a scrape. If your squad leader hadn't held back, you would have broken several bones. Wang Yongqi was furious. What? Am I supposed to thank him? The medic scoffed. You're fine, but your squad leader is in real trouble. Lin Hui's heart skipped a beat. This was exactly what he was worried about. What will happen to him? How would I know what would happen? I'm not a leader. The medic said irritably, but I've never heard of veterans and new recruits fighting in the recruit company, and even getting bloodied. This matter will definitely have to go to the regimental commander. Writing a self-criticism is definitely out of the question, and you might even end up in solitary confinement and be disciplined. He shook his head and sighed. These new recruits are getting harder and harder to manage. It's a pity for a veteran like me. The medic turned and left, and Wang Yongqi stood up angrily. Look at what he's saying. I got hit, and he's acting like I'm the one who did something wrong. Lin Hui glanced at his injuries and sighed. We did make some mistakes. Wang Yong was stunned. What? What do you mean? Lin Hui looked at him and said, We all know that the class monitor is pinning his hopes on us and wants to use our grades to stay on the team smoothly. I know, but isn't this guy just using us? He was wrong, and we were wrong too. If we had communicated properly beforehand and hadn't been secretly competing, perhaps none of this would have happened. We gave him hope, and then crushed that hope in front of everyone. Wang Yong suddenly found himself speechless. Chen Eru stood to the side, looking completely bewildered, not understanding a word. Lin Hui said with a heavy heart, I am largely to blame for this. I acted on my own whims without considering the consequences. He looked at Wang Yong and said, Why don't we go talk to him, apologize, and admit our mistake? Let's not make things too big of a mess. Wang Yong sneered, Apologize? Are you kidding me? I was the one who got beaten up by him. Go get yourself. Lin Hui stood up and took a deep breath. You're right. I caused this mess, and I should be the one to resolve it. Wang Yong watched him walk out and called out a few times, but Lin Hui didn't turn around. He looked at Chen Eru and asked, Is he out of his mind? What did we do wrong? If anyone should apologize, it should be Suda who apologizes to us. Eru, don't you agree? Chen Eru shook his head and looked at him. I think he's not mentally ill, but you are. Wang Yong. Lin Hui walked back to his dormitory and froze as soon as he opened the door. Several soldiers were sitting inside, but Suda was not there. His bed was made spotless, and even the toothbrush and toothpaste next to it were gone. Where's the squad leader? Ma Xiaoshan stood up. I was just taken away by the instructor. Lin Hui's mind went blank for a moment. Oh no, things have really gotten out of hand. He hurriedly ran towards the company headquarters and knocked on the company commander's office door. Report. A cold snort came from inside. Come in. Lin Hui walked in, saluted, and said, Company commander, our squad leader. Zhang Jiantao interrupted directly. No need to say more. He has already returned to his old unit. Lin Hui said apologetically, Company commander, this matter can't be entirely blamed on the squad leader. I have a lot to do with it, because of me. Zhang Jiantao glared at him. Enough. I know about this mess between you two, and I can tell that you don't want to be a soldier at all. Lin Hui fell silent. Zhang Jiantao walked up to him and stared intently at him. You're a good prospect, kid. You have talent far beyond what ordinary people possess, as well as exceptional military skills. You should be a good soldier. He poked him hard with his finger. But you don't look like a soldier at all, neither on the outside nor on the inside. Lin Hui didn't refute, because he just wanted to leave this godforsaken place as soon as possible and go out to live a carefree life. He stared at the company commander and said earnestly, Company commander, I bear the main responsibility for this matter. Could you please give the squad leader a lighter punishment? Zhang Jiantao said coldly, Stop talking. What's done is done, and you're both at fault. The recruit didn't act like a recruit, and the veteran didn't act like a veteran. If you do something wrong, you will naturally be punished. No one can take your place. He looked at Lin Hui and said, Go back. You won't escape punishment either. Just wait for the results. Now get out. Zhang Jiantao turned around and sat back in his chair. Seeing that Lin Hui hadn't moved for a while, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Yes. Lin Hui gave a helpless salute and left the office. On the way back, I saw new recruits and veterans playing soccer together on the parade ground. Everyone had a smile on their face, and they looked incredibly friendly. The superior-subordinate relationship of the past can no longer be seen in them. At this moment, they were as close as brothers. Lin Hui felt incredibly depressed, his mind replaying the company commander's words. You have talent, but whether you look at it or not, you're not like a soldier. He sighed deeply. They're all wearing military uniforms. What else can they be but soldiers? What exactly defines a soldier? Looking at the group of people playing football harmoniously on the playground, he suddenly felt a pang of envy. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts as he walked aimlessly toward the dormitory building. Division Commander's office. Lu Qingsong suddenly stood up. What did you say? A new recruit and a veteran got into a fight, and they even ended up with blood on their heads. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Zhongyi said with a wry smile, I'm sorry, Commander. I haven't been caring enough for my subordinates, which led to this terrible incident. I request to be punished. Lu Qingsong took a deep breath. What were the names of those new recruits you just mentioned who were fighting? Lin Hui, Wang Yong, and there's another one who's just joining in the fun, named Chen Eru. How badly are they injured? Only Wang Yong got beaten up, the others were fine. The medic checked them and said it wasn't serious, no bones were broken. Hearing this, Lu Qingsong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Hui was alright, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to explain it to his former boss. Zhou Zhongyi hesitated for a moment. However, that new recruit named Lin Hui did break the old soldier's head and make him bleed. Lu Qingsong frowned. This kid's got some nerve, daring to break the squad leader's head. He's incredibly audacious. Zhou Zhongyi explained. I've already looked into it. The recruit didn't do it on purpose. It happened unintentionally during the argument. Lu Qingsong interrupted directly. No matter the reason, resorting to violence is wrong. Everyone involved in the fight must be punished. Not a single one should be let off the hook. This is a military base, not a market, and certainly not a place for fighting. Regardless of whether they are veterans or new recruits, they are all treated equally. Anyone who violates discipline must be severely punished. You can handle that, veteran. I'll think about how to deal with the 3 new recruits. Zhou Zhongyi nodded. Yes, Commander. What about my punishment? Lu Qingsong waved his hand. All right, it's none of your business. Go do your thing. He slammed down the phone, then sat down and gave a helpless, bitter smile. He dared to hit a veteran in basic training? His temper is even more volatile than his father's. Lin Hui, don't blame me for not helping you. You've made such a big mess. If your father finds out I haven't punished you, I'm in big trouble. He thought for a moment, then sighed. It seems this is the only way. Chapter 24 Report to the Leader. We love raising pigs the most. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suda didn't go to the first platoon again, but returned to the company ahead of time. Because of this assault incident, he not only failed to receive a commendation, but was also severely punished. Not only has his promotion plans fallen through, but he may also have to retire from the military soon. Upon learning the news, Lin Hui felt no schadenfreude, but rather a sense of guilt. This was the first time he doubted his own thoughts. Had he gone a bit too far? In order to give up and lie low, he had made others pay the price. Although Suda was very strict with them during this period, he even deliberately pushed himself out as a pawn. But through spending time together, Lin Hui could see that Suda was a good soldier. He's just a bit short-tempered and impatient, but he's not a bad person. If he were well-educated, he should have been promoted to a higher position long ago. But now, Lin Hui sighed. Perhaps there could have been a better solution to this problem. It's a pity, but we still have to keep going. Basic training is just the beginning. The next year and 9 months will be the hardest. It was very early that morning. One military vehicle after another drove up to the dormitory building. The whistle for assembly sounded in the camp. Go down and assemble. Don't forget anything. Lin Hui shouted, and everyone dressed neatly, carrying their bags, rushed downstairs to assemble. Soon, all the new recruits had assembled. Each company commander stepped forward in turn and shouted. Company 1, 125 people should be present. 125 people are present. Please give instructions. Second company, 118 men were expected. 118 men are present. Please give instructions. 3 in a row. At ease. Zhou Zhongyi gave the order. Each company commander immediately turned around. At ease. Swish. The new recruits all stood at ease. Stand at attention. Zhou Zhongyi let out a low growl. Everyone immediately put their feet together and stood as straight as pine trees. Zhou Zhongyi smiled with satisfaction. You have all performed very well during the 3 months of basic training. You have successfully transformed from young people in society into qualified soldiers. Next, I will assign you to various units of the 602nd Division, and the banner of the 602nd Division will be carried by you, the younger generation. The safety of the motherland and the people will be your responsibility. I hope that when you go to your new unit, you will not forget your original aspirations, fight hard, and not let down the military uniform you wear, nor the folks in your hometown. Zhou Zhongyi saluted everyone. Salute. Each company commander gave a shout, and everyone saluted the regimental commander in unison. Next came the conferment ceremony. The company commander and political instructor conferred the rank of private to each new recruit. Looking at the epaulets on their shoulders, everyone unconsciously straightened their chests, their faces filled with pride. Chun Eru trembled with excitement. I have a military rank now. I have a military rank now. Eru, calm down, calm down. Wang Yong glanced at Lin Hui, looking smug. Lin Hui, come and see if I'm handsome or not. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. What? Just because you're wearing a disguise, I won't recognize you. Zhou Zhongyi walked to the front of the line and said loudly, now we will divide the troops. Whoever's name is called, step forward. Each company commander immediately opened the roster and began taking attendance. Li Ping'an. Arrive. Mobile Infantry Regiment, 6th Company. Get into vehicle number 3. Yes. The soldier whose name was called immediately picked up his luggage and ran to stand next to vehicle number 3. Wu Xiaoping. Arrive. S Regiment, 1st Artillery Company. Get on vehicle number 6. Yes. Soon, fewer and fewer people were there. There were very few people left in the class. Ma Xiaoshan, B Regiment, 7th Infantry Company. Get on vehicle number 5. Yu Chao Chao, S Regiment, Special Operations 5th Company. Get on vehicle number 8. Yes. Ma Xiaoshan and Yu Chao Chao picked up their luggage. As she left, she turned back to look at Lin Hui and the other two with reluctance. I hope we can meet again often in the future. Wang Yong smiled and said, definitely. Chun Eru, I'll come visit you guys then. Lin Hui smiled and said, go to the assembly point. Good luck. As everyone around him left one by one, Lin Hui frowned slightly. Why haven't they called on us yet? Something's not right. Soon everyone was called out by name, leaving only Lin Hui and 2 others on the scene. The 3 people looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Are they going to send us back? Wang Yong panicked. It's over, it's over. It looks like they're going to let me go back to work. I'm waiting to be discharged. If I get discharged halfway through, they definitely won't want me. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought with Suda. He's such a damn hindrance. Chun Eru was almost in tears. If I'm sent back, the villagers will definitely laugh at me. How am I going to find a wife then? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. If we wanted to quit, we would have done so long ago. We definitely have a plan, don't panic. Really? Chun Eru seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Just then, an officer in the distance beckoned to them. You 3, come with me. Wang Yong excitedly picked up his bag. Boss, could you please call out names again to confirm and prevent any mistakes? My name is Wang Yong. This is Lin Hui, and this is Chun Eru. The officer chuckled coldly. You 3 are the most notorious in the new recruits. Do you think I'd mistake you? Come with me now. The 3 of them responded, picked up their bags, and ran over quickly. Chun Eru asked curiously, Commander, where are we going? The lieutenant glared at him, then ignored him and boarded the minibus. Very mysterious. Chun Eru pursed his lips. What can I say? Lin Hui slapped him on the head. All right, Eru, it's good enough that we have somewhere to go. Don't talk too much. You'll know when we get there. Chun Eru nodded and boarded the minibus. The vehicle quickly drove out of the camp and headed towards the highway. After the officer got on the vehicle, he sat in the front row and closed his eyes to rest. I was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. He turned around and saw Lin Hui and two others in the back row chatting and laughing, as if they were on a spring outing, and even singing songs. The weather is so sunny today. The scenery is beautiful everywhere. Such beautiful scenery. The lieutenant's lips twitched. What 3 cowardly soldiers? When everyone else was picked, how come the 3 of you didn't feel any pressure at all? If it were anyone else, they would be extremely uncomfortable. The lieutenant shook his head, closed his eyes again, and ignored them. The car veered further and further off course. They soon drove into the mountainous area. Looking out into the deep mountains and forests, Chun Eru asked fearfully, "Where are they taking us? It looks like they're going to sell us off." Wang Yong frowned as well. "Brother Hui, you're so knowledgeable. Do you know where we're being led?" Lin Hui smiled slightly. "They're probably going to take us to the production base." "What's a production base?" The two were completely baffled. They had never heard of it before. The officer in front turned his head in surprise. "This kid actually knows about the production base?" Lin Hui explained. "Our army has always had a tradition of self-sufficiency. Although life is much better now than in the past, each army still has its own production base. The vegetables we grow and the poultry we raise will be supplied to the military. This is also called strategic material support." Chun Eru's eyes lit up. "So we're going to raise pigs?" Wang Yong slapped his leg and exclaimed excitedly, "Great! I can finally go raise pigs." The officer in front almost vomited blood. "This is the first time I've ever heard of someone being so happy about being sent to raise pigs. What a bunch of cowardly soldiers." Chapter 25. Do you need to learn all about prepartum care for sows? The car arrived at its destination quickly. As soon as they came to a stop, a lieutenant and 2 soldiers came running over quickly. The lieutenant asked warmly, "Staff Officer Li, what brings you here?" Staff Officer Li smiled and pointed to Lin Hui and the other 2 beside him. "Old fan, I've come to bring you 3 new recruits. Just these 3. From now on, you'll be following him." "Yes." Lin Hui and the other 2 saluted. Quartermaster Fan Ming looked Lin Hui and his 2 companions up and down. One is quite shrewd, one is quite arrogant, and the other is simple-minded and honest. He smiled and said, "That's great, Staff Officer Li. You sent these 3 people just in time. We're short-handed right now, and several veterans are about to retire. You've really helped me out of my time of need. Come on, have a smoke." Fan Ming quickly pulled out half a pack of Hongtishan cigarettes from his pocket and was about to hand it over to express his gratitude. Staff Officer Li quickly deflected, saying, "No need to be so polite. This is my job. Also, smoking is not allowed in the production base. You should know that." Fan Ming put the cigarette back in his pocket, glanced at the 3 people beside him, and said with an awkward smile, "How could I not understand such basic etiquette? This is for entertaining the leaders, isn't it?" Staff Officer Li was exasperated. Old Fan was still the same as ever. He turned to look at Lin Hui and the other 2. "From now on, you'll stay here. Behave yourselves and don't cause any trouble, understand?" "Yes." Lin Hui and the other 2 saluted. Staff Officer Li glanced at them and shook his head. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about it. It's as if these 3 people might cause some more trouble. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, he had already moved to the logistics department to raise pigs. Even if he was restless, he wouldn't cause much trouble. Staff Officer Li didn't say anything more and got into the car and left. Watching the car drive away, Fan Ming coughed and waved to them. "You 3, come here." "Yes." The 3 of them quickly ran over. Fan Ming asked with a smile, "What are your names? Introduce yourselves." "Lin Hui, Wang Yong. My name is Chun Eru, class monitor. You can just call me Eru." Chun Eru's smile revealed 2 rows of bright white teeth, making him quite endearing. Fan Ming smiled and said, "You 3 have names that are easy to remember, 2 short and 1 long. All right, let me tell you about the situation here. This is our army's breeding base. In addition to growing various fruits and vegetables, we also raise chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, as well as various fish and aquatic products. You must not underestimate this breeding base. In times of war, we would be the most powerful logistical support for the army. As the saying goes, an army marches on its stomach, and we are part of the vanguard. Do you understand how important that is?" "Understand." Chun Eru's eyes were full of stars. "So this place is really important. Looks like we've come to the right place." Fan Ming continued, "Let me emphasize that everything here is military property, whether it's a chicken, a radish, or a cabbage. We are different from combat troops. They are punished for poor training results, and we will be punished if there are problems with our aquaculture results. Theft and theft are absolutely not allowed here. It is even more forbidden to secretly take the chickens, ducks, and geese from the chicken coop down the mountain to sell for money. Anyone found doing so will be dealt with severely." Lin Hui immediately straightened his back and said, "Please rest assured, leader, We will definitely do our duty and keep our mission in mind. Never let a single pig be sad. Never let a single goose shed a tear. The other two echoed, me too. Fan Ming's lips twitched. What a bunch of clowns. No wonder they were sent here. He shouted into the distance, Old Ma. They're here. Soon, a person wearing an apron and rubber boots ran over. Fan Ming, these 3 people are in your hands now. He whispered in Lao Ma's ear. The higher-ups haven't sent any new people in a long time. Be careful. These 3 are either troublemakers or cowards. Old Ma smiled Foly. Don't worry, there's no soldier that Old Ma, can't lead well. Fan Ming nodded and left with a few veterans. Old Ma smiled and circled around the 3 of them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ma Zhengyang, and I will be your class monitor from now on. I've worked here for 12 years, so I'm considered a veteran. I don't care how you got assigned here. Just remember what you just said, be loyal to your duties, keep your mission in mind, and do your job conscientiously. Yes. He waved his hand with a smile. Relax, don't be so tense. We don't have so many rules here. Be serious when you're working, and rest whenever you want after you're done. Lin Hui saw that Lao Ma had an honest and simple appearance, and seemed easy to get along with. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we've arrived at a comfortable place. Although it's called logistics and aquaculture, it's definitely much easier than being a combat unit. I can stay here comfortably for more than a year, and then retire just in time. Yes, squad leader. Lin Hui and the other 2 saluted. Old Ma laughed heartily. You look quite professional. Come on, let me show you around. The 3 men, carrying their bags, followed behind Old Ma. Not long after they went inside, a pungent stench made Lin Hui frown. What does it taste like? Wang Yong pinched his nose directly. Chun Eru was all right. His family had a pigsty, which he was very familiar with. Old Ma looked at the 3 of them and chuckled. The row of bungalows in front is the pigsty. There are more than 2,000 pigs raised here. In the past, we had to manually carry pig manure and sweep the pigsty. Now the conditions are different, and the manure is cleaned by machines. All you need to do is feed the pigs and bathe them with a hose. He pointed ahead. That area is for raising poultry. Chickens are raised on the left, ducks and geese are raised on the right, and at the very back is a fish pond, covering more than 200 acres. You all remember this. Wang Yong frowned, leaned close to Lin Hui's ear and said, Looks like this job isn't easy either. Working all day long, won't your back break? Lin Hui whispered, That's still easier training than running 5 kilometers. The training intensity in the company is much higher than in the recruit training camp. It's double. You should be grateful you're here. Chun Eru nodded. I think this is pretty good. It's similar to my village. Every day I just feed chickens, ducks and pigs. When I came here, it felt like I was home. Wang Yong rolled his eyes. So you've finally found your way home, like Pigsy returning to Gao village. Ma Zhengyang led the 3 of them on a tour. That's the situation. From now on, you'll be mainly responsible for raising pigs. This afternoon, I'll teach you how to mix the feed. He pointed to a patch of land and said, This group of pigs are all sows that are about to give birth. They need to be fed and given special care. If problems arise, not only you, but I will also suffer. Wang Yong was speechless. Do we also need to provide prepartum care for the sow? Lin Hui smiled slightly, showing no sign of burden. His systematic learning will make him stronger. No matter where he goes or what he does, he will become more and more proficient after a few tries. Besides, raising pigs is much more comfortable than training in the military. At least for the next few days, I won't have to suffer. Ma Zhengyang let Lin Hui and the others wander around, so he could familiarize himself with the surroundings. I then went back to my dormitory, because I had something to do. Inside the dormitory, several veterans were already gathered together. They were talking mysteriously about something. Seeing their furtive behavior, Ma Zhengyang frowned and asked, What wicked thoughts are you harboring? Chapter 26 We've come all this way to suffer. An old soldier said with a smile. Squad leader Ma, we finally have some new recruits. We're going to hand over all the work, like feeding the pigs and cleaning the pigsty, to them. Old Ma glared at him. What are you doing, trying to slack off? Let me tell you, don't think you can bully them just because they're new recruits. Who wasn't a recruit once? If I had treated you the same way when you first came here, would you have felt good? Lu Kuei, who was standing nearby, quickly explained, Squad leader, we didn't bully them at all. We just wanted to teach them so they could get familiar with the work and get on the right track as soon as possible. Old Ma snorted coldly. Do you think I don't know what you guys are thinking? Last time we sent some new recruits, you guys bullied them terribly. When they left, not one of you said a good word about us. Can't you guys do anything right? The veterans looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed. Lu Ming coughed and said, Squad leader Ma, to tell you the truth, we've investigated the backgrounds of these 3 new recruits, and none of them are good people. One of them was not very bright, and his grades were terrible. The other two dared to hit their squad leader even in basic training. I heard that the class monitor was later punished for this, and was put in solitary confinement. Old Ma's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Really? That doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming smacked his lips and said, I found out everything. It's true. The squad leader who got beaten up is from the Tiger Regiment's Sharp Knife 6th Company, an 8-year veteran with numerous awards. I was supposed to be promoted to officer after finishing basic training, but because of this, not only did my promotion fall through, but I also received a disciplinary action. It said that we might have to pack our bags and leave earlier than planned. Old Ma was utterly shocked. Whether it was the honest Chen Eru or Lin Hui and Wang Yong, they all left a good impression on him. How could he have beaten up the squad leader in basic training? Could there be some misunderstanding here? What misunderstanding could there be? Lin Hui said coldly. Squad leader, if you ask me, we should first give these 3 soldiers a warning. Let them know that this is our territory and they have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, once they gain power, who will be able to control them? We're not a combat unit here, after all. These guys dared to beat up their squad leader in basic training. If we don't discipline them properly, they'll be doing us a disservice in the future. Others chimed in. Yes, they need to be taught a lesson so they'll remember it. Old Ma frowned. They can't get away with this. Don't worry unnecessarily. New recruits need to be properly guided, not just acted recklessly like this. I think this is great. A voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone immediately turned around and saw the quartermaster, Fan Ming, walking in with his hands behind his back. Good morning, quartermaster. Several veterans quickly saluted. Fan Ming looked at Lao Ma. Lao Ma, I know you have a good heart, but when it comes to dealing with Xiong Bing, you have to use special methods. Reasoning with him won't work. Only by making them suffer will they learn their lesson. No matter how wrong their squad leader was in basic training, it's not a reason for them to hit him. New recruits must respect veterans. These 3 lads need to be taught a lesson. Quartermaster. Old Ma wanted to say something, but was interrupted. That's settled then. You don't need to worry about it. Lu Ming and the others were overjoyed. Quartermaster, don't worry. I have 9 ways to deal with those kids. 9 ways. Old Ma sighed helplessly. I served in the army for more than 10 years. He had seen quite a few so-called troublesome soldiers. These soldiers may seem unruly and disobedient, but most of them are not inherently bad. They simply lack the right way to communicate with others. The military is developing rapidly, and everyone is working at breakneck speed. No one has the patience to properly guide them. Although he understood this principle, Lao Ma had no choice but to obey the arrangement. All right, I'll take care of this. Then I'll have to trouble you. Fan Ming patted his shoulder, then looked at the others. None of you should be idle either. Don't expect to have an easy time just because new recruits have arrived. Yes. Everyone quickly responded with smiles. In the evening, Lin Hui and his 2 companions ate in the cafeteria. To show their welcome, the cafeteria gave each person an extra 2 poached eggs. Wang Yong looked at the food on his plate with disgust. This is what we get on our first day? That's so stingy. Chen Eru was also puzzled. Isn't it said that when new recruits are assigned to their units, there's usually a welcoming ceremony or something? This is too shabby. Lin Hui glanced around and noticed that several veterans were looking at him strangely. He immediately whispered, keep your mouth shut. I suspect that word of our affair has already reached here. What? It's been sent so quickly? The 2 were immediately surprised. Wang Yong asked worriedly, we're doomed. These guys know we beat up the veterans. They're definitely going to retaliate against us. Chen Eru quickly moved to the side and said, I didn't lay a hand on him. I didn't hit the veteran. Wang Yong slapped him on the head. Still trying to distance yourself? If you're with us, you're an accomplice. If they want to deal with you, they'll definitely take you down with them. You think you can escape? Chen Eru panicked. What should I do? I don't want to get beaten up. Lin Hui said helplessly. There's nothing we can do if we don't want to get beaten up. Although they don't know Suda, they're all veterans, so they'll definitely stick together. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he glared at Wang Yong and said, when the squad leader beat you up, just let him beat you up. Why did you fight back? If you hadn't fought back, nothing would have happened. Wang Yong snapped. Didn't you also hit someone? You even smashed the glass. You hit much harder than I did. Lin Hui's lips twitched. I was only doing that to save you. Did you expect me to just watch you get beaten to death? That's why people say, there's no one better than Brother Hui in the world, and children with Brother Hui are like treasures. Wang Yong chuckled and said with a shameless grin. Lin Hui was speechless. Where did this kid learn all these witty remarks? He said seriously, forget it, we shouldn't be so negative. We should always look on the bright side. Sergeant Ma is a good person. He shouldn't just stand by and watch us get bullied. The 2 nodded. Sergeant Ma is indeed a good person. He looks very kind. He always had a kind smile on his face and was very patient with everything. Lin Hui glanced at the few veterans around him and sighed inwardly. It seems that it's not so easy to just coast along. There's no better way now. We can only deal with whatever comes our way. He is increasingly unable to understand the military. Back when he lived in the military compound, he thought being a soldier was quite simple. I didn't expect to discover so many social niceties when I came here in person. Lin Hui rolled his eyes at the sky. He still had to endure another year and 9 months. How difficult was that? The next day, Lin Hui and his 2 companions were woken up early by the veteran. Although there are no morning exercises or training sessions here, feeding the pigs is their morning routine. Around 4 a.m., they were woken up by Lao Ma to prepare pig feed. The amount of food consumed by more than 2,000 pigs is truly astonishing. The 3 men had never done farm work before, and after working for several hours, their backs were almost broken. It's no easier than training. After a quick breakfast, before they could even catch their breath, they were taken to the fish pond. The entire 200-acre fish pond requires manual feeding of all the fish. The 3 of them worked until noon and were so exhausted that they almost collapsed on the ground. Veteran Lu Ming walked over with a sneer. You can't even do this little bit of work? Don't you guys do anything at home? Wang Yong gasped for breath. I've done manual labor before, but I've never done anything this heavy. This is even more tiring than carrying bricks on a construction site. Shun Eru said with a bitter face. I've worked in the countryside before, but my family only has 1 pig and a few chickens. We'll be done in no time. Nothing has ever been this tiring. It's killing me. If I had known logistics would be this tough, I would have preferred to go to the company for training. Lin Hui also regretted it. He had originally come with the intention of just getting by. Who would have thought I'd be this exhausted? If this continues every day, it will be unbearable. I'll definitely be exhausted. But now that we've come this far, there's no better way than to accept reality. In the following days, Lin Hui and his 2 companions worked from dawn till dusk every day. There's a ton of work to be done at the base. We can't possibly finish it all. Although there are machines in the pigsty to clean up manure, the manure still needs to be processed manually. Alternatively, you can use a shovel to shovel the pig manure onto a truck and transport it away. Alternatively, you can use buckets to carry the pig manure to the edge of the fish pond to compost the vegetable garden and add nutrients to the fish pond water. The workload alone would have exhausted the 3 of them. The military has its own standards. Although there is no training here, there is absolutely no room for carelessness in our work, and we must strictly follow the standards. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. After lunch, Lin Hui and his 2 companions finally found a chance to rest and bask in the sun under a tree. Wang Yong sighed. I never thought that one day I would envy the old man's life. Lying here sunbathing. It's fucking awesome. Shun Eru nodded. I finally understand why there are always old men gathered around playing chess at the entrance of the village. It's so comfortable. Wang Yong suddenly looked at Lin Hui. Brother Hui, we need to think of a way. We agreed to come here to relax and enjoy life, but we ended up doing hard labor here. Shin Eru didn't say anything. He had made up his mind. Wherever Lin Hui went, he would go too. He would follow her through thick and thin. Lin Hui felt utterly helpless. They came expecting to enjoy a life of comfort, but instead they've ended up suffering. They get up earlier than the chickens and go to bed later than the cows, and they have to take care of a bunch of livestock every day. It's not a life for humans. Moreover, he's noticed it these days. The veterans were deliberately making things difficult for them, assigning them all the dirtiest, most tiring, and hardest jobs. Lin Hui knew that it would be difficult to get them to stop in a short period of time. To reach a reconciliation and gain their approval, it will take at least a year and a half. Lin Hui took a deep breath. We can't go on like this. If we keep backing down, those guys will only think we're easier to bully. Let's go find the quartermaster to settle this matter. Wang Yong's eyes widened. Brother, are you serious? It's the quartermaster who's leading the charge against us, and you're going to go and reason with him? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Lin Hui smiled slightly. Don't worry. We have a plan. We're not afraid of him. I have a way. What way? Wang Yong and Shin Eru were completely baffled, unable to figure out what he was up to. Chapter 27, Assisting a Sow in Giving Birth? You're kidding me. Thump, thump, thump. A knock came at the door. Quartermaster Fan Ming looked up and said, Come in. Just as Lin Hui was about to push the door open, Wang Yong and Shin Eru grabbed him. Brother Hui, how about we call it a day? It's too risky. Lin Hui shoved the 2 away. Do you still want to live a good life? The 2 looked at each other and nodded vigorously. Stop talking nonsense if you want to. If you want a good life, you have to make the sows and geese comfortable first. Eru and Wang Yong rolled their eyes, thinking that they were living much more comfortably than they were. Lin Hui pushed the door open and went in. Reporting, Lin Hui, 3rd Platoon, 5th Logistics Company, reporting for duty. Fan Ming was taken aback. It's so late. Is something the matter? Lin Hui said seriously. I want to report something to the leadership. Some veterans are bullying a few of us new recruits. Fan Ming raised an eyebrow. Bully you? You must be joking. We've always been very harmonious here. Don't I care about you? Lin Hui had already guessed his reaction and said directly, you are indeed good to us, and the veterans are good too. But you leave all the work to us, and they do nothing. The three of us are busy from morning till night, and we are almost exhausted. Isn't this bullying? Fan Ming laughed and sat down again. Shaolin, you've misunderstood the veterans. They want to help you improve and get used to the work environment as soon as possible. It's their way of showing you care. How can you think of the veterans like that? It hurts them too much, and it hurts me too much. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. The official tone was impeccable. However, he was prepared. Quartermaster, the military regulations clearly stipulate that veterans and new recruits should respect and care for each other. Combat troops train together, but we don't have to work together here. Is there such a rule? Why don't you show me the regulations? Snap. Fan Ming slammed his hand on the table. You've gone too far. Do you expect me to teach you how to do things? I'm telling you, the reason I'm making you do more work is to help you grow quickly and become familiar with the work here. I'm telling you, the order to give you more work was given by me. Is there a problem with that? Lin Hui smiled and said, we will obey orders without question. We will definitely carry out any orders we are given. That's fine then. Go back and get back to work. The quartermaster waved his hand impatiently. Lin Hui saluted. Yes. Then I will write a letter to the division headquarters tomorrow to report how much you care for us, and also ask the higher-ups to give you a commendation. Fan Ming stared wide-eyed, his head buzzing. I've been here for so many years. He had never seen any new recruit so bold as to report him. Seeing Lin Hui turn to leave, Fan Ming angrily slammed his hand on the table. Come back. Who told you to leave? Lin Hui turned around. Boss, are you planning to punish me? Go ahead and punish me. After you're done, I'll organize everything and report it all up later. Fan Ming's lips twitched. Current policies require that new recruits be cared for. If he really made a mistake, then a slight punishment would be understandable. However, during this period of time, Lin Hui and his colleagues worked hard without complaint and did an excellent job. If he really reports it, and the higher-ups send people down to investigate, then I'll definitely be in deep trouble. Fan Ming pointed at him. Lin Hui, let me tell you, although this isn't a combat squad, it's still a military unit. What you did before was excessive, and you've come here to atone for your sins. Unless the veterans see your changes with their own eyes and accept you from the bottom of their hearts, they will naturally stop making things difficult for you in the future. Don't think that reporting this will solve the problem. You've angered the public. Even if you don't stay here, you'll still be targeted elsewhere. Lin Hui sneered inwardly. After all, she had spoken the truth. He straightened his back and said, I remember a leader once said that everyone makes mistakes, and a good comrade is one who can correct them. Are you now targeting our past and holding on to it? I'll have to include that in my letter too. The quartermaster was so angry his liver hurt. He had never seen such a sophistical recruit. Fine, you've got a silver tongue, the quartermaster sneered. Okay, I can get everyone to work together. But let me tell you, the mistakes you've made aren't so easily forgiven. This is the military, not the outside world. If you want to be respected, you have to prove yourself. Lin Hui could tell that the quartermaster was not a bad person. He just did everything a veteran should do. Although it was deliberately making things difficult for them, it was also out of respect for the dignity of veterans. However, Lin Hui was unwilling to be targeted like this, and he came here to resolve the trouble. He looked at Fan Ming and said, Sir, I know the veterans look down on us and think we're troublemakers. But what if we could do the same as them? Would we then be spared from being targeted? Fan Ming was stunned for a moment, then laughed in anger. Like them? Lin Hui, do you think raising livestock is easy? Let me tell you, every veteran here has gone through more than a year of training to get their current skills. Lin Hui looked at him confidently. What if we could do the same as them? Fan Ming nodded angrily. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Okay, tomorrow, the sows in the pigsty will give birth. If you can successfully assist with the delivery, it means your skills are on par with the veterans. Can you do it? I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Lin Hui straightened his chest. Fan Ming's eyes twitched. Even a greenhorn like him looked down on farm work? Do they really think just anyone can do this? He stood up angrily. Fine. If you can successfully deliver the piglets tomorrow, I'll agree to whatever you ask for. Assisting a sow in giving birth is a truly skilled job. Although it looks ridiculous, it's a job that only experienced workers can do in the logistics and aquaculture industry. Even a seasoned veteran wouldn't dare guarantee 100% success. Lin Hui chuckled. His system was learning ability, and Lao Ma had told him a lot about delivery during this time. This was not a difficult task for him, which is why he was confident enough to approach Fan Ming. Quartermaster, if we finish our task, we don't have any unreasonable demands. We just hope you can give us some time off so we don't have to work so hard. Fan Ming looked him up and down. You're good, but what if you fail? Lin Hui said seriously. We will obey the quartermaster's orders. No matter what we are asked to do in the future, we will not complain. Okay, it's a deal. Fan Ming chuckled and sat back down. Kid, let's see how you perform tomorrow. Lin Hui saluted, turned, and walked out. Fan Ming grinned, crossing his legs. You brat, you've walked right into the line of fire. Tomorrow, I'll teach you a lesson. However, just in case, he would still have veterans watching over him to prevent any mishaps and to allow for timely remedial action. The sow is also military property. If a difficult birth causes the pig to die, he will also be held responsible. As Lin Hui walked out of the office, Wang Yong and Shin Eru quickly surrounded him. How did it go? What did the quartermaster say? Lin Hui smiled slightly. It's resolved. They're not bothering us anymore, and they're even planning to give us a holiday. The two jumped and skipped excitedly, rushing over to kiss Lin Hui twice. Lin Hui pushed her away dismissively. Don't be too happy yet. There are conditions. What are the conditions? Tomorrow, we'll assist the sow with giving birth. As long as we can ensure a successful delivery and there are no unexpected complications, everything will be fine. Wang Yong and his companion nearly vomited blood. Brother Hui, what kind of international joke are you making? We wouldn't know how to deliver a sow's piglet. It's more like the sow is delivering ours. Chapter 28. The clerk was amazed. This was actually possible? Where are you going so late at night? After dinner, Wang Yong and Chun Eru followed Lin Hui to the outside of the library. Lin Hui smiled and said, I'm going to the library to read some books and look up some information. Wang Yong was speechless. Damn, you're cramming at the last minute? I thought you knew everything just because you were so calm. Turns out you learned it on the spot. We're doomed, Chun Eru said with a bitter face. This time we've walked right into the line of fire. Lin Hui gave an okay sign. Don't worry, it's no big deal. I'm a genius. After saying that, he walked straight into the library. Wang Yong shook his head. This time it's over. Brother Hui even fooled himself. Does he really think he can deliver a sow's baby just by reading a book? If that were true, everyone would be a veterinarian. Chun Eru panicked. What do we do tomorrow? If we end up with 1 pig and 2 lives, we're doomed. Wang Yong sighed. There's no other way but to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. Hopefully he can find something useful in the book, otherwise, we're just waiting to embarrass ourselves tomorrow. At the same time, as soon as Lin Hui entered the library, he immediately found the relevant books. So Farrowing and Prepartum Care, 3,000 Questions on Scientific Pig Farming, the Pig Breeding Handbook. That's all. Lin Hui's eyes lit up, and he quickly flipped through the books. Because of the system, he can remember everything he has read. A wealth of knowledge about pig farming flooded into my head like a river. Ding. Pig raising ability +1. Ding. Pig raising ability +1. Early the next morning, Lin Hui had just returned from the library when Wang Yong and Chun Eru immediately rushed over to him. They were so nervous that they didn't sleep well all night, and their eyes were all panda-like. Brother Hui, how's it going? Chun Eru quickly asked. Did you learn anything useful? Wang Yong slapped him on the head. What are you thinking? What can you learn in one night? Brother Hui, why don't we go apologize to the quartermaster and the others? If we go head-to-head, we'll definitely be the ones who suffer. Lin Hui said confidently. All right, stop nagging. Just do as I say. The two exchanged a glance, their faces full of suspicion. But since things have come to this, we can only trust Lin Hui this time. Soon, the three arrived at the pigsty. Inside the pigsty, the quartermaster and a group of veterans were already waiting. As soon as Lin Hui arrived, Old Ma pulled him aside. Lin Hui, why did you actually come? Squad leader, we agreed yesterday that you'd leave it to me today. Nonsense, Old Ma whispered. Assisting a sow in giving birth is no joke. You stay here and don't move. I'll go and plead with the quartermaster, and this matter will be over. Lin Hui felt a warm feeling in his heart. Having been in the army for some time, Lao Ma is the first veteran who truly cares about and respects me. However, after a night of intensive study, he was absolutely certain he could deliver the piglet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back today. Squad leader, Lin Hui said seriously. Actually, I have a lot of experience in animal husbandry. Really, my dad is a pig butcher. Lin Guangyao, who was far away in his office at headquarters, suddenly sneezed. If he knew that Lin Hui had called him a pig butcher, he would know that Lin Hui had called him a general. They'll probably track him down from 1,000 miles away and beat him to death. Really? Old Ma looked puzzled. Of course it's true. Lin Hui smiled sincerely. My family raises pigs and slaughters them. My dad does it all. He's really good at it. And I've been learning from him since I was a kid. Lin Guangyao sneezed several times in a row. What's wrong with me today? Who's talking about me? Old Ma frowned slightly. Just then, the quartermaster shouted, Lin Hui, are you coming or not? We can wait, but the sow can't. That thing can't hold it in. All right, coming right away. Lin Hui chuckled at Lao Ma, then strode over. Old Ma tried to stop him, but failed, and could only sigh inwardly. I don't know if what this kid is saying is true or false. Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, he'll go right away. Just then, he saw Lin Hui pull an MP3 player out of his pocket and start playing music. What are you doing? Squad leader, you don't understand. My dad taught me that playing music for sows can relieve their prepartum anxiety. Old Ma was speechless. Is your dad a pig butcher or a psychologist? Lin Hui chuckled. I used to be a psychologist, and then I went to slaughter pigs. Soothing music played, and the sows waiting to give birth began to calm down. When the veterans saw Lin Hui playing music for the pigs, they burst into laughter. Wow, I've heard of playing music for cows, but I've never heard of playing music for pigs. You guys don't know anything. Lin Hui rolled his eyes and began to give the pig a massage in a very professional manner. Fan Ming's eyes twitched. Lin Hui, if you really don't know how, then hurry up and come out. Don't make the pig depressed and refuse to have any more children. Quartermaster, I'm giving the pigs a prepartum relaxation treatment. This technique is really good. I guarantee it will feel good. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a massage later. Lin Hui almost made Fan Ming spit out blood in anger. You fucking think I'm a pig? Besides, I'm a man. The massage ended quickly, and Lin Hui picked up his MP3 player and changed the song. The wind is howling, the horses are neighing, the yellow river is roaring, the yellow river is roaring. As soon as the rousing music started, the old sow's ears perked up, and she got all excited. With his extensive professional knowledge, Lin Hui could tell at a glance that the pig in front of him was about to give birth. His systematic learning ability has made him a seasoned master. Assisting piglets with births is a piece of cake for them. Soon, he gently placed the piglets on the hay. Watching Lin Hui's skillful movements, Old Ma's heart was in his throat. Be careful. Be careful. You must be careful. You absolutely cannot make a mistake. Don't worry, squad leader. I'm always gentle with pigs. Although Lin Hui's movements were fast, each one was exceptionally gentle. It will absolutely not harm the tender piglets. In just 1/3 the time it would take an average person, Lin Hui successfully delivered babies for 8 sows in the pigsty. Each piglet was lively and energetic, and looked very healthy. Lin Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Squad leader, we made it through without any real danger, and we fulfilled our mission. Old Ma punched him in the chest. You little rascal, you scared me to death. You actually managed to do it. Wang Yong excitedly ran over. Brother Hui, that's awesome. Chen Eru's eyes sparkled. Can you teach me this technique? My second uncle's family raises a lot of sows. When I get back, I'll have to show off. No problem, it's a piece of cake. Lin Hui said with a relaxed expression. He walked up to Fan Ming and saluted. Quartermaster, mission successfully completed. Please give instructions. Fan Ming was dumbfounded, his jaw dropping to the ground. After a long while, he finally reacted. Lin Hui, I've been in logistics for so many years, and I've never seen a pig give birth this way before. You've really opened my eyes today. No problem, no problem. Lin Hui waved his hand and said, My dad not only slaughters pigs, but also raises them. Helping pigs give birth is as natural to me as eating and sleeping. Oh, Lin Guangyao sneezed violently again. What's wrong with me today? Chapter 29 Hui Ji, are you going to open a nightclub? Quartermaster, I've completed the task you assigned me. Does that mean I've won? Lin Hui asked with a grin. Fan Ming was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. What? Afraid I'll renege on my debt? How could that be? Lin Hui smiled and said, The quartermaster is upright and honest. He certainly wouldn't. All right, you win. Fan Ming rolled his eyes, then turned to the veterans. See that? They've only been here a short time, and they can already deliver a sow's piglet. How long have you been learning this? Aren't you ashamed? The veterans' faces immediately fell. It took them a whole year to learn this. Who would have thought that this kid's family raises pigs, and that his father is a professional pig butcher? An old soldier said, Quartermaster, we know we were wrong. Fan Ming said sternly, All right, I'm not blaming you. Let bygones be bygones. You're not allowed to bully Lin Hui anymore, and you're not allowed to give them all the dirty and hard work. They're working diligently, and you're slacking off. It's simply outrageous. Yes. The veterans felt aggrieved. But I really admire Lin Hui's skills. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen a pig give birth like this. It's unbelievable. Wang Yong and Chun Eru immediately beamed with joy. Hee, We're finally going to have some good days ahead. Brother Hui is amazing. I love Brother Hui. Just then, Fan Ming suddenly asked curiously, Lin Hui, let me ask you something. Besides raising pigs, what else does your dad raise? We raise chickens, ducks, and fish, Lin Hui said with a straight face, making up a lie. What's wrong, quartermaster? Fan Ming's eyes lit up. So, you're good at raising chickens too? Lin Hui smiled and said, of course, my dad is better at killing chickens than pigs. He used to sell chickens at the market. Let me tell you, I grew up in a chicken coop, and I've seen all kinds of chickens. Lin Guangyao sneezed again, his head buzzing. What's going on today? Did I catch a cold? Fan Ming patted his shoulder excitedly. Great. Great. It seems our logistics team has struck gold this time. From today onwards, you will handle the breeding techniques, while the veterans will take care of the other tasks. The veterans' faces turned green immediately. Quartermaster, this won't do. Why not? Fan Ming waited for them. Do you have the skills? If you do, then you go ahead and do the work for them. Old Ma chuckled. That's right. You all saw Lin Hui feed the pig smoothly just now. It was fast and good. Which of you can do it like him? The veteran was speechless for a moment. They don't have a father who slaughters pigs. Seeing that Lin Hui was still hesitating, Fan Ming simply said, if you can handle this job and manage the pigsty and chicken coop well, I can give you more time off. Lin Hui and his companions' eyes lit up immediately. Holidays are great. Go out and have some fun. You can also go shopping in the city, have a meal, watch a movie, take a bath, and maybe even sneak off to a club for a night of fun. Okay, no problem. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Fan Ming smiled slightly. Okay, as long as you can achieve results and perform well, I'll give you as many days of leave as you need. He looked at the veterans and said, listen up, you guys. From now on, whatever Lin Hui tells you to do, you have to do. Don't think that just because you're a veteran, you're something special. The veterans were speechless. What the hell did this guy do to deserve this? They actually ended up being bossed around by the new recruits. Lin Hui chuckled, secretly pleased. It seems that having skills really makes a difference. You'll be in demand everywhere. But Dad can't find out about this, or he'll whip him to death with a belt. Soon, Fan Ming brought Lin Hui to the chicken coop. Pushing open the door, a strong smell of chicken manure hit me. Lin Hui and the other two didn't even frown. During this period, the veterans kept tormenting them, making them do all sorts of dirty and tiring work, but they had long since gotten used to it. Fan Ming turned his head and said, raising chickens is actually very simple. As long as you can ensure that the chickens don't die, grow quickly, and lay a lot of eggs, you're qualified. Can you do that? Lin Hui puffed out his chest. Boss, I have confidence in the chicken, and I have even more confidence in myself. Keep it up. Fan Ming patted him on the shoulder, then turned and left. Old Ma asked worriedly, will it work? Do you need my help? Lin Hui felt a warm feeling in his heart. The old squad leader really cared for and protected him at all times. He suddenly realized that he was growing to like this place more and more. Squad leader, you can rest assured. My family is a large-scale poultry farmer. Besides, raising chickens is much simpler than raising pigs. Old Ma thought about it and realized that Lin Hui's ability to deliver piglets meant he was indeed experienced. Besides, his father often deals with chickens. Even so, he still patiently reminded me. Okay, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. Don't be afraid of bothering me. Understood, class monitor. The squad leader led the veterans away first. As soon as they stepped outside, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, Squad leader, do you think Lin Hui and the others can handle this? Old Ma turned his head. Worried about them? Nonsense, Lu Ming retorted stubbornly. I'm worried about the hens in the coop. These are all military property. Old Ma laughed heartily. Don't worry, I believe these kids can do it. Evening. Lin Hui carried 2 speakers to the chicken coop. Wang Yong was completely bewildered. Brother Hui, what are you doing with 2 big speakers? This place is indeed full of prostitutes, but you can't turn this into a nightclub, can you? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. You don't know anything. I'm doing this to raise chickens. Wang Yong and Chun Eru looked at each other, completely bewildered. Audio. Raising chickens? Aren't these 2 next to each other? Do you know how to make chickens grow well and lay more eggs? The 2 of them shook their heads like rattles. Lin Hui smiled slightly. Scientific research shows that if you want chickens to grow well and lay more eggs, you must keep them happy. Wang Yong nearly vomited blood. Make chickens happy? All I know is that big chicken legs can make my stomach happy. A big chicken leg? Where is it? I want one too. I want one too. Chun Eru finally understood one sentence. Lin Hui looked at the 2 clowns and shook his head. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Just do as I say. Eru, help me plug in the power. Chun Eru found a power strip and powered on the speaker. Lin Hui took a cassette tape out of his pocket, blew off the dust, and put it in. You are like a fire, a raging flame, burning me. An upbeat song started playing. The hens were all startled and began flapping their wings incessantly. Lin Hui clapped along to the beat and said, "You too, sing along." The two froze instantly. Wang Yong stared wide-eyed in shock. Holy crap. You're really planning to open a nightclub and a chicken coop? Chapter 30. My son has become a breeding tycoon? Wang Yong's eyes widened. Brother Hui, are you running a nightclub here? Lin Hui scoffed. You illiterate idiot. What do you know? I'm just trying to cultivate the chicken's character. Holy crap. The two were speechless. Why don't you give them a massage? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to live a good life, do as I say. Wiggle your hips and sing a little song. Wang Yong and Chun Eru exchanged a glance, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This is absolutely ridiculous. Eru, what are you standing there for? Sing. Lin Hui kicked Eru in the butt. Chun Eru said with a long face, Brother Hui, I don't know how to sing this song. If you don't know how, just hum along. Lin Hui glared at him. The most important thing is to get hyped up. Can't you see the chickens are watching you? Set a good example. Chun Eru looked miserable, and sure enough, he saw all the chickens staring straight at him. However, her eyes seemed to show even more fear. Jump. Lin Hui kicked again. Chun Eru had no choice but to follow behind, whimpering and moaning as if he had a toothache. The raging flames consumed me. You are like that fire. Wang Yong suddenly opened his mouth and sang like a wolf howling. Not only did it startle Lin Hui, but even the chicken trembled in fright. What the hell are you singing? Are you at a funeral? If the chicken hears this, will it be able to lay an egg? You even held back the egg. Let's start over. Be gentle and show some feeling. Lin Hui acted like a music teacher scolding a student who was tone deaf. Wang Yong shrank his neck, looking embarrassed. I'm sorry, I'll try again. Soon, under Lin Hui's guidance, Wang Yong and Chun Eru gradually found their rhythm. Lin Hui was, after all, a nightclub prince. Singing and creating a lively atmosphere are things I can handle with ease. As the three sang loudly, the atmosphere in the chicken coop gradually became lively. At first, the hens were indeed startled, but after a while, they realized that Lin Hui and his two companions posed no threat and were all relieved. The music played in rhythm, and some of the chickens had already gotten used to the beat. They even started twisting their necks left and right to the music. They looked so happy. Giggle. It's moving. Wow, it's moving. Wang Yong shouted excitedly. Chun Eru scratched his head. But will this work? You don't know anything. Lin Hui said seriously. These chickens are kept here all day long. If you were in their shoes, would you have the energy? They need to be kept moving, energized, and then when they get tired, they naturally can't hold back anymore, and then they'll lay eggs in droves. Wang Yong and Chun Eru stared at him in disbelief. Brother Hui, are you talking nonsense? Stop talking nonsense. Keep dancing. Put your heart into it. Get the party started. Lin Hui gave each of them a slap on the butt. The two had no choice but to dance along to the music. One song ends quickly, and the next one is a completely dynamic DJ track. As if a fire had been ignited within him, Wang Yong completely let go and began to shake Lin Hui wildly. Seeing the two of them jumping around so enthusiastically, Chun Eru simply lay down on the ground and started playing on a human carousel. The lights were flashing and the music was blaring throughout the chicken coop. Not far away, two veterans stared at the swaying lights of the chicken coop, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Are they planning to kill a chicken? An old soldier swallowed hard. I feel the same way. Another veteran nodded. I think they're going to send all the chickens away. The first veteran gave a wry smile. I've been here for so long, and this is the first time I've seen chickens raised like this. Should we go and report this to the quartermaster? The soldier on the other side shook his head. Forget it. They're the quartermaster's favorites now. If we go to report, we might get yelled at. Just wait. If a bunch of chickens die tomorrow, they'll be in for it. The two exchanged a mischievous grin, then turned and went back to their dorm. Time passed by, and one song after another played. The chicken coop was completely agitated, with chickens and people alike swaying their heads to the music. Half an hour later, Lin Hui pulled the two of them to sit down and rest. All right, let's see them move. Wang Yong scratched his head. Brother Hui, the chickens are lively now, but when are they going to lay eggs? Lin Hui glanced at his watch. Turn off the music in another hour, or we'll really exhaust them. Brother Hui, I think I might die before them. Chun Eru was panting heavily, his head covered in sweat. Soon, an hour had passed. The music was turned off, but the chicken was still excited. Wang Yong and Chun Eru stared at each other, wide-eyed. There seems to be no movement. Brother Hui, won't the chickens get too excited and stop laying? Probably not. Let's wait and see. Lin Hui felt a little guilty. This is a method he summarized from reading books. It works on pigs, so it probably won't work on chickens, right? After a while, the chickens seemed tired and sat down in the coop. Oh no, the chickens want to sleep. They must be tired from playing and won't lay eggs. Wang Yong exclaimed anxiously. The words had barely left his mouth. Hee hee. A chicken nearby suddenly laid several eggs in a row. It's over, it's really over. Chun Eru shouted excitedly. Lin Hui and Wang Yong suddenly stood up, their eyes wide open in surprise. The next second, the other chickens in the coop, like jetpack warriors, started laying eggs nonstop. Wang Yong excitedly hugged Chun Eru. That's great, that's great. All our efforts weren't in vain. Brother Hui, you're awesome. I even want to lay an egg for you. Lin Hui was speechless. You dare to place the order, but I still don't dare to accept it. Early the next morning, Fan Ming walked into the chicken coop with a smile and his hands behind his back. How are you three doing? Did the chickens lay any eggs this morning? Lin Hui and the other two exchanged a smile. Quartermaster, why don't you go and take a look for yourself? Fan Ming laughed heartily. It's all right. You're new to managing the chicken coop, so it's understandable that you're not familiar with it yet. I can allow for a week of lower egg production. With your abilities, after a week. Suddenly, he was completely stunned. What's going on? Where did all these eggs come from? He rushed to the egg case in disbelief, his pupils dilating rapidly. Today we have almost twice as many eggs as usual. The egg baskets are almost overflowing. You went to buy eggs? Fan Ming glared at them. Lin Hui chuckled and said, Quartermaster, look at what you're saying. We don't do things like cheating. We make the chickens lay eggs with our own skills. Fan Ming's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. You can even help a hen give birth naturally? He glanced back at the chicken coop. All the chickens looked listless, as if they were in the midst of postpartum confinement. What the hell did you guys do to the chickens? Fan Ming shouted anxiously. Lin Hui laughed heartily. Don't worry, they're just tired. You've laid so many eggs, you must be tired too. Fan Ming. You're the only one who can lay eggs. Lin Hui said. They can rest during the day and continue to lay eggs tonight. As long as there's enough feed, I guarantee they'll not only lay more eggs, but they'll also be in great health. Fan Ming's eyes twitched as he listened. These chickens looked like they were dying of chicken plague. But looking at the egg next to him, he had no choice but to believe Lin Hui. He's been at the base for several years and has never seen so many eggs laid in one night. Just then, all the veterans rushed over. The two veterans were looking forward to a good laugh last night, but when they saw the pile of eggs, they were stunned. Holy crap, what did they do? The two men looked at each other, completely baffled. How could the chickens lay so many eggs after such a wild night? This doesn't make sense. Fan Ming had already come to his senses and burst into laughter. Lin Hui, you've really impressed me. You're not only a good pig farmer, but also a good chicken farmer. Your father is definitely not just a pig butcher. He must be a breeding genius. Lin Hui suppressed a laugh. If his father heard this, he would probably slap the quartermaster's face until it was swollen. Lin Hui said with a smile, Quartermaster, then it's our agreement. Fan Ming chuckled. What I say, I definitely mean. However, this is only the first day. To make sure you didn't just get lucky. Here's what we'll do. If you can guarantee that the egg production in the chicken and duck coops exceeds the average standard and maintain that level for a week, I'll give you an advanced worker award and give you 5 days off to go wherever you want. Lin Hui and the other two's eyes lit up. They were so excited they almost flew to the sky. Thank you, Quartermaster. It's a deal. Fan Ming laughed heartily. It's a deal. After everyone left, Old Ma came over and punched Lin Hui. Good lad, you've been hiding your skills. I'm your squad leader, so if you have any good techniques, don't keep them to yourself. You have to teach me. Lin Hui looked ashamed. He couldn't teach his skills unless Lao Ma also had a system. He laughed it off, managing to get away with it. In the following days, Lin Hui and his two companions repeated the same method. A traveling performance in chicken coops, duck coops, and goose coops. Every night, the breeding base is filled with revelry. The poultry were having a blast. Egg production is exploding every day. On the 5th day, the egg production at the base was 3 times higher than before. Fan Ming couldn't stop smiling. He felt that Lin Hui was a great treasure bestowed upon him by God. Lin Hui and his two companions were living a truly prosperous and fulfilling life. That evening, Lu Qingsong was reviewing documents. The phone rang. He glanced at the number and instantly stood up. Hey, old commander, I was just about to look for you. So you still know to come to me? Lin Guangyao said coldly. Did you come to report that my son beat someone up in basic training? Lu Qingsong looked embarrassed, but immediately smiled and said, Old commander, what young person doesn't make mistakes? That's all in the past. A good comrade is one who can admit his mistakes and correct them. Please don't blame him. You brat, you're just helping him cover it up. Lin Guangyao said angrily. A new recruit dares to do something like this. What will he be like in the future? Tell me, how should he be severely punished? Lu Qingsong said with a smile. I sent him to the production base so he could experience some hardship and be tempered. You're talking nonsense. Lin Guangyao slammed his hand on the table. That place is for idle people. Do you think he'll learn his lesson? You're just protecting him. Lu Qingsong quickly shook his head. Old chief, you've wronged me and misunderstood him. Let me tell you, this kid has changed a lot since he went to the base. Oof, what can he change? Things have really changed. Lu Qingsong laughed. Since he went there, not only has the number of piglets sold increased, but the egg production at the base has also multiplied. Now he's a model worker at the base, and the base has even applied to have him featured in the military newspaper to give him a proper commendation. Lin Guangyao, sitting opposite him, nearly vomited blood. What did you say? That kid. He became a professional aquaculture farmer. Lin Guangyao was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder. The Lin family has served in the military for generations, and each member is a hero with outstanding military achievements. Lin Hui actually became a breeding tycoon? This brat has completely disgraced the Lin family. Chapter 31. Father's angry outburst leads to Lin Hui's exile. Sensing Lin Guangyao's anger, Lu Qingsong quickly said, Old chief, please don't be angry. Lin Hui's achievements are at least a step forward. Snap. Lin Guangyao slammed his hand on the table. Lu Qingsong was startled and immediately shut up. He knew very well that his old superior cherished his reputation and valued it highly. The whole family are all elites, but when it comes to Lin Hui, he becomes an expert in raising pigs and chickens. If this gets out, oh dear, it'll be so embarrassing. A commander of such high rank has actually fathered a professional livestock farmer. If it were him, he would feel ashamed. Lin Guangyao was furious. The eldest son is a son, and the second son is also a son. By the time the third child arrives, he's become a bastard? He roared into the phone. Lu Qingsong, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Startled, Lu Qingsong quickly said, Old chief, you've misunderstood. I really. Lin Guangyao interrupted him. That's enough. A new recruit beating a veteran is a serious offense and shouldn't be tolerated. I suggest you send him to the toughest place to toughen him up and let him receive his punishment, not to let him hide in a production base raising pigs. Lu Qingsong paused for a moment, then asked, Then, where should we send it? Lin Guangyao, let him guard Crescent Island. Lu Qingsong's eyes widened. Boss, the conditions on Crescent Island are so harsh. Can Lin Hui handle it? Besides, it's not like it's 602 anymore. Lin Guangyao said coldly, We want him to suffer. What kind of soldier is he if he can't endure hardship? A soldier, wearing a uniform, doesn't even know why he joined the army. This is my dereliction of duty as a father, and it is also your dereliction of duty as a division commander. Lu Qingsong said with shame, I do indeed bear an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Lin Guangyao said seriously, The duty of the People's Liberation Army is to protect our country. Sending Lin Hui to raise pigs may seem like you're protecting him, but you're actually harming him. He'll never improve in his life there, and he'll never understand the meaning of being a soldier. Understood, senior leader. I'll make the arrangements right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingsong sighed. The old leader is indeed a leader. He's so ruthless even to his own son. He sighed. Lin Hui, you're really in for it this time. In the study, Lin Guangyao's hands trembled with anger. Dad, don't get so angry, it's bad for your health. The brothers Lin Hui and Lin Fan came up with teacups to offer their comfort. Lin Guangyao put down his cup and angrily cursed. How can I not be angry? Although I haven't participated in any major battles, I have at least defended the motherland and protected the people. Both of you brothers took up my steel gun and carried the banner, but Lin Hui, that brat, is irresponsible and has disgraced the Lin family. Lin Hui said awkwardly, Dad, calm down. Actually, when my second son and I joined the army, we were also rebellious. My second son even made a fuss about it. Lin Fan quickly interrupted, but we adjusted quickly and adapted very quickly. Serving in the army is the mission of the Lin family, and we wouldn't dare to rebel. Lin Hui touched his nose. However, the third brother is different from us. He is the youngest and has been spoiled since childhood. He has never suffered any hardship. Yes, the third brother's personality is different from ours. He's very unconventional, and there are some things we just can't force. Give him more time to adjust. Lin Fan also offered an explanation. Lin Guangyao was furious. What nonsense are you spouting? If war comes, will the enemy give him time to adapt? Will he throw eggs at the enemy then? Will he beat up veterans after being wronged, or even desert? The two brothers exchanged a helpless glance. My father is old-fashioned and stubborn. Once he's made up his mind about something, nothing can change it. It seems they're determined to send the third son to suffer. Lin Hui suddenly spoke up. Dad, how about I go see the third son off? All right then. Lin Guangyao nodded. He figured it out. Lin Hui just wanted to coast along in the army. If I had known I was about to go to such a miserable place to suffer, they'll definitely try to find a way to escape. The most shameful thing would be to desert when the time comes. It would be good to have his older brother do some ideological work and give him some guidance. When you get there, teach this brat a lesson. Besides, Lin Guangyao's tone suddenly softened. Tell him that Dad hopes he can become a qualified soldier. I don't expect him to be outstanding. I just hope he understands what it means to be a soldier. Where he falls, he should get up from there. There's no place for him to hide forever. I understand, Dad. I'll pass that on to Xiao Wei. Lin Hui nodded and turned to leave. The next morning, Lin Hui, accompanied by his two tag-alongs, was rehearsing their new show in the chicken coop. Eru, have you memorized all your lines? Got it. It's just a laying rooster, an attacking fighter jet, yay. Shun Eru stuck out his butt and imitated the pose perfectly, which made Lin Hui extremely happy. Excellent, excellent. Tonight, you all perform exactly as I instructed. We absolutely have to give the chickens a good time tonight. Lin Hui, come out for a moment. Suddenly, shouts came from outside. Lin Hui hurriedly ran out. Seeing a major standing next to Fan Ming, he asked curiously, Quartermaster, what are the instructions? The major said coldly, Comrade Lin Hui, we have received orders from our superiors to immediately transfer you to Garrison Crescent Island. Lin Hui was completely stunned. Crescent Island? He had heard of this place when he was a child. It was located in the southwest of Yin Kingdom. It is one of the few places in China with the most difficult conditions and the harshest environment. Going there is no different from going to jail. Moreover, Lin Hui has now fully adapted to life in the logistics department. Not only is the food and drink good here, but the holidays are also long and comfortable. He can't leave now that he's about to have a vacation and enjoy himself. I'm not going, absolutely not going. The major said coldly, whether you go or not is not up to you. This is an order. Lin Hui stared at Fan Ming, his emotions running high. Quartermaster, what exactly do you mean? How can you go back on your word? You clearly promised me that as long as I did the job, it would be fine, so why are you getting rid of me? Fan Ming looked helpless. Only a son of a bitch would want to get rid of you. No, we absolutely cannot go with him. Wang Yong rushed out and blocked Lin Hui's path. Chun Eru shouted loudly. With us here, you can't take Brother Hui away. Wherever he is, we'll be there. The major glared at him. You've gone too far. Do you think the army is your own home? Don't you know that obeying orders is a soldier's duty? I don't care. You can transfer Lin Hui away, but you have to take us with you. Wang Yong and his companion shouted at the top of their lungs, looking ready to fight to the death. Over time, they had come to regard Lin Hui as a good older brother. It was as if the sky would never fall as long as he was there. No matter what difficulties we face, we can overcome them. Wang Yong, Eru stepped back. Lin Hui gritted his teeth and asked, Who ordered you to transfer me? Make him come out and talk to me personally. He knew very well that his father must already know about his work in logistics. Only he would transfer himself at this critical juncture. If you don't let that person come. Lin Hui's eyes were filled with anger. Even if you kill me today, I won't leave. The major was so angry that his face turned red. He had never seen such a disobedient soldier. Just then, a loud voice rang out. What's all this commotion about? Lin Hui, do you even look like a soldier anymore? The moment Lin Hui turned his head, his face was filled with shock. Chapter 32 Once brothers, always brothers. Lin Hui, take good care of yourself in your new place. The production base will always be your home. In front of the dormitory building, Old Ma looked at Lin Hui and sighed deeply. Don't hold a grudge against the veterans, and don't complain about the quartermaster. Think more about their good points. They're not bad people. Lin Hui choked up for a moment. I know, class monitor. All right. Old Ma turned around and said, when you get to your new place, just don't forget about me, your squad leader. Chun Eru burst into tears. Brother Hui, how can I live without you? Wang Yong also looked reluctant. Brother Hui, can we not leave? Let's think of another way. We can give up our holidays and rest, okay? Lin Hui's eyes stung. The biggest gain from joining the army was meeting these two good brothers. He certainly wanted to stay. But having been in the army for so long, he also knows that military orders are absolute. His little schemes are nothing in the face of iron discipline. Lin Hui turned his head and looked at Lin Hui not far away, who was leaning against the car with an indifferent expression. At home, he always went against his father. No matter what he did, his older brother would always silently stand by his side. He was the person Lin Hui respected most. The fact that his father sent his eldest brother here already represented his determination to send him away. Lin Hui wiped away Chen Eru's tears. Eru, you're such a grown man. Why are you still crying? Aren't you ashamed? If your parents knew you were crying in the army, if the people in your village knew, they would definitely laugh at you. Let them laugh. I'll cry. I'm going to cry. Chen Eru, with snot running down his face, said, Brother Hui, I can't bear to part with you. Without you, I don't know what I'll do in the future. Lin Hui forced a smile. Idiot. You were doing just fine all those years before you met me, weren't you? But it's different. When you were here, you took care of me. Now that you're gone, no one will take care of me like you did. Sob sob. Lin Hui's eyes stung with tears. Eru, it's all my fault. If I hadn't led you guys astray, you and Wang Yong wouldn't be raising pigs with me here. I'm so sorry. Brother Hui. Eru cried uncontrollably. I love raising pigs with you. I've learned so much from being with you. Being with you has been meaningful. Tears welled up in the veteran's eyes, and the quartermaster turned his head away. Lin Hui's nose tingled, and he patted him hard. Silly boy. Brother Hui. Wang Yong rushed up, his eyes red, and said, Can we think of another way? If the quartermaster isn't working, we'll find a higher-ups. You've been doing so well here. You're about to be featured in the military newspaper. Once the higher-ups find out, they'll definitely want to keep you. Lin Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly. The order was given by his father. Who would dare disobey the commander's orders? All right, that's enough. After I leave, you better not act recklessly again. Don't be impulsive, think things through. Take care of yourself, and also, take care of Eru. Wang Yong hugged him tightly. Brother Hui, as long as you don't leave, I will never go against you again. I will listen to you in everything. I can't bear to part with you. Chen Eru hugged him like an octopus, saying, Brother Hui. Lin Hui held his head high, tears welling up in his eyes. He patted the two of them on the shoulder. All right, it's time to go. Lin Hui checked the time and urged from the side. Get in the car. Lin Hui secretly wiped his eyes. You guys treating me like a brother is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me since I joined the army. If we have the chance, the three of us old buddies will serve together again. Really? The two looked at Lin Hui at the same time. Real? Okay, we'll definitely wait for you. And one more thing. Lin Hui looked at them. If you see Suda, please apologize to him for me. Whether he forgives me or not, I sincerely apologize to him. Wang Hui and Chen Eru were stunned for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Lin Hui sighed. He had actually been thinking of finding an opportunity to apologize to Suda in person, but now that he was leaving, he probably would never have that chance again. He took a step back and solemnly saluted them. Wang Hui and Eru straightened their chests and returned the greeting forcefully. Lin Hui put down his hand, turned around, and saluted Old Ma, the squad leader. Old Ma paused for a moment, then raised his right hand as well. Lin Hui, take care. Lin Hui said solemnly, Squad leader, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will always remember you. Old Ma flashed his signature honest smile. When you get to a new place, don't let life drag you down like you used to. Lin Hui felt a pang of sadness, and tears kept welling up in his eyes. He had just begun to feel a sense of home, and now he has to leave. Finally, Lin Hui saluted the quartermaster and the group of veterans to say goodbye, then picked up his luggage and turned to walk towards the car. Brother Hui, we're waiting for you. Wang Yong shouted with all his might. Lin Hui paused for a moment, but then quickly walked towards the car. It was only a distance of about 10 meters, but it felt like an eternity. Lin Hui climbed into the car and immediately turned his body to the other side. Lin Hui got into the car and closed the door. He raised his hand, wanting to pat Lin Hui on the back and say a few words of comfort, but the words remained unspoken. Lin Hui sighed and said to the driver, Let's go. The car started and quickly drove out of the production base. As you drive from the mountain onto the main road, you see more and more buildings and the streets become increasingly bustling. Lin Hui clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. She let the tears keep falling. He knew that if he left, he might never have the chance to see her again. Wang Hui, Eru, even if we can't see each other in the military camp, I'll come looking for you once I'm out here. Once a good brother, always a good brother. The car sped along and soon arrived at the dock. Lin Hui took Lin Hui to transfer to another boat. After sailing at sea for 2 or 3 hours, we finally arrived at our destination. As soon as Lin Hui disembarked, a swarm of mosquitoes attacked him like a storm. Startled, he quickly held his breath and fanned them several times before he could barely drive them away. What kind of hellhole is this? Lin Hui's face turned ugly. This island is named Crescent Island because it resembles a crescent moon. Lin Hui smiled. How about it? The environment is quite nice, isn't it? Lin Hui's lips twitched. Not bad, my foot. No, Your maternal grandmother is also my maternal grandmother. Lin Hui smiled and reminded him. Once you're here, don't even think about leaving. The closest place to the inland is at least 30 or 40 kilometers away. If you want to slip away, you'd better ask the sharks in the sea if they'll allow it. Lin Hui snorted. Who said I was going to leave? Since we're already here, let's treat it as a vacation. Lin Hui said seriously, you're not here for tourism. There's a sentry post on the island, with a platoon of soldiers stationed there. Your task is the same as theirs, to guard this place. By the way, there will be a supply replenishment every 2 weeks, so you won't starve. Was all of this arranged by the old man? That's right. Lin Hui nodded. Lin Hui clenched his fist. He had been holding back his anger the whole way. Now that it's just him and his older brother here, he can finally unleash his full potential without reservation. He asked me to serve in the army for 2 years, and I did as he asked. What right does he have to interfere in my life? That old warlord, that old bandit. Before Lin Hui could finish speaking, a punch suddenly landed on his face. He stumbled back several steps, his head buzzing. What are you doing? Lin Hui stood there dumbfounded, completely stunned. This is the first time my older brother has ever done something like this by himself since he was a child. In the past, no matter what happened, he would always stand by my side. If the old man scolds you, he will pull you away. If the old man beats him up, he will stand in front of him to protect him. But now, Lin Hui slammed his bag on the ground. Lin Hui, what right do you have to talk about our dad like that? Do you even understand him? You have no idea why he wanted us to join the army. Lin Hui looked at him defiantly. Yes, I don't understand why you have to join the army. Can't you live a normal life if you don't join the army? From childhood to adulthood, you've all been living in the military and never come home. I have worries, but no one to talk to. My dad has never attended my parent-teacher conferences. Do you know why I like to fight? Because they say I don't have a father, since no one has ever seen one. That's why I hate old men, and I hate soldiers. Lin Hui shouted out all his grievances at once, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Lin Hui was stunned, and the two stared at each other for a full minute. He finally sighed, walked over and touched Lin Hui's face. Sorry, does it hurt? Lin Hui shook off his hand. Big brother, I always thought you were on my side. From childhood to adulthood, you were the only one who cared about me. But why don't you understand me now? Lin Hui cried out in grievance. When I was little, other people's dads would ride their motorcycles and pick them up in style, but I always had to go home by myself. Even if it rained, I had to get soaked on my way home. When I was in elementary school, I fell and injured myself while running. Did my dad ever come to see me even once? He only cares about his soldiers and his unit. He doesn't care about me, his son. When I got home, he didn't show me any care or concern. He just used his military methods to control me. He made me fold my blankets, tidy up my personal belongings, and run. Lin Rui's hand hovered in midair, and he gently patted him. Xiao Hui, actually Dad, isn't what you think. He really isn't a good father, but he has his reasons. Over the years, he suddenly started to struggle with himself, and that dragged us into it too. You may hate him now, but one day in the future, you will make peace with him. Lin Hui looked at him coldly. I don't know how you define a good soldier. I admit, I didn't want to coast for 2 years and go home to have some fun. But I haven't slacked off at all during this time. I've become a model breeder at the production base, and I'm about to be featured in the military newspaper. He said angrily. Even if I'm not in a combat unit, am I still a soldier at the breeding base? The food they eat is all raised by me, isn't it? Why do they have to transfer me away? Lin Hui sighed deeply and patted him hard. Xiao Hui, you have the appearance of a soldier, but not the substance. Do you admit that a large part of what you're doing now is out of spite? You're a war hero, and the son of a commander is just a pig farmer. You want to really humiliate him and make him look bad, right? Lin Hui was panting heavily, but he did not deny it. Lin Hui looked at him. You don't understand the meaning of being a soldier, just like you don't understand Dad. Our family is different from ordinary families. My grandfather was a good farmer when he was young, but when the Japanese invaders came, he had to take up a gun to defend his country. He had no choice. My dad joined the army when he was 16 because our country wasn't strong enough back then, and we needed someone to stand up and defend it. He originally wanted to be a good carpenter, but he gave that up. He had no other choice. Lin Hui gripped Lin Hui's shoulders tightly. The country comes first, then the family. Without a strong army, we wouldn't have the good life we have now. Our dad is a soldier, and the words serving the people are ingrained in his bones. That's why he stubbornly believes that the Lin family should join the army. The more soldiers our family has, the fewer ordinary people will be sacrificed on the battlefield, and the more ordinary people can live a peaceful and happy life. There are sacrifices and gains. Your good life now, the education you received from childhood to adulthood, and the good material conditions are all thanks to the countless people like our father who risked their lives on the battlefield. He's only offering you 2 years of military service as a reward. Do you think that's excessive? Lin Hui fell silent, and his mood gradually calmed down. Lin Hui sighed deeply. Your dad is indeed a stubborn old man and very selfish. He sent you in without your consent, but I can guarantee that as long as you stay here obediently for 2 years, you will definitely have unexpected gains. He patted his chest and said, here's the deal. If you want to leave in 2 years and dad still forces you to stay, I'll stand by your side, even if it means turning against him. I promise you. Seeing Lin Rui's intense gaze, Lin Hui felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and then nodded emphatically. Okay. A moment later, Lin Hui watched the boat slowly depart. He took a deep breath, picked up his bag, and turned to walk towards the outpost. The island wasn't large, and after walking for a short while, he saw the outpost. Outside the outpost, a group of veterans were already lined up to welcome him. Lin Hui glanced at it, and immediately frowned. These veterans have dark skin and look like they've been through a lot from the sea winds. The thought of having to endure such hardship in the future still made him feel somewhat frustrated. He wished he could fast forward to 1.5 years later and be discharged from the army immediately. Welcome, new recruits. The class monitor shouted, and everyone clapped enthusiastically. Lin Hui was startled by them and almost dropped his bag. What's going on? Why is this show of force different? Chapter 33 What happened to the promised hardship? This is too comfortable. Dad, it's all done. On the ship, Lin Hui spoke into the phone. Lin Guangyao asked coldly, did that kid cause you any trouble? No. He didn't resist? Lin Guangyao was somewhat surprised. Lin Hui smiled wryly. Dad, Xiaohui isn't a child, he's just a little stubborn. He also said that if he promised to serve in the army for 2 years, he'll serve for 2 years. Once he's made up his mind, he'll see it through to the end and leave with his head held high. Lin Guangyao snorted coldly. At least he knows what's good for him. Dad, Xiaohui is actually really good, and I can already feel that he has changed. Nonsense. Lin Guangyao retorted irritably. It's to be expected that there will be changes. Otherwise, why would I send him to the army? For months have passed, and if there's no change at all, then he's not a member of the Lin family. Lin Hui said with a smile. Through this experience, I have more and more confidence in Xiaohui. I can assure you that even if he does retire in 2 years, he will understand the meaning of being a soldier and will never be the same as before. Lin Guangyao nodded. I hope so. I hope that in 2 years, he will be a decent human being and no longer a son of a bitch. Lin Rui's lips twitched. If he's a bastard, then what are you and me? A whole family of turtles mobilized? After hanging up the phone, Lin Hui looked at the boundless blue sea outside and took a deep breath. Xiaohui, you come from a military family. Don't let us down these next 2 years. Salute to the new recruits. The squad leader shouted, and all the veterans saluted in unison. Their movements were swift and synchronized, leaving Lin Hui completely bewildered, and he quickly returned the greeting. The ceremony is complete. The squad leader walked over warmly and took his backpack. Comrade Lin Hui, welcome to our company. Lin Hui nodded awkwardly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. This is not what he imagined. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Yongyan, and I'm the squad leader here. These are Zhou Peng, Wu Meng, and Lu Shan. We are all guardians stationed in the southwest, the first line of defense for our motherland. Well said, applause. Zhou Peng shouted, and everyone applauded loudly. Lin Hui felt incredibly awkward, as if the scene was rehearsing a play. However, these veterans seemed quite honest and easy to get along with, perhaps more so than the veterans at the production base. Lin Hui really couldn't figure out what the old man was thinking. I thought I'd be sent to the hardest and most tiring place. Are you ready? What are you preparing? Lin Hui was stunned. Old Ma said mysteriously, bring it up. The noodles are here. An old soldier immediately ran out with a bowl of noodles in his hand. Lin Hui looked at the bowl of noodles in front of him, which had a large chicken leg, 2 slices of ham, and a sprig of bright green scallions on top. Squad leader, what's this? This is for your welcome back. Eat it while it's hot. Seeing that Lin Hui didn't touch his chopsticks, Wei Yongyan thought he looked down on it. Don't be disgusted. We only deliver supplies once every 2 weeks. This is the best we can offer. The squad leader even gave up his rations for tomorrow just for this bowl of noodles. Another veteran was about to speak when Wei Yongyan interrupted him. Wu Meng, didn't you hide a salted duck egg there? Take it out quickly. I almost forgot. Wu Meng quickly ran to the cabinet and took out a salted duck egg, and she even thoughtfully helped him push it aside. Lin Hui felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Back in basic training, my squad leader had a fiery temper and would resort to corporal punishment at the drop of a hat. When they first arrived at the production base, the veterans always found ways to bully them. But coming here gave him a feeling of. Lin Hui stood up and saluted. Thank you, fellow veterans. Forget about being a veteran. Once you're here, we're all family. Hurry up, or the noodles will get soggy and won't taste good. Lin Hui nodded and sat down to eat his noodles. Perhaps he was hungry, because he ate his meal with exceptional relish. This was the most reassuring and comforting meal he had eaten since joining the army. At 7 p.m., everyone watched the evening news together. The island is small, with little entertainment, and the waves are high at night. So after watching the evening news, the next step is to study how to read newspapers. After it was over, Wei Yongyan took Lin Hui to his dormitory. Lin Hui was stunned as soon as he arrived at the place. This is a small single room with only a bed and a chair. Shouldn't we be sleeping in dormitories? Wei Yongyan explained. The dormitory is already full, so we can only put you here for now. The room is a converted storage room, so please bear with it. Zhou Peng will be moving out in a while, and then the bed will be available, and you can move in then. I'm not upset. Sleeping in a single room is a privilege reserved for cadres. You can't enjoy it anywhere else. Wei Yongyan laughed and said, which cadre lives in such a cramped place? However, the conditions are really limited, so you'll just have to make do for now. There's a thermos on the kitchen counter. The water inside is freshly boiled that day, so it's safe to drink. The toilet is to the left after you exit the door. Yes. Lin Hui nodded with a smile. He felt that the class monitor was like an old mother, taking care of everything, big or small. I'm practically telling myself how to fold clothes and not to leave my feet sticking out when I sleep. Wei Yongyan smiled and said, I just said too much. You may not be able to remember it all at once, but don't worry, you'll be familiar with it in a couple of days. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. Don't be shy. It's getting late. You should get some rest. There's a light switch by your bedside. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Hui quickly called him back. Class monitor. What's wrong? Lin Hui hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage. Squad leader, there are some things I don't want to hide from you. I have a criminal record from when I was in recruit training. After listening to Lin Hui's explanation, Wei Yongyan smiled and said, I know all of this. Lin Hui was stunned. You know? Of course. Wei Yongyan nodded. I had already received your information before you came here to report for duty. I am aware of everything that has happened since you entered the recruit training camp today. Don't be surprised. I'm the class monitor, after all. If I don't even know what the new recruits are like, what kind of class monitor am I? Lin Hui felt a pang of shame. Squad leader, you knew perfectly well, so why did you still? He didn't understand why the class monitor wasn't targeting him. On the contrary, they treat me so well. Because of this incident, I was targeted a lot when I arrived at the breeding base. Logically speaking, veterans should protect other veterans, right? Wei Yongyan chuckled and said, who doesn't make mistakes? Soldiers are human too. How can they not make mistakes? Most importantly, you should be able to admit your mistakes and correct them. I've heard about what happened at the breeding base. You did a good job, which means you've realized your mistakes. Lin Hui was deeply moved. It felt so good to be understood and not discriminated against. Wei Yongyan looked at him and said, actually, I know your squad leader from basic training. Do you know squad leader Su? Yes, he used to be one of my soldiers. Lin Hui was stunned. Suda was actually a soldier led by the squad leader? Wow, this is such a coincidence. Then wouldn't he and Suda become fellow disciples? Squad leader, can you tell me about it? Wei Yongyan nodded. Of course. I remember when Suda first joined the army. He was inconspicuous, like a quiet gourd, not good in any way, and many people even thought he was not cut out to be a soldier. Lin Hui was somewhat surprised. Something's not right. Sudan's ability to join the Tiger Regiment's Sharp Knife 6th Company shows he has good talent. So why can't he be associated with the lowly soldier? Wei Yongyan recalled. I know what you're thinking. You think he must be very capable to have made it into the elite unit. But the reality is quite the opposite. Through the old squad leader's recollections, Lin Hui finally understood Su Da's past. He came from the mountains, and his bones exude a tenacity. Perhaps knowing that they are not smart enough, they often have to put in 2, 3, or even 10 times more effort than others in everything they do. It was precisely his relentless, workaholic nature that led him to join the elite 6th Company. Wei Yongyan looked at Lin Hui. Su Da's personality was set from that time on. He is straightforward and doesn't know how to get along with people. I hope you won't blame him. No. Lin Hui shook his head. During basic training, the reason he went against Suda was not only because he wanted to slack off, but also because he didn't understand Suda. I simply thought this person just wanted to gain honor and rewards. But after listening to what the old squad leader said, he realized that Suda was indeed a good soldier. That was true in the past, and it is true now. So, am I a good soldier? Wei Yongyan sighed. Su Da's success today is largely due to his indomitable and straightforward personality. But this personality also destined him to not stay indefinitely. Squad leader, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me. Wei Yongyan waved his hand. It has nothing to do with you. Even if it didn't happen to you, a conflict would have broken out somewhere else sooner or later. There are skills and methods to leading troops, not just brute force. To put it bluntly, he doesn't know how to get along with people. He couldn't adapt to the military, so he had to leave. Lin Hui grew up in the compound. It is very clear that the military is developing rapidly. Many things are being innovated. If you can adapt, then keep up. If you can't, you'll be eliminated. And Su Da, actually, it's better that he's retired. If he doesn't make any changes, staying in the army will be torture for him. Maybe leaving will be better. Wei Yongyan patted Lin Hui on the shoulder and sighed. All right, it's getting late. You should get some rest. The lights will be out soon. The squad leader left, leaving Lin Hui alone in the room. The branches outside were rustling. The sea breeze squeezed in through the cracks in the window, emitting mournful howls. Lin Hui lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. My mind was racing with images, like a slideshow. Although he has been in the army for less than half a year, he has experienced a lot in those 6 months. There was sweat, there was hardship, there was separation. Remembering old Ma's advice before he left, telling him not to let life go to waste. At this moment, even he himself couldn't figure out whether he should continue living like this. Lin Hui was slightly lost in thought, muttering to himself. What exactly does it mean to be a soldier? Does putting on this uniform mean I'm not a soldier? Chapter 34. Aren't fishing and drinking tea more appealing? Why be so self-disciplined? Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a sudden, urgent whistle sounded outside. What's going on? Lin Hui reacted instinctively and sat up straight in bed. He hadn't heard the whistle since leaving basic training. Although the breeding base requires early morning work, it is always old Ma, the foreman, who comes to wake him up. What urgent matter could there be that requires a mobilization whistle so early in the morning? Lin Hui was speechless, but he quickly put on his clothes and ran out. As soon as he stepped outside, the veterans had already assembled and stood in formation. Lin Hui, you stand at the very end. Yes. Lin Hui quickly moved to the back of the line. Wei Yongyan shouted. Now begin counting off. 1, 2, 3, 4. The veterans' voices were loud and clear, full of energy. After calling out the last number, Lin Hui was filled with confusion. What exactly are we supposed to do? There are only a few of them. Are they really going to conduct training? That can't be. Wei Yongyan looked at everyone and said, now we'll begin training. A 5-kilometer run, then, turn right. Lin Hui was dumbfounded. They're really going to do training? How can you run 5 kilometers in such a small place? Are you going to run in the sea? But soon he realized that he was running around the island. A lap around the island is about 800 meters. Running 6 laps would be roughly 5 kilometers. The veterans ran with exceptional focus, and no one whispered to each other throughout the entire run. Lin Hui felt quite relaxed following the group. With his current physical strength, none of these veterans could fight him. But he really couldn't understand it. There was no one else on the island. Who was he trying to impress by doing this? After running 5 kilometers, I had breakfast. Wei Yongyan led everyone back to the dormitory and began tidying up their rooms. He looked at everyone seriously and said, now, let's begin tidying up the rooms. We believe that good housekeeping standards reflect the good image of soldiers. Blankets must be square and have sharp corners, so that mosquitoes will slip on them and flies will do the splits on them. The veterans quickly ran to their beds and began folding their blankets. Lin Hui stood aside and watched, even wondering if he had returned to basic training. What's wrong? Did you stay at the breeding base for too long and forget how to tidy up? Wait a minute, I'll come over and help you when I'm done. Wei Yongyan looked up and smiled at him. Lin Hui quickly waved his hand. No need, I can manage on my own. Speak up if you need anything, don't be shy, we're all family. Lin Hui had just turned to go back into the house when he heard the veterans' hearty laughter. Looking at the messy blankets on the bed, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's a tiny place, you can walk across it in the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. Is such self-discipline really necessary? There's no one watching or caring, so even if I slack off, no one will know. After a day of training, Lin Hui was completely speechless. In a place like this, it's better to drink tea and go fishing than to conduct training. The evening news will begin at 7 p.m. Led by the class monitor, everyone sat down in front of the television. Squad leader, it seems there's no signal? An old soldier patted the television set. It was full of static. Listen to the radio. Okay. The veteran took a radio out of the cabinet, plugged it in, and soon sound came out. Lin Hui was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had ever heard the news like this. Wei Yongyan chuckled and said, don't be surprised. That's how it is here. The TV signal is intermittent. Usually, it rains at night around this time, so make sure to close the doors and windows tightly. Understood, class monitor. Time flies, and half a month has passed. Lin Hui has gradually gotten used to this place. He also figured out the patterns of the veterans. Morning exercises, training, and housekeeping are basically the same as in frontline troops, even including singing before meals. Of course, most importantly, these veterans treated themselves very well. They didn't bully him because he had made a mistake. On the contrary, they were very helpful in washing my shoes and socks. On one occasion, Lin Hui simply sneezed, and the squad leader brought him ginger tea that evening. Here, he truly felt the warmth of home. The veterans around him were like older brothers, taking meticulous care of him. Crescent Island, what a wonderful place. Lin Hui leaned against the tree, a smile on his face. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly and shook his head violently. No, how could I have such thoughts? This is a cage, a place the old man specially used to imprison and torture me. How could I possibly think of it as a good thing? I should hate this place. I should despise this place. This is not where I belong. The outside world is where I belong. Lin Hui kept reminding himself, but he didn't know that his rebellious heart had already been subtly changed. That night, everyone in the outpost was asleep. Rumble. A thunderclap illuminated the night sky. The next second, a torrential downpour, accompanied by strong winds, suddenly began. Lin Hui was fast asleep at that moment. Suddenly, the door was blown open. Lin Hui was jolted awake by the rain. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Before he could react, a dark figure rushed in from outside. It stood like a mountain, blocking the entrance. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Lin Hui turned on the light and discovered that it was actually the class monitor who had come. He looked surprised. Squad leader, what brings you here? Wei Yongyan was soaked to the bone. He grabbed a towel from the wall and tossed it to him. Hurry up and dry yourself off, or you'll catch a cold. Squad leader, I'm fine. What do you mean you're fine? You're soaked to the bone. Wei Yongyan said seriously. Hurry up, don't catch a cold. This place is different from outside. If you get sick, it'll be a big deal. Lin Hui knew that this was an isolated island at sea. The supply ship only comes once every 2 weeks, and it may take even longer if there is bad weather. Getting sick is a huge hassle. He quickly wiped himself with a towel and then handed it to the squad leader. Squad leader, you wipe yourself too. While wiping his face, Wei Yongyan said with a smile, the weather at sea can change in an instant. You'll get used to it. But today is alright. Last time the wind was so strong it almost blew the roof off. Lin Hui looked at the terrible weather outside, with wind and rain raging. I felt a little uneasy. However, seeing the class monitor's calm expression, he felt much more at ease. Wei Yongyan pulled out some tape from his pocket. I'll seal the windows for you so the rain won't seep in. The door latch is faulty from all this time, so you can prop it up with a chair later. I'll bring you a new sheet and blankets in a bit. Although his body was ice cold, Lin Hui felt his heart warm up. It feels so good to be cared for. At the production base, he always acted as the older brother, taking care of Wang Yong and Eru. Unexpectedly, after coming here, I was able to enjoy such treatment. Lin Hui hesitated for a moment, then asked, Class monitor, may I ask you a question? What's wrong with being able to or not being able to do it? Why are you being so polite with me? Just ask. Old Ma said this while sealing the windows. Lin Hui asked curiously, Squad leader, I've been here for a while now, and I know there's no one else on the island besides us. I don't understand how you guys are so disciplined every day. Aren't you tired? Old Ma said with a chuckle. Everyone has to find something to do. Otherwise, staying here would drive people crazy. Lin Hui wondered, drinking tea and fishing are both things to do. So why not choose a more relaxed and comfortable way? Wouldn't that be better? That would be good. Wei Yongyan stopped what he was doing. But it's not suitable for us. Lin Hui was annoyed. Are there really people who don't like to be lazy and insist on making themselves suffer? Can I know why? What is it that keeps you going, training every day, day after day? Is there some force supporting you? Wei Yongyan turned his head, a smile on his face. Because I'm a soldier. Lin Hui was startled, and goosebumps instantly rose on his arms. Because I'm a soldier? This sentence. How come it's the same as what my older brother said? Lin Hui felt like he had fallen into a vicious cycle from which he could never escape. What exactly is a soldier? Can one endure loneliness? Be strict with oneself? Or defend one's country? Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. Squad leader, come quick. Something's happened. Chapter 35 What Swimming Champion? This kid is clearly a dolphin spirit. Wei Yongyan dropped what he was doing and rushed out immediately. Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, then ran out as well. It was windy and rainy outside, and you couldn't see anyone even 5 meters away. The two ran wildly through the wind and rain. What happened? Wei Yongnian shouted anxiously. On the shore, Wu Ming, wearing a raincoat, quickly ran over. Squad leader, there's a fishing boat that's sunk up ahead. What? The storm came so suddenly that the fishing boats didn't have time to return to port. They were planning to take shelter here, but who knew it would happen so suddenly? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly notify everyone. Put on your life jackets, and go rescue people. Wei Yongnian's eyes turned red with anxiety. Without saying a word, he rushed out. At the same time, he turned back and shouted to Lin Hui. Lin Hui, you stay here and guard this place. Don't go anywhere. Wait for us to come back. Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, then saw everyone rushing towards the ship. He hesitated only for a moment before rushing over. Quickly, let's go. The engine had just started when the entire ship suddenly shook. Wei Yongnian turned around, his face full of shock. Who sent you? Squad leader, you've all gone in. How can I just watch? Lin Hui wiped the water off his face and said with a smile. Wei Yongnian glared at him. You greenhorn, are you out of your mind? Get down here right now. Squad leader, the boat has already set sail. Let's go down next time. Lin Hui chuckled. Wei Yongnian almost vomited blood. Saving lives is urgent. Going back now will definitely be too late. He immediately took off his life jacket and tossed it to Lin Hui. Put it on. Lin Hui quickly handed it to him again. Squad leader, I'm a good swimmer, I don't need it. Bullshit. It's a storm, and we're at sea. A wave could just sweep you away. This isn't a swimming pool. Lin Hui said seriously. What's wrong with the ocean? I was a swimming champion when I was a kid. I've swum the Yangtze River, the Yellow River, everywhere. This is nothing. Squad leader, they're dying. Wei Yongnian immediately turned his head and saw that the ship in the distance was about to sink. The situation was critical. There was no time to think, and turning back was impossible. He shouted at Lin Hui, listen to my command. Hold on tight to the boat, and don't move. Yes. Lin Hui growled. The speedboat, like a sharp sword, cuts through the waves on the sea. On a fishing boat not far away, several fishermen were clinging to the mast, shouting for help in the water. Give me the rope right now, Lao Zhong, Lao Su, you two come down with me. Wei Yongnian and two veterans raced against time to tie the rope around their waists. The three of us will go to rescue them. The rest of you stay on the boat. Lin Hui, you stay here too, and whatever you do, don't move. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them jumped into the sea. Lin Hui immediately rushed to the bow of the boat and saw the three of them struggling desperately in the pitch-black sea, as if they would be swallowed by the waves at any moment. On the boat, Wu Ming quickly tied the ends of the ropes securing the three of them. This is their lifeline. We absolutely cannot be careless. A large wave came and knocked the three of them back, putting them even further away from the fishing boat. Zhou Peng shouted urgently. The waves are too big. It's hard to get close. Wu Ming, I'll steer the boat closer. Absolutely not. Lin Hui hurriedly stopped him. The waves are so big. If we take the boat over there, we might crash. Then forget about rescuing people. We'll be doomed too. Wu Ming panicked. Then what should we do? Without saying a word, Lin Hui plunged into the sea, moving as fast as a fish. Ding. Swimming ability +1. Ding. Swimming ability +1. 2 seconds later, he burst out of the water and then plunged back into the sea. When he came out of the water again, he had already leaped several meters. Wei Yongnian stared in disbelief. Holy crap. This kid's swimming skills are amazing. An old soldier gaped. What kind of swimming champion is this? He's clearly a dolphin incarnate. Did he train in storms every day? Don't just stand there. Swim quickly and save them. Wei Yongnian shouted, and the other two quickly came to their senses. As Lin Hui approached the fishing boat, the two fishermen saw him and immediately shouted, Help! Help! As Lin Hui waded through the water, he shouted, Don't be afraid. I'm a soldier from Yin country. I'm here to save you. Both of them burst into tears instantly, overwhelmed with emotion. Don't move. I'll take you back. Lin Hui rushed forward instantly, grabbed the two men when they were still half a meter away from the boat, and pulled them down sharply. The two let go of each other's hands and fell with him. As he landed, Lin Hui suddenly straightened up, his legs landing perfectly on the boat. Using the reaction force, they quickly plunged into the water, carrying the two of them. Glug glug. The two were forced to swallow several mouthfuls of seawater. But the next second, Lin Hui brought him back to the surface of the sea. The two were so choked that tears streamed down their faces. This is too exciting. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hui was back beside the squad leader. Squad leader catch. Although he couldn't use much strength in the sea, he was twice as strong as a normal person. Lin Hui gave a strong push, sending the two of them flying. Holy crap! Wei Yongnian was utterly shocked. Two dark figures suddenly appeared and came hurtling towards him. He instinctively reached out to take it. The moment he caught the two, He was also thrown into the water and swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Yongyan emerged from the sea, coughing up water incessantly. You brat, didn't you know to throw it slower? You almost killed me. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Hui had already rushed towards the fishing boat again. Quickly, send them back first. Wei Yongyan quickly pushed the person toward an old soldier. The two veterans didn't hesitate. They grabbed the man and swam toward the boat. After several attempts, Lin Hui finally managed to rescue all 5 fishermen before the boat sank completely. He was the last to climb onto the boat, completely exhausted. Wei Yongyan rushed over and punched him in the chest. You little brat, are you looking for death? If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to your parents? Lin Hui chuckled. Squad leader, I'm not dead, am I? If something happens to you, how will I explain it to your families? You little bastard. Wei Yongyan was so angry he laughed. Set sail and go back. Back to shore. The veterans worked together to drag the 5 fishermen ashore. They were exhausted by the waves, but it was their strong will to survive that kept them alive. But their bellies were filled with seawater, which they had to expel immediately. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening. The veterans quickly carried the man into the outpost, preparing to provide first aid. Lin Hui wanted to help, but Wei Yongyan pulled him back. You stand still. Squad leader. Wei Yongyan took off his raincoat and draped it over Lin Hui. You must be freezing. Hurry up and go inside. Take off your wet clothes and rub them thoroughly with a dry towel. You can leave things here to them. Well, Lin Hui felt a warmth in his heart and quickly ran towards the dormitory. Inside the outpost, the veterans frantically tried to save the 5 men, then found blankets to wrap them up. It took the 5 of them a while to recover. A middle-aged man was the first to open his eyes. Wei Yongyan looked at him and said, Don't worry, you are safe now. Rest on the island for now, and we will send you back after the storm stops. The 5 people sat up one after another. Then he knelt down with a thud and burst into tears. Thank you, all of you. If it weren't for you, our whole family would have perished. Thank you. The veterans quickly helped him up, and Wei Yongyan said, No need to thank us. We are the people's soldiers. It is our duty to protect the motherland and the people. Even if the sky falls, the soldiers will hold it up. Protecting the people is our responsibility. With a loud bang, Lin Hui was shocked, as if he had been struck by lightning. This sentence is so familiar to him that he can recite it with his eyes closed. Back home, he had heard it countless times from his father and older brothers. At that time, he felt that it was just empty rhetoric with no real meaning. But looking at the fishermen, who had survived the ordeal, they were filled with gratitude. Lin Hui was deeply shocked. Is this the true meaning of being a soldier? Chapter 36, I want to be a good soldier and live a decent life. That night, Lin Hui couldn't sleep at all. He tossed and turned in bed. The words the class monitor had just said kept replaying in my mind. If the sky falls, the soldiers will hold it up. It's our duty. Lin Hui is troubled. What exactly are the duties of a soldier? Is it just about suffering and hardship? Suddenly, Lin Hui recalled the image of the fishermen who were rescued, weeping with joy and immense gratitude. At that moment, he seemed to understand a little. To make sacrifices and gain the recognition of the people, isn't that the duty of a soldier? Isn't that the meaning of being a soldier? The next morning, the wind and waves stopped. On the shore, Wei Yongyan instructed, Old Su, you'll be in charge of steering the boat and taking the villagers back to shore. Good. Old Su nodded and prepared to lead the fishermen onto the boat. But when the fishermen learned that Lin Hui had saved their lives the day before, holding his hand, she expressed her gratitude for a long time, but she just wouldn't let go. If the veteran hadn't held him back, he would have already knelt down and cowed out. Lin Hui was a little embarrassed by the teasing. Watching Old Su see the man off, Wei Yongyan turned to Lin Hui with a smile. You kid, although you were a bit reckless this time, it was indeed a great achievement. I'll personally go to the higher-ups to recommend you for commendation. Squad leader, you were the ones who put everyone on the ship and rescued them. I didn't actually do anything. Lin Hui said modestly. Wei Yongyan patted him on the shoulder. All right, stop pretending. If it weren't for you being a swimming champion, whoever among us could get close to the fishing boat would have it all thanks to you. He changed the subject sternly, saying, However, I still have to give you a serious warning. Don't do this again. You've gone too far, and I don't want to hold a funeral for you. No, I'll definitely wear a life jacket next time. Lin Hui quickly promised. The other veterans burst into laughter. Squad leader, please don't criticize him. Lin Hui meant well. He'll definitely be more careful next time. We'll be in charge of supervising. Lin Hui smiled, feeling a warm glow in his heart. There is understanding, there is tolerance, there is care. This is what home feels like. All right, no matter what, you've done a good job. Wei Yongyan waved his hand and said, How about we throw a celebration banquet for Lin Hui? Squad leader, there's no need for such a grand ceremony. Lin Hui quickly waved his hand. He knew better than anyone how scarce supplies were on the island. We used a lot of supplies to rescue people yesterday, and it will be a while before the next supply shipment arrives. These days, everyone has to tighten their belts. After all, the supply of materials to the military is strictly regulated and is not delivered casually. Wei Yongyan, no, we must do it. Although the conditions are limited, we must get the sentiment. Is there anyone who volunteers to be the head chef? I. Wu Ming raised her hand high. Wei Yongyan laughed and said, you're the one. Give him 2 big chicken drumsticks and add the remaining 3 eggs. No problem. Wei Yongyan looked at him and said, Lin Hui, you're off today. I'll take over the daytime guard duty. I'll take the night watch. Zhou Peng followed up with his words. Wei Yongyan nodded. All right, everyone go about your business. Dismissed. Lin Hui, you should rest well. I'll give you a day off. You can go fishing, watch the sunset, or do whatever you want. Lin Hui's lips twitched. The island is so small, what can you do there? Seeing that the squad leader and several veterans were about to leave, Lin Hui immediately called them back. Etc. The group turned around. Is there anything else? Lin Hui blushed and asked shyly. Class monitor, I'd like to ask you another question. If you have any questions or anything, just say them. Squad leader, yesterday I asked you why everyone is so self-disciplined and hardworking even though no one is supervising us, and you told me it's because we are soldiers. I just want to know, what exactly is the meaning of being a soldier? Or rather, what makes a good soldier? The veterans looked at each other and burst into laughter. Wei Yongyan chuckled and said, you're really overthinking things. Being a soldier is just being a soldier, why all the fuss? Lin Hui scratched his head. I just can't figure it out. I'm not very educated and I can't explain any profound truths, so I'll just share my own understanding. Wei Yongyan pointed to a veteran. Wu Ming has been here for 3 years and has become a non-commissioned officer. His biggest wish is to go to a combat unit and drive a tank before he retires, which is why he trains so hard. Wu Ming said with a smile, driving a tank has been my dream since I was a child. When I found out I was going to join the army, I bragged to my family that I would definitely be able to drive a tank in the army. If I didn't make it, they would definitely laugh at me when I got back. Wei Yongyan pointed to another one. Zhou Peng see him? He's a country boy, one of 6 brothers, and he's the only one who left the village. He's the pride of the whole village. Squad leader, what's with all this pride? I'm not that great. Zhou Peng looked at Lin Hui and smiled. Ly. Lin Hui, I don't have much education or skills. I just feel that since the army trusts me and sent me here, I have to perform well and not waste the army's food. You eat quite a lot too, 3 big bowls every meal. Everyone laughed, making Zhou Peng blush. I was just afraid of wasting it. Lin Hui smiled knowingly, and also began to have some of his own ideas. Wei Yongyan pointed at the thin old soldier. And him, Lu Shan. This kid joined the army because he didn't do well on his exams. He wanted to get into a military academy, but military academies require excellent military skills, so he trained like crazy. Lu Shan said shyly, Lin Hui, actually, I'm from Suzhou and Hangzhou just like you. Are you from Suzhou or Hangzhou? You do not know? You didn't say that either. Lu Shan was a little embarrassed. Okay, maybe I forgot. You know, the pressure in the city is high now, and it's not easy to find a job back home. I didn't work hard when I was in school, so I can only make up for it now. If I can get into a military academy, I can stay in the army and do a good job. Lin Hui looked at the class monitor and asked, Class monitor, what about you? Me? My situation is even simpler. Wei Yongyan said with a smile. I've been a soldier for so many years, served in various units, and finally came here. My former sharpness has long been worn down, and I don't have any other thoughts. I just hope that every batch of soldiers I've led can live a good life and make something of themselves. Lin Hui kept savoring those words. Live a decent life. Wei Yongyan took a deep breath. Lin Hui, it's not easy for us to wear this military uniform. On a grand scale, it's the trust that the country and the people have placed in us. On a smaller scale, being a good soldier makes us proud. Therefore, no matter what you do, as long as you are worthy of your identity as a soldier and worthy of the uniform you wear, in my mind you are a qualified good soldier. Lin Hui's heart was in turmoil. I have gained a deeper understanding of the meaning of soldier. Although the class monitor couldn't articulate the profound truths his father did, he spoke in a very simple and straightforward way. The meaning of being a soldier is actually not that complicated. It's quite simple. And it's very real. Alright, go and rest. You can't digest all of this if I say too much. You'll have to take it slowly to understand. Wei Yongyan punched him, pulling him back to reality. Wu Meng, hurry up and get the food ready. Good. Hey you, Go and take out all the sheets and blankets to air them out. It's such a nice day. The veterans gave a shout, and all left. Lin Hui paused for a moment, then walked to a large rock on the shore and silently gazed at the sea. His father made him join the army so that he could find meaning in being a soldier. The older brother made him join the army because he didn't want him to live a meaningless life. The class monitor hoped that he could live a decent life. After listening to so many people, he suddenly felt a little lost. I came here to just coast along. But now, should I keep coasting along? Lin Hui suddenly thought of his predecessor, who spent his days in nightclubs, surrounded by bright lights and revelry. Behind the seemingly carefree life lies a bottomless emptiness. The kind of happiness accumulated with money and material possessions, once obtained, leaves one with an undeniable sense of loss and frustration. Compared to the gratitude the fishermen felt after being rescued yesterday, and the sense of accomplishment they felt, all of this was utterly insignificant. After joining the army, he received care from Lao Ma, affirmation from the quartermaster, recognition from squad leader Wei, and admiration from his two comrades. These spiritual riches can never be compared to material wealth. Lin Hui sat on the rock for a long time. Suddenly, the sound of veterans training came from not far away. He scrambled to his feet and rushed over, shouting, "Squad leader, I want to train with you. Didn't I tell you to rest?" Wei Yongnian looked at him in surprise. Lin Hui smiled slightly. After thinking about it for so long, he seems to have figured it out. Although I still have a vague and inexplicable feeling about the meaning of joining the army. But at least now, he knows what he should do. "Squad leader, I want to train, I want to be a good soldier." Wei Yongnian was stunned for a moment, then looked back at the veterans behind him and suddenly burst into laughter. "Then what are you standing there for? Get back to your unit immediately." "Yes." Lin Hui smiled and saluted. Chapter 37. This is no coward. He's clearly cut out to be a king of soldiers. On the island, Lin Hui moved with incredible speed and agility. Running ability +1. Running ability +1. The 5-kilometer run ended quickly. Lin Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a short rest. Ding. Stamina recovery +1. The moment the notification sound rang, Lin Hui's fatigue immediately lessened considerably. The soreness in my calf muscles also disappeared without a trace. "You little rascal, you ran way too fast. Didn't you even wait for us?" Several veterans came running over, panting heavily, completely out of breath. Lin Hui turned around and said with a smile, "Squad leader, I've already slowed down." Wei Yongnian slapped him on the shoulder. "You call this slowing down? I think you're about to take off. Honestly, did you grow up eating Scud missiles? Whoosh, you're gone in a flash. Is it really that exaggerated?" Lin Hui scratched his head. He could actually go even faster. But fearing it would damage the veterans' confidence, they only fielded 50 to 60% of their strength. Lu Shan pushed up his glasses. "Lin Hui, you tell me, who in basic training said you were a bad soldier? I have to go and get the truth from them." The others laughed and said, "If someone like you is a coward, then we might as well all die and find a crack in a rock to crawl into." Lin Hui also smiled. During this time, he had almost become like family with the veterans. The relationships among everyone have become increasingly harmonious. "Lin Hui, when it comes to running, you're miles ahead of us," Wei Yongnian said with a smile. "Look how exhausted we are, but you're still jumping around like a baby. You look like you didn't run at all." "Squad leader, the border defense skills competition is coming up soon. How about sending Lin Hui?" Zhou Peng suddenly made a suggestion, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Yes, I think it's a good idea. With Lin Hui's physique, he's guaranteed to get a ranking and bring glory to our class." "Lin Hui, what do you think?" Wei Yongnian looked at Lin Hui and asked. Lin Hui quickly shook his head. "Squad leader, I'm not going." "Why? Because you lack confidence in yourself?" "No, I just think that with so many people at our outpost, anyone would be more suitable than me. Besides, Wu Meng has been preparing for so long." Lin Hui knew that there was only one spot available for the martial arts competition. This was only because they were stationed on the island, and even the staff made an exception and gave it to them separately. Wu Meng wanted to be transferred to another unit so he could drive a tank and realize his dream. They trained like crazy in order to get a good ranking in the competition. Now we finally got this opportunity. Wu Meng waved her hand and said, "What's the use of preparing for a long time? I know my own level very well. If I go and don't get a ranking, I'll just waste the spot. Why don't you go instead?" "But driving a tank has always been your dream." "Lin Hui, dreams are dreams, but we also have to face reality. You run fast, which means you have strong muscle explosive power. You'll definitely get a ranking there, but I can't." Wu Meng sighed softly. He knew he had only average talent. No matter how hard you train, it's very difficult to surpass him. Since that's the case, it's better to give the spot to someone else and let him bring glory to everyone. Others chimed in. Lin Hui, Wu Meng is right. There's only one spot available in our class, and you're the most suitable. Don't decline. We're not skilled enough yet. We need to practice more. It's not too late to go later when we're stronger. The border defense zone holds competitions of all sizes every year, so this one won't make a difference. Wu Meng looked at him. Lin Hui, I'm not giving you the spot. I just think you're more likely to succeed and bring honor to our class. Lin Hui's eyes felt sore. After spending so many days together, he knew perfectly well that he was on this isolated island surrounded by the sea. Apart from the class monitor, everyone actually wanted to leave this place and go to a better place. But for various reasons, I was assigned here. In order to leave, everyone is training hard and improving themselves. Now, the opportunity is right in front of us. If we work hard, we might have a chance to leave here. But ironically, they gave this opportunity to themselves. Looking at the veterans' simple and honest faces, Lin Hui felt an indescribable mix of sadness and emotion, a feeling he had never experienced before. All right, stop talking. You're making them feel embarrassed. Wei Yongyan laughed and said, how about this? I have a suggestion. To be fair, let's have a competition. Whoever is more capable can represent our class. Let's not bother with any of that humility and modesty. Good. All right. Wei Yongyan patted Lin Hui on the shoulder. Lin Hui, show your skills. Don't hold back. If you win, go for it. Don't be coy. After all, it represents the honor of our class. Yes, Lin Hui, we are all proud of you for winning this honor. The others laughed and agreed. Lin Hui smiled and nodded emphatically. I understand. I will do my best. That's more like it. Wei Yongyan said with a smile. He looked at everyone and said, let's not compete in running and swimming. We're bound to lose. We need to be realistic. Lin Hui awkwardly touched his nose. These two items really don't need to be compared, because the veterans had all witnessed how perverted he was in this regard. Keep it simple. Let's compare push-ups and tactical maneuvers. Wei Yongyan shouted, and everyone quickly separated, lay down on the ground, and began to do push-ups with heavy breathing. The rules are simple. Whoever completes the most tasks in the same amount of time wins. At the beginning, everyone's skill level was about the same. After the number exceeded 200, some people gradually began to give up. Zhou Peng was drenched in sweat, and every time he raised his arm, it felt like it weighed a ton. He turned to look at Lin Hui, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Lin Hui was panting heavily, just like a pile driver. Not only was he incredibly fast, but his movements were also ridiculously precise. Holy crap, that's 1,000 already, and they're still going strong. This guy is a monster. With this physique, if he doesn't win first place in the big competition, who will? Soon, the veterans were defeated one after another. In the same amount of time, most people only made 400 or 500, but Lin Hui made a full 1,500. Wei Yongyan's lips twitched. Was there any point in continuing the competition? After the push-ups, it's time for tactical maneuvers. Whether it's a tactical leap, crawling, or a reaction when the enemy is detected. Lin Hui completed it quickly and perfectly, just like in a textbook. Even Wei Yongyan was amazed. Having led so many soldiers, I've never seen anyone as talented as Lin Hui. This kid is no weak soldier. He's born to be a king of soldiers. After the competition, Lin Hui unsurprisingly won first place. Actually, he didn't want it either. However, since the system makes him stronger through learning, his comprehension and understanding abilities are 100 times that of ordinary people. Even though they had just toned it down a bit, they were still far ahead of everyone else. The veterans looked miserable. Lin Hui, look at you. You have the ability, but you refuse to go, and you want us to go instead. Isn't this just making us look bad? No, that's not what I meant. Lin Hui quickly explained. All right, Wei Yongyan said with a smile. Everyone's just joking, but your strength is indeed impressive. You'll represent our class in this competition. With your abilities, you're definitely number one in border defense. Lin Hui smiled broadly. He hadn't expected that he would improve so much. In the past, in order to get by, I always kept my abilities hidden and never dared to truly show them. I never expected it to be so amazing. Squad leader, if I go, what about the others? All right, stop being so long-winded. Wei Yongyan interrupted him directly. You're going with everyone's hopes on your back. If you take the lead and come back with a good result, we'll have more confidence next year. Lin Hui nodded emphatically as he looked at the class monitor and the others, who were filled with hope. But just as he was about to speak, beep! Suddenly, the sound of a ship's horn came from afar. Everyone immediately turned their heads and looked towards the sea. Chapter 38, What Bad Luck, Running into an Enemy. Everyone turned around excitedly. On the sea, a ship was slowly approaching. The supplies have arrived. Great, We get to eat something new again. Wei Yongyan laughed and shouted. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and move the things. Run faster. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, you've got to screw loose. Charge. The veterans excitedly rushed to the shore. Lin Hui smiled and followed. There are no other entertainment facilities on the island, and it is impossible to contact the outside world. Waiting for supplies is everyone's greatest joy. Every time a supply ship arrives, the squad leader and the veterans are as happy as children celebrating the new year. The ship soon docked, and the veterans stood in a row, eagerly awaiting its arrival. But as soon as the people got off the boat, the smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. What the heck? What's going on? Lin Hui was also stunned. At the head of the line was a colonel, followed by several officers. When did you send supplies? Why such a big fuss? Salute. Wei Yongyan recognized the regimental commander Gao Shan and immediately shouted. Everyone immediately straightened their backs and saluted. Gao Shan walked over with a smile. Comrades, you've worked hard. With you guarding the border, the motherland is very reassured. Let me introduce you. These are comrades from the headquarters, who came here specifically to visit and express their regards to you. Wei Yongyan said with a smile. Commander, you could have just made a phone call to offer your condolences. Why did you make a special trip? Gao Shan glared at him. What kind of talk is that? You guys are suffering on the island, and I, as the leader, can't I come and show some concern? Old Wei, I specially brought you 2 cans of good tea, a gift from a friend. If you like it, I'll get you more next time. Commander, this is really embarrassing. Wei Yongyan only hesitated for a moment before turning around and shouting to the veterans. Old Su, Old Zhao, you guys get your men moving things. What are you all standing around for? Takasuji's lips twitched. Do you look embarrassed? Lin Hui also smiled. He secretly guessed that the squad leader and the regimental commander must be old acquaintances. After all, the two are about the same age and are quite familiar with each other. Watching the veterans unload boxes of things from the ship, Wei Yongyan grinned from ear to ear. Commander, why did you send so much stuff this time? This should be enough to last for several months. Takasuji smiled and said, if someone quietly performs a great service in my jurisdiction and I don't acknowledge it at all, would I be considered a competent commander? Everyone suddenly realized why there was such a grand procession. It turned out they were here to deliver rewards. Wei Yongyan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, saving the people is our duty. Wearing a military uniform means protecting the people. Gao Shan smiled slightly. What you said is true, but you really did make a great contribution this time. 5 lives were lost. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They even wrote a letter of thanks and sent a banner over. You guys are really great. To be able to save someone in that situation requires not only courage, but also risking your lives. Therefore, the headquarters attached great importance to this matter and sent me here specifically to commend him. He patted Wei Yongyan's arm and said with a smile, Old Wei, this time you've earned a first-class merit. You old rascal, you're really tied to the army now. You probably can't leave even if you want to. Wei Yongyan was also startled and quickly said, Commander, I can't accept this credit. Why? Takasuji was surprised. He doesn't even want a first-class merit award. Is he out of his mind? Wei Yongyan said seriously, the credit for this rescue doesn't go to me. It was one of our new recruits who did the rescue. This reward should go to him. New recruits. Takasuji was stunned. Wei Yongyan shouted loudly, Lin Hui, arrive. Lin Hui immediately ran over. Lin Hui. A surprised voice came from behind, and everyone turned their heads at the same time. A tall female captain was staring wide-eyed at Lin Hui. Holy crap, Wang Yishue, what's that woman doing here? Takasuji turned around. You two know each other? Wang Yishue's lips twitched, and she snorted coldly. Don't know me. Never seen me before. Lin Hui rolled his eyes, and then pretended not to know him. If no one's around, I'll help you recall it properly. Wang Yishue felt a surge of unease. Why did this guy join the army? A playboy like him would actually enlist. Commander, this is Lin Hui. He deserves the most credit for saving people this time. If it weren't for him. Wei Yongyan spoke loudly, drawing Gao Shan's attention back to him. Takasuji looked Lin Hui up and down, seemingly lost in thought. A new recruit. Does he have such great abilities? The veterans were all anxious. Commander, what the squad leader said is true. The situation was critical at the time. The wind and waves were too big, and we couldn't get close. It was Lin Hui who rushed up without regard for his own safety and rescued them. If it weren't for him, those civilians would have already sunk to the bottom of the sea with the sinking ship. This reward is definitely deserved. Lin Hui was stunned. He never expected that the veterans would give him this honor. You know, this is a first-class merit. This might occur during times of war. But in peacetime, you have to fight for it with your life. This honor is so significant that it can even rewrite the fate of veterans. If Wu Ming gets the job, he'll have the opportunity to be transferred to a combat unit and drive a tank. If Lu Shan gets it, it might increase his chances of getting into a military academy. As a new recruit who has only been in the army for half a year, it doesn't matter whether I have this honor or not. But these veterans are different. They need military merit. Moreover, they have given more here than we have. Wang Yixue was also stunned, looking Lin Hui up and down in disbelief. This kid can actually save people? It's good enough that he doesn't harm anyone. Lin Hui quickly explained, Commander, everyone worked together to pull him ashore, and it was thanks to the veterans' timely rescue that he was out of danger. The first-class merit should be given to them. The team leader interrupted immediately. All right, I know who should get the reward. After listening for a while, he understood. If Lin Hui hadn't risked his life to jump into the sea, those 5 people would definitely have been swallowed by the whirlpool of the sunken ship. It can be said that this credit belongs to Lin Hui alone. However, he was somewhat surprised that a new recruit could have such determination and courage, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Wang Yixue, arrive, Gao Shan solemnly said. You shall award the medal to Comrade Lin Hui. Yes. Wang Yixue walked up to Lin Hui with a look of disgust. When he handed him the medal, he lowered his voice and said, You actually joined the army? I thought you were rotting away in a bar. None of your business. Wang Yixue frowned angrily. You think you can save people? Can you even swim? You didn't bribe them, did you? Bullshit. Lin Hui raised his head. I know so much. Do I have to tell you everything? Wang Yixue gritted her teeth, wishing she could hit him twice. They grew up in the same courtyard since they were little, and back then Lin Hui always bullied her. Pulling hair, lifting skirts, and even peeping at me while I'm showering. He did every immoral thing imaginable. After all these years, he's still the same. They're all so irresponsible. Wang Yixue deliberately spoke loudly. Commander, this guy doesn't look like a good person at all. I suggest we investigate him thoroughly and see if someone is falsifying information or giving false reports. Wei Yongnian immediately became anxious. Sir, you can't slander an innocent person. This is absolutely true. I can guarantee it with my integrity. Lin Hui did indeed save that person. Other veterans immediately chimed in. Yes, we can all testify to that. Gao Shan coughed, already guessing that the two might know each other. Xiao Wang, Comrade Wei Yongnian, is a 15-year veteran. He would never lie. I can vouch for that. Hurry up and award him the medal. There's no need to doubt it. Wang Yixue was speechless, but she still refused to believe it no matter what. A man who spends all his time eating, drinking, and having fun, and who frequents bars and nightclubs year after year. Would someone risk their life to save someone from the sea? Are you kidding me? Seeing Wang Yixue's angry and annoyed expression, Lin Hui proudly raised his head, feeling extremely happy. I love it when you're annoyed with me, but can't do anything about it. You got incredibly lucky this time. This is what they call a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days separation. I am now a respectable and exemplary soldier. Wang Yixue rolled her eyes and whispered, If you're such a good soldier, pigs will fly. I don't even need to think to know that Uncle Lin forced you to come. Lin Hui vehemently denied it. Who said that? I said it. Wang Yixue said irritably. You're not cut out to be a soldier at all. You should just stay in the army for a couple of years, and then go back home. Don't disgrace this uniform and make soldiers lose face. Lin Hui retorted without any politeness. Wang Yixue, stop looking down on me. What makes you so great? You're just a big shot. So what if you're a captain? If you can be one, so can I. I advise you to be more polite to me, or I might end up being your boss next time we meet. Wang Yixue almost laughed out of anger. You think joining the army is so easy? Then what happened to my 3 years at military academy? Let me tell you, without Uncle Lin's help, you'll only ever be a lowly soldier. You'll never catch up to me. Dream on. Lin Hui sneered. Just wait, I'll crush you sooner or later. Although the two spoke very softly, everyone around them wore knowing smiles. He looked exactly like a bystander watching the drama unfold. Zhou Peng whispered, It seems like they're not just acquaintances, they're also sworn enemies. Wu Ming nodded. Do you think that female soldier came here specifically to follow us? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Hui and Wang Yixue turned their heads together and glared fiercely at the two of them. The two veterans were startled. Lin Hui and Wang Yixue glared at each other fiercely, their eyes filled with hostility. What kind of enemy is this? This guy is my mortal enemy. The veterans looked at each other and smiled. Explanation is just a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. They even speak with such perfect understanding. What else could they be but rivals? Chapter 39 Lin Hui, you're a scoundrel. The veterans happily carried their belongings back to the outpost. Regimental Commander Takasugi, accompanied by several officers from headquarters, began to tour the dormitories. On the shore not far away, Wang Yixue stood with her hands behind her back, coldly watching the sea. Lin Hui crossed his legs, as if he had returned to his childhood. Hey, aren't you surprised? Lin Hui said smugly. Wang Yixue didn't even turn her head. I am very surprised that a scoundrel can join the army. I feel ashamed. You're quite a disgrace. Lin Hui said with a grin. Even a scoundrel can get a first-class merit, and you're nothing. Wang Yixue glared at him angrily. I was number 1 every year for 3 years at military academy, and you didn't even know where you were back then. I have received a first-class merit. Lin Hui said with a mischievous grin. Wang Yixue's eye twitched. I am the number 1 person in the headquarters for information warfare. Right now, I am the only one who has mastered the core technology. Who do you think you are? I have a first-class merit, but you don't. Lin Hui said shamelessly, spreading his hands. Enough, is this never going to end? Wang Yixue felt like she was about to vomit blood. You'll never get the better of talking to this bastard. Don't get agitated. Lin Hui chuckled. I know you have period cramps. If you get angry, you'll be in excruciating pain. You bastard. Wang Yixue's face turned bright red. Wang Yixue gritted her teeth. Even if you have a first-class merit, it's just a lucky break. I just don't understand. Uncle Lin is so capable, and your older brothers are also outstanding. So how come you're like this? Were you adopted? How did you know? Lin Hui said mysteriously. Actually, my real dad is even more amazing. Are you envious? Wang Yixue was about to lose her temper. Simply provoking someone was completely ineffective against such a scoundrel. This guy has always been completely unyielding since he was a child. No matter how good you are, you're still just an island guard. Wang Yixue shouted angrily. From childhood to adulthood, she always had to win whenever she faced Lin Hui. She can't compare to others, but now that she's a captain, she's better than Lin Hui. Before she could even feel smug, Lin Hui suddenly said with a serious expression, Well, Wang Yixue, you actually look down on us border guards who have dedicated our youth to the motherland and the people. That's discrimination. I didn't. Wang Yixue exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, this bastard actually managed to get hold of something like this. You do have it. Lin Hui stared at him with a sly grin. I heard you very clearly. Wang Yixue got anxious. I didn't say I looked down on the soldiers here. I just looked down on you. Lin Hui chuckled. I'm the best here. If you look down on me, you're looking down on everyone else. Wang Yixue, I need to report this to my superiors. Shut up. Wang Yixue felt like she was going crazy. He clenched his fist in anger and prepared to step forward. The officer is hitting people. Lin Hui immediately cowered on the ground, feigning a pitiful look. Help. Help me. Wang Yixue hurriedly covered his mouth, saying, Who said I was going to hit you? I was just trying to scare you. Shut up. Seeing Wang Yixue's anxious look, Lin Hui laughed loudly. Serves you right for being so cocky in front of me. Let me tell you, I could bully you when we were kids, and I can still bully you now. Quick, call me boss, or I'll report you to the higher-ups. Wang Yixue glared at him angrily. You're still that scoundrel. After saying that, she turned to leave. Wait. What? Wang Yixue turned around impatiently. Lin Hui patted his butt and stood up. Did I tell you to leave? Don't you know any manners? Wang Yixue was furious. This is the military. My rank is captain, and you are just a private. Whether I leave or not is none of your business. And is this the attitude you should have when speaking to your superiors? How dare you yell at me like that? Lin Hui smiled and looked her up and down. Wang Yixue, don't give me that nonsense. It's just the two of us now. If you dare to leave, I'll pull your hair and spank you. You dare? What do I have to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't beaten people before. Wang Yixue's face flushed instantly, and even the roots of her ears turned red. If it were someone else, they might just be making a joke. But Lin Hui is different. This guy has been a troublemaker since he was a child. What can't he do? Back when I was in junior high, he not only spanked himself, but also, he was absolutely inhuman. What if he really does it? How can I face anyone? He may be shameless, but I must be. You bastard. Wang Yixue stomped her feet in anger. Lin Hui walked over and circled her twice. Just kidding. Do you think I wanted this? Your butt isn't made of gold. What if you don't wipe your butt after using the toilet? So what have you been doing these past 2 years? Your butt has gotten bigger and bigger, and your pectoral muscles, why are they so exaggerated? Wang Yixue's face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. That bastard. He dares to say anything out loud. What nonsense are you spouting? I have things to do and don't have time to waste with you. Lin Hui suddenly leaned in close, their noses almost touching, and Wang Yixue instinctively stepped back. What is this bastard up to now? Lin Hui stared at her face and chuckled. It's been a few years, and I've noticed that you are indeed prettier than before. Wang Yixue was stunned for a moment. Lin Hui. But one thing hasn't changed. He's still the same as before. Long hair, short-sighted, big-breasted, and brainless. Wang Yishue instantly flew into a rage, pointing at him and shouting, "Say that again." Lin Hui took 2 steps back with a sly grin. "What? You want to hit me? I'm going to yell." "Stop howling." Wang Yishue was furious. "What exactly happened?" Lin Hui stopped joking and said seriously, "You just said you looked down on me? Let me tell you, Wang Yishue, I was your boss when we were kids, and I'll still be your boss in the future. You're just a lowly captain. Do you believe I can get serious and become a general for you to see?" Wang Yishue was amused and exasperated. "General? You? Lin Hui, you're kidding me." Lin Hui chuckled mischievously. "Then how about we make a bet?" Wang Yishue boasted. "Sure, if you can become a general, I'll bet anything." Lin Hui rubbed his hands together. "Then you'd better let me spank you. It's been so long since I've spanked you. I wonder if it'll still feel the same as before. I kind of miss it." Wang Yishue's face instantly turned red. "You scoundrel, pervert, filthy scoundrel. What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Who's afraid?" Wang Yishue raised her head. "It's nothing. What's the big deal?" After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. A general? She wouldn't believe it even if you beat her to death. This guy is a spoiled brat. No, even spoiled brats are 100 times better than him. Lin Hui watched Wang Yishue's retreating figure and stroked his chin. "Just you wait. I'll beat you to a pulp." Soon, the delegation leader and others finished their visit and inspection, boarded the ship, and left. On the ship back, Gao Shan looked at Wang Yishue and asked with a smile, "Little Wang, do you know that Lin Hui?" "I don't know him." Wang Yishue didn't even turn her head. Gao Shanshan paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "When I saw you two, you seemed to be having a good chat, even laughing and talking. This Lin Hui, could he also be one of the kids from your compound?" He knew Wang Yishue's identity. He comes from a distinguished family, and his father holds an important position. She knows Lin Hui, so Lin Hui's identity must be extraordinary. In any case, I need to find out which important person Lin Hui is the child of, so that I can have an explanation when the higher-ups ask in the future. Wang Yishue said coldly, "He's just a scoundrel." "Rogue." Takasuji was taken aback. "You know a scoundrel?" Wang Yishue was speechless and simply stopped talking. On the island, veterans are organizing supplies in the storage room. "Wow, canned beef. Holy crap, a whole case of Red Bull. I even have steak. I'm rich. Ha ha, I'm really rich this time." The veterans were beaming with joy. They hadn't been this excited even during the Lunar New Year. This time, in addition to daily necessities, they also brought a lot of snacks and drinks, which were a reward from their superiors. "We owe it all to Lin Hui. Otherwise, where would we have so many good things?" Just then, Wei Yongnian suddenly saw Lin Hui change into a camouflage uniform and run outside. "Lin Hui, where are you going?" "Dinner's almost ready." "Squad leader, I'm going to training." "Training?" "Dinner's almost ready." "What's wrong with you? Eat first, we'll talk after you eat." Lin Hui turned around and said, "Squad leader, you've given me the opportunity to participate in the competition, and I can't let you down. I want to train more and try to improve further. Save my food for me, I'll eat it after training." After saying that, he ran out without looking back. Wei Yongnian scratched his head curiously. "That's really strange. Why is he not eating? What's wrong with him?" Several veterans chuckled. "Squad leader, you wouldn't understand. This is the magic of love." "The magic of love?" Wei Yongnian was taken aback. Suddenly remembering the female officer from earlier that day, he shook his head and chuckled. "That rascal." Chapter 40. What were you thinking when you sent a greenhorn? The waves crashed against the rocks on the shore day after day, as the sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. That noon, Lin Hui, carrying a load on his back, was lying on the ground, doing push-ups with all his might. His clothes were already soaked through, and sweat dripped onto the ground, forming a human shape. 1998, 1999, 2000. Lin Hui was breathing heavily, but his movements became faster and faster, showing no intention of stopping. "Lin Hui, dinner's ready." Suddenly, the squad leader's voice came from afar. "They're here." Lin Hui got up from the ground and ran towards the outpost. As soon as he entered the room, the veterans warmly surrounded him and helped him take off his gear. "Hurry up and eat. Don't tire yourself out. Your training regimen is terrifying. It's intimidating just watching it." "Wow, this backpack is so heavy. How many stones did you put in it?" Lin Hui chuckled and said, "Not much, just 40 kilograms. The veterans' jaws dropped to the ground. Holy crap, 40 kilograms and they call that not much? They're insane, absolutely insane. Wei Yongnian handed over the chopsticks. "Hurry up and eat. We've all eaten. You're the only one left." Lin Hui said with a grin. "Thanks, class monitor." I am indeed a little hungry. Seeing Lin Hui wolfing down his food, Wei Yongnian poured him a glass of water. Eat slowly. There's more if you're not full. After you finish eating, rest for a bit. Don't keep thinking about training. Do you want to ruin your health? It's okay, squad leader, I'm not tired. For the past 2 weeks, Lin Hui trains extensively every day. To increase the difficulty, he would wear weights regardless of the type of training. There's nothing else on the island, but there are plenty of stones. With Lin Hui's current physical condition, even carrying a load of 40 or 50 kilograms, he can still walk briskly. Under his intensive training, his abilities improved dramatically, leaving those veterans far behind. The only regret is that there is no way to conduct live-fire training. Although there are guns on the island, there are not many bullets. Every shot fired reduces the supply. Lin Hui could only practice aiming day after day, trying to get a feel for shooting. However, even he himself doesn't know how good his marksmanship is now. Eat vegetables, eat more vegetables. Wei Yongnian put several pieces of beef into his bowl. Looking at the mountain of food piled up in his bowl, Lin Hui smiled wryly and said, "Squad leader, it's about to overflow. If you can't eat it all at once, then eat slowly. Training is so tough. How can you manage without nutrition?" Wei Yongnian smiled and said, "Don't train tonight. Get some rest. I'll take you to the division headquarters first thing tomorrow morning." Lin Hui was startled. The martial arts competition is about to begin? Wei Yongnian nodded with a smile. That's right. The company just gave the order. I'm to send the person over tomorrow to prepare for the division-wide competition the day after tomorrow. Wu Ming quickly said, "Lin Hui, this is a great opportunity. You must seize it. As long as you get a ranking, you can leave here. But I'm a little reluctant to part with it." Lin Hui suddenly stopped. He fell deeply in love with this place after spending this time together. The squad leader's care and the veteran's love have become his everything. Moreover, he had already left home once and knew the pain of separation, the feeling of being torn a piece of flesh from one's body. What nonsense are you talking about? What's so great about our place? It's tiny, you can walk across it in the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. Wu Ming said earnestly, "You are very outstanding. You should go out and see what it means to have a massive army and 1,000,000 soldiers. Only in this way can you become a true soldier and the best soldier." "But what if I don't get a place?" Lin Hui blinked and asked. The veterans exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Others might not be guaranteed to win, but you're a sure thing. We can vouch for you. This competition champion is definitely yours." Wei Yongnian patted him with a smile. "Lin Hui, being modest is your biggest flaw. We've all seen it in recent times. You're quite something. You can carry a 40-kilogram load on your back and still walk like the wind. I've been a soldier for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen that. It's too unfair for you to stay here. This place can be a stopover for you, but it will never be your final destination. You should fly much farther." Lin Hui was somewhat reluctant. "Squad leader, if I leave, what will happen to you guys?" Wei Yongnian laughed and said, "The camp remains, but the soldiers come and go. Over the years, countless people have come and gone. What, do you think that if you leave, we won't be able to eat or sleep, or that the earth will stop spinning?" No, that's not what I meant." Lin Hui quickly shook his head. Wei Yongnian said earnestly, "Lin Hui, I hope that once you go, you won't come back. You're a good soldier, and you deserve to go to a better place. This isn't your stage is outside." Looking at the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Hui felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He was reluctant to leave this place, but he also didn't want to disappoint the veterans. Now, he is no longer the soldier who used to just coast through his days. He didn't try to improve himself just to compete with Wang Yixue. In the past, Lin Hui always felt that he was being forced forward by his father to explore the meaning of being a soldier. But now, after experiencing so much, he has his own ideas. He needs to go to a wider place to find his future. Lin Hui nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down." In the evening, the veterans helped Lin Hui pack his luggage. Besides a change of clothes, the bag was also packed with a lot of food. Eggs, sausages, and canned meat. These are things they usually can't afford to eat. "Lin Hui, you're leaving. I'd like to give you something as a keepsake." Wu Ming took out a pentagonal stone. "I found this on the beach. Although it's just an ordinary stone, I've always worn it as a talisman. Now I'm giving it to you in the hope that it will bring you good luck." Lin Hui held the stone in his palm and said with emotion, "Thank you, Wu Ming." Wu Ming smiled and gave him a hug, patting him on the back. "Don't forget us when you go to your new place." "Definitely not." Then, Lu Shan came up with a seashell in his hand. "Lin Hui, this is for you." "I can't accept it." Lin Hui quickly shook his head. During his time on the island, he saw Lu Shan sitting alone on a rock on the shore several times, blowing a conch shell and gazing at the sea. He usually wraps this thing in cloth and keeps it in the cupboard. Last time Zhou Peng wanted to take it out and play with it. He almost got angry. This is enough to show how precious this thing is to him. Lu Shan shoved the things into his hands. Take them. We're from the same hometown, after all. If you don't accept them, you're disrespecting me. Lin Hui had no choice but to accept it for now. Lu Shan looked at him and said, I found this conch when I first came to the island. Although conches are very common on the island, only the sound it makes is the most melodious and pleasant to hear. Now, I want to give this to you, hoping that wherever you go in the future, as long as you blow it, you will think of the sea, Crescent Island, and us. Lin Hui looked at the conch shell in his hand, and his nose suddenly tingled with emotion. Thank you, Lu Shan. I hope we can meet again in the future. Definitely. By then, I might have already been accepted into a military academy. The veterans presented their gifts one by one. Although they are not valuable items, each one is very meaningful. Lin Hui will cherish it for a lifetime. Finally, Wei Yongyan walked up to Lin Hui, took off his watch, and put it on Lin Hui's wrist. Squad leader, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Lin Hui tried to pull his arm back, but the squad leader grabbed him. It's just an old watch, nothing valuable. Lin Hui, you are the best soldier I have ever led, and you may be the last one. He touched the old watch and said with a smile, I have worn this watch all these years. I rely on it every day, from sunrise to sunset, to know when to stand guard and when to rest. Although it walks a bit slowly and makes a bit of noise, I still hope you can accept it as a keepsake. Please don't find it offensive. Squad leader. Looking at the old watch on his wrist, Lin Hui could no longer hold back his tears. He went up and hugged the class monitor tightly. He used to think of himself as a heartless person who didn't know what crying was. This was the second time he had shed tears since joining the army. Wei Yongyan wiped his face. Why are you crying like a child? Hurry up and wipe your face. Lin Hui wiped his tears with his sleeve. Squad leader, if I have the chance, I will definitely come back to see you all. I promise. Okay. Everyone wore happy smiles. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Hui followed his squad leader away from the outpost. When he arrived at the shore, the veterans were already lined up, waiting for him in the cold wind. Salute. With a loud shout, all the veterans straightened their chests and saluted him. Lin Hui's body trembled. This is how the veterans greeted him when he first arrived. Now that they are leaving, they are seeing them off in the same way. Lin Hui put down his luggage, his eyes red-rimmed, and returned the greeting forcefully. Thank you. Thank you all. The veterans smiled and said, Lin Hui, take good care of yourself. Eat on time, sleep on time, and don't overwork yourself. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Hui's heart. He nodded with tears in his eyes and boarded the departing ship. As he watched the island recede into the distance behind him, his heart burned with anguish. Once again, he left the place he deeply loved, the place that felt like home. 2 hours later, the ship finally approached the port. On the shore, the company commander and political instructor of the border defense zone were already waiting. Greetings, company commander. Greetings, political instructor. Wei Yongyan led Lin Hui up to salute. The instructor stared at Lin Hui, frowning. Old Wei, what's going on? Didn't we agree that Wu Meng would come? Why the sudden change? Wei Yongyan chuckled and said, Wu Meng isn't coming. Let him come instead. Nonsense. The company commander said angrily. No one else can be sent. Not some bastard who beats up veterans. The company commander glared at Wei Yongyan. Wei Yongyan, you've been a soldier for 15 years. How come you don't understand anything? For such an important competition, you sent a new recruit, and not just any new recruit, but a. What am I supposed to say to you? Wei Yongyan gave an awkward smile and whispered, Company commander, just trust me for a moment. This kid is really good. He'll definitely do it. The company commander yelled angrily. What do you mean good? Get him back right now. Chapter 41. I'm afraid you'll be shocked. Shoo, can't you keep your voice down? Wei Yongyan glanced back at Lin Hui and quickly pulled the company commander aside. Lin Hui sighed with a wry smile. It's easy to turn bad, but turning from bad to good is definitely not that easy. His reputation is now completely ruined. It's not easy to be accepted by people all at once. On the other side, the company commander flung his hand away. What are you doing, pulling and shoving each other like this? Wei Yongyan said with a grin. Company commander, we can't judge people by our old standards. Take last time, for example. With such a big storm, Lin Hui dared to jump into the sea and risk his life to save someone. He even got a first-class merit. He really brought honor to our company. Yes, he made some mistakes, but he has corrected them now. You can't keep harping on those small things, can you? The company commander sneered. Let's keep things separate. He did handle things well last time, but tell me, how dare the recruits beat up veterans? He glanced at Lin Hui in the distance and lowered his voice, saying, "Have you ever heard of something like this before? Not just in 602, but even here, after all these years." "That's not how it works." The company commander interrupted Wei Yongyan directly. "Old Wei, I know you're protective of your own, but Wu Meng is also your soldier. The whole company can see how hard he works. He just wants to drive a tank in a combat unit and realize his dream before he retires. How can you be so biased?" Wei Yongyan smiled awkwardly. "Company commander, to tell you the truth, it's really not that I'm being biased." Lin Hui was approved by the whole class, and Wu Meng gave him her spot herself because he has the ability. "Bullshit." The company commander was furious. "You're asking me to believe this guy? I'd rather believe pigs can fly. This competition is a big deal. Whoever is supposed to go, that's who should go. You can replace him with anyone else, but this greenhorn is no good." Wei Yongyan also got angry. "Li Hongfei, are you really going to mess with me? Don't think you're so great just because you're a company commander now. Don't forget who trained you in the first place." Li Hongfei was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Old Wei is not only a veteran of more than 10 years. He was also his old squad leader when he first joined the company. "Back when I was just a greenhorn, I received a lot of help from Lao Wei. He owes much of his success to Wei Yongyan's help." Li Hongfei smiled awkwardly, his attitude immediately softening considerably. "Old Wei, just talk. Why are you getting so worked up? Getting angry is bad for your health. Can you not get angry?" Wei Yongyan said angrily. "Think back to when you first joined the company. You didn't know anything and made mistakes all the time. If I hadn't given you chances to correct your mistakes time and time again, would you be where you are today, able to become a company commander?" Li Hongfei lowered his head and accepted the criticism like a child who had made a mistake. He glanced at Lin Hui, then at the stubborn old Wei, and could only compromise. All right, my old squad leader. I'll give you face, I trust your judgment, is that all right?" "Humph, that's more like it." Old Wei rolled his eyes and waved to Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, I have no other requirements for you. Just do your best, show the company commander what's what, and make us proud." "Yes." Lin Hui saluted. Li Hongfei stared at him menacingly. "Lin Hui, it's a good thing you have such a good class monitor, otherwise, I really would like to send you back." Lin Hui felt grateful. He had heard everything that had just been said. "If it weren't for the class monitor pleading on my behalf, I'm definitely going to be sent back right now." Li Hongfei said sternly. "The past is the past, and the present is the present. Lin Hui, I don't care what you were like before. This time, you're representing your squad and our company in the division competition. You have to show me everything you've got, and don't let them think you're a coward." Lin Hui shouted loudly. "It's the company commander. I guarantee we'll get a good ranking and bring glory to the company." Li Hongfei chuckled coldly. "Just listen to those kinds of words and leave it at that. If you can get a ranking, then anyone can get first place. What strength could a cowardly soldier who made a mistake, was sent to an aquaculture base, and then to guard an island have? If it weren't for the old squad leader's sake, I would have sent you away long ago. Old Wei, you can go back now. I'm taking the person with me." Wei Yongyan nodded and gripped Lin Hui's shoulder tightly. "Lin Hui, remember what we said. Once you're out there, don't come back. You must fly higher and farther, so that I, as the squad leader, can be proud of you." "Yes." Lin Hui, his eyes red, roared loudly. The car started quickly. Even after driving quite a distance, the squad leader was still standing there waving at him. Only after the figure disappeared did Lin Hui reluctantly turn his head away, his nose tingling with tears. This time, he not only wants to personally find the meaning of being a soldier, but also to shoulder the expectations of the veterans and his squad leader and fly higher and farther. Lin Hui wanted them to be proud of him, and wanted them to feel proud of him. He clenched his fists, determined. "Squad leader, I will definitely get first place and walk out with my head held high." After driving for a long time, we finally arrived at a campsite. The security guard at the gate checked the documents before letting the car in. "Arrive." Li Hongfei got out of the car, and Lin Hui followed closely behind. The drill ground here is several times larger than that of a regular military unit, and the surrounding training facilities are also very complete. It's somewhat similar to the training regiment he served in when he was in basic training. "Come with me." Li Hongfei walked forward without looking back. Lin Hui followed behind, carrying the package. There is a reception area next to the playground. It was now surrounded by people. Officers from various units, like parents sending their children to school, led their respective soldiers to report for duty. Lin Hui followed Li Hongfei to the back of a line to queue up. Throughout the entire process, he didn't say a single word to him. And of course, Lin Hui didn't really want to talk to him either. Soon, they arrived at the front. Li Hongfei saluted. "Hello, comrade. I am Li Hongfei, the company commander of the 5th Artillery Company of the M Regiment. I'm here to bring a soldier to report for duty. 5th Artillery Company. The officer in charge of registration looked up curiously. Didn't you already send for people? Why are there more? Li Hongfei smiled and said, he is stationed on an island. Because it is quite far from our garrison, he arrived late. I see. The officer registering Lin Hui glanced at him and gave him a friendly smile. Anyone who can guard an island is a good soldier. I look forward to your performance. Lin Hui saluted. Thank you for the compliment, sir. After the registration was completed, the officer in charge of registration looked at Li Hongfei and said, take him to your dormitory. He can rest today. The formal assessment will be tomorrow. Yes. Li Hongfei saluted, then turned and led Lin Hui to the dormitory entrance. As soon as he shouted, several soldiers came out. Company commander, what brings you here? Send someone over to report for duty. This kid's name is Lin Hui. He's in your care. Take good care of him. The 4 soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Company commander, didn't we hear that the guy who came is named Wu Meng? Stop talking nonsense. Why do you care so much? Li Hongfei turned to look at Lin Hui. You better perform well tomorrow, and don't embarrass our company. Yes, sir. Li Hongfei glanced at Lin Hui, said nothing more, and turned to leave. No sooner had the man left than 4 veterans surrounded him. Brother, haven't I seen you before? Were you assigned to the island directly after basic training? That shouldn't be the case. At the very least, you have to be assigned to a company and stay there for a while before you're sent to guard the island, right? Lin Hui looked at them and said, I'm not from your division. I was originally from 602. I was transferred here from the production base a few months ago. Oh. The 4 deliberately drew out their voices and said with a laugh. I know, you're the guy who beat up the veterans in basic training? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. It's true what they say, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. Even though it's no longer in 602, how come anyone still knows about this? The 4 veterans looked him up and down, their eyes filled with hostility. Why did your class monitor choose you? Be honest, did you bribe someone to get here? Trying to get ahead and stand out, isn't that a bit too unscrupulous? Lin Hui didn't explain either. He knew that explaining wouldn't help. After all, his reputation was already notorious. If you want others to truly look at you with new eyes, you have to prove yourself with your abilities. Where do I sleep? Then, the bed in the corner. Lin Hui picked up his luggage and walked over to start unpacking. The 4 men continued to surround him. Hey kid, I don't care how you took Wu Meng's spot to get here. But I have to tell you, this place is different from your island. Lin Hui didn't even look up. How is it different? An old soldier said coldly. Those coming here tomorrow are all the elites of the division. You have to give it your all, fight like you're going to die, and absolutely cannot lose too badly and disgrace our company. Here, nobody will tolerate you, and nobody will fall for your act. Of course, if you're not convinced and want to have a go, a few of us are ready. Lin Hui stood up angrily. In the past, he would have already started criticizing. But now, he just smiled slightly at the 4 of them. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best. Just don't be too surprised. The 4 of them immediately scoffed, jaw-dropping. I think you'd be lucky to even pass. Chapter 42. Wang Yixue was shocked. When did he become a king of soldiers? Night falls. A black Hongqi car slowly drove into the courtyard of a small villa. As soon as the car came to a stop, an officer immediately ran over and opened the car door. Commander. Lin Guangyao got out of the car, straightened his clothes, and strode towards home. He is a veteran soldier who pays great attention to his military appearance no matter where he goes. Even when going home, it's no exception. Because of this habit, he was often complained about by his wife, who always said that he treated his home like an office. Dad, you're back. As soon as Lin Guangyao opened the door, he saw Lin Hui sitting in the living room. He was taken aback for a moment. What brings you back, kid? I've been a bit less busy lately, so I came back to visit. Lin Hui poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Dad, I came to talk to you about the 3rd son. Lin Guangyao was about to drink some water when he suddenly froze. What mischief has that brat gotten up to now? Did he escape from the island? Dad, you really underestimate Shall we? I'd like to, Lin Guangyao sneered. This kid has been spoiled since he was a child, and he's rebellious. If you tell him to go east, he'll go west. When he was 10 years old, I specially ordered a military uniform for him as a birthday present. But he burned 18 holes in it with a lighter and almost set the house on fire. I get so angry just thinking about it. Lin Hui smiled and said, Dad, I've come to bring you good news. Good news? Yes. A few days ago on the island, Xiao Hui bravely jumped into the sea to save someone. He was commended by the regiment and even received a first-class merit. Lin Guangyao was startled and hurriedly asked worriedly, why did that kid jump into the sea to save someone? Is he crazy? How is he? Is he alright? It's alright, it's alright. You forgot that Xiaohui used to be on the school swimming team, and he's a very good swimmer. Yes, it's good that he's alright. Wait. Lin Guangyao suddenly realized. What did you just say? He received a first-class merit? Really? Lin Hui nodded. I've already verified it with their division. It's absolutely true. Xiaohui really did make a great contribution this time. Lin Guangyao laughed twice. He took a sip of tea, then burst into laughter. He slammed his hand on the coffee table and said excitedly, You little rascal, you've really grown up. You actually managed to earn a first-class merit. But the next second, his expression turned serious again. No. Even though he received a first-class merit, he can't be too proud. This brat likes to show off. Is he already getting too cocky? By the way, have someone keep a close eye on him, and make sure he doesn't slip off the island. Lin Hui laughed and said, Dad, this is the second thing I want to tell you. Lin Guanyao's smile froze instantly, his eyes wide. This kid didn't run away after getting a first-class merit, did he? You little bastard, you think you've made progress. What a spineless coward. Dad, why do you keep thinking he ran away? Lin Hui sat down opposite him. Lin Hui did leave the island, but Lin Guangyao was furious. Didn't they still run away? Can you let me finish what I have to say? Lin Hui was speechless. Did you eat a firecracker? Xiaohui did come out, but not to escape. He went to participate in the division-wide skills competition in the border defense area. Lin Guangyao's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise. He's going to participate in the big competition? He almost failed his basic training assessment. Why was he sent there? Has their company commander lost his mind? Or did you put in a good word for him? Lin Hui quickly waved his hand. I didn't. Xiaohui got out of here entirely on his own merit. He has the ability. I heard he suffered a lot these past few days for this competition, sometimes even skipping meals because of training. Lin Guangyao was stunned for a long time after hearing Lin Rui's words. He leaned back on the sofa, a relaxed smile on his face. You've really grown up. You've really grown up. I knew it. Like begets like. How could my son possibly only dig holes? Lin Rui rolled his eyes. Your analogy is spot on. Lin Guangyao stood up, grabbed him, and laughed heartily. Come on. Have a couple of drinks with me. I'm in a good mood today. Secretary, go get that bottle of Matai I've been saving. The boss and I are going to have a couple of drinks today. Lin Rui also smiled. Although my father was very strict from a young age, he would beat and scold me at the drop of a hat. But he knew that the old man cared most about Lin Hui. Lin Rui patted his hand. Dad, don't worry. Xiaohui will definitely succeed. He'll have to stick with it to the end. Lin Guangyao put on a stern face, but when he turned his head, he still caught a glimpse of a smug smile. Lin Rui shook his head with a smile. You're really saying one thing and meaning another. The next morning, the assembly whistle blew. Soldiers from various regiments who came to participate in the assessment rushed out of their dormitories at lightning speed. And everyone was wearing 15 kilograms of equipment. At the sound of the urgent whistle, everyone quickly lined up. A colonel walked up to everyone and said seriously, You are all elite soldiers selected from your respective regiments, the best of the best. But whether you can stand out in the entire division, I don't know. Able. Everyone roared at the top of their lungs. The colonel sneered. Your momentum is impressive, but ability isn't measured by words. It's by results. Let's see what you're made of. If you're a mule, get out of here. If you're a mule, stay here. He glanced at everyone and said, Now that you're here, don't have any ulterior motives. Give it your all, and don't disgrace your old unit. Yes. Everyone roared. The colonel shouted, Now, everyone, turn right. Everyone quickly turned right and headed towards the playground. Lin Hui followed in the group and could see from afar that a viewing platform had already been set up on the playground. Cars were parked nearby, and officers kept getting off them. Looks like this division-wide competition is going to be quite a big deal. If we win a prize, it'll not only bring glory to our squad leader, but we might even get promoted to officer. He chuckled, as if a surge of power was bursting forth from his body. He was determined to win first place. Meanwhile, next to the viewing platform, as soon as the division commander got out of the car, a group of officers saluted him. Greetings, Commander. The division commander nodded, looked at the approaching troops, and smiled faintly. Impressive and majestic, indeed the elite of each regiment. Today I'll see which regiment is truly superior. The regimental commanders had already begun to secretly compete, and the air was thick with tension. As soon as the division commander stepped onto the reviewing stand, a tall female captain saluted him. Greetings, Commander. The division commander nodded and smiled, saying, Xiao Wang, I think you shouldn't be the referee this time. Why don't you just sit with us? You're the head of the military's information department. There's no need for you to go to the front. The assessment will be in a lot of mud and dust later, so don't get yourself dirty. Wang Yishue smiled slightly. Commander, we're all soldiers. Why would we be afraid of getting dirty? I just want to see with my own eyes what our soldiers are really capable of. You can't really sense it from too far away. The division commander nodded with a wry smile. Yes, your idea is very correct. You have to do everything yourself. He knew about Wang Yishue's background. I came here with a specific purpose. Moreover, he had already been informed by his superiors, so he couldn't say much more. Then I'll go. Okay, go ahead. Wang Yishue saluted, then turned and ran towards the playground. The division commander turned around and called everyone else up to the viewing platform. Wang Yishue ran to the front of the group, where several referees and instructors were already waiting. When the colonel saw her arrive, he nodded, and Wang Yishue nodded back to him. Just then, her pupils contracted sharply as she spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Lin Hui. Wang Yishue looked on in astonishment. This bastard is participating in the competition too? He's become a king of soldiers. At the same time, Lin Hui also saw her. Holy crap, what's this woman doing here? With lightning speed, he made a face at Wang Yishue. Wang Yishue almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I knew I was overthinking it. He's still that scoundrel. Chapter 43. Lin Hui is actually this fierce? The colonel coughed and looked at everyone, saying, the annual martial arts competition is intended to identify the best soldiers for our division, and this year is no exception. However, this year's rewards are different from previous years. Everyone perked up their ears. Only Wang Yishue kept her eyes fixed on Lin Hui. I don't know why, but seeing him so serious always makes me feel a little awkward. The colonel said loudly. In the past, the first place in the assessment would receive a commendation from the division and a third-class merit, and the last two would also receive a commendation from the division once. But this year, the division commander decided to raise the reward standards. The first-place winner will receive a second-class merit, the next two will receive a third-class merit, and everyone who makes it into the top 10 will receive a commendation from the division. Everyone instantly became excited. Earning merit in the military is not an easy thing. If it weren't for a competition or assessment, it would be virtually impossible. A second-class merit is even harder to obtain. In peacetime, it's something that can only be earned by losing an arm or a leg. Even if you don't get promoted after receiving a second-class merit, you can still be assigned to a public institution after you retire from the military. If you're lucky and your family lives in a remote area, you might even be able to become a civil servant. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event for everyone. This time, I'm determined to be in the top 3. I'm determined to get the second-class merit. In an instant, everyone was eager and excited. The colonel said seriously, in addition, the top 20 will be given special training by the division. The military is becoming more and more modern and developing at an increasingly rapid pace. If you are a talented person, the military will definitely not let you down. So, like I said before, let's see what you're made of. Show me what you're capable of. Yes. Everyone roared excitedly. The colonel nodded to the people beside him. The group of referees and officers immediately dispersed. Wang Yishue looked at Lin Hui from afar, her face full of doubt. Could this guy have gotten here through connections? That shouldn't be the case. With your mediocre skills, you'd be useless here. You'd just be a foil at best. I'll see how you make a fool of yourself in a moment. Lin Hui felt her gaze and rolled his eyes. Why is this woman staring at me? Oh, and one more thing, the colonel said coldly. This time, the regular assessment items are finished, but we've added a 100-kilometer forced march. Be prepared. The expressions of many people present changed instantly. A 100-kilometer forced march is no joke. The division had only ever done 50-kilometer stretches before, never 100-kilometer stretches. Moreover, everyone was exhausted after completing the previous events. Running another 100 kilometers at this point would be suicidal, wouldn't it? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. No wonder the reward was increased this time. The difficulty had also increased. However, he wasn't too worried. During this period of training, his physical fitness and physical condition improved dramatically. It's many times more powerful than before. A 100-kilometer forced march might be a huge challenge for others, but for me, it's a piece of cake. The colonel looked at the crowd and sneered. Our border defense force is different from other troops. We are the troops guarding the front line of our motherland. We may encounter all kinds of extreme environments. This assessment is designed to test your ability to complete tasks under any extreme conditions. Are you confident you can complete the challenge? Have. Everyone shouted. The colonel nodded. Very good. Now, let's begin the first test, a 5-kilometer armed cross-country run. Everyone get ready. Everyone immediately began organizing their equipment. Some were tying their shoelaces, others were checking and tightening their backpack straps, and and still others were stretching their hand and foot joints to try and perform at their best. Lin Hui looked around, appearing quite relaxed. There was absolutely no sense of urgency. It's not that he's arrogant, but for him now, 5 kilometers is just like playing around. Keep in mind that he could carry 40 kilograms on his back and still walk briskly on the island. 15 kilograms? Are you kidding me? A minute later, the colonel asked, "Are you ready?" "Always be prepared. Everyone is ready to go." The colonel nodded to the starter, standing to the side. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and everyone rushed out instantly. Suddenly, a figure shot out like an arrow and rushed to the front of the group. Lin Hui increased his speed again, and soon he had put a large distance between himself and the main force. How can this guy run so fast? Wang Yixue stared wide-eyed in shock. In her mind, Lin Hui should be a spineless coward. How can someone who spends all his time in bars and doesn't exercise run this fast? Soon, Wang Yixue calmed down and chuckled coldly. Run, the harder you run, the more miserably you'll lose. For a 5-kilometer cross-country run with armor, maintaining a steady pace and conserving energy are key. The more intense the start, the faster the stamina is depleted, making it harder to run later on. Lin Hui started with a 100-meter sprint, which greatly depleted his energy. How could he run later on? But soon, their faces were proven wrong. Lin Hui sprinted at the speed of a 100-meter dash, overtaking everyone else by a full lap. Not only did his speed not slow down, but he also didn't blush or pant, showing no signs of being unable to run. The 4 veterans from the same company watched as Lin Hui overtook them in a wide-open manner, their jaws dropping to the ground. Holy crap, are we standing on rockets? Wait a minute, wasn't this kid supposed to be a coward? How could a coward run this fast? Stop talking nonsense, chase after them. If we can't even catch a pig farmer, we might as well give up on being human. The 4 veterans tried their best to catch up, but the gap only widened. On the reviewing stand, the division commander's eyes lit up instantly. This soldier is good. He's a whole lap ahead of the others. Which regiment is he from? Gao Shan quickly stood up to claim credit. Reporting, Commander, his name is Lin Hui, from our regiment. He recently received a first-class merit for saving someone. Seeing his smug look, the other regimental commanders all rolled their eyes. What a load of rubbish. What's the use of just being fast? You'd be fast enough to escape a battle. The division commander smiled and nodded. Oh, it's him. I remember him. This soldier is good. Judging from his running ability, he probably won't be bad at other events either. Absolutely. Takasuji sat down with a smile. And he didn't forget to smugly look down on the other regimental commanders. At this point, it's time to stir up hatred. We're usually evenly matched, but today is my day to shine. He looked at the figure on the playground. Lin Hui, you have to make us proud. Whoosh. On the playground, Lin Hui strode swiftly, quickly overtaking everyone by 2 laps. Holy crap, 2 laps already. This is too insulting. We can't let them pull this far. We have to catch up. Everyone used every ounce of their strength. But they simply couldn't catch up. A 2-lap gap cannot be bridged by simply shouting slogans. After all, there's only one cheater, Lin Hui. Before long, they were all out of breath from running, and some even got a stitch in their side. The 4 veterans were panting heavily when they suddenly saw Lin Hui overtake them from behind. Lin Hui shouted at them. Come on, give me all the guns. The 4 veterans were stunned. Lin Hui urged, what are you standing there for? Hurry up, do you still want to win? One of the veterans said arrogantly. You run your own route. We don't need your help. Nonsense, Lin Hui shouted urgently. We're in the same company. We run together. We win together. I'm not helping you for your sake. It's for the honor of our company. The 4 veterans stared wide-eyed. Oh shit. Wasn't this the criticism and lesson we gave you yesterday? How dare you turn it back on us? Before they could even react, Lin Hui simply took all the guns from their shoulders and hung them on his body. Grab my bag, and I'll lead you away. The 4 looked at each other, a hint of hesitation in their eyes. Although they disliked Lin Hui, they ultimately compromised for the sake of the company's honor. Lin Hui, I'm telling you. Before the soldier could finish speaking, he suddenly felt his feet leave the ground and his whole body fly up. Holy shit, holy shit. Hey, slow down. I'm about to take off. The 4 veterans were suddenly pulled forward by a force of inertia. It was like being flown like a kite, so damn exciting. Lin Hui smiled slightly. That's exactly the feeling I want, like flying. In the distance, Wang Yixue stared in disbelief, instinctively exclaiming, holy crap, when did this guy become so fierce? He's too fast. Chapter 44. The person chases ahead, the soul flies behind. On the parade ground, Lin Hui, covered in equipment, dragged 4 soldiers as they ran forward. Brother, I'll call you brother. Could you slow down a little? We can't keep up. The 4 veterans were dragged along, stumbling and falling. I almost fell flat on my face several times. Although Lin Hui didn't turn around, he kept a steady pace, only slowing down a bit when he saw that they really couldn't keep up. You're not using the right method. What? A veteran gasped. Just run. What other method is there? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. You obviously didn't study properly in basic training. Follow my rhythm. 3 steps inhale, 2 steps exhale, take bigger steps, shift your weight forward. The 4 veterans nearly vomited blood. You son of a bitch, are you treating us like new recruits? They actually taught us how to run. Although they were somewhat resistant in their hearts, their bodies betrayed them. I immediately followed Lin Hui's instructions, adjusting my breathing and rhythm, and it really worked. Actually, they knew this method. They had learned it in basic training, but they had forgotten it all in their haste. Seeing that the 4 were gradually getting the hang of it, Lin Hui smiled slightly. You're teachable. The 4 veterans lost their footing and almost tripped and fell flat on their faces again. You actually started showing off. Pay attention. I'm going to speed up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hui's body unleashed power once again. Like an angry bull, it dragged the 4 of them forward in a chaotic charge. The 4 of them suddenly felt as if their bodies were flying ahead while their souls were chasing behind. After one lap, they were exhausted and drenched in sweat. Although they had mastered the tricks, they weren't like Lin Hui, who had a cheat code. At this moment, the 4 men's legs felt like lead, and their hearts were pounding like engines. Even so, no one let go. They all gritted their teeth and persevered, because they bear the honor of the company on their shoulders. Soon, led by Lin Hui, the 4 of them overtook one person after another, and finally lapped the entire team. Looking at the finish line that was so close, Lin Hui smiled and said, I've arrived. Now it's up to you guys. Thank you so much, it's all thanks to you. The 4 veterans let go of each other's hands and expressed their gratitude. Lin Hui chuckled and returned the equipment. Why be so polite? We're all comrades from the same company. Let's go. After saying that, he crossed the finish line first, while the 4 veterans continued running downhill. Just as Lin Hui crossed the finish line, the referee quickly pressed the stopwatch. 17 minutes and 5 seconds. Upon hearing the results, several officers quickly gathered around. Wow, this guy is amazing. What's the highest 5-kilometer record in the division again? It seems to be 17 minutes and 6 seconds. This guy, carrying so much stuff and leading 4 people, and he still managed to do this? Holy crap, that's terrifying. Wang Yishua rushed over at that moment. How far did that guy run? She was stunned when she saw the results. How could that be? Even without any weights, achieving this result is no easy feat. Moreover, how could Lin Hui possibly run so fast with such heavy equipment and people with him? Wang Yishua frowned. Was this guy on performance-enhancing drugs? But she quickly dismissed the idea. No matter how much of a scoundrel Lin Hui is, he still has a bottom line. He definitely wouldn't do something like this. Before long, everyone arrived at the finish line. Because of Lin Hui, the 4 soldiers were able to overtake the others by a lap. So he followed closely behind Lin Hui and arrived at the finish line. They approached Lin Hui, their faces filled with shame. Lin Hui, we owe you so much for this assessment. What happened yesterday was our fault. We shouldn't have. Lin Hui waved his hand. All right, stop being so wishy-washy. We're all comrades in arms. We run together. We win together. The 4 soldiers were immediately filled with emotion. My impression of Lin Hui changed instantly. One of the soldiers suddenly couldn't hold back his anger and said, Damn it. Who the hell called you a coward? I'll settle the score with him later. Another soldier nodded. If someone like you is a bad soldier, then there are no good soldiers in the army. Lin Hui laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Don't praise me. It'll make me arrogant. The 4 soldiers smiled. This level of skill is something to be proud of. Moreover, Lin Hui led the 4 of them to victory. In this 5-kilometer assessment, they swept the top 5 places, ranking first in the entire division. Lin Hui was also feeling very happy at that moment. If only squad leader Wei were here. He'll be so happy to see me come in first place, hee hee. Not far away, Wang Yishua frowned, her eyes fixed on Lin Hui's back. She really couldn't understand what this guy had gone through. How come you're suddenly walking so fast? How could someone whose body has been ravaged by alcohol and women undergo such a dramatic change in such a short time? Wang Yishua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait, did I make a mistake? This guy isn't a hopeless case at all. That's why his dad sent him to the army, to toughen him up. Rather, this guy was originally very talented, and his father didn't want to waste his talent, so he sent him to the army to give Lin Hui room to display his abilities. But as she thought about it, Wang Yishua realized it was too outrageous. Having grown up with Lin Hui since childhood, how could she not know how unreliable he was? Others might not know, but she certainly did. It was a fluke. Absolutely a fluke. I refuse to believe you can get first place in the next assessment. At the same time, an officer ran up to the reviewing stand and reported to the division commander. Division commander, the results of the 5-kilometer test are in. The first place is Lin Hui, a soldier from the 5th Artillery Company of the M Regiment. Lin Hui, the division commander's eyes lit up. This kid's something else. He carried so much equipment and dragged 4 others along, and he still came in first? If he ran alone, wouldn't he break the entire division's record? The officer continued. Furthermore, the top 5 spots in this assessment were all taken by Regiment M. The division commander turned to look at Takasugi and said with a smile, Takasugi, well done. How did you manage that? Takasugi quickly stood up excitedly. Commander, actually, I just used a little trick when leading the troops, and I didn't expect it to be so effective. The division commander laughed heartily. Looks like you've got a knack for leading troops. Not bad, not bad. I'll keep an eye on these soldiers in your regiment, especially this kid named Lin Hui. Yes. After sitting down, Takasugi glanced at the other group leaders. They practically had smugness written all over their faces. The other team leaders twitched their lips twice. Such a smug little man. This is only the first match. What's with the smugness? The first assessment has ended. Everyone took a short rest and then regrouped. The colonel walked up to everyone and said sternly, that 5-kilometer run was just a warm-up. Those who placed shouldn't be too happy. The competition is about overall performance and comprehensive military skills. Second event, the 400-meter steeplechase. Everyone, turn right. Everyone immediately turned right and ran towards the field. Lin Hui looked at the obstacle course not far away and remembered a saying that had always circulated in the army. I'd rather run 5 kilometers of cross-country than run 400 meters of obstacle course. The 400-meter steeplechase is a comprehensive test of endurance, agility, speed, strength, and muscle coordination. So even experienced veterans will find it a headache to deal with. Of course, Lin Hui is an exception. Although the island is small, the roads are quite difficult to travel, full of potholes. So, some time ago, in order to practice his agility and reaction speed, Lin Hui made a set of obstacles out of rotten wood and debris that had washed ashore on the island, and practiced them repeatedly every day. So, this standard obstacle course is a piece of cake for him. Upon arrival, everyone split into 4 teams according to the commands. Are you ready? Ready. The colonel nodded to the referee. Bang. The moment the starting gun fired, the first row of 4 soldiers rushed out instantly. 10 seconds later, the second column surged out. Next is the third column. 1 minute and 50 seconds, not bad. The referee pressed the stopwatch and nodded slightly at the soldier who had just crossed the finish line. This soldier was the champion of the 400-meter obstacle course in last year's skills competition. Last year his score was 1.53. And now, he has broken his own record once again. The soldier proudly held his head high, disdainfully surveying those around him. I'm going to win the 400-meter obstacle course. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark shadow darted out. The guy only felt a blur before his eyes, and when he looked again, his jaw slammed to the ground. Fuck your mother. Are you trying to take off? Chapter 45 breaks records, first in the entire division. Lin Hui dashed out like an arrow. Reaching the low wall, he grabbed the edge with one hand, pushed off the wall with his leg, and easily leaped over it. Upon landing, Lin Hui sprang to his feet like a spring, pushing off the ground with both legs. While leaving a small pit in the ground, it instantly appeared in front of another obstacle. Holy crap, is this even human? Did it grow up eating springs? The soldiers running alongside him were so shocked to see Lin Hui far ahead of them, having already taken 2 obstacles ahead, that they forgot to watch where they were going. Without paying attention, he bumped directly into the low wall. Bang! The others frowned and said with empathy, he must be in a lot of pain. Look, this guy is already halfway through. A gasp drew everyone's attention to the field. Lin Hui moved up and down constantly, as agile as a monkey. Ding. Speed +1. Ding. Agility +1. Ding. Muscle coordination +1. As the notification sound rang in his ear, Lin Hui sped up even more. When passing the plum blossom stakes, he doesn't even need to look with his eyes to land accurately and move swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he successfully overcame 8 obstacles and reached the finish line. 1 minute and 26 seconds. The referee pressed the stopwatch, utterly thrilled. The soldier who had just thought victory was in the bag opened his mouth wide and was completely stunned. I originally thought I had it in the bag. Unexpectedly, the slap in the face came so quickly and so loudly. Several officers quickly surrounded them, their faces filled with shock. Holy crap, another record broken. Which regiment is this kid from? How come he's so fierce? Lin Hui. I've never heard of him before. Wang Yishue's lips twitched violently as she looked at Lin Hui in disbelief. How did this guy escape? Did he cheat? The assessment ended quickly. The 4 veterans performed reasonably well. Although they didn't make it into the top 10, they were all in the upper middle range. They came up to Lin Hui and said with a smile, "Wow, that's awesome. You look like you were about to take off. How far did you run? What were your results?" Lin Hui waved his hand and said, 1 minute and 26 seconds. That's not bad. Is this what you call good enough? For veterans nearly vomited blood. Your achievement is off the charts. An old soldier's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. It's simply inhuman. Another veteran gave a thumbs up. Now I know why the company commander sent you here. You were the trump card. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Lin Hui chuckled. Someone as capable as me keeps my skills to myself and doesn't use them easily. Several people rolled their eyes. You're getting all worked up just because we said you're fat? Lin Hui was secretly delighted. It has to be said that the veterans on the island had a keen eye for talent. Everyone knows I'm great, so they singled me out. Lin Hui, beaming with smugness. Haha, I'm really awesome. After this assessment, Lin Hui deservedly took first place. The next 2 assessments will consist of tactical maneuvers and exercises 1 through 4 on the parallel bars and horizontal bar. These are both of Lin Hui's strengths. Although the conditions on the island are basic and the place is small. However, simple training equipment like parallel bars and horizontal bars were still available, and Lin Hui had long since mastered them. Even Wei Yongyan was amazed by his actions, praising him as a talent that comes along only once in a century. Soon, the tactical assessment officially began. Lin Hui was like he had a cheat code throughout the entire process, far ahead of everyone else. The action was swift and clean, even more textbook perfect than any textbook. He became a complete dark horse in the arena, attracting everyone's attention. On the reviewing stand, the division commander watched Lin Hui's determined figure and said, "What a fine soldier. This soldier must be given special attention and training. Gao Shan, no matter what Lin Hui's final result is, you deserve a commendation." "Thank you, Commander." Gao Bin was grinning from ear to ear. This kid really makes himself look good. It was worth traveling so far to personally present him with the medal on the island. This is the reward. Seeing Lin Hui create miracles time and time again, Wang Yishue was completely stunned. This guy, was he taken to do some kind of human experimentation? How did he suddenly become so strong? Is this still the same spoiled young master from before? The whistle blew, and everyone quickly assembled. Lin Hui glanced around and noticed that everyone looked exhausted and pale. It seems that the previous rounds had taken a toll on their energy. Lin Hui chuckled to himself. Luckily, I have a system. My body is in great shape. The colonel stepped forward and scanned everyone. We'll begin the next test immediately. This test is especially important for us border guards, hand-to-hand combat. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Those from the reconnaissance unit, in particular, were eager and excited. Hand-to-hand combat is a strength of reconnaissance soldiers and their specialty. Many of the people present had won awards for their combat skills within their regiments or divisions. Finally, it's my turn to do it. This time, I'm going to beat you all to a pulp. All 4 veterans looked at Lin Hui with concern. One of the veterans behind him warned, "Lin Hui, you're in big trouble. You've been targeted." Lin Hui was taken aback, and sure enough, he found a series of sharp gazes fixed on him. Wow, what are they going to do? Is this a collective attempt to destroy this poor little flower of mine? Another veteran whispered, "The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. You performed too well in the previous matches, and now everyone's jealous. They're all watching you. You'd better watch out." Lin Hui smiled guiltily. "It's nothing. I didn't take them seriously." The moment the words left his mouth, the gazes of those around him instantly ignited like fire. The 4 veterans' lips twitched. This kid has a first-rate talent for attracting hatred. Good luck to you. Lin Hui glanced at the menacing group, a cold smile playing on his lips. Fighting? Isn't that just a brawl? Anyone can do that. Etc. Damn it. I guess I really don't know how. Aside from learning a set of military boxing techniques and basic training, he never learned any other fighting skills. Lin Hui's eyes lit up. Wait a minute, I have a system. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run, right? I can just learn it and put it to use later. With so many people, I certainly won't be the first one to go. Just watch them fight, and you'll get the hang of it. At the same time, Wang Yishue stared intently at Lin Hui, a cold smile on her face. Just wait and see how you make a fool of yourself. Although it's unclear why Lin Hui suddenly seemed to have unlocked a cheat code, they consistently achieve first place in every category. But she was very clear about Lin Hui's fighting skills. Ever since I started growing up in my 3rd year of junior high, this guy has been no match for me anymore. She chased me around with a whip every day and beat me on the backside, I was practically ready to go to her house and complain. Wang Yishue grinned mischievously. I'm going to see if you're still as resilient as you were when you were a kid. Chapter 46 Veteran Spits Blood. Can fighting be learned on the spot? A whistle blew. Everyone instantly dispersed into 12 teams, each forming a circle. The colonel looked at everyone and said, to save time, this assessment will be conducted in a one-on-one format. Whoever is knocked down will immediately be replaced by the next person. If you can defeat 3 people in a row, you will directly advance to the finals. In addition, each match must not exceed 2 minutes. Now, you have 3 minutes to prepare. Everyone immediately rubbed their hands together, eager to try. Lin Hui quickly found a quiet spot and began to mimic the gestures. The white crane spreads its wings, the black tiger plucks out its heart. He tried his best to recall the martial arts movies he had watched, learning the moves from them, and then saw if he could use them in actual combat. Just as Lin Hui was practicing the monkey stealing peaches move, veterans surrounded him with smiles. Lin Hui, what kind of move is that? It looks pretty impressive. Teach us. Lin Hui gave an awkward smile. I dare to teach, but I'm afraid you won't dare to learn. He coughed and said, this move is too lethal, you'd better not learn it. One of the veterans' eyes lit up. Wow, that's amazing. Looks like you're definitely going to advance this time. Why don't you teach us a few things so we can improve and get better results? Lin Hui chuckled and said, no problem. In exchange, you have to teach my troops some combat techniques first. The 4 veterans were stunned, then burst into laughter. Don't joke around. You're so good. Do you need us to teach you? I'm not joking. Lin Hui said in a very serious tone. An old soldier asked curiously, what were you practicing just now? Wasn't it supposed to be very lethal? Lin Hui said with a smile. A monkey picking peaches isn't that dangerous, is it? Holy crap. This is a fighting competition, and you're stealing the limelight? That's so mean. An old soldier asked seriously. Lin Hui, we're not kidding you. You really don't know how to fight. Lin Hui nodded sincerely. Really not. I only learned military boxing in basic training, and then I went to the breeding base. How could I have had the opportunity to learn combat? But I'm quite good at raising pigs, and I almost made it into the military newspaper. I can't exactly go up there and give the sow a full set of postpartum care, can I? The 4 veterans felt like they were going to vomit blood. The scene was so beautiful that they couldn't even imagine it. But they didn't expect that Lin Hui was such a capable person, ranking first in everything. It's ridiculous that he hasn't even learned proper martial arts. There are only 3 minutes to prepare, and half of that time has already passed. What can you possibly learn? Fighting skills are not something you can learn by cramming at the last minute. In the company, they wore out countless sandbags and punching bags while honing their combat skills. They even punched through countless layers of paper, all to train the explosive power of their fists. In addition, they also need to practice sparring in pairs frequently. Given Lin Hui's current situation, let alone the rest of them, even if you summoned Shimin Shueishue and Dongfang Bubi, it wouldn't make a difference. Lin Hui, I think you should just stick to your old trick of the monkey stealing peaches. An old soldier patted Lin Hui on the shoulder and sighed. Lin Hui said miserably, that thing can't be used on comrades. It's too harmful. Just teach me a few good moves. I'm very smart. You can demonstrate them once, and I guarantee I'll learn them. The 4 veterans were completely speechless. Even the smartest person wouldn't resort to such last-minute cramming. There's only 1 minute left. What can I possibly learn? But after all, they came from the same company, and Lin Hui had indeed helped them achieve results and brought glory to the company. Okay, we'll teach you. Watch closely. Before he could finish speaking, a whistle suddenly blew out. That soldier, you go first. Everyone turned to look at Lin Hui. Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, then turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw that cold face. Damn it. Wang Yishue, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Seeing Lin Hui gritting his teeth, Wang Yishue looked smug. You think I can't handle you? She had just seen Lin Hui hiding to the side, acting suspiciously and looking guilty. It was obvious that he wanted to hide at the back and wait for everyone to run out of energy before taking advantage of the situation. Wang Yishue sneered. With me here, you won't find a loophole. He pointed at Lin Hui and shouted coldly. Hey soldier, what are you standing there for? You go first, don't waste your time. Lin Hui was so angry he was practically fuming. I originally wanted to stay in the back a bit and learn a few more tricks. Unexpectedly, I became the first one. The 4 veterans patted him on the shoulder with sympathy. Brother, let's go. We brothers will avenge you. You've won so much already, losing one thing won't matter, but remember to cover your face. Lin Hui's lips twitched. Can you guys wish me well for once? He walked up and glared fiercely at Wang Yishue. Wang Yishue raised her fist, her face full of pride. Just wait and see how you embarrass yourself. I'll take a picture of you when you're beaten to a pulp and then release it after you get married. She glanced around the crowd and suddenly spotted a guy who was nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a tank. Hey soldier, come here, you fight him. Yes. This guy pushed through the crowd and jumped right over. The moment I landed, I felt the entire ground tremble. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Your entrance is quite unique, as if you're afraid people won't know you're as heavy as a pig. Although Lin Hui is 1.8 meters tall, he still looks a bit small in front of the nearly 2-meter-tall heavy tank, Lu Mongshan. Lu Mongshan looked down at Lin Hui and chuckled. Brother, if you can't take it anymore, just beg for mercy. I don't like bullying newbies. Lin Hui smiled at him and said, if you get too tired later, remember to surrender. I don't fight people who can't even kill a chicken. Hey, this is interesting. Lu Mongshan grinned mischievously. Then you'll have to show me your true skills. Wang Yishue said coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Start the timer now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Mongshan pounced on Lin Hui like a tiger. Despite his large size, he was remarkably agile. A powerful punch landed, and everyone around could hear the whooshing sound. The 4 veterans standing nearby gasped in shock. Oh no, we're done for. That punch is definitely going to put him down, and he might even get a concussion. But at that moment, Lin Hui suddenly dodged to the right. The powerful punch just brushed past me. Good job hiding. The 4 veterans shouted excitedly. Wang Yishue glared at them, her heart filled with surprise. They actually dodged it. She was still waiting to see Lin Hui get beaten to a pulp. Lu Mongshan whirled around, a cold smile on his face. Pretty agile, huh? Let's see how many times you can dodge. A series of punches were delivered directly. Lin Hui reacted instinctively, dodging repeatedly. Ding. Evasion ability +1. Ding. Agility +1. The next second, the fist in front of Lin Hui seemed to slow down. Lin Hui smiled slightly. Too slow. He slipped and dodged to the right, and Lu Mongshan missed another straight punch. Immediately afterwards, straight punches, hooks, and swings were thrown in succession. Every time he threw a punch, Lin Hui would slide away to dodge, making it impossible for him to land a hit. Beside her, Wang Yishue's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. How did Lin Hui manage to dodge that guy's punches, which are so fast and so powerful? You're pretty good at dodging, aren't you? Lu Mongshan was enraged and charged forward, unleashing a series of punches. They even used leg techniques. Straight punch, hook punch, sweeping kick, followed by side kick and roundhouse kick. But every time he was hit, Lin Hui was like a leaf in the wind. Just before being hit by the fist, his body would always drift backward a little bit. And each time, I'm just a tiny bit away from hitting it. Lu Mongshan's face turned red with anxiety. I refuse to believe I can't hit you. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 sets of combined punches were thrown out. A minute later, Lu Mongshan was panting heavily. Although he didn't hit anyone, he used all his strength in every move. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand such exhaustion after so many consecutive combinations of punches. But compared to that, the feeling of hitting nothing at all was what drove him crazy and made him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Hui saw that his speed was slowing down and sweat was gradually appearing on his forehead and knew that the guy was exhausted. He chuckled and said, "You can't even hit me. Forget it. I'm done playing. It's my turn to attack this time." Chapter 47. I've seen arrogance before, but I've never seen anything this arrogant. Lin Hui had just finished speaking. Lu Mongshan, panting heavily, suddenly froze. The next second, a fist the size of a sandbag came flying through the air, heading straight for his face. Lu Mongshan laughed instead of being surprised. "You finally made your move? You son of a bitch. I thought you were a coward." He roared and threw a punch at the attacker. Lu Mongshan is nearly 2 meters tall, weighs over 250 kilograms, and is the strongest in the entire regiment. He's not afraid of a head-on confrontation. I'm afraid Lin Hui will be like a groundhog, hiding and running away everywhere. This is exactly what he wanted. Bang! The two men's fists collided forcefully. Lin Hui took 2 steps back, while Lu Mongshan took 5 steps back. Ding! Strength +1. Ding! Recovery ability +1. The moment the notification sound rang, Lin Hui's fist, which had been in excruciating pain, immediately stopped hurting so much. A surge of power instantly appeared within him, helping him recover his strength. On the other hand, Lu Mongshan was in so much pain that he was grimacing and his eyebrows were twisted into knots. That punch just now hurt so much it felt like his bones were going to break. It was like hitting a steel plate. Damn, it's so hard. Lin Hui clenched his fist. Same here, but besides my fists, I'm tougher in other places. Want to try? Lu Mongshan was stunned for a moment, then instantly flew into a rage. Damn it. You actually flirted with me. He rushed up and threw another punch. although Lin Hui had never trained in combat. But he has a learning system, and after just one round, he has already learned the opponent's fighting techniques. Furthermore, they had complete control over the opponent's steps, posture, and movements. Seeing the fist hurtling towards him, Lin Hui seemed to have triggered a mechanism in his body, and subconsciously took a step to the left. Using the momentum of his body swing, he delivered a hook punch directly to his armpit. Oh ho ho ho! Lu Mongshan opened his mouth and let out a scream like that of a eunuch. Those around him frowned. He looks quite manly, but his moans are so seductive. The next second, Lin Hui threw another punch, hitting Lu Mongshan directly in the waist. His mouth, which had been opened recklessly, snapped shut instantly, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Damn it! You fucking want to make me childless? Lin Hui chuckled. This is the real way to cut off one's lineage. He swung his leg and kicked Lu Mongshan in the groin. Holy shit, holy shit. Lu Mongshan was so scared he almost peed his pants, and in a panic he quickly used his hands to block. If I get kicked this time, I might really have to go to the palace in my next life. But Lin Hui stopped abruptly halfway through his kick, and Lu Mongshan immediately realized. This was a feint. Just as he was about to look up, Lin Hui's head came crashing down on him. The two heads collided heavily. Duong. Lu Mongshan was instantly disoriented. He stumbled backward several steps, as if he were drunk. Then, with a thud, he fell heavily backward, and the ground trembled again. Ding. Recovery ability +1. Ding. Strength +1. Even so, Lin Hui still clutched his head, wincing in pain. Damn it. That's too hard. Is this kid's head made of iron? Silence fell over the surroundings, and everyone stared in shock, their mouths agape. Wang Yishue's chin hit the ground. She was stunned. She finally managed to pick the most capable fighter after a lot of searching. I never expected this guy to be all show and no substance, all looks and no substance. Wang Yishue looked at Lin Hui, her eyes filled with surprise. When did this guy become so good at fighting? So that's what he meant by harder. The thought of him threatening to spank her last time sent chills down Wang Yishue's spine. If things really get serious, won't things turn out badly? Wang Yishue stomped her feet in anger. Why can't I ever beat him? When will I ever beat him? Seeing that Wang Yishue didn't speak, the other referee quickly stepped forward and announced the result. 1 minute and 20 seconds, Lin Hui wins. We won. Four veterans rushed up excitedly and surrounded Lin Hui. Damn it. You said you didn't know how to fight and asked us to teach you, but you're clearly a very good fighter. Lin Hui chuckled. I learned this on the spot. Believe your grandma's legs. An old soldier said irritably. You can keep it hidden all you want. Oh, and by the way, hand over your monkey stealing peaches story to me later. Lin Hui laughed heartily. Easy, easy. I have plenty of these underhanded. These killer moves. Everyone was so frightened that they tightened their anuses and covered them with their hands. To be so ruthless to one's comrades, that's inhuman. The next game will start soon. Wang Yishue then chose another opponent who looked quite strong. They had high hopes that he would give Lin Hui a good beating. Unexpectedly, he didn't even last a minute after going up there. He was sent flying into the air by Lin Hui's hook punch and lost consciousness on the spot after landing. He was immediately carried away by the medic. Wang Yishue was trembling with anger. How come this guy is even stronger than the blonde guy in the game who shouts Haoyo? He's too good at fighting. Little did she know Lin Hui's fighting skills. I learned it all on the spot. He dodged while quickly memorizing his opponent's moves. Then, the system will copy the same trick onto him. In addition to Lin Hui's already extraordinary physical abilities, his strength and fighting skills were further enhanced. If we could beat him, that would be a miracle. Lin Hui looked at her with a smile. Referee, could you please find someone who can actually fight? At least let me take a punch. It's not difficult at all. It's making me sleepy. Seeing Lin Hui's smug look, everyone was itching to punch him. I've seen arrogance before, but I've never seen anyone this arrogant. For veterans standing nearby boasted smugly. His name is Lin Hui. He's from our company. Isn't he amazing? We're just as good as him, so you better watch out. Everyone around them glared angrily at them. Damn it, one act of showing off is fine. For more. What's wrong with this company? Are all the people they sent to participate really this shameless? What's there to be so smug about? You only won one game. Do you really think my reconnaissance company is weak? Don't anyone stop me. I'm going to go up there and kill him. Lin Hui shook his head smugly. Sigh. With great power comes great hatred. How come I'm so awesome? Wang Yishue clenched her fists in anger and gritted her teeth. The more she saw Lin Hui's smug look, the angrier she became. No, we absolutely can't let this guy steal the spotlight. We have to find someone right away and beat him to a pulp. Wang Yishue immediately shouted, Who wants to go up? Anyone want to teach him a lesson? As soon as he finished speaking, The crowd, which had been so agitated, immediately fell silent. They either turned their heads away, looked down at their fingers, or looked up at the sky. Hey, the weather's nice today. It's really nice, a beautiful, clear blue. Wang Yixue was so angry, she almost vomited blood. Damn it, you guys were shouting so loudly just now, but when it really matters, not a single one of you is of any use. Chapter 48. I've never even touched a gun. What's the point of fighting? When no one answered, Lin Hui simply shouted, "Hello." Everyone was startled and quickly lowered their heads. Lin Hui asked impatiently, "Is anyone coming up or not? Don't waste time. The others still have their competitions to attend." His gaze swept over them, and several people in succession frantically waved their hands. "Oh my, I have a stomachache. I've started my period. No, I'll leave the opportunity to someone else." Are you kidding me? Those two were the strongest fighters. Lin Hui beat him up so badly, he still hasn't woken up. Who would dare to go up there and cause trouble? Although everyone was an elite soldier from their respective units, they were all highly competitive. But everyone knows in their hearts that going against him is not just a matter of courting death. It could also lead to complete failure. Lin Hui looked around and saw that no one was willing to come up. He smiled at Wang Yixue and said, "No one's coming, referee. Why don't you pick someone from another team to play against me? Pick someone strong, not someone too weak." Seeing Lin Hui's arrogant demeanor, Wang Yixue gritted her teeth. "I immediately thought of how he bullied me when I was a child. Damn it, if it weren't for the rules in the military, Wang Yixue would have gone ahead and done it herself." The referee, noticing that Wang Yixue seemed a bit off, coughed and said, "All right, rules are rules. Since no one dares to challenge you, it means you've won all 3 matches and advanced directly." "Oh." For veterans immediately rushed over, lifted Lin Hui high, and shouted excitedly, "Our company is number 1. The 5th Artillery Company is number 1. Lin Hui turned around and shouted smugly at Wang Yixue, "We're number 1. Number 1. Wang Yixue clenched her teeth in anger. If it were someone else who got such good results, she would definitely applaud and congratulate them. But Lin Hui is no good. Let me applaud you in your next life. The referee next to her hesitated for a moment, then coughed to remind her, Shouldn't we continue the assessment? What do you think?" Wang Yixue glared at him fiercely. "There's no one left on stage. Aren't we going to assess the performance? Are we just going to sit here and watch the show? Continue the competition." The referee was startled. "Why are you getting angry at me? I didn't do anything to you. The match is still ongoing." Each team competed fiercely, showcasing their best skills. Some of those present were themselves skilled fighters in the regiment, and had even won awards in the division. Some are Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, masters, while others specialize in grappling and ambush techniques. Some were martial arts masters before joining the army. Excited cheers echoed from various circles. The match ended an hour later. More than 30 people made it through the competition to the finals. The final competition was arranged directly below the viewing platform. The rules remained the same, and the two sides fought back and forth fiercely. But when it came to Lin Hui, it became one-sided. Neither of their first 2 opponents could last a minute. No matter how glorious they were in the qualifiers, once they get here, they can only passively take a beating. Lin Hui copied whatever tricks they used. Lin Hui has a system. If he can win, he fights. If he can't, he learns. If he encounters someone strong, he will dodge and wear them down. Then, Lin Hui will use his strength and speed to kill them with one punch. At that moment, he suddenly felt that he was Kakashi the copy ninja. No matter how strong the opponent is, he can perfectly copy their moves and counterattack. On the stage, the division commander nodded in satisfaction and said to the person next to him, "After watching for so long, this kid named Lin Hui fought the best. His movements were clean and neat, hitting the vital points directly. Most importantly, this kid knows how to go easy on his opponent, truly embodying the spirit of friendship first, competition second." "Not bad at all." Gao Shan grinned from ear to ear. "This kid has really made me proud." The other regimental commanders were so jealous their eyes turned as red as rabbits. "That's way too much of a show-off. Could that kid be an outside helper that Takasuji hired? I've never heard of such a person in the division." Gao Shan chuckled and said, "Commander, you flatter me too much. I think Lin Hui still needs some polishing. It's not a good thing for a young person to be too arrogant." The division commander laughed and waved his hand, saying, "You're right. However, our division needs young people like Lin Hui right now. He's competitive and dares to fight. That's how we strive for improvement and inspire more people to follow in his footsteps. Only in this way can our division become stronger and stronger." Takasuji nodded. "You're right." The division commander remarked with emotion, "Our generation is getting old. We've all come a long way through hardship. But what about this generation? Although their living conditions are different from ours, the future belongs to them. If we can cultivate talents like Lin Hui, do we still need to worry about our future? Takasugi, this soldier must be trained properly. Yes. Takasugi thought to himself. Even if you don't say it, I will still train him well when we get back. He will be our group's precious treasure in the future. The fighting match ended quickly. As expected, Lin Hui came in first place again. The last contestant was sent to sleep by his punch. No matter how the people around him called him, they couldn't wake him up. The colonel looked at the three guys who had been knocked unconscious by Lin Hui on the ground, his lips twitching violently. What are you all standing there for? Quickly get them to the infirmary and wake them up. Yes, yes, yes. Watching the three guys being hurriedly carried away, Lin Hui shook his head helplessly. Why are soldiers these days so physically weak? They can't even withstand a single punch. How can we defend our country like this? It's unbelievable. Wang Yixue stared intently at Lin Hui, gritting her teeth. She was furious at the sight of him being so smug. The colonel looked at Lin Hui, then at the furious Wang Yixue, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had already figured it out during the assessment. These two people probably knew each other before, and were quite close at that. However, he was really confused. Why does Wang Yixue always look at Lin Hui with such anger, as if he were her father's killer? A series of whistles sounded. Everyone gathered again. But this time, many people had bruises on their faces, with black eyes and swollen cheeks. Lin Hui glanced at it, then proudly raised his head. Luckily, I'm more skilled and didn't get disfigured. Otherwise, how would I ever find a wife? The colonel stepped forward and said sternly, prepare for the next assessment immediately. Shooting. Excitement immediately shone in everyone's eyes. Finally, it's time to shoot. Damn it. I've been holding back for so long. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Some people stared intently at Lin Hui. We've let this kid be arrogant for too long. Let's see how arrogant he is this time. The colonel said solemnly, a gun is a soldier's second life. The shooting test is to see if we can make good use of our second life on the battlefield. Whoever can shoot accurately and well is, in my heart, a good soldier. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Everyone immediately began preparations. The colonel then ordered ammunition to be prepared. For veterans came to Lin Hui's side and saw him squinting and raising his hand, as if he were practicing aiming. I walked right over and patted him on the shoulder. Hey. Lin Hui was startled. Holy crap, you guys look like ghosts. An old soldier asked with a smile, what are you up to now? Lin Hui chuckled and said, let's familiarize ourselves with how to shoot. The four men stared at each other, wide-eyed. You're not going to say you've never fired a gun before, are you? How is that possible? Lin Hui said in a very serious tone. The four of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hui said with a grin, we fought once back in recruit training. All four of them were startled. What the hell? You've been in the army for so long and only fired a gun once. You must be kidding me. Lin Hui gave an awkward smile. You all know that after I joined the company, I went to raise pigs, and then I went to the island. Where would I find the right conditions? There are guns on the island, but there are only a few bullets, not enough for practice. Perfect timing. You guys can teach me some shooting tips so I can cram a bit. The four men's lips twitched violently. You son of a bitch, are you addicted to cramming for the last minute? An old soldier glared at him. Teach my ass. You've barely even touched a gun. What are you going to do about shooting? Chapter 49. This can't be called a sharpshooter. He has to be called a gun god. With a whistle, everyone gathered again. The colonel, hands behind his back, asked sternly, is everyone ready? Ready. Everyone roared excitedly. Guns are a man's romance. The joy of the moment a bullet leaves the barrel is beyond imagination. Many people even join the army just to learn how to shoot. Seeing the high morale, the colonel nodded. Everyone, about, face. Forward march, target range. Everyone turned around and marched toward the firing range in perfect unison. Lin Hui looked towards the firing range from afar. 20 target positions have been set up at the firing range. Before their arrival, the comrades from the ordnance department had already delivered all the boxes of ammunition. Furthermore, the guns and ammunition were placed separately on the firing table. Turn right. With a loud shout, everyone turned around at once. The colonel announced loudly, next, the shooting test. 20 people will be divided into groups. Each person will receive 30 bullets. The shooting distance will be 200 meters, and the shooting method will be prone shooting. One thing to remind you, the targets for this shooting exercise are moving targets. The targets will appear for 10 seconds at a time, and then reappear after a 5-second interval. You have 1 minute to aim and fire. Yes. The crowd responded loudly, their eyes filled with excitement. The difficulty has increased. Great. Originally, they were worried that it was too simple and wouldn't be able to differentiate themselves from others. Many people stared at Lin Hui, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. A good marksman is made by being fed bullets. This time I will prove who is the #1 marksman in our division. Lin Hui was already somewhat numb. These guys are really annoying. Why are they always staring at me? Why can't you be like me, a bit more shrewd, mature, and composed? They haven't even started playing yet, and they're already acting like they've won too much. The colonel roared. First group, step forward. The first group of soldiers shouted, forward. 20 men marched in unison to the firing platform, and the instructor beside them shouted, ready for prone shooting. Everyone grabbed their guns, quickly lay down, and spread their legs wide. He quickly loaded the magazine, pulled the bolt, and aimed the gun at the target 200 meters away. Begin firing. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted. The entire firing range was filled with the sound of firecrackers going off nonstop, just like during Chinese New Year. In the ranks behind, for veterans whispered to Lin Hui, Lin Hui, did you remember all the shooting techniques we just told you? I remember it perfectly. Lin Hui chuckled confidently. The veterans asked skeptically, really? We just said so much, and you remembered it all? Lin Hui said seriously, absolutely. My teachers have always praised me for my good memory since I was little. Don't worry, I guarantee there won't be any problems when we start fighting. All 4 veterans rolled their eyes. They talk a good game, but sing a bad game. Although Lin Hui just made a big splash in combat, it doesn't mean he can do the same with guns. Because these are 2 completely different things. In combat, if you are strong and agile, you may be able to win even if you haven't learned any moves. But sharpshooters are made by being fed bullets. Lin Hui has been in the army for half a year, but has only handled a gun once, and has fired no more than 30 bullets in total. Now, let alone shooting, it's questionable whether he even knows how to handle a gun. The 4 men exchanged glances, silently praying. Hopefully, this kid won't lose too badly later. Soon, the first group finished, and the second group followed. After the second group finished, the third group immediately started playing. Third group, step forward. Lin Hui immediately stepped forward and ran towards the shooting platform. Seeing Wang Yishua staring at him from a distance, he immediately made a face. Wang Yishua clenched her fists in anger. That bastard, showing off again. But she remembered that after Lin Hui was assigned to the company, he was directly sent to the breeding base. There was absolutely no chance of touching a gun there. She was well aware of the situation on the island. Even if he had a gun, there was no environment for him to practice shooting. Wang Yishua sneered. You haven't even had a chance to touch a gun yet. Let's see how you fight later. Actually, she was competing with Lin Hui not because she wanted him to become worse, but because she couldn't stand Lin Hui's smugness in front of her after winning. As long as Lin Hui loses one game, he can turn the tide. Fire. With a command given, intense gunfire erupted across the firing range. Bang bang bang. Lin Hui also aimed at the bullseye and pulled the trigger. Ding. Shooting ability +1. Ding. Vision +1. Ding. Stability +1. Lin Hui played better and better, and enjoyed the game more and more. Previously on the island, he practiced aiming with a dry gun and never had the opportunity to fire live ammunition. This time, as several bullets shot out of the barrel, he instantly felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if he were about to become one with the gun. Just like this gun is part of the body. 200 meters away, the target, which was shrouded in a hazy light, suddenly became clear. Lin Hui was secretly delighted. Having a system is awesome. It feels like having a cheat code. I'm so happy I could fly. He was incredibly excited and kept pulling the trigger. The moment all the bullets were fired felt like the exhilarating battle that had taken place. After the shooting ended, everyone emptied their guns. Eject the magazine and get up quickly. Fourth group, get ready. As the fourth group stepped forward, the instructors instructed the other side to arrange target reporting. At this moment, a group of soldiers in the distance quickly changed the target paper and rapidly recorded the shooting scores. A moment later, the instructor's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Target number 1, 260 rings. Target number 2, 252 rings. Target number 10, 300 rings. Wait, what did you say? The instructor's hand trembled slightly as he pressed for an answer, shocked. The target reporter paused for a moment, then exclaimed, Target number 10, 300 rings. Everyone was shocked. You're not kidding. Are you sure it's 300 rings? The target operator nodded solemnly. Absolutely certain. And all 30 bullets hit the same hole. Just as everyone was too shocked to speak, Wang Yishua rushed over and asked, a vague feeling that something was wrong. Who is target number 10? The person next to him took out a roster. It's from the M Regiment, the 5th Artillery Company. His name is Lin Hui. Wang Yishua was completely stunned, as if she had been hit on the head with a hammer. Lin Hui? How could he possibly score 300 points? He's hardly ever handled a gun, so he shouldn't be shooting so well. Wrong. Wang Yishue suddenly realized. This bastard, could it be that his father forced him to shoot guns since he was a child? To achieve this kind of result, you'd have to start training from birth, with a pacifier in your mouth. Lin Hui grew up in the same compound as me. How could he not have access to things that others couldn't? Moreover, Uncle Lin is such a strict person. Wang Yishue was completely dumbfounded. It's over. With this result, it would be an injustice if she didn't get first place. Who knows how he'll start showing off in front of me in the future. Meanwhile, the colonel next to him was both surprised and delighted when he saw the score. How many years? How many years has it been since I've seen such an outstanding marksman? 30 bullets in one hole. This can't be called a marksman. This must be called a gun god. Chapter 50. Under the spotlight, breaking all records of the entire division. The shooting assessment ended quickly. The whistle blew, and everyone gathered again. Seeing the dejected looks of those around him, Lin Hui held his head high, his spirits high. It feels so good to be in the spotlight. If I had known, I should have used cheat codes when I first joined the army. Why? Many people in the line were sighing and complaining. He was a completely different person from when he first arrived, full of high spirits and arrogant. It's not that they're emotionally fragile, it's simply because Lin Hui is too strong. He ranked first in every assessment from beginning to end. Each one broke a world record. That's so exciting. The colonel clapped his hands loudly and shouted sternly, "What are you doing? You all look so dejected, like you've lost a battle. Cheer up, stand tall, and hold your heads high." I know what you're thinking. You feel there's no hope, right? No one said a word. But that's really what they think. The final assessment is coming up soon. Even if Lin Hui doesn't participate, his total score from the previous assessments will still put him in first place. Given the current situation, what's the point of them competing? They might as well go home. The colonel said sternly, "Soldiers should possess a tenacious will and an indomitable spirit. If war comes, will you lose your fighting spirit and refuse to fight the enemy because of this trivial matter?" Back then, our predecessors, with such rudimentary equipment, dared to fight against the enemy's planes and artillery with their own flesh and blood. And you've lost confidence over such a small setback? Everyone looked ashamed. As soldiers, they really shouldn't have done that. Even knowing they are no match, they still have the courage to draw their swords. This is the indomitable will of the Yin soldiers. Seeing everyone regain their spirits, the colonel nodded in satisfaction. For the final test, I hope all of you will give it your all. Never give up until the very last moment. Perseverance and fighting tenaciously are beliefs that every soldier should uphold. Yes. Everyone roared in anger, watching their confidence return to its peak. A smile immediately appeared on Lin Hui's lips. Unbreakable and invincible, this is what soldiers should be like. In fact, even he himself didn't realize it. Now, he has completely integrated into the military family and has come to love this place from the bottom of his heart. The colonel pointed in a direction and shouted, 100-kilometer shuttle run. I'll be waiting for you right here. The first one back wins. This last test is also the most difficult. It's a test of your physical strength, willpower, and endurance. I hope that each and every one of you can withstand the test and complete the assessment. Set off. Everyone ran out instantly. As Lin Hui ran out, he shouted to the 4 soldiers beside him, "Grab my bag. I'll take you with me." The 4 knew that Lin Hui's physical abilities far surpassed theirs. After going through this test, they not only cleared up their misunderstandings about him, but also greatly admired his abilities. The military reveres the strong. At this moment, Lin Hui was the object of their admiration. This time, the 4 of them didn't hesitate at all and grabbed Lin Hui's backpack. "Thanks." Lin Hui laughed and said, "We're all from the same company. No need to be so polite. We run together, we win together." "Yes, we run together, we win together." The 4 nodded emphatically, and Lin Hui rushed out right after them. Because of their previous experience, the group controlled the pace very well this time. Before long, they overtook the other teams and took the lead. Those behind them, seeing Lin Hui and his group united as one, were instantly filled with patriotic fervor. "I'm fast, you guys hold me, save your energy." One soldier shouted, and several soldiers from the same company immediately surrounded him. They all followed Lin Hui and the others' example and ran forward. Soon, more and more people followed suit. The men in the same company all gathered together, united as one, and worked hard to catch up. Even if towering mountains and vast oceans block their way, they will still charge forward. The colonel watched from afar, his eyes full of admiration. That's more like what soldiers should be like. Wang Yishue was also cheering on every soldier at this moment, except for Lin Hui, of course. She just couldn't stand the way this guy acted all smug after winning the game. I hope you get lost and run into a bear or a big bad wolf. Time passed second by second. The equipment at the testing site has been mostly packed away. Firearms, ammunition, and all kinds of testing equipment were removed. The venue gradually returned to its original state. On the viewing platform, the teacher said to the people around him, "This year's competition is exceptionally exciting compared to previous years. Especially that kid named Lin Hui. He really impressed me. He can bring us miracles every time." A brigade commander next to him nodded. In previous assessments, even those who performed outstandingly only excelled in one area. I've never seen anyone like that soldier who got first place in every single one. Takasuji was grinning from ear to ear. What an honor. What an honor. He's made up his mind. When he gets back, he'll treat this kid like royalty. I've never felt so triumphant in my life. Seeing his smug look, the other regimental commanders turned green with envy. The brigade commander seemed to be praising Lin Hui, but he was actually targeting them. In previous assessments, the 2nd Regiment produced a sharpshooter, but his running was poor. The 3rd Regiment, on the other hand, had someone who was good at running, but his tactical movements were not standard. In short, when God opens a door for you, he will always close a window. I've never seen anyone like Lin Hui, who's practically fed by God. It's a once-in-a-century occurrence. The division commander looked at Gao Shan and praised him. "Gao Shan, your troop leading skills are getting better and better. This time you've really given me a big surprise." Gao Shan chuckled and said, "Commander, you flatter me." Lin Hui's performance was actually just average. It was mainly the other comrades who made him stand out. The other regimental commanders were so angry their eyes were spitting fire, and their fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking. That son of a bitch. Not only did they benefit from it, they also had to kick them while they were down. A regimental commander gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. I really want to put him in a sack and beat him up. He's so damn deserving of a beating." Another group leader said, "I'll provide the sacks. Remember to kick them a couple of times for me." The guild leader, "Just now. Soon, the sun will set." The division commander suddenly asked, "I wonder what this kid will do in the last event, since he got first place in all the other events." Coming, someone's back." Suddenly, someone shouted from the viewing platform. Everyone stood up instantly, and the division commander immediately picked up his binoculars. A few people were seen stumbling back from a distance. Before the division commander could even see him clearly, someone next to him shouted, "It's him! It's him! It's that kid Lin Hui." Gao Shan was stunned for a moment, then grinned from ear to ear. As expected. How could I not know the soldiers I trained? He's the undisputed number one. I know that all too well. The other regimental commanders were practically grinding their back teeth to powder. I wish I could just throw him off the viewing platform. The division commander sighed deeply. He also came in first place in the last game. After so many games, he's been first in every single one. This is unprecedented in the history of our division. With his speed, he must have broken the record again, right? The brigade commander next to him nodded. This speed is indeed a record-breaking achievement. Although the division has never conducted a 100-kilometer forced march, but 50-kilometer stretches are common. Judging from Lin Hui's current performance, he has indeed broken the record. Using two 50-kilometer distances as an example, no one has ever been able to run back in such a short time. Gao Shan chuckled. "Commander, see? I told you Lin Hui was a good soldier. He was first again, and he even broke the record." The division commander laughed heartily. He breaks records in every single one of his achievements. This is no longer just a good soldier. He should be called a king of soldiers. Yes, a king of soldiers. Takasuji quickly nodded. I was a top soldier back then, so the soldiers I train naturally are too. The other regimental commanders clenched their fists so tightly they cracked, their eyes blazing with fury. Damn it. We really can't stand it anymore. We won't be able to sleep until we beat this guy up. The instructor looked at Gao Shan. Gao, after the assessment, take a short rest and then bring him to me. I really want to reward him personally. Yes. Takasuji's face lit up with a smile. Chapter 51. Lin's father was excited. This son of a bitch has done something good again? As the sun set, figures quickly appeared. Everyone gradually returned. To the examiner's relief, however, they did not return alone as they had in the past. Instead, they walked back in groups of 3 or 5, supporting each other. Ding. Recovery ability +1. Ding. Stamina +1. On the grass, Lin Hui felt a surge of energy within him, and his fatigue was immediately relieved. Seeing him stand up, the 4 veterans who were slumped on the ground hurriedly asked, "Aren't you going to rest for a while?" Lin Hui chuckled. "I've rested enough. I'm going to stretch a bit." The 4 veterans nearly vomited blood. "You just finished running 100 kilometers. Aren't you tired yet? You actually want to stretch a bit?" Monster, he's a monster. The colonel watched as Lin Hui stood up and took a walk, stretching his muscles as if nothing had happened. My eyes nearly popped out of my head in shock. What kind of physique is this? He just ran 100 kilometers and is already well enough to rest. The instructors next to him all turned their attention to Lin Hui. This soldier is really good. Not only is he exceptionally capable, but his character is also impeccable. He inspired everyone present with his actions. One instructor nodded. Yes. In the past, during competitions, everyone treated each other as opponents, even those from their own company. In order to win rankings and honors, they completely forgot the meaning of the word comrade in arms. It was this soldier who made everyone reevaluate the meaning of being a soldier. At this moment, Wang Yixue felt extremely uncomfortable. It's not that she doesn't want to see Lin Hui get better. This guy's improvement is so dramatic, it's like he's on a rocket. Looking back, who knows how smug they'll be to themselves. Thinking of the bet she made with Lin Hui on the island, Wang Yixue's face instantly turned red. That bastard is capable of anything, and now that he's achieved something, he'll definitely. Wang Yixue was terrified, her face turning pale. No, we absolutely can't stay here, or he'll definitely come and spank us. Thinking of this, she turned and left without daring to linger. Xiaowang. Wang Yixue was stunned for a moment. The colonel called out from behind. The awards ceremony is about to start. Where are you going? Wang Yixue immediately panicked even more. She wouldn't do it if asked to present the award to Lin Hui. Wang Yixue quickened her pace, taking small, quick steps, and fled as fast as she could. The colonel looked puzzled. Why are you in such a panic? Why did you run away? You should at least wait until it's over before leaving. I really don't understand these young people nowadays. The martial arts competition has come to a successful conclusion. Everyone gathered on the playground. Holding the roster, the colonel announced loudly. In this year's Border Defense Division Skills Competition, the first place goes to Comrade Lin Hui from the 5th Artillery Company of the M Regiment. In the overall assessment, he not only ranked first, but any single item he took broke all previous records. Everyone, let's give them a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Everyone stared intently at Lin Hui, their eyes filled with admiration. Congratulations. Lin Hui, if I have the chance, I will challenge you again. Come visit our 3rd regiment sometime, we're here. Lin Hui was overjoyed, feeling like he was surrounded by admirers. He had won a championship without even realizing it, and now he was left with nothing but pride. The colonel continued, as soldiers, we must strive for excellence and forge ahead. Lin Hui's outstanding abilities are evident to all. Today he has set a good example for everyone, making you realize the power of unity. If it were a 100-kilometer forced march, I believe that half of the people here would not be able to complete it if they were doing it alone. Therefore, I hope that in the future, you can take Lin Hui as your role model and learn from his strengths and advantages. Only in this way can you surpass him. Can you do it? Able. Everyone shouted confidently. The sound shattered the heavens. The colonel nodded in satisfaction and gave Lin Hui an appreciative smile. What a good soldier. At that moment, one familiar figure after another suddenly appeared in Lin Hui's mind. They were all veterans from Crescent Island. There was Lu Shan, Zhou Peng, and squad leader Wei Yongyan. Lin Hui's face lit up with a smile. Squad leader, veterans, I have not let you down. I have brought back first place in the competition. An hour later, in the office, Lin Hui saluted the division commander. Comrade Division Commander, Lin Hui from the 5th Artillery Company of the M Regiment is reporting for duty. The division commander smiled and waved his hand, then took out a second-class merit medal. Comrade Lin, you did a very good job this time. Lin Hui replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Thank you for the compliment, sir. The division commander laughed heartily. I really didn't expect that a soldier who came from the breeding base and was transferred to guard the island could have such strong capabilities. You have truly impressed me today and given me a new understanding of the word soldiered. Lin Hui humbly replied. You flatter me, leader. I was just doing my duty as a soldier. Without the encouragement of the veterans on the island and the guidance of my squad leader, I'm afraid I'd still be a mess by now. Good. The division commander smiled and said, not arrogant or impatient, and very humble. This shows that your squad leader and those veterans really did not treat you badly for nothing. He walked behind his desk, then turned back to look at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, Crescent Island is no longer suitable for you. There are so many places in the whole division. Just tell me where you want to go. Takasuji quickly asked. Our regiment's reconnaissance company is pretty good. Do you want to come? Xiao Gao, don't interrupt his thoughts. Let him make his own choice. The division commander waved his hand and looked at Lin Hui, saying, the division commander's reconnaissance battalion is actually quite good. I think it would suit you well. Takasuji almost rolled his eyes to the sky. Tell me not to disturb his thoughts, and you're trying to steal them? Lin Hui remained silent, his mind racing. Seeing that he remained silent, the division commander smiled slightly and said, "All right, you don't need to feel any pressure, and you don't need to answer me so quickly. I know you are a soldier who values loyalty and affection, and you also have feelings for the island. However, with great power comes great responsibility. With your current skill level, sending you to guard an island would be a dereliction of duty on our part and a waste of talent. You'll stay at the division's guest house tonight. Think it over carefully and make sure you've thought it through." He glanced at Takasuji. "Just tell me where you want to go. He won't dare stop you." Takasuji looked embarrassed. "You've already spoken. How could I dare to stop you?" Lin Hui nodded. "Thank you, sir." The teacher patted him on the shoulder. "You must think carefully about your future, and you must go to a place that is truly suitable for you." "Yes, sir." Lin Hui saluted again, seemingly having already found the answer in his heart. Evening, military compound. Lin Guangyao took off his reading glasses and tossed the newspaper aside dismissively. "They're all a bunch of robbers. What business is it of yours if something happens elsewhere? You still have to send troops over. They talk about freedom all day long, but all they do is petty theft. If you ever dare to come here, I'll beat you to a pulp." The study door opened, and Lin Hui walked in with a smile. "Dad, what are you angry about now?" Lin Guangyao said coldly. "Isn't it all because of those Western bastards who keep shouting about justice? I think they are the most unjust ones." Lin Hui laughed and said, "Dad, don't think too much about it. Someone else will take care of things outside. We just need to focus on leading the troops." Lin Guangyao nodded, looked at him, and asked, "Why are you back again? Didn't you say we were going on a field training exercise soon?" Lin Hui smiled and said, "I received some good news and had to rush back to tell you. Can you guess what it's about? Stop talking nonsense and get to the point." Lin Guangyao glared at him, thinking, "How dare you try to play tricks on me?" Lin Hui chuckled and said, "I got word that the third brother just won first place in the division-wide martial arts competition and even received a second-class merit." In a flash, Lin Guangyao stood up abruptly. What did you say?" "This son of a bitch has done something good again." Chapter 52, Get Up or You Fall. Lin Guangyao paced back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back. After a long while, his face was still full of disbelief. "You mean him, the best in the entire division?" Lin Hui nodded. "Yes." Lin Guangyao asked again, "And you also received a second-class merit award?" Lin Hui smiled wryly. "That's right. Dad, you've asked me 3 times already." Lin Guangyao shook his head, still feeling like he was dreaming. "How long has it been?" A few months ago, Lin Hui was sent to raise pigs for beating up a veteran, and later he himself sent him to Crescent Island to suffer. Unexpectedly, in just 2 or 3 months, he made meritorious contributions one after another, and even became the first in the entire division's martial arts competition. I wasn't as amazing as him when I was young. Could it be that this kid has finally figured it out? Lin Hui said helplessly, "Dad, please stop wandering around there. You're making me dizzy. I told you before, Xiao Hui isn't that bad. He will definitely carry on your banner and be a good, upright soldier." Lin Guangyao stopped and sneered. "What do you know? This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He might just be putting up a smokescreen." Lin Hui was speechless. "If it's really a smoke bomb, the cost is way too high. We won first place in the entire division and also received first-class and second-class merit awards." Lin Guangyao squinted and said, "I've watched Lin Hui grow up since he was a child. I can tell what kind of shit he's going to do just by looking at him. So I suspect that his purpose in doing this is to lull us into a false sense of security, to make me trust him and lower my guard. When he was a kid, this kid told me he was going to the library to read books. I thought he had studied hard and even gave him 100 yuan. But he turned around and went to the arcade instead." Lin Hui's lips twitched. "What kind of logic is this? You should only let him serve in the army for 2 years in total. He could have stayed on the island, lived a peaceful and uneventful life, and just waited to die. If it's really to lull you into a false sense of security, the more low-key you should be. Why bother trying to win awards in martial arts competitions? Besides, who hasn't lied to their parents to ask for pocket money when they were a kid? Who hasn't been to an arcade or an internet cafe? Besides, it was he who got Lin Hui to ask him to start the conversation, and he actually played games with Lin Hui as well. Of course, I wouldn't say this to the old man. Otherwise he would definitely pull out his belt." Lin Guangyao turned around and pointed at him. "Keep having people keep an eye on him. I need to know everything about this kid's movements at all times. I can do it even if you don't tell me." After Lin Hui finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lin Guangyao plopped down on the sofa, deep in thought. What exactly is this kid planning this time? The second floor of the teacher's guest house. Wang Yishua tiptoed quietly to a window. Looking sideways, Lin Hui was sitting on the bed, staring blankly without moving. It looks like a mannequin. Wang Yishua frowned slightly. What's wrong with him? In her memory, Lin Hui had always been carefree and always laughing and joking. The last time I saw him like this was more than 10 years ago. At that time, Lin Hui's parents were arguing and talking about getting a divorce over trivial matters. Lin Hui ran out by himself and sat by the river for a long time. Same expression, same demeanor. But he just won first place in the whole division, broke so many records, and received a second-class merit. Shouldn't he be happy at this time? Wang Yishua shook her head. I really understand him less and less. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, footsteps came from the stairwell in the distance. Wang Yishua was stunned for a moment, then quickly hid in the other side of the corridor. She had just turned around and hidden herself when several people walked up the stairs. The leader was none other than the regimental commander, Takasuji. Knock knock knock. Lin Hui paused for a moment. The door isn't locked, come in. When Gao Shan pushed open the door and entered, he was followed by a smiling company commander, Li Hongfei, and the political instructor. Lin Hui quickly stood up and saluted. Greetings, regimental commander. Greetings, company commander. Greetings, political instructor. Li Hongfei grabbed him and said excitedly, Lin Hui, I really didn't expect this. You not only got first place in the whole division, but you also helped our company get first place. Lin Hui smiled and said, It was a coincidence, a coincidence. You couldn't get such good results by just luck. It proves you're really talented. Li Hongfei patted him on the shoulder and said somewhat embarrassedly, Lin Hui, I was wrong about what happened before. I shouldn't have judged people based on past events. I hope you won't blame me. You are an outstanding soldier. It turns out I was wrong. Lin Hui quickly shook his head. Company commander, you can't say that. I do bear responsibility for what happened before. If I were in that situation, I would have done the same. All right. Why bring up things from the past? Gao Shan laughed and walked up to Lin Hui. Lin Hui, you're a talent, and our group needs talent too. Stay here, and I'll give you the best treatment and the best resources, as long as you stay. Lin Hui was stunned. Commander. Gao Shan interrupted him directly. Don't say anything yet. Listen to me first. I know you are a sentimental person, and you have feelings for Crescent Island and the veterans on the island. If you stay, at least you will still be in the same unit as them, and it will be easier to see them in the future. What's that saying again? We're all from the same root. That's enough. The colonel next to him coughed twice, reminding him, Is this never going to end? Are you treating me like I'm not here? Takasuji chuckled and said, How could that be? The colonel snorted coldly. We had an agreement before we came, so don't break the rules. The division commander specifically instructed that no one, not even a hint, is allowed to interfere with Xiaolin's decision. Comrade Xiaolin will make his own decision about where he wants to go. Of course. Takasuji chuckled while giving his subordinates a meaningful look. Li Hongfei immediately understood. Lin Hui, although I didn't go to the competition, we've all heard about your performance. You really did a great job, bringing glory not only to our company, but also to our regiment. Especially when I heard those 4 veterans from our company talk about the competition, I was deeply moved. The instructor chimed in, Lin Hui, come back. As long as you're willing to stay with our company, we'll definitely give you the best arrangement. Promotion to officer or platoon leader, it's all fine. Looking at their enthusiastic manner, Lin Hui felt somewhat at a loss and even a little unfamiliar. When the company commander picked him up for the competition, he had a dark expression on his face the whole time. She didn't even want to say another word to him. But now, they're being a bit too enthusiastic. It wasn't that Lin Hui held a grudge, but the change was so drastic that he found it difficult to adapt for a while. In the past, Lin Hui was just a cowardly soldier who wanted to coast through life. Everyone dislikes him and wishes they could kick him away. But now, Lin Hui has broken the entire division's record and won first place, suddenly becoming the most sought-after person in everyone's eyes. His head was spinning, as if the world in front of him was spinning, and a series of voices rang out in his mind. Old Ma. Don't blame the veterans, don't resent the quartermaster. They just want you to become better. Lin Hui. If you don't want to stay, take off your uniform and get out of here. You have no idea what a real soldier is. Wang Yishua. You playboy. Do you even deserve to be a soldier? Don't insult this uniform. Get out of here and stop causing trouble for the troops. Wang Yong and Chun Eru. Brother Hui, don't even think about getting rid of us. We will definitely meet again. Wei Yongyan. Suda was actually a good soldier. It's just a pity. Finally, all the voices converged into one. Lin Hui, you are a good soldier. Don't let life drag you down. You should fly farther and higher. At this moment, tears welled up in Lin Hui's eyes. This was the first time he felt that he was a good soldier. Lin Hui, have you made up your mind? Do you want to join our group? Takasuji's voice brought Lin Hui back to reality. He slowly raised his head and looked at the people who cared about him. He then saluted forcefully. Commander, I've made up my mind. Takasuji was overjoyed. There was hope. He said excitedly, I knew you were reliable. Li Hongfei, come on, help me pack my luggage. All right. Just as Li Hongfei was about to move, Lin Hui stopped him. Commander, the place I want to go is not in our regiment. Takasuji and the others were stunned for a moment. What does that mean? Is this a move to higher ground? Seeing his face fall, the colonel next to him immediately burst into laughter. Lin Hui looked at him too. Not here either. The colonel was dumbfounded. Then where do you want to go? At this moment, Lin Hui's gaze was unwavering. I want to get up from where I fell. Chapter 53. Returning to the Sharp Knife Company, seeing Su Dao again. Knock knock knock. A knocking sounded suddenly. Come in. Seeing Lin Hui push the door open and come in, Lin Guangyao looked surprised. What is it? Lin Hui closed the door and quickly said, Dad, I just got news from my comrades that Xiao Hui has expressed his intention to return to the 602nd Tiger Regiment, the Sharp Knife 6th Company. What? Lin Guangyao was completely dumbfounded. What's wrong with this kid? Hasn't he caused enough trouble in 602? He wants to go back? Lin Hui said with a bitter face, I don't understand either. I heard it was his strong request, and the division commander is furious. It's not easy to train a good soldier, and he has to give him away before he can even get to know him. However, I have temporarily suppressed this matter. I just wanted to ask you, what shall we mean by doing this? Why do we have to go to 602? Lin Guangyao placed the pen on the table, leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and looked deep in thought. After thinking for a while, he suddenly laughed. I know. This kid probably wants to get up wherever he falls down. I guess that's what you mean. Lin Hui paused for a moment, then nodded. Xiao Hui has always been stubborn since he was a child. He was forced to join the army by you. The things he did there became a knot in his heart, so after going around to so many places, he still wants to go back and finish some things. Lin Guangyao snorted but didn't say anything. Actually, he didn't know what Lin Hui was going to do in 602. If it's just to go back and show off, to discuss those who looked down on him in the past, that means the kid hasn't really changed at all. He's still a child who hasn't grown up. But what if it were another way? He looked at Lin Hui and said, Go find Secretary Zhao and have him talk to old Wang so they can release the people. Lin Hui nodded. Should I continue to keep an eye on him? Of course. Lin Guangyao glared at him. That kid is full of bad ideas. Who knows what he's up to this time? If he causes me trouble again, this time it won't be as simple as just having him guard the border. Lin Hui smiled wryly. Dad, can't you have a little faith in Xiao Hui? I don't think he'll cause any more trouble. Lin Guangyao scoffed. That's hard to say. Downstairs from the division headquarters, there was an SUV parked there. Lin Hui, dressed neatly and carrying his luggage, stood beside the car. The division commander walked out of the building, looked at the soldier who had broken the division's record, and dressed neatly, prepared to leave. I was as sad as I could possibly be. But the order has already been given from above, and we can't refuse to release them. When the division commander approached, Lin Hui saluted forcefully. I'm sorry, division commander, I have failed your expectations. The division commander slapped his hand away. Stop pretending. You've got some powerful connections, haven't you? Even the commander gave you an order. Lin Hui said earnestly. I just want to rely on my own abilities to earn everyone's recognition as a good soldier. The division commander was furious. You were a good soldier, but now you're someone else's good soldier. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Lin Hui straightened his chest and solemnly said, No matter where I go, this will always be my old unit. I will never bring shame to this place, nor will I bring shame to you. The division commander was speechless. We couldn't keep them. He could only take a deep breath. No matter what, you've been in our division and you're one of our top students. Tell me, what are your requests before you leave? I'll try my best to fulfill them. Lin Hui looked at him and asked, Commander, can I go to the island to say goodbye to the veterans? They don't know me yet. No. The division commander interrupted him directly. A grown man shouldn't be so indecisive. If you should leave, then leave. If you should stay, then stay. Don't drag things out. Yes. Although Lin Hui verbally agreed, he still felt a little regretful. Landing on the island required orders. Without the division commander's approval, he couldn't go up. He sighed helplessly as he thought of the faces of the veterans on the island. He had initially held on to a sliver of hope that he could go back and take one last look, but little did he know that his departure would truly be his final farewell. Squad leader, veterans, take care. I'm going back to where I started. But I'm no longer that coward. After giving a final salute, Lin Hui turned and got into the car. Watching the car drive away, the division commander sighed helplessly. It took so long to lay an egg, and it was almost ready to hatch into a chick, and then you just gave it away. Lu Song, you bastard, you have to pay me back a few bottles of Matai, or I'll never forgive you. Lin Hui quickly left the military camp by car. Not far away, Wang Yixue also rolled up her car window. Her eyes were full of curiosity. What is this guy doing in 602 all of a sudden? Isn't it fine here? Why is he causing trouble now that he's gone back? Forget it, it's better for this guy to stay away from me. At least that bet doesn't need to be fulfilled anymore. Wang Yixue chuckled. In a little over a year, he would have to retire from the army. When you get back, I'm going to make a good laugh at you. You think you're worthy of being a general? Dream on. It was evening. Tiger Regiment, Sharp Knife 6th Company. Suda carried 2 kettles of hot water and walked briskly toward the dormitory. As soon as I entered, 2 new recruits came out to greet me. Squad leader, it's almost time to eat. Let's go together. We have a special meal today, braised pork. Suda smiled slightly at the 2 of them. You go first, I'll be there in a bit. Okay, then we'll go first. The 2 recruits turned and ran away. Suda returned to the classroom and opened his water bottle. I poured half a cup of water into everyone's cup and let it cool. When they come back after dinner and are thirsty, they can just add some hot water and drink it. Suda looked around every corner of the dormitory, then went to each person's bed and turned to help them tidy up their sheets and blankets. Finally, I walked to the locker and neatly arranged the mouthwash cups, toothpaste, and toothbrushes one by one. After finishing all this, Suda took a step back, looked at all the neatly arranged cups, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Suda sighed. I'll be leaving soon, and I really hate to leave this place. The thought of leaving soon made his nose tingle. He spent 8 years here, dedicating his youth and everything he had to the military. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to return to his hometown. He was just more reluctant to leave this place that he loved so deeply, a place he was even willing to give his life for. In fact, Suda has been able to clearly see the changes in himself since the last recruit training. He's matured, become more composed, and his temper has disappeared. He treated both new and veteran soldiers equally and was kind and approachable. Although he knew it was too late to do these things now, and they wouldn't help him stay on the team. However, he still wanted to atone for his mistakes. He really shouldn't have made a move at that time. That punch not only destroyed himself, but also injured the other recruits. Suda took a deep breath and suddenly remembered what his instructor had once told him. That's enough. Take off your uniform and go back to civilian life. Just don't be like you used to be. Maybe leaving is better for you. Suda shook his head and sighed helplessly. He had just turned around when he suddenly froze, as if he had been nailed to the spot. A tall, imposing figure stood at the entrance, blocking the last rays of the setting sun. He squinted desperately, trying to make out who the person in front of him was. As the figure gradually became clearer, Suda's pupils contracted sharply, and a tidal wave of emotions surged within him. He spoke in a trembling voice. Lin Hui. At the door, Lin Hui put down his bag, straightened his chest, and saluted him forcefully. Squad leader, I'm back. Chapter 54. Even pig farmers have become top soldiers. Aren't you ashamed? Close the dormitory door. Lin Hui and Suda each carried a small stool and sat facing each other. Outside the door, a group of people hid in the corner, peeking inside cautiously. A new recruit asked curiously, Lin Hui? Why is he back? Didn't we hear he was sent to raise pigs? Another recruit frowned. I heard he has a powerful background. I bet he pulled some strings to get back here. What the hell? Has he lost his mind? Why did he have to come to our 6th company to pull strings? Has this guy lost his memory and forgotten his grudge against our squad leader? If it weren't for him, our squad leader would have been promoted to officer. Luckily, the higher-ups recognized his excellent leadership skills, so they let him stay on for a while longer. I think he's probably here to cause trouble this time. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let the squad leader get the short end of the stick. Several veterans nearby were so angry they were itching to fight. Looking for trouble? Anyone who dares to lay a hand on him will have their head knocked out of shape. An old soldier's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it. I wanted to settle scores with this bastard before, but he avoided me. Now he's actually come knocking on my door again. If I don't beat him so badly his own father wouldn't recognize him this time. I'm not a soldier led by the squad leader. Don't be impulsive, another veteran quickly advised. Why shouldn't I act impulsively? He hurt Sergeant Su so badly, and now he still dares to provoke us. If you ask me, we should drag this guy out and shoot him for half an hour. The veteran, who had just arrived, was exasperated. The matter isn't settled yet. What if this kid is here to apologize? Let's play it by ear. If he really dares to act arrogantly towards the squad leader, It's not too late for us to rush in and beat him up then. Who are you going to beat up? Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling everyone. Everyone quickly saluted. Greetings, company commander. Greetings, political instructor. Zhang Jiantao glared at the group, while Wang Hai quickly made a shushing gesture. Keep your voice down. Yes, yes, yes. The group nodded quickly, looking like thieves. Zhang Jiantao snorted coldly. Who did you just say you were going to beat up? Lin Hui, an old soldier said indignantly. That kid ruined the squad leader's chances of getting promoted, and now he's trying to use connections to annoy people. Stop. Wang Hai raised his hand to interrupt him. Let me correct you on one point. They didn't get back through connections. Another veteran said irritably. If it's not about using connections, do you think it's about ability? We've all heard that after this kid joined the company, he was sent to raise pigs. It would be a miracle if that pig farmer had any real skills. Wang Hai smiled and said, Don't be so harsh. This time he really came back on his own merits, without relying on anyone. He did spend some time at the breeding base, and later he went to the border defense. They just won first place in the entire division's martial arts competition, which is why they made an exception and came here. First place in the martial arts competition? Him. Everyone looked on in disbelief. It's better to make them eat shit than to convince them that a coward can get first place in the whole division. Wang Hai smiled slightly. The news is true, and absolutely true. This kid is a celebrity on the border now. You'll see when you read the military newspaper later. Hearing this, they were finally convinced that Lin Hui had indeed won first place. But this doesn't make sense. A new recruit scratched his head and asked, how could he possibly get first place? If a pig farmer can get first place, is there really no one left in the border defense force? Zhang Jiantao glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? People can get such good results by raising pigs, and you're not even as good as them. Aren't you ashamed? Everyone was speechless. This makes absolutely no sense. The new recruits present, in particular, felt as if they had seen a ghost. Back in the recruit training corps, Lin Hui was quite famous. But the final assessment was so disastrous, it was like having diarrhea. Everyone thought this kid was all bark and no bite, just a pretty face with no substance. Who would have thought he was so fierce? Wow, what's he coming back for this time? To return home in glory, or to reunite with his family? I bet he's just trying to annoy us, deliberately showing off in front of the class monitor. Zhang Jiantao snorted coldly. All right, stop talking nonsense. What happens to others is none of your business. Focus on your own grades. You haven't improved at all. What are you all still standing here for? Aren't you going to eat? Since you're not going to eat, then all of you go out and run 5 kilometers. Come back when you're hungry. A group of people quickly shook their heads. No. We'll go now. The group looked guilty and ran away. After everyone left, Zhang Jiantao and Wang Hai quickly went to the corner of the wall, squatted down where they had been, and began to eavesdrop. In the dormitory, the two sat facing each other for a long time without either of them speaking. Finally, Suda broke the silence. Long time no see, Lin Hui. I've always wanted to apologize to you. I was too strict with you in basic training. Lin Hui shook his head. Class monitor, I should be the one apologizing. Suda waved his hand and said, What are you talking about? I was the one who made the move. You were just acting in self-defense. Lin Hui became anxious. That's not how it is. We were definitely in the wrong first. Back in recruit training, I was willful and immature, always thinking about slacking off. Besides, that would always make me feel like you were trying to exploit us and get promoted based on our performance, so that's why Suda gave an awkward, wry smile. You're right about that. I do want to use your achievements to get promoted. As long as I get promoted, I can stay on. But, he paused, then said helplessly, however, the more people want something, the more likely it is to backfire. Maybe that's just fate. Lin Hui felt a pang of heartache and regretted his past actions even more. Squad leader, I've actually been to quite a few places during this time, and I even ran into your old squad leader. He told me a lot about you. Suda sat up straight excitedly. You mean squad leader Wei? Lin Hui nodded. Yes, I served under him for a period of time. This period was also the most meaningful time since I joined the army. He taught me a lot, and thanks to him, I had the opportunity to come back here. Suda's excited voice trembled slightly. What did he say to you? Lin Hui smiled and said, He told me about your past. He said that when you were in basic training, many people didn't think highly of you and felt that you weren't cut out to be a soldier. But he felt that you were a good candidate and would definitely become a good soldier. So when you went to the elite unit, he was always proud of you. Suda's eyes suddenly reddened. He had never seen his old squad leader since he joined the company. I served in the army for 8 years and met many squad leaders. But Wei Yongyan's image remained etched in my mind. At that time, He had just joined the army, knew nothing, and kept making mistakes. If I switch to another class, I'll get beaten up every day. But Wei Yongnian was different from the other squad leaders. He never hit or scolded him, and he always encouraged and cared for him. If it weren't for him, I would never have been able to join the elite unit, nor would I have stayed in the army for so long. It won't be long before Suda leaves the army. I really hope to see my old squad leader one last time before I left, but there will never be another chance. Chapter 55 Squad Leader. I want to be a good soldier. Suda felt extremely ashamed. I have let down the old sergeant's expectations. I have failed to become a good soldier, let alone a good one. Lin Hui shook his head. In Squad Leader Wei's heart, you have always been a good soldier. The squad leader said that whether you stay or leave, he hopes that you can live a better life. Suda's eyes immediately welled up with tears. I never expected that after all these years, my old squad leader would still remember me. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "What brings you here this time?" Lin Hui smiled slightly. "Squad leader, I want to get up from where I fell. You hit me back then, so I hit you back. But now, I hope to resolve this hatred and apologize to you. Also, I hope you can mentor me. I want to be a good soldier." Suda's body trembled. Tears finally streamed down my face. That grudge had actually ended long ago, but he had always harbored a knot in his heart. Lin Hui's willingness to come to him and apologize finally resolved his grudge. With tears in his eyes, he nodded vigorously. "Okay, I promise you. Before I leave the army, I will do my best to teach you everything I know and train you to become a truly good soldier." Lin Hui felt a sudden pang of sadness at the thought of him leaving soon. My heart is filled with guilt. He even wanted to go back in time and slap himself a few times. In order to slack off and to go out and live a better life, you ruined a good squad leader and a good soldier. His eyes were misty. "Squad leader, can we not leave?" Suda was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "What? Do you think the army is my family's property or yours? You think I can just leave whenever I want and stay whenever I want?" Lin Hui shook his head. "Squad leader, that's not what I meant." Suda raised his hand to stop him. "All right, I know you mean well, but when people make mistakes, they have to take responsibility, especially a soldier. Of course, it wasn't just because I made a mistake that I left. As you know, I only have a junior high school education. The military is expanding, so my elimination was inevitable. The camp remains, but the soldiers come and go. I've been here for so long. It's time for me to go back." Lin Hui quickly shook his head. "Squad leader, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Back then, because of this incident, when we arrived at the logistics base, neither the veterans nor the quartermaster looked down on us." Suda asked with concern, "You weren't bullied, were you?" Lin Hui shook his head, then nodded. "I was bullied, but later, I earned respect and recognition through my own efforts. Later I was transferred to guard the island, and I almost thought I would have to stay there for the rest of my life. It was the veterans on the island and squad leader Wei who inspired me. They told me that as long as I worked hard, I would definitely be able to fly out. I listened to their words, so I came here." He stared at Suda and said earnestly, "Squad leader, no matter what the outcome, I think we should listen to the old squad leader's words and do our best to fly. Perhaps, you'll be able to fly to wherever you want to go?" Suda was suddenly stunned. He heard the exact same thing from his old sergeant when he was in basic training. It was this encouragement that motivated him to train relentlessly day after day, eventually earning him respect and securing his place in the elite 6th Company. A sentence I uttered 8 years ago, I hear again from another person. It gave Sude a feeling of transcending time and space. But he is no longer the simple recruit he was 8 years ago. He is now a cold-blooded veteran who only thinks about getting rewards. If Lin Hui hadn't reminded him, he would have completely forgotten what the old squad leader had said. At that moment, Suda felt extremely ashamed. But hearing those familiar words again brought me immense warmth. Suda smiled and said, "Lin Hui, you're right. I really shouldn't have given up on myself like this. Actually, I have seriously reflected on this over the years. I have been too willful, and my low level of education is only one reason. More importantly, I have never really thought about how to train a good soldier. I used to have a bad temper, and I would either hit or scold new recruits. I also ruined my only chance with my own hands. Squad leader, don't speak, let me finish." Suda sighed and looked deeply at Lin Hui. "We are all soldiers trained by Sergeant Wei," he said with unwavering determination. "Although I only have a few months left, this time, I'll listen to you. I'll fight alongside you to the very end, and we'll never give up until the very last moment. Whether you stay or leave, at least don't leave any regrets." Lin Hui smiled. He knew he had finally persuaded Suda. Lin Hui stood up and saluted forcefully. "Squad leader, please take good care of me from now on." Hit me if you need to, scold me if you need to. I'll risk everything if it helps me succeed. Suda also stood up with a smile and saluted him. Fighting is fine. I couldn't beat you in the recruit training camp, and you even kicked me away. As for cursing, I'm no match for your mouth. You could bite through steel plates. Let's improve together and work hard together. Let the old sergeant see just how far and how high the two soldiers he trained can fly. Good. Lin Hui nodded emphatically, a bright smile spreading across his face. In the corridor, Zhang Jiantao also smiled. But he quickly concealed it and quietly left. Wang Hai quickly caught up with him. Old Zhang, if you want to laugh, just laugh. It's so uncomfortable to hold it in. Aren't you afraid of getting internal injuries? Zhang Jiantao glared at him and said seriously, Nonsense, what am I laughing at? What's so funny? Wang Hai chuckled. Then don't ask me. You know better than I do. Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes. Wang Hai said proudly, I heard from my comrades on the border that after Lin Hui won first place, he became the darling of the whole division. So many people were vying to keep him here and offered incredibly generous terms, but he insisted on coming here. Don't you think that's fate? Zhang Jiantao snorted. What does that prove? No matter how good he is, he's still a coward. Wang Hai chuckled. If only we had a dozen of these bear-like soldiers in our company, our results would be guaranteed to be number one in the entire regiment. No, the entire division. He nudged Zhang Jiantao with his elbow. All right, Lao Zhang, stop pretending. I know you too well. You clearly think highly of him, but you just have to be stubborn. The fact that this kid is here is a huge boon for our company. Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes, but didn't deny it. He came at the right time. The military exercise is about to start. I hope this kid can prove his worth with his actions. Humph, if he doesn't perform well, I'll still kick him out. Wang Hai laughed heartily. I bet you won't be able to bear it when the time comes. He's the best in the whole division. Even if you get rid of me, you won't be willing to get rid of him. Etc. He suddenly realized. You just said exercise? You don't mean you hope he can lead the 6th company to advance and improve together before the exercise, do you? Zhang Jiantao looked at him in surprise. I've discovered that you really do know me inside and out. Is there anything you don't know? Haha, how can I be the political instructor of the 6th company if I don't know anything? The two looked at each other, then suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 56. This kid is a total monster. He crushes the entire company. Call. The playground was filled with the sound of footsteps. Everyone was carrying 20 kilograms of equipment and was panting heavily as they ran. Lin Hui ran up from behind. Hurry up! Hurry up! I've already lapped you guys once. If you don't hurry up, I'll overtake you again. An old soldier shouted angrily. Damn it, can you slow down? I'm exhausted. Of course not. Lin Hui chuckled. Running is an old tradition of ours. Also, don't overwork yourself. If you think it's tough, look at the Red Army's long march of 25,000 miles. If you think you're tired, think of our predecessors. The veterans nearly vomited blood. Damn it, I actually got lectured by a new recruit. However, this situation has been going on for more than just a day or two. In the 2 weeks since Lin Hui arrived, they have been educated and beaten every day. Whether it's the 5 kilometers race, the tactical race, or the 400m obstacle course, this kid is like he's got a cheat code. Several veterans from the 6th Company were initially unconvinced by him and insisted on challenging him, but they ended up getting thoroughly humiliated. That evening, he was sent to the infirmary for psychological counseling. Zhang Jiantao, always eager for drama, fanned the flames from the sidelines. Look at them, a bunch of veterans, calling themselves the elite, yet they can't even beat a new recruit, who's even a pig farmer. How can you be so shameless? If it were me, I wouldn't dare to show my face in public. To help you improve your grades and save face, I've decided to cancel all rest days and have you practice extra every day. Everyone in the 6th Company felt like dying. It's one thing to be completely outclassed. The company commander kept stirring things up, making them unable to eat or sleep, and they could only keep training like crazy. After half a month, the entire company's performance did improve significantly, but it also exhausted everyone to the point of collapse. It said that one veteran even secretly hid under the covers and wiped away tears in the middle of the night. An old soldier came running up to Suda, panting, and called out, Old Su. Suda turned around. What? The veteran glanced at Lin Hui in front of him, then looked at him and said, Old Su, you're the one who recruited him, and he only recognizes you. Why don't you talk to him? This can't go on any longer. Suda laughed. What's wrong? Can't take it anymore. Another veteran chimed in. Nonsense. Look at me. Look at my dark circles. I've lost 5 pounds in a week. We really can't go on like this. If we do, our grades might improve, but we'll all be gone. Suda laughed heartily. It's not that exaggerated. Yes, there really is. Several veterans looked indignant. Look at what our company has become since Lin Hui came. We're on steroids every day. We admit we were a little unfriendly to him at first, but it was all for your sake. How could he retaliate against us like this? Suda rolled his eyes. All right, stop complaining. We're the elite unit, after all. Lin Hui was able to fight his way back from the breeding base and become so strong because of this perseverance and determination. They can do it, but you can't? You've only suffered for a few days, and you're already complaining. The veterans were speechless for a moment. They were tired of hearing those words. After the company commander finished speaking, the political instructor spoke, and after the political instructor finished speaking, the squad leader spoke. Aren't you tired? Old Sue, how can we compare to that kid? He's a complete freak. We're all normal people. The veteran pointed to a stumbling new recruit next to him. Look at him. Look at Xiao Zhao. Look at the state he's in. New recruit Xiao Zhao was on the verge of tears. Squad leader, I really can't run anymore. I feel like I'm about to kick the bucket. Suda patted him on the shoulder. Keep going. Maybe Lin Hui can't run anymore. If you push harder, you can overtake him. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Hui shouted from ahead. You guys are too slow. I'm not waiting for you anymore. I'm keeping running. Keep going. Watching Lin Hui skip and hop ahead, the people behind him collectively broke down. The recruit's eyes were brimming with tears. Squad leader, does he look tired? Carrying such heavy equipment and running for so long, he's still full of energy. This guy is a freak. No wonder he got first place in the whole division. Suda chuckled awkwardly. All right, enough nonsense. I can't even outrun them. I'd be embarrassed to call myself a soldier from the 6th Company. Those with any sense of shame, come with me. Those without, do as you please. As soon as he finished speaking, several veterans rushed out first. There's no other reason. They have a sense of shame. The new recruits behind them almost vomited blood. They ran away, without warning. Didn't you just say you were about to collapse and couldn't run anymore? Are you really pursuing her? Nonsense. He's a soldier from the 6th Company. He can't be worse than a pig farmer. Everyone sprinted forward together, sweat pouring down like raindrops. Time passed by bit, under Lin Hui's guidance. The 6th Company seemed to have gone completely mad, training non-stop from morning till night. This reckless spirit terrified the neighboring company. That evening, the group finished its meeting. Just as Zhang Jiantao stepped out, someone suddenly came up to him and called out, "Sixth brother, what's wrong with you guys? You're all acting like you're on steroids. Are you going through menopause?" "You're the one going through menopause." Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes. "How can you talk like that?" Another company commander said irritably, "You're not going through menopause, so why are you all working yourselves to death every day? Aren't you tired enough already? What? Are you trying to outdo us?" Zhang Jiantao said smugly, "What do you mean by comparing? Hasn't the 6th Company always been stronger than you guys?" The other company commanders clenched their fists. "What we mean is, can you guys just shut up for a second?" "I'm happy to," Zhang Jiantao said with his head held high. "The 6th Company is the elite company, so it's only right that the training is tough. You guys just need to stay put and watch quietly. Don't even think about comparing yourself to us. You can't compare anyway, and you'll only get hurt and lose face." Several company commanders were immediately enraged and wanted to kick him a couple of times. "You're getting cocky just because I said you're fat? What's there to brag about? It's just intensive training. Anyone can do that. If your 6th Company can do it, our 3rd Company can too. Don't forget, our company also made great contributions on the battlefield." Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes. "What's the point of bringing up things from the past? No wonder you haven't made any progress in so long. Are you still living in the past?" The 3rd Company commander was furious, pointing at him and yelling, "Sixth brother, you son of a bitch." Zhang Jiantao pressed his hand down. "Shoo, the regimental commander is still inside. If you start swearing, what a bad influence that will be. Let me give you some advice. The 6th Company used to be the boss, and it still is. Don't even think about it. We're not someone you can surpass. Which soldier isn't competitive and ambitious? You say I can't do it? I'll show you I can." The company commanders all turned around and glared fiercely at their soldiers. "Look at the 6th Company, and look at you. You all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. You're all men with your hands on your hips. If they can be tough, why can't you?" One soldier muttered to himself, "You didn't get hard either." "What are you saying?" No. The company commanders were furious, their eyes blazing. "They can run so fast carrying such heavy loads? And you guys are as slow as snails. You guys can't even outrun others. I'm ashamed for you. Starting today, everyone will train extra hard. No rest days allowed. We'll stop when we surpass them." "Yes." The soldiers in each company were about to cry. What the hell did he do to deserve this? This is a completely undeserved disaster. 6th Company, you bunch of bastards are terrible. You've ruined our lives from now on. The next day, The entire Tiger Regiment seemed to have gone mad. The entire 6th Company was chasing Lin Hui, while the entire regiment was chasing the 6th Company. In an instant, the morale of the entire Tiger Regiment soared, like a tiger descending the mountain. It even shocked several other groups in the vicinity. Regimental headquarters. The chief of staff rushed into the office. "Old Zhou, such a big thing has happened. Why aren't you doing anything about it?" "What's up? What did you say?" "Training? Training." Zhou Zhongyi responded with an "oh." He stood by the window, watching the soldiers training enthusiastically outside, and said calmly, "Why should we care? Should we stop them from training and let them lie around playing? Or should we all become bad soldiers?" The chief of staff was furious. "Who told you to do this? The whole regiment is training like crazy. Anyone who didn't know better would think we were about to go to war. Training also needs to follow scientific methods and proceed step by step. Otherwise, won't it exhaust everyone?" Zhou Zhongyi smiled slightly. "It's not that easy. I've spoken with the logistics department and also spoken with the quartermasters of each company. We've changed the meals from 3 to 4 a day to ensure the energy needed for training." He turned to the chief of staff. "You're right. Everyone is training hard. How can you be dragging our feet? You're not being conscientious enough." The chief of staff nearly rolled his eyes to the sky. "I'm doing this for the good of the whole regiment. If this continues, everyone will be ruined, and besides—" All right, this is none of your business." Zhou Zhongyi waved his hand and said, "Let them train well. The exercise is about to begin. The better their skills are, the better they will be." The chief of staff was speechless. Even if the goal is to achieve results in the exercise, this is too reckless. Zhou Zhongyi suddenly lowered his voice. "I received news that after this exercise, personnel will be reduced." The chief of staff was stunned and asked in surprise, "Is the information reliable?" Zhou Zhongyi nodded vigorously. "This exercise is actually an assessment. If any unit performs poorly, it may be included in the list of units to be downsized." The chief of staff's expression changed, and he instantly became serious. He had actually heard about this news before, but it had never been confirmed. As the military develops, streamlining personnel is an inevitable trend. Judging from the format, this streamlining is definitely not just about cutting some people. It is very likely that the entire organizational structure of the unit will be disrupted or even canceled outright. For soldiers, losing their unit means losing their home. This is something that no one can accept. No wonder the leader tolerated everyone's crazy training. It turns out that's why. Zhou Zhongyi said with his hands behind his back. "Originally, I was a little worried, but now I'm not flustered at all." The chief of staff nodded. "I've never seen these guys work this hard." Zhou Zhongyi chuckled. "Especially the 6th Company." The chief of staff nodded. "That's right. When they're training, they're completely fearless, wishing they could use every single hour of the day for training." Zhou Zhongyi smiled and said, "That kid Lin Hui is definitely someone special. I could tell he was extraordinary back in basic training." Unexpectedly, after his experience, he not only became a piece of unpolished jade, but also made the surrounding stones shine. This kid is simply a gift from God. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. That night, darkness quietly descended. Everyone finished training and went to bed to rest. After lights out, the officers on patrol took a walk around outside and then went back to rest. In the early hours of the morning, the entire camp was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the darkness. Lin Hui suddenly opened his eyes and jumped out of bed. "Emergency assembly. Everyone wake up. Get up quickly, quick." Suda and the others quickly put on their clothes and organized their equipment. Soon, everyone rushed out fully armed. The stairwell was pitch black. Amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, everyone rushed downstairs to assemble. At this moment, Zhang Jiantao and Wang Hai were already waiting below, fully armed. Once everyone had arrived, Zhang Jiantao coldly surveyed the room. "Is everyone here?" The platoon leader roared, reporting to the company commander. "The 6th Company should have 153 men, and 153 men are present. All have assembled." "Very good." Zhang Jiantao nodded and looked at everyone seriously. "Comrades, the exercise has officially begun. Chapter 57 is this war? So exciting." Rumble. The convoy drove out of the camp like a steel torrent. Armored vehicles and tanks all turned off their lights and sped toward the designated exercise area, guided by signals. Lin Hui sat in an armored reconnaissance vehicle, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Don't panic. It's just an exercise, not a real war." Even so, his palms were still a little nervous and sweaty. "Having been in the military for so long, I used to only do minor things. This is the first time I've experienced such a large-scale event. Tanks, armored vehicles, missile vehicles, aircraft, and artillery were all deployed, creating the impression of an imminent major battle. Although Lin Hui had seen military exercises on TV, it was completely different from being there in person. In such a tense atmosphere, it would be a lie to say I wasn't panicking. Suda looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Hui shook his head. "Is everything all right?" Suda laughed. "You said you were fine, but your face is all pale. Are you a little nervous?" Lin Hui nodded awkwardly. "There is a little bit." The others laughed and said, "We thought you were made of steel, indestructible. Turns out you get nervous too. What nonsense are you talking about?" Suda glared at them. "You're participating in an exercise for the first time, and you're not even as good as them? Little Sue, I remember the first time you participated, you were so scared that you almost peed your pants." The veteran surnamed Sue blushed. "Squad leader, could you please stop revealing my secrets?" Suda chuckled and turned to look at Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, did you hear that? Everyone's nervous on their first exercise. Don't even mention them. I was like that at first too. I couldn't even hold the gun steady. It's just a process. You'll get used to it after a few more times." Lin Hui nodded. "Understood, class monitor." Even so, I was still a little nervous. Although the exercise used blank rounds, he knew that blank rounds could still injure people at close range. Not to mention those paper hand grenades and landmines. Although you won't die, the pain is real, even more powerful than a firecracker. When Lin Hui was a child, he went to visit the military base with his father and almost got accidentally injured. It's a story full of tears. Seeing that Lin Hui remained silent, the squad leader smiled and said, "Lin Hui, you need to think about it differently. Tell me, what is the purpose of all the hardships we soldiers endure and the constant training?" Lin Hui asked curiously. "To hone your skills in killing enemies and protecting your country?" "That's right." Squad leader Chin chuckled. "We train every day to hone our skills in killing the enemy. But now that we're in peacetime, where are we going to find so many enemies to kill? And exercises are the best way to test our training results." Lin Hui's eyes lit up. "Oh, right." He suddenly felt less nervous. "So, how many exercises have you participated in?" Chin looked at Suda, asked the squad leader. He knows best how long he's been in the army. Suda smiled and said, "I haven't calculated it carefully, but I've experienced quite a lot, big and small. It's been a bit more frequent in the last 2 years, averaging twice a year." "So frequently?" Lin Hui was taken aback. "I thought it was only done once every few years." Suda laughed and said, "The kind you're talking about is probably a large-scale exercise, like an army group exercise, which is indeed held every few years." Lin Hui understood. So this exercise wasn't even considered large-scale? The scale of the operation was quite impressive. It looked rather intimidating. He asked curiously, "Squad leader, let me digress for a moment. What's the usual pattern of drills? I've only ever seen them on TV before. Do they just set up positions and bombard each other? You fire a cannon at me, I'll fire a missile at you?" Suda was overjoyed. "Where did you learn all this from?" Lin Hui asked in surprise. "Isn't that right?" "Of course not." Suda said seriously. "The significance of the exercise lies in simulating a real battlefield, where any unknown situation can occur. It can be said that everything is real except for the bullets. Let me put it this way. Do you know the difference between modern warfare and the old ones?" Lin Hui shook his head like a rattle drum. Although they come from a military family, but he used to play dice in bars, how would he know anything about this? Suda looked at him and said, "The biggest difference between modern warfare and the past is that it is modernized, technologically advanced, digitalized, and information-based. To put it simply, Western countries are far more advanced than us in the field of warfare. We can directly mobilize drones, early warning aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, and even satellites to coordinate operations." He said seriously, "Simply put, you might not even see the enemy before your entire army is wiped out." Lin Hui's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, is it that amazing?" Suda sighed. "That's how impressive it is, but in this respect, our country is far behind the West. The significance of our exercises lies in constantly exploring new tactics and new ways of fighting." Lin Hui suddenly felt a little ashamed. He had always only a vague understanding of these things. He was even somewhat vague about the true purpose of the exercise. Lin Hui felt very ashamed. It was understandable that others didn't know, but he came from a military family. It's really unacceptable that they didn't even know these things. He glanced furtively at the people around him, secretly relieved. Luckily, they didn't know my background. Otherwise, I would have been utterly humiliated. However, Lin Hui can't be blamed. The original owner was a playboy. They're so busy checking on their little sister's health every day. How could they possibly care about national affairs? "All right, stop overthinking." Suda patted him. "I was just getting off topic. We're just ordinary soldiers. If they tell us to charge, we charge. If they tell us to go, we go. The others are not near us." Chin laughed and said, "That's right. Once you're on the battlefield, just charge. Even if you die, you'll be a hero again in 18 years. Lin Hui laughed heartily, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the car had become much more relaxed. The oppressive feeling of impending storm had vanished without a trace. You have to be open-minded about everything. No one wants war to come, but no one knows when it will suddenly arrive. If it really happens, all he can do is obey orders and follow instructions. As for whether they live or die, it's all up to fate. Just then, a cold voice came through the walkie-talkie. Everyone, prepare for battle. We're going to capture Hill 405 in 1 hour. Yes, sir. Suda said solemnly. Check the weapons and ammunition, and prepare for battle. Everyone immediately began checking the weapons. First, check the smoke detector. Located behind the helmet, it emits red smoke when hit. After checking the smoke detectors, Lin Hui began to inspect the weapons and ammunition. The exercise used blank rounds, without warheads. As for determining the attack, it relies on the laser weapon at the muzzle of the gun. Within 200 meters, as long as the laser hits the opponent, the damage is deemed effective, and the opponent is eliminated. Lin Hui was the most thorough in this inspection. We need to check carefully. If we hit someone and they don't die, we'll be at a huge loss. Just after the inspection was completed, an explosion suddenly occurred outside. Boom. The armored vehicle braked suddenly, and everyone inside was thrown out by inertia, landing in a daze. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? An old soldier clutched his head, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Lin Hui, looking bewildered, got up and asked, Squad leader, are you alright? Fine. Just as Suda was about to speak, the instructor's urgent voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Everyone get out of the vehicles immediately. Get out quickly. Sizzle sizzle. The sound on the walkie-talkie stopped abruptly. Suda's face was extremely grim. He grabbed Lin Hui and pulled him out, saying, Quick, quick, get out of the car. Hurry up. The car door suddenly opened. Everyone quickly jumped off the bus. Lin Hui was pulled off the car by Suda. Boom. As a shell struck, thick smoke instantly billowed from the bottom of the armored vehicle. Fuck you. Suda slammed his fist on the ground. We've been attacked by missiles. Lin Hui's mind was buzzing. He was completely confused about the current situation. There were no explosions or flames around, only billowing red smoke. Not far away, all of the armored vehicles of the 6th Company had been destroyed. The vehicles that were not hit were fleeing frantically into the nearby woods to avoid the attack. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Lin Hui gasped, This is war. It's fucking exciting. Don't fucking stand there. Suda shouted at him, Get out of here. It's too dangerous. Go into the woods. Lin Hui nodded and quickly followed him as he ran into the woods. As soon as they entered, they found a secluded spot and climbed down. Meanwhile, shells continued to fall from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of armored vehicles and tanks were all swallowed up by the smoke. In the darkness, streaks of red smoke, like fresh blood, were striking and glaring. Suda slammed his fist on the ground, furious. Damn it, these Blue Army guys are so despicable. They ambushed us on the way and carried out long-range bombing. Looking at the large number of fallen comrades, Lin Hui unconsciously clenched his fists. He was suddenly relieved that it was just a drill. If it were a real war, those people I knew best would probably be gone. Assemble. 6th Company, assemble. Hearing a loud shout in the distance, Lin Hui's eyes lit up. The company commander is still alive. Suda slapped him on the helmet. Come on, let's go assemble. The two rushed over quickly, but when they got there, they were both stunned. Lin Hui's pupils contracted sharply, and he froze. Why are there so few people? When we came out, there were more than 150 people. Now there are less than half of them. Lin Hui felt a pang of sadness, as if those people had truly passed away. Is this the cruelty of war? Looking at the remaining men, Zhang Jiantao said with utmost seriousness, Instructor, he and the other brothers died in battle. Everyone's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He died before achieving his goal. But so many people have already died before they even reached their base. Can this battle still be fought? Is there still hope for a 6th consecutive run? All of you raise your heads. Zhang Jiantao roared. What the hell are you all cowards for? This exercise is war, and war means people will die. Get your act together, all of you. Everyone looked up again, and Suda asked anxiously. Company commander, we only have this many men left. What should we do next? Zhang Jiantao glanced at the compass. The Blue Army's attack was premeditated. Our marching route has been exposed. We can't take the main road anymore. We can only take the side roads. We must meet up with the regimental headquarters as quickly as possible. Specific arrangements will be made after the regimental commander gives the order. He waved his hand and said, Let's go. Everyone immediately moved quickly into the depths of the woods. The remaining 2 armored vehicles also quickly set out and followed closely. Looking around, Lin Hui suddenly felt his blood boiling. At first, he was indeed a little nervous. But it wasn't fear, but rather a fear of the unknown. Another factor is the immense sense of oppression brought about by the steel torrent. But now, having experienced a sudden attack, he felt no panic whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt somewhat excited. I even felt my adrenaline was surging to its limit. Lin Hui clenched his fist, his eyes filled with excitement. This time, I will definitely show the old man just how capable his son really is. Just then, he suddenly noticed Su De standing to the side, his expression tense and extremely serious. Lin Hui's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that this exercise might be the squad leader's last chance. Chapter 58. Here it comes. Here it comes. The Sao is here. Exercise Directing Department. A group of people were working quickly, and various instruments were beeping incessantly. Yes, okay. An officer put down the phone and immediately went to the director. Reporting, sir. We just received news from the Blue Army that they used drones for reconnaissance and, in coordination with the Air Force, carried out precision strikes against 3 main regiments of the Red Army. Regiment B and Regiment C have lost more than 2/3 of their troops and have withdrawn from the battle. The remaining force has also lost more than half of its troops and is currently moving towards Wuha village. The director laughed and said, "These guys from the blue team are really something. They're decisive and efficient." A colonel laughed and said, "The red team is probably completely stunned right now. They haven't even seen anyone, and they've been beaten to this state." "Should." Another officer sneered. "Who told them to talk big before the exercise started? They even said they would crush the Blue Army's morale. Now they've been slapped in the face, haven't they? I can't stand those guys in 602 who always bring up their glorious past to show off, and they even claim to be invincible. Let's see how they play this time." The director said with a smile. "The blue team came prepared this time. It won't be easy for the red team to win, let alone save face. Those guys don't hold back when they strike." The colonel asked in surprise, "Sir, are you referring to something?" Before the director could speak, an officer suddenly shouted, "Reporting, sir. The Blue Army ground forces have launched a full-scale attack, and they dispatched special forces to carry out a decapitation strike against the Red Army's leader. Special forces have been deployed?" All the officers present were taken aback. The blue team was originally stronger than the red team. Now that they've even brought in special forces for help, it seems the red team truly has no hope left this time. The chief director said with a smile, "The deployment of special forces shows that the Blue Army is serious this time. They came out with thunderous force, without any hiding anything. It is estimated that this exercise will end sooner than we expect." Everyone nodded. The blue team is superior to the red team in both equipment and manpower. They were already in a superior position, and now they've even brought in a squadron of the Black Tiger Special Forces from their own theater to assist them. It's like adding wings to a tiger. The colonel shook his head. It seems the red team is going to get a slap in the face this time. The exercise will definitely be over in no more than 3 days. The director sighed. It was truly a battle with no suspense whatsoever. The next day, the remaining troops of the Tiger Regiment were all transferred to a small village in a remote area. Although it is still in the exercise area, the location is very remote and not easy to find. The purpose of doing this is to prevent the blue team from launching a surprise attack. At this moment, the village was surrounded by guards, and even the rooftops were occupied by snipers. Everyone looked tense and extremely nervous. They were terrified that those bastards from the Blue Army would use missiles to bomb them from a distance again. Snap! In the regimental headquarters, Zhou Zhongyi slammed his fist on the table, his face full of anger. "After so many years in the army, I've never fought such a frustrating battle. Half of our troops were wiped out, and we were chased around like dogs. That's fucking shameful, so incredibly shameful." The chief of staff smiled wryly. "Regimental commander, don't say that. Compared to the other 2 regiments that withdrew from the exercise, we're doing well. At least we still have half of our troops." Zhou Zhongyi glared and puffed out his beard. "What? Do I have to write a letter to thank them? Thank them for showing mercy and only wiping out half of our people?" The chief of staff looked embarrassed. "Was that what I meant?" Zhou Zhongyi was furious. "You bastards. The Blue Army definitely cheated. The exercise has only just begun. How did they know the marching route? I guarantee they were deployed before the exercise even started. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that we were attacked right on our march?" Everyone was immediately filled with righteous indignation. The exercise hasn't even started yet, and they've already violated the exercise rules by acting prematurely. The directorate should declare the attack invalid. influenced by traditional playing styles. Each of them believed that drills should follow the rules. Competition should be fair and just, not based on trickery or deception, and should involve advanced planning and arrangements. The chief of staff sighed. Since the directorate has already reported the results, it means they have tacitly approved the Blue Army's actions. Then what do we do? A company commander asked indignantly. We can't just let it go like this, can we? Zhou Zhongyi scoffed. So what if we don't count? Are you planning to go and protest with banners? Save your breath, everyone. Things are already like this. What's the use of complaining? Use your brains and think about what to do next. Zhang Jiantao suddenly spoke up. Shouldn't we contact the division headquarters first? Zhou Zhongyi shook his head. The radio is silent, and the radio station can't be turned on either. There are Blue Army people everywhere outside. If we make contact, our location will be discovered immediately. If another long-range bombing comes, our entire army will be wiped out. Zhang Jiantao was speechless, and everyone else fell silent as well. Zhou Zhongyi felt a tightness in his chest at that moment. Before the exercise, he was full of confidence, thinking that victory was assured. I never expected to be beaten so badly, and even forced to hide in this godforsaken place by the Blue Army. Zhou Zhongyi slammed his fist on the table. Speak up, all of you? You're usually so full of ideas, but why are you all mute when it really matters? Everyone had their heads down. If they had a better solution, they would have brought it up long ago. The chief of staff said seriously, Regimental Commander, I think we should first go into hiding, send scouts to find out the Blue Army's movements, and then make a plan. I object. Zhang Jiantao immediately stood up. Commander, I have a different opinion. You say? Zhang Jiantao looked at him and said, Our Tiger Regiment is the elite of the division. We're always the ones who bully others, but nobody dares to bully us. Now that we've been forced into this predicament, we should raise our fists and fight back. At worst, we'll fight to the death. The chief of staff shook his head. Sixth brother, I disagree with your point of view. We are the elite, but we only have half a fist left, and our strength is simply not enough. This isn't a fight to the death, it's a futile effort. If things go wrong, our entire regiment could be wiped out. Zhang Jiantao said urgently. That's still better than hiding here. We're here to fight, not to be cowards. All right. Zhou Zhongyi's head was buzzing. What's all the noise about? You guys, each of you come up with an idea and write it down for me to see. Especially you, sixth brother, write down your plan in more detail. Yes. Zhang Jiantao nodded. Go down with the others and write down your suggestions first. In the village, Lin Hui and Suda were on patrol. Lin Hui suddenly asked with some worry, Squad leader, do you think we can win this time? Suda smiled wryly and said, I hope so. I feel like this is a bit difficult, Lin Hui sighed. The exercise has only just begun and it's already turned out like this. We were forced to hide in this place, and we almost suffered total annihilation. Suda sighed, unsure of what to say. I originally thought this exercise was an opportunity. If I performed well, I might still have a chance to stay. But it turned out like this. Suda patted him on the shoulder. Lin Hui, now you've seen the cruelty of war, haven't you? Lin Hui nodded. Once a war begins, it cannot be stopped. Nobody knows what will happen. It's completely out of control. But anything can happen. Suda looked up at the sky. In the face of war, we are just an insignificant grain of sand. A gust of wind will blow us away, and we don't know where we will be. Don't overthink it. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Next time, do your best. With your abilities, you will definitely shine. Lin Hui shook his head. He has another chance, but the class monitor doesn't. He looked intently at Suda and suddenly said, Squad leader, if there ever comes a war, I will stand in front of you and take a bullet for you. Suda was taken aback. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Hui said with utmost seriousness. I'm telling the truth. Suda punched him in the chest and said with a smile, things are different now. We're much stronger now. Why would we fight so easily? Besides, even if a war really breaks out, it will be me, the old soldier, standing in front. It's not your turn to take bullets for me. Lin Hui shook his head. Squad leader, I know this is your last chance. I've wronged you before, but this time, I will do everything in my power for you. I hope you can stay and continue to be my class monitor. Suda felt a warmth in his heart. I couldn't help but recall what Sergeant Wei once said. If you treat someone with sincerity, they will treat you with sincerity in return. At that time, he couldn't understand the meaning of those words. But now, he finally understands the meaning of those words, only many years too late. Suda smiled slightly. All right, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I don't blame you for what happened before, and you didn't do anything wrong. As long as I'm still wearing my uniform, I'm still a soldier of Yin country. As for how long I can wear them, that's up to fate. Lin Hui took a deep breath. Back then, His cynicism led him to ruin a good soldier. Now, he must rely on his own efforts to keep the people here. Otherwise, Lin Hui would never have peace of mind for the rest of his life. But he needs an opportunity. At the same time, the sound of a truck suddenly came from outside. Lin Hui instinctively turned his head and raised his gun, only to see a truck covered with a tarpaulin slowly driving towards them. Suda patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous. The logistics base has brought us supplies." Lin Hui chuckled. "I know." Suda rolled his eyes. "You know nothing. The guns were all propped up." Suda said with a smile, "Let's go take a look." Lin Hui nodded and quickly followed. Their logistical supplies had long been taken over by the Blue Army. "I haven't eaten anything all day since I arrived here, and I'm starving. Now that we have food, we can finally fight without going hungry." Just as they approached, a familiar voice suddenly came from inside the car. Here we come. The big fat pig is here. We'll give you an extra meal tonight. I guarantee you'll eat your fill." Lin Hui was stunned for a moment and stood still. The next second, his face lit up with surprise and excitement as he shouted, "Wang Yong, Chun Eru." In the back of the truck, Wang Yong and Chun Eru were carrying a pig down one after the other. They were completely stunned when they saw Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, Brother Hui." The two let go of each other's hands, rushed forward excitedly, and hugged Lin Hui tightly. The pig fell heavily to the ground, letting out a pitiful scream. It struggled for a few moments, then got up and fled to the side. Seeing a pig dart away, a soldier shouted urgently, "Holy crap! The pigs run away! The pigs run away! Chase after it!" Chapter 59. When the company commander arrives, everyone gets slapped twice and forced to march in formation. The whole village was in chaos, with more than a dozen people chasing pigs everywhere. After a while, the group finally cornered the pig against the wall. This pig weighs over 300 pounds, and the force it exerts when it runs and crashes is equivalent to that of a small tank. Without real strength, you really can't subdue them. Chun Eru grabbed the pig's tail tightly. "Wang Yong, come quick. They're here." Wang Yong rushed forward with lightning speed and slammed heavily onto the pig. The pig struggled and tried to break free, but Wang Yong immediately put it in a chokehold and strangled it until it passed out. Seeing that the pig had finally stopped making a fuss, Wang Yong slapped the pig on the head and chuckled. "Second brother pig, why aren't you running anymore? We're having a feast today, so you've done your part for the army. You died a glorious death." Lin Hui burst into laughter at the two boys' antics. But he really didn't expect it. It's only been a few months since we last met, and their skills have improved so much. More than a dozen people surrounded them but couldn't catch him, but the two of them caught him as soon as they went up. You know, a pig can weigh several hundred pounds, and when it goes berserk, even several adults can't subdue it. Wang Yong and Eru actually managed to subdue the pig by sheer force. They've got some skill. "All right, give us the pig. We'll take it to the logistics department." A familiar voice rang out, and Wang Yong looked up, only to freeze in shock. He stammered, class monitor?" Suda said with a smile, "Wang Yong, long time no see. And Chun Eru, you seem to have gotten quite muscular." Chun Eru stared wide-eyed in shock, stammering for a long time without being able to utter a word. Suda said with a smile, "All right, you two get up. Leave this to us. We'll take care of the pigs to the logistics department. You've had a hard journey." Wang Yong quickly stepped aside. It's my duty. Suda smiled slightly and waved his hand. 4 or 5 people rushed up, each grabbing one of the pig's legs, and carried it away. Watching Suda's departing figure, Wang Yong and Chun Eru were somewhat lost in thought. "Hey, what are you two spacing out for?" Just then, the two of them were patted on the shoulder. They excitedly turned around, rushed up and hugged Lin Hui, jumping and skipping. Chun Eru said happily, "Brother Hui, I missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. You have no idea, ever since you left, I've kept your photo by my bedside every day. I haven't eaten any of those apples, oranges, or sausages. I've saved them all for you." Lin Hui nearly vomited blood. "Are you fucking visiting my grave?" Wang Yong nodded. "Yes, Brother Hui is perfectly fine. It's so disrespectful of him to treat you like that. So I stole and ate all the apples and oranges he hid." Lin Hui's lips twitched. "You're not even as good as him. You even steal the offerings." Tui, I'm not dead yet." He led the 2 men out of the village, saying, All right, let's go talk over there. Don't get in the way." The 2 skipped and hopped along, as happy as children weighing 150 or 160 pounds. "Brother Hui, where have you been all this time? You haven't written a letter or made a phone call to us. We have so much to tell you." Lin Hui got goosebumps all over his body. "Damn it, can't you stop being so mushy?" In the grove outside the village, the 3 people were sitting on a mound of earth. After hearing about Lin Hui's recent situation, Wang Yong was dumbfounded, his jaw practically dropping to the ground. Wow. Brother Hui, you're amazing. You went to the border defense area without us saying a word and won the overall championship there. Lin Hui waved his hand. Keep it down. When you get back, don't tell Lao Ma, don't tell the quartermaster, don't tell the veterans, and don't make a fuss about it. Wang Yong chuckled. I understand. I will definitely make a good impression. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. This kid's intelligence has improved. He can even understand sarcasm now. It seems you've been eating quite a few walnuts lately. Chen Eru snorted and turned his head away. Lin Hui looked at him. Eru, what's wrong with you? Chen Eru crossed his arms like a pretzel. I'm not happy. You've experienced so many fun things without taking me along. It's not perfect at all. Lin Hui laughed heartily. Next time for sure. Alright, enough about me. Let's talk about you two. How are you doing? Still at the production base? Of course. The two immediately puffed out their chests proudly. We're top-notch logistics guys now. We're really something. Lin Hui paused for a moment, then laughed and said, Is it better to help a sow give birth naturally, or to help a chicken lay eggs? Wang Yong raised his head and said, No, not at all. We stopped doing those jobs a long time ago. Now we're busy with training all day long. Really? Would the quartermaster agree to you not working? The quartermaster gave it special permission. Didn't expect that, did you? Wang Yong said with a smile. He told us that you went to a combat unit, and that if we wanted to find you, we would have to train like crazy. Brother Hui, look at the muscles on my arms. Look at my pecs. Chen Eru stood up and prepared to take off his clothes. Wang Yong kicked him. Just looking at the top isn't enough. Hurry up and take off your pants. Let Brother Hui see how domineering your thigh muscles are. Okay. Without saying a word, Chen Eru was about to take off his pants. Lin Hui quickly stopped him. Stop. I know you're tough. Just put your pants back on. Damn it, taking off his pants in broad daylight. Anyone who didn't know better would think the three of them were having a homosexual encounter in the woods. However, seeing Wang Yong and Chen Eru still acting like idiots, he couldn't help but smile to himself. These two are still the same as before, unchanged. More importantly, in order to come and find them in the combat units, they had been consistently training. It was the greatest fortune of Lin Hui's life to meet two such good brothers in the army. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly asked, Do you two want to apply to join the 6th Company? I really want to. The two were resolute. Wang Yong hesitated for a moment. We wanted to come to you, but we were afraid we didn't have the ability. After all, this is the elite 6th Company, and everyone who comes here is a cutthroat fighter. So what if it's the Sharp Knife 6th Company? So what if they're elite? Lin Hui waved his hand. They're still getting beaten to a pulp. Relax, as long as your training results meet the standards, and aren't too bad. I can talk to the company commander and ask him to give you two the green light. Once you get here, train with me, and I guarantee you'll improve incredibly fast. The two nodded excitedly. Okay. Chen Eru suddenly realized. Brother Hui, you just said you wanted to find the company commander? Do you think the company commander will listen to you? Lin Hui said smugly. You guys at least call me Brother Hui. If I can't even do this little thing, how can I be a big brother? Let me tell you, I'm now the undisputed king of soldiers in the 6th Company. Even the company commander has to stand at attention when he sees me. They always make all the demands on me, as if they're afraid I won't make any requests. Their eyes lit up with excitement, and they both turned into little fanboys. Holy crap, it has to be Brother Hui. Even the company commander has to stand at attention when he comes. If the platoon leader comes, wouldn't he get slapped twice and have to march in formation? Lin Hui's lips twitched. I was just exaggerating, and you two actually took it seriously? Chapter 60. Holy crap. I sat on someone and killed them. Lin Hui is now not only the king of soldiers in the 6th Company. Even looking at the entire group, there isn't a single person who can fight. After all, there are only so many medical rooms in the troop, and the appointment for psychological counseling is already booked until next month. If anyone dares to say that Lin Hui isn't a king of soldiers, all the veterans who have been utterly humiliated by him will jump out and slap them across the face. Lin Hui looked at the two and said, I didn't really use any connections. Just now, more than a dozen people couldn't subdue a pig, but you two captured it easily, which shows that your speed and strength are no less than those of the veterans. Chen Eru chuckled. That's right. Muscles don't grow for nothing. Look at my thighs. Stop. You damned old hag. Lin Hui quickly had someone hold him down. Why does he keep taking his pants off? What's wrong with him? He must have learned it from that guy Wang Yong. Wang Yong quickly waved his hand. I didn't teach him. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. To be honest, you two are strong enough to get into the 6th Company. This decision is just a preliminary assessment. The two of them instantly became excited. The 6th Company, the elite unit, is the most formidable company in the entire regiment. Many people want to get in but don't have the chance. But now it's just a matter of Lin Hui saying a word. However, fortunately, they trained hard from dawn till dusk recently, and their strength has indeed improved a lot. In terms of speed, strength, and agility, they are no less capable than veterans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to subdue a large, fat pig weighing several hundred pounds so easily. Wang Yong chuckled and said, "Brother Hui is still the best. We'll follow you from now on. You're the king of soldiers in the 6th Company. Following you will make us look good. We can even brag louder. But even if we submit an application, we'll probably have to wait until the exercise is over." Shun Eru suddenly asked, "By the way, we just saw the squad leader. How is he now?" Lin Hui's face immediately darkened, and he sighed, saying, "It's not good. He originally wanted to shine in the exercise. We'll help Suda win some honors and see if he can stay on. But now, it seems there's no chance." Shun Eru said with a wronged expression, "I just saw the squad leader, and for some reason, I felt like crying. Brother Hui, to tell you the truth, please don't hit me. Back in basic training, we were actually in the wrong." Lin Hui shook his head. "It was indeed our fault in handling this matter. He could have been promoted and stayed in the team, but we ruined it." They gave people hope, only to disappoint them. This disparity was also the trigger for Su Da's outburst. Wang Yong touched his head and said guiltily, "Actually, the moment I saw him, I felt sorry for him and wanted to apologize, but I was too embarrassed to say it because there were so many people around." "Brother Hui, you're so resourceful. Can we think of a way to stop him from leaving?" Shun Eru pleaded, "If he really leaves, I'll never be able to live with myself for the rest of my life." Lin Hui looked at the two of them. "Actually, this exercise was originally a great opportunity. If we could have made a contribution, there might still have been a chance. But now that it's turned out like this, there's probably no chance left." He took a deep breath and said seriously, "Here's what we'll do. You guys go back and submit your applications. Once we get to the 6th Company, the 3 of us will all serve under the squad leader. The 3 of us will work hard together, strive for excellence, and achieve more honors and accomplishments. When the higher-ups ask, we'll give all the credit to the squad leader." "Yes." The 2 men slapped their thighs excitedly. "Why didn't we think of that? There's still half a year before he's discharged. As long as we work hard, we can definitely keep him here." As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them suddenly felt a blur before their eyes. Lin Hui pressed his head to the ground. The 2 men raised their heads in frustration, about to spit out the mud in their mouths, when Lin Hui pressed his large hand down on their mouths. Wang Yong's eyes widened, and tears were about to fall. "Shoo!" Lin Hui lowered his voice and said seriously, "Keep your voice down. There are people ahead." The 2 then quieted down, turning their heads in alarm to look in the direction Lin Hui was pointing. In the distance, in a low-lying area, a patch of grass seemed to rustle. Shun Eru rubbed his eyes hard and looked in that direction again. "It seems like the grass hasn't moved. Am I seeing things?" Shun Eru was a little confused, so he rubbed his eyes hard and found that the position of the grass in the distance had changed. They spat out the mud and asked in lip-reading, "Enemies?" Lin Hui nodded vigorously and whispered, "Our command post has been exposed. I reckon these guys were sent by the Blue Army to carry out a decapitation strike." Wang Yong asked nervously, "What should we do then?" Lin Hui beckoned to the 2 of them with his finger and said with a smile, "Let's do this, then this." The 2 listened intently, and mischievous smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them lay down on the ground and quietly moved downwards. In the grass below, a Special Forces soldier slowly poked his head out. His face, covered in camouflage, revealed only a pair of sharp eyes. He slowly took out his binoculars, looked into the distance, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "What's the use of hiding? They're too naive to think they can escape our grasp." He put away his binoculars and was just about to take out his walkie-talkie when he suddenly sensed danger approaching from behind. Just as the Special Forces soldier was about to react, he was suddenly hit hard on the back. Bang! The pain was so intense that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What is going on? Before he could get up, he was hit in the back again, and it felt like his bones were about to break. The Special Forces soldier screamed and tried to get up. "What the hell was that thing?" "It's your grandfather." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hui plopped down on his head and spun him around vigorously. It brought his face into direct contact with the land. Wang Yong and Shun Eru also sat on his back, imitating Lin Hui, and vigorously spun their butts. "Move, move. What are you pretending for? Why don't you pretend to be a piece of grass? Why don't you pretend to be a pile of shit or a puddle of pee? Be civilized, pay attention to being civilized." Lin Hui turned around and reminded him, patting the guy on the ground on the face. Hey, tell me, which unit are you from? Who sent you? Special Forces soldier. Wang Yong slapped him on the butt and said angrily, damn it, still pretending to be mute. Hurry up and talk, or I'll spank your butt raw. Special Forces soldier. The two men exchanged a glance. Hey, this kid's pretty tough. He hasn't uttered a sound. Looks like we'll have to use some tricks. Eru, get out of the way. Watch me use my electric poison dragon drill to kill him. Seeing that the guy still didn't react, he lay on the ground like a dead fish. The three of them then realized something was wrong and quickly stood up. Lin Hui gestured with his eyes. Eru. Eru nodded and picked up a tree branch from the ground. I cautiously approached and poked him with a twig. Wake up, get up, the sun's already high in the sky. Seeing that he still didn't react, Eru mustered up his courage and went closer. When he saw the guy roll his eyes so high, he jumped up in fright. Holy crap, Brother Hui. You just sat on him and killed him. His eyes are rolling back. Chapter 61. You were asked to tie someone up, and you two played with tortoiseshell bondage? Wang Yong and Lin Hui were also startled. Holy crap, is this for real? It's not that easy to die, is it? Wang Yong went up and kicked him in the butt. Wake up, get up, stop pretending to be dead. Lin Hui quickly stopped him. Are you crazy? If you kick like that, you'll kill someone who isn't already dead. Wang Yong stuck out his tongue. Wasn't he anxious too? Lin Hui quickly went over and turned the person over, placing his hand on the person's neck. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the pulse was still beating. He's not dead, he just passed out. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, patting their chests with lingering fear. Thank goodness we're not dead. Thank goodness we're not dead. We almost became murderers. Seeing the guy's colorful attire, Wang Yong instinctively assumed he was a scout. He curled his lip and said disdainfully, this guy doesn't even deserve to be a scout. He fainted so easily. He's really weak. The pig that was just delivered was stronger than him. Lin Hui was speechless. Comparing a person to a pig? You're really something. Eru snorted. He pretended to be dead to scare me, and almost made me wet my pants. Lin Hui chuckled and said, the three of us are all nearly 500 pounds combined. Who could withstand that? It was a close call, otherwise we would all be murderers. Wang Yong quickly distanced himself. It wasn't us, it was just you. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Hui glared at him. Wang Yong said with a grin. He was still yelling when we sat down, which means he's fine. You must have hit him on the head to knock him out. No, it could also be that you didn't wipe your butt properly and made him faint from the stench. Eru nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't rule out that possibility. Lin Hui almost vomited blood. These two are acting like they're putting on a duet, one singing and the other harmonizing. You two are something else. I've only been gone a short time, and you've already formed an alliance? Don't you even respect me as your boss? The two exchanged a glance and chuckled. No way, we're just kidding. You're definitely the boss. Lin Hui rolled his eyes, squatted down, and began to examine the guy's equipment. Normally, enemy troops suddenly appear nearby. This means that it has been exposed, etc. Lin Hui's expression suddenly changed. This guy isn't a reconnaissance soldier. He's a Special Forces soldier. Look at his shoulder insignia, Black Tiger Special Forces. Holy crap, Special Forces? The two of them immediately became excited and their eyes lit up. Eru was extremely excited. I've only ever seen them on TV before. This time I've finally met one in person. Wang Yong rubbed his hands together. Quickly take off his clothes. I've heard that Special Forces soldiers are all muscle. We've finally run into one. We have to see for ourselves. The two men, like lecherous thieves, had just reached out when Lin Hui slapped their hands away. Damn. You two perverts, are you fighting now? The two laughed awkwardly. Sorry, we're just a little curious. We've heard that Special Forces soldiers have great physiques, and we wanted to see if they really are all muscle. Just one look, is that alright? Get out. Lin Hui kicked each of them in the buttocks. What's wrong with me? He continued to crouch on the ground, searching the guy's backpack. A short while later, a map was found in a fanny pack. The map is covered with tiny dots, and the village's location is marked by a red dot. Lin Hui tucked the map into his pocket and said seriously, we've been exposed. The area is probably full of Blue Army. The two immediately tensed up. What should we do? Make it cold. Lin Hui said coldly. Tie him up. I'm going back to the village. I'll be right back. Be careful. After Lin Hui left, the two men turned their gazes back to the unconscious Special Forces soldier on the ground, and a wicked grin appeared on their faces simultaneously. Why are you in such a hurry, kid? As soon as Lin Hui arrived at the village entrance, Suda called out to him. Where are those two kids? Lin Hui said anxiously. Squad leader, something terrible has happened. We've been surrounded by the Blue Army. Suda was stunned for a moment. You're not kidding, are you? We're here. It's true, Lin Hui said urgently. We just caught a Blue Army Special Forces soldier in the woods and found a map. We've been under surveillance for a while now. Su Da's mouth dropped open in shock. You can capture Special Forces? Wait, what did you just say? The Blue Army has Special Forces. Before he could finish speaking, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. A practice shell fell from the sky. The soldiers guarding the rooftop were all killed instantly, spewing out large amounts of red smoke. Holy crap, these bastards are really coming. Su Da's eyes blazed with fury. He turned to rush into the village, but was grabbed by the arm. What are you doing? Lin Hui shouted at him. Squad leader, this place has been exposed. You can't go. Su Da roared. Damn it. The company commander and the regimental commander are inside. I have to save them. Lin Hui held on tightly, preventing him from leaving. A group of people didn't know, but he had no idea what the appearance of special forces meant. This place has definitely been targeted by the Blue Army's heavy firepower for a long time. In less than 5 minutes, the entire village will be covered by fire and turned to ashes. No one will be able to escape. Let go, you fucking let go. Lin Hui punched Su Da on the shoulder. Squad leader, wake up, it's too late. Just as Su Da was about to retort, several more shells fell towards the village. In the village, many people didn't even have time to react before they were all killed. Su Da knew Lin Hui was right. The enemy had already covered the village with fire. If they rushed in now, they would die before they could even see anyone, let alone rescue them. These bastards. Let's go. Su Da gritted his teeth in anger, turned around, and fled into the woods with Lin Hui. They had barely left when a barrage of bombings began. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells rained down like a storm. It completely covered the entire village. Red smoke, representing those who had died in battle, floated everywhere. Cough, cough. Zhou Zhongyi choked so badly that tears streamed down his face, and he was helped out of the command room by several company commanders. Seeing the horrific scene outside, he was furious. Damn it. I hid here, and they still found me? Do these guys have clairvoyance? How did they even find me? Zhang Jiantao slammed his fist against the wall. We didn't even see a shadow of the enemy, and we were all dead. What kind of fighting is this? On the other side, Lin Hui led Su Da and ran wildly into the woods. Suddenly, the two of them stared in shock, their eyes widening as they froze on the spot. Su Da pointed ahead in disbelief. What's going on? Lin Hui's lips twitched. He was completely speechless. Not far away, on a tree, the Blue Army Special Forces soldier had been stripped down to only his underwear. His hands and feet were all tied together, and he was hung from the tree in an inverted bow shape, swaying left and right in the wind. Someone stuffed a smelly sock into his mouth. Who did this? Lin Hui let out a low growl, and the two men immediately came out with grins on their faces. Brother Hui, you're here? He pointed at the person in the tree. Who gave you permission to do this? Wang Yong scratched his head. Didn't you tell us to tie them up? We did exactly what you said. Lin Hui glared at him. Did I tell you to tie him up, to strip him naked, and hang him from a tree? Why didn't you just send him up in a hot air balloon? Whose idea was this anyway? He. Chun Eru quickly pointed at Wang Yong. Wang Yong said that's how we tie up pigs normally. It's sturdy. When dealing with special forces, we have to tie them up like pigs. Wang Yong said smugly. This is called the art of bondage. Art my ass. Lin Hui kicked him. This is clearly a tortoiseshell binding. Don't think I haven't watched Japanese action movies. Damn it, these two must be seriously ill. I need to avoid them when I take a bath from now on. Su Da stood to the side, his lips twitching violently. Even though it's just an exercise, they're still comrades in arms. This is too ruthless. Upon seeing Su Da, the two men quickly greeted him with beaming smiles. Squad leader, what brings you here? Long time no see. Let's shake hands. Lin Hui slapped him across the face. What are you two doing, having a tea party? The enemy is nearby. Get out of here. Quick. Su Da rushed out after Lin Hui. Chun Eru and Wang Yong saw that the two had run away and didn't have time to react, so they quickly followed. In the village, the shelling finally stopped. A jeep drove into the village. The car door opened, and a captain in a ghillie suit stepped out with a smile. Let's count the number of people. Yes. The men immediately scattered. Seeing Zhou Zhongyi and the others sitting on the steps, all looking disheveled, the captain walked over with a smile and saluted. Comrade Commander, I'm really sorry. I took you all down with just one move. Zhou Zhongyi raised his head, his face full of anger. He said he was sorry, but his gaudy old face was all smiles. Zhou Zhongyi stood up. Which unit are you from? The captain smiled slightly. Originally, I shouldn't have told you according to the exercise rules, but it doesn't matter if I talk to a dead man. We are the Black Tiger Brigade. Special Forces? Zhou Zhongyi was stunned. Zhang Jiantao jumped up immediately. Why are the Special Forces here? We're fighting against the Blue Army, and we haven't heard of any special forces joining us. The captain glanced at him and sneered. Do you want the command to tell you what the Blue Army is eating today, what time they go to bed, and when they poop and pee? If we tell you everything, what's the point of fighting? Zhang Jiantao was speechless, but I just couldn't suppress the anger in my heart. Seeing everyone glaring at him angrily, the captain laughed and said, Why are you all looking at me like that? Like you want to eat me alive? Getting angry won't help. We're already dead. We might as well reflect on how we lost this battle. They at least had half a squad left, and we wiped them out with just a few of us. How embarrassing. Flames shot from everyone's eyes. They all wanted to rush up and beat him up. I've seen people who deserve a beating, but I've never seen anyone this obnoxious. Report. A soldier suddenly ran in to report. We've counted them all, and 2 people are missing. The captain was taken aback. What about the 2 missing men? 1 private and 2 sergeants. The captain gave a curt, "Oh," and said casually, "Just 2 little mice. Let them go. They can't cause much trouble anyway. Never mind them. Let's move on to the next point." Chapter 62. Total Annihilation. Lin Hui becomes the regiment's hope. 2 hours later, several corpse transport vehicles drove into the exercise director's shelter. The car door opened, and all the members of the Tiger Regiment got out of the car. A lieutenant impatiently shouted at Zhou Zhongyi, who was in charge, Go! Go! Go over there. The space has been prepared for you. Move over a bit. How are people supposed to get in if you're blocking the way? Zhang Jiantao immediately flew into a rage. Damn it! How dare you talk to our leader like that? The lieutenant chuckled and said, Sorry, that's how I talk to dead people. Why don't you try not to die then? Everyone's eyes were blazing with fire. A few hot-tempered individuals rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage in a fight. All right, Zhou Zhongyi snorted coldly. The victor is king, the loser is villain. We've already lost. What else is there to say? Let's go inside. Everyone glared at the lieutenant before following Zhou Zhongyi into the cage. The moment a person went in, the person outside closed the cage. Before leaving, the lieutenant glanced at everyone and said, Not much skill, but a big temper. You're already dead. Who are you trying to impress? Damn it, don't go. Zhang Jiantao yelled at him. Come back here if you dare, and I'll tear your mouth off. The chief of staff comforted him. Calm down, calm down. We're already here. There's no use shouting anymore. We're all dead already. The 3rd Company commander slammed his hand on the iron railing, feeling increasingly aggrieved. The Blue Army is clearly cheating. Why send in special forces when we can just conduct regular warfare? Exactly, the 5th Company commander said angrily. At least give us a heads up before the exercise so we can be prepared and not be caught off guard when they attack. Zhou Zhongyi took a deep breath. Stop talking. In the end, it's our own fault. Isn't the purpose of the exercise to simulate real war? If the enemy were to launch a real attack, wouldn't they notify us in advance? Everyone fell silent, suppressing their anger. Although I know that's the truth, I still feel frustrated. However, all they could do was complain to their superiors. If any of their subordinates complain, they must stop them. Even if we lose, morale must not be broken. What are you looking for? In the corner, seeing Zhang Jiantao's gaze sweeping across the crowd, Wang Hai asked curiously. Zhang Jiantao asked in confusion, Did you see Lin Hui and Suda? Wang Hai shook his head. I didn't see it. It doesn't seem to be here. Zhang Jiantao was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up instantly. He excitedly rushed to the regimental commander. Regimental commander, regimental commander. Zhou Zhongyi frowned. Is it a zombie? Shouting and yelling like that, it can't even die peacefully. Zhang Jiantao asked with a grin. Commander, do you remember those guys saying we lost 2 soldiers? Zhou Zhongyi glanced at him. Zhang Jiantao asked with a smile. Guess who ran away? Zhou Zhongyi rolled his eyes. I don't care who ran away. Those 2 will probably be caught and brought here soon. Zhang Jiantao chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Zhongyi looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? Zhang Jiantao said with a smile. You know these 2 guys who ran away. One of them is Su Da, an 8-year veteran, our company's star squad leader, and the most capable squad leader in the company. I know this kid. He's really good. Zhou Zhongyi recalled. What a pity about what happened in the recruit training camp last time. If he had performed well in this exercise, I was planning to ask my superiors to let him stay. Looking at the iron cage in front of him, he sighed. But given the current situation, well. Zhang Jiantao continued. Commander, besides Suda, Lin Hui wasn't caught either. Zhou Zhongyi stared wide-eyed in shock. This kid escaped too? That's right. Zhang Jiantao nodded. This kid is a real oddball. He got into trouble in basic training and was sent to raise pigs. But after all that, he won 1st place in the Border Defense Division's competition and came back to our company. Moreover, after he arrived, He not only broke all of our team's records, but also led everyone to strive forward with all their might. So, I think that with the two of them around, they might actually be able to accomplish something big. Zhou Zhongyi's eyes lit up immediately. Hearing this, he suddenly felt that there was still a glimmer of hope. It's quite interesting to see these two sworn enemies together, Zhang Jiantao said excitedly. It's not just interesting, it might actually cause quite a stir. Zhou Zhongyi suddenly became excited. If that's really the case, then he has redeemed our regiment's reputation and is a great hero. I will definitely personally recommend them for commendation. Zhang Jiantao nodded, a hopeful look appearing in his eyes. Lin Hui, you're always causing trouble, now's your chance to shine. They have to do a good job for me. Even if we can't turn their world upside down, we have to at least make the Blue Army feel disgusted and uncomfortable. In the director's office, Lin Hui stared intently at the big screen, a hint of regret in his eyes. I really didn't expect it to end so quickly. Because this exercise involves military reform, key officers from various regions were invited. Lin Hui knew that Lin Hui was involved in the exercise, so he took the initiative to apply for a transfer. I originally wanted to see him perform well. Unexpectedly, Lin Hui's regiment was being chased after only 2 days of the exercise. They hid in every nook and cranny, yet they were still caught and wiped out. He wasn't given any chance to perform or showcase his abilities. Lin Hui suddenly felt like he had come for nothing. He had originally wanted to see what progress Lin Hui had made, but he hadn't expected this. Just then, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. Lin Hui had just taken it out when he saw the caller ID, and his face immediately turned ugly. It was the old man calling. Oh no, they're definitely coming to ask about the situation. How am I supposed to start this? He took a deep breath, composed himself, and then answered the phone. Dad. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Guangyao's extremely urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. How is it? How is it? How did that kid perform? Did he show any of his abilities? Lin Hui said with a bitter face. It's all over. Lin Guangyao was stunned. What do you mean by it's over? Lin Hui had no choice but to recount the story. Snap. Lin Guangyao slammed his hand on the desk in anger. That son of a bitch. I thought he had made something of himself, but after all this time, he still got wiped out. Lin Hui comforted him. Dad, don't blame Xiao Hui. In the end, he's just a soldier, not a commander. Once he's on the battlefield, he can only follow orders and obey arrangements. It wouldn't be a problem if it were anyone else, but he's a member of my Lin family. Lin Guangyao was furious at his son's lack of ambition. Don't even mention a soldier. On the battlefield, even a dagger or a bullet can be of value. This brat has truly disappointed me. Lin Hui smiled wryly. Dad, don't say that. Xiao Hui has only been in the army for half a year. He's already done a great job. Lin Guangyao snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Lin Hui wanted to say a few more words, but when he heard the dial tone on the other end, he looked helpless and said, It seems that the old man is really unhappy. Xiao Hui, you don't have a chance this time. You'll have to wait for next time. In the mountains and forests, 4 figures were running wildly. Suddenly, 3 of them stopped and fell to the ground with a thud. I can't go on, I really can't, I can't run anymore. Wang Yong lay on the ground, panting heavily, wishing he could break his head off and breathe with him. Although Lin Hui was sweating, he remained calm and composed. Is that all? It's only 20 kilometers. Suda, standing nearby, nearly coughed up blood. This is a 20-kilometer mountain road. We've been running like crazy all this way, and there hasn't been a single proper road. Even my legs are almost ruined, let alone theirs. Ding. Recovery ability +1. Ding. Stamina +1. Ding. Running ability +1. With a few beeping sounds, a steady stream of power surged from Lin Hui's body. Although he ran a long way, the system kept helping him recover his stamina. Even if you make him run it all over again, it wouldn't be a problem. However, the class monitor and his team didn't have a system and couldn't withstand such turmoil. Lin Hui looked at them and said, How about this? Rest here for 10 minutes and check if you have any blisters on your feet. If you do, pick them off quickly. Otherwise, the road ahead will be difficult to walk. That's more like it. Suda quickly and laboriously took off his shoes to check. They ran continuously for 20 kilometers along the mountain road. There must be blisters on your feet. If you don't pick it out, it will break and stick to the shoe, which will be a problem. Just then, Wang Yong scrambled to his feet, panting, and said with difficulty, Brother Hui, I think I've come to my senses. What? Lin Hui didn't turn his head back. Wang Yong swallowed hard. We're from logistics, not your regiment. Why should we follow you? Chen Eru also realized. That's right. We're just here to deliver a pig. We're not on your red team. If they want to fight, they'll fight you. Why are we running away? Lin Hui glared at them both. Are we still brothers? The two nodded blankly. Yes, but... Lin Hui interrupted directly. So, do you still want to be with me? Do you still want to join the sixth company? The two nodded again. We want to, but... No buts and no exceptions. Lin Hui snorted. If you want to work, then come with me and stop complaining. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Even if you're here to deliver pigs, you're still delivering them to the Red Army, so you're our people. In a war, wouldn't you be our people too? If it were the Japanese devils. Ugh, if it were the Blue Army capturing you, wouldn't they torture you to death? The two thought about it and realized that there was nothing wrong with what he said. If there's a war, they'd definitely not survive if they were captured. The two asked anxiously, what should we do? Lin Hui smiled slightly. Follow me. As long as we stir up some trouble and turn the Blue Army upside down, you'll be the heroes. You might not even need to go back to logistics. You can come straight to the sixth company. Chen Eru stood up excitedly. Oh yeah, how come I didn't think of that? Wang Yong glared at him. Bullshit. There are only 4 of us, while the Blue Army has thousands of troops. What can they do? They've turned the world upside down, but they've turned the world upside down more than us. As Suda pricked the blisters with a needle, he grimaced in pain and said, yeah, there are only 4 of us, and 2 of them are a burden. What can we do? Who are you calling a burden? The 2 men jumped up in alarm. Don't underestimate us. We're very strong. Didn't you see? We stripped the Special Forces soldiers naked and hung them up. Suda rolled his eyes, speechless. How dare you even bring this up? Lin Hui looked at them and said, all right. Although we are outnumbered, there are advantages to being outnumbered. At least we are less likely to be noticed, and it's easier to cause trouble. I bet the Blues won't even care if they find someone missing during a head count. Suda nodded. What are your thoughts? Lin Hui chuckled. I plan to find the main force of the Blue Army, and then take advantage of the situation to pull off a big heist. Even if I die, it won't be a loss. The 3 men's eyes lit up instantly. Wang Yong exclaimed excitedly. That's right. The 4 of us have 4 lives to lose. We're barefoot and have nothing to fear. Lin Hui immediately stopped him. Don't count me in. Suda then added. Don't count me in either. It's just the 2 of you. Wang Yong and Chen Eru almost vomited blood. This kind of discrimination is unacceptable. Forget it. As long as I can get things done with Brother Hui. As long as I can get 6 consecutive wins. Let's just consider them as 2 worthless lives. Chen Eru quickly said, Brother Hui, just tell us what you want us to do so we can get into the 6th company. We'll do whatever you ask. It's just dealing with the Blue Army, no problem. Etc. Suda suddenly spoke up. The 2 looked at him and asked, what's wrong? Suda looked at Lin Hui. Have we overlooked a detail? We don't have weapons. How are we supposed to do it? Lin Hui was also stunned. He had never really considered this question. Wang Yong and Chen Eru were completely speechless. Brother Hui, you don't mean you're planning to do what you did before and smash them to death with your butt, do you? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Go to hell. Chapter 63. You promised to take on the blue team, but you've let us to eat? Night slowly fell. Military vehicles rumbled across the land, slowly moving forward. The convoy hadn't gone far when the bushes by the roadside suddenly shook. Lin Hui poked his head out from inside and looked around. Soon, my gaze settled on the distant lights. How is it? How is it? Behind him, Wang Yong patted him on the shoulder. Have you found the Blue Army camp yet? Lin Hui pulled his head back and chuckled. How could such a small thing stump me? Wang Yong rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. Eru, it's finally time for us to show our skills. Chen Eru nodded with a smile. Brother Hui, where's the Blue Army camp? When are we going to take them down? I can't wait to make a name for myself. Lin Hui chuckled. Don't rush, don't rush. The military merit is guaranteed. Later, we'll head southwest, and I reckon there'll be a Blue Army camp about 2 or 3 kilometers away. Let's go there and raid it. It's a sure thing. Then what are we waiting for? Wang Yong nudged Eru. Let's hurry up and go. We'll definitely be able to eat something hot. Walk. Lin Hui waved his hand, and the 2 couldn't wait to stand up. Suda grabbed someone's arm. Wait a minute. Are you going without any preparation? What preparations do we need? Wang Yong rolled his eyes. Go up there and get it. If we can get 1, we'll get 1. If we can get 2, we'll get a pair. Anyway, this business won't lose money, right, Brother Hui? Lin Hui nodded earnestly. That's right. You're very good, very energetic. Wang Yong chuckled to himself, feeling quite pleased with himself. It's awesome to get the approval of the king of soldiers. But just as he was about to leave, Suda grabbed his arm. Wang Yong was getting impatient. Old Su, why are you always dragging me along? Suda glared at him. If I don't hold you back, will you go and die? We're fighting a war, not dating or finding a girlfriend. Do you think it's that easy, that you can just take your pants off and go for it? Wang Yong was stunned. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Chun Eru nodded in agreement. Me neither, brother Hui. Why do you have to take your pants off when you're dating? Lin Hui. Suda almost vomited blood. Those two guys are definitely missing a screw in their heads. That's a metaphor, you understand? He took a deep breath and said seriously, war is not child's play or a game for kids. Going up like this is suicide, especially since we don't even have weapons. Lin Hui said with a smile, I've already thought of the weapons. They'll be ready when the time comes. Suda was stunned for a moment, then asked in shock, you're planning to rob them? That's right. Lin Hui nodded. We have no guns, no cannons, but the Blue Army will build them for us. This time, we'll learn from the fighting spirit of our predecessors. Suda was speechless, but this method can still work. After all, it is the valuable combat experience accumulated and summarized by our ancestors. But having weapons alone isn't enough. Suda stuck his head out of the grass and looked at the twinkling stars in the southwest. The stars look dim over there, and it seems like there aren't many people, but you have to understand, we're several kilometers apart. It's a different story when we get closer. Based on my past experience, this Blue Army unit has at least one battalion of 300 or 400 men. Even if we seize the weapons, how many can we kill? 300 or 400 people. Wang Yong and Chun Eru exchanged a glance and swallowed hard. The four of them did 300 or 400. That's an average of 100 per person. Wang Yong said with a grin, Brother Hui, Eru and I will each take 2, and the rest are for you and squad leader Su. Lin Hui rolled his eyes and looked directly at Suda, saying, Squad leader, I know you're worried we'll rush in and get ourselves killed. But at this point, if we don't go now, when will we? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The greater the storm, the greater the reward. Suda was speechless. But we can't just do things like this, can we? Lin Hui said seriously, Squad leader, we're for good for nothings right now. We're hesitant and indecisive, so we can't do anything. Besides, we don't have many opportunities left. If we don't act now, we might really miss our chance. Suda immediately fell silent. The exercise has now been going on for 3 days. After the 4 of them escaped, they accomplished nothing for so long because they were hesitant and indecisive. Lin Hui continued, We've been here for a day. The Blue Army's frontline troops have already advanced, and what's left is mostly logistics. If we drag this out any longer, we'll probably only run into civilians who come to watch the show. Suda knew Lin Hui was right, but I always feel. Squad leader, don't hesitate any longer. Lin Hui said seriously, when a man dies, he's like a bird soaring to the sky. He'll still be a hero 18 years later. The rest of us don't really care, but it's different for you. This exercise is your last chance. Even if it comes at a huge cost, we're willing to pay it. Wang Yong and Chun Eru nodded in unison. Yeah, squad leader, let's give it a shot. What if we succeed? Looking at the expectant eyes of the 3 people, Suda felt a warmth in his heart. These brats, so it was all for me. They've all gone all out. So what reason do I have to be timid and hesitant? Fuck it, let's do it. Suda gritted his teeth and said, Anyway, there are only 4 of us, for worthless lives. Let's make it one last spectacular death. Wang Yong gave a thumbs up. The squad leader is awesome. Chun Eru nodded. The squad leader is awesome. Lin Hui slapped them both on the head. You two are enough. Nitpicking over words. Are you preparing for graduate school? In a bit, you two will listen to my orders. If we're going to do something, we'll do something big and have a good time. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. The 2 idiots nodded. The 3 reached a consensus and immediately followed behind Lin Hui, groping their way forward. Ding. Night vision ability +1. Ding. Hearing skill +1. As the notification sound rang, Lin Hui's vision suddenly became much clearer. Originally, I could only see 5 meters away in the dark, but now I can see 10 meters away. Even the slightest sound around him couldn't escape his ears. Lin Hui smiled slightly. Having a system is damn awesome. This time, I must turn the Blue Army upside down and avenge the tragic deaths of the regimental commander and company commander. Inside the shelter, Zhou Zhongyi and Zhang Jiantao sneezed together. Who misses me? Soon, Lin Hui led them to the vicinity of the camp. We're here. This is it. Everyone lay prone on the mound of earth, gazing into the distance. Upon seeing the entire camp, Wang Yong was dumbfounded. Old Su, I remember you just said this was a battalion-level camp? It looks like there are more than 2 battalions here. Suda was also dumbfounded. Could it be that I miscalculated? That shouldn't be the case. Look, following the direction Chun Eru pointed, everyone turned their heads. Chun Eru pointed into the distance, trembling. Holy crap, is that a tank over there? And, is that big thing a missile vehicle? Damn it. Suda's face immediately turned extremely ugly. We've come to the wrong place. This is probably the Blue Army's Missile Combined Arms Battalion. It has at least half as many people as a normal battalion. They've even stationed a guard company here. He said somewhat awkwardly. I think we should find another place. This bone is too tough. We can't chew it. Wang Yong and Chun Eru swallowed hard. This isn't just hard to chew. It's a piece of iron bone. Wang Yong looked at Lin Hui and said, Brother Hui, why don't we just leave? If we keep going, we're sure we'll run into 1 or 2 easy targets. Then we can take them down. It's too late. Lin Hui shook his head. The 3 looked bewildered. It's too late? Lin Hui said seriously. From this morning until now, the red team has lost countless troops to the blue team. If we wait any longer, the directing staff might announce the annihilation of our entire division tomorrow morning. What will the 4 of us do then? Suda frowned as he carefully analyzed the situation. Based on previous experience, the blue team is far stronger than the red team. The regimental headquarters hid in such a remote place and was still found and wiped out. The situation at the divisional headquarters is probably not much better. Although we have experienced many exercises, both large and small. But this time it was the most confusing for him. He couldn't understand the blues' tactics at all. And it is precisely this kind of incomprehensibility that is the most dangerous. Right now, the red team's biggest need is time. If it drags on until tomorrow morning, they might really miss their chance. What should we do then? Chun Eru said anxiously. I still want to make a contribution and show my abilities. I'm not willing to go back like this. Wang Yong echoed. We absolutely can't let this go. Brother Hui, what do you suggest? What should we do? You two just need to follow me. Lin Hui looked at Suda. Squad leader? Suda looked at him, smiled and nodded. I'll listen to you too. Now, you're the battlefield commander. How did a mere bear soldier become what he is today? Sudata was proud of him. Moreover, after Lin Hui arrived, he led the 6th Company to bravely advance. If it weren't for him, I would never have regained my confidence, let alone escaped from the village. Lin Hui smiled slightly. Go. He crawled out first, and the others followed closely behind. Lin Hui's night vision has been improved several times, and for him, a range of 30 meters is practically daytime. He could even see clearly a sentry lying in the grass near the camp in the distance, watching his surroundings warily. There was also a sentry post not far away. Come with me. Lin Hui changed direction and led the group around from the side, climbing into the camp. As soon as they entered, the group immediately hid behind a tent. Wang Yong's heart pounded nervously, and he felt like a thief doing something wrong. This is so exciting. Chun Eru asked nervously. Brother Hui, what should we do now? Should we burn their tents? I brought a lighter. It's nylon. It'll definitely work. Lin Hui slapped it. Burn your grandma's leg. What's the use of burning this thing? You want to open a window for them to get some fresh air? Besides, this is public property. Who knows if they'll ask us for compensation after this is over? Chun Eru awkwardly scratched his head. What should we do then? Lin Hui closed his eyes, sniffed the air, and suddenly smiled. I have a plan. Come with me. The 3 followed behind him, and soon circled around to the back of the camp. There were several sheds set up here. Inside were 2 large pots, and 2 cooks were constantly stirring the food with large spatulas. The aroma of food wafted out in waves. Brother Hui, what brings you here? Chun Eru sniffed, looking quite pleased with himself. Are we going to eat first? I'm actually quite hungry. Wang Yong was dumbfounded. What the heck? Brother Hui, you didn't really bring us here to eat, did you? Lin Hui glared at him. Go to hell. We're here to cause trouble, not to think about food. Everyone rolled their eyes. So all that was done, it's just setting up a logistics team? We thought it would be something big, but they ended up picking on an easy target. Chapter 64. Don't overdo it, or you'll just make a mess of things. Superior. Lin Hui rushed forward in one stride. All 3 of them were stunned. Holy crap, you could at least have given us a heads up. You just barged in like that. Suda didn't hesitate and rushed forward as well. You too, stand still. Chun Eru hesitated for a moment. Should we go or not? Squad leader Su told us not to move. Wang Yong glared at him. Even Brother Hui is going. How can we just stand by and watch? Go for it. Chun Eru panicked. But I don't know how to fight. You think I do that? We'll just slack off in the back. With Brother Hui around. What's there to be afraid of? Yes. The 2 chuckled and ran over as well. Inside the shed, Zhou, the logistics team leader, was cooking. Looking up and seeing several unfamiliar faces, he immediately frowned. Who are you? Don't you know this is a logistics area? Who let you in? Get out, get out, get out now. Lin Hui said with a smile. Squad leader, don't you recognize me? The class monitor looked puzzled. You are? Hey, Xiao Jiang. Do you remember last time you rode my little tricycle to buy groceries? Little Jiang. Before the squad leader could react, Lin Hui threw a punch at him. Bang! The squad leader's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground, falling asleep. Everyone around was stunned. What's going on? How did this guy knock out the class monitor? Who the hell is he? You bastards, you dare to hit people? Grab your weapons and beat them up. The other logistics staff immediately grabbed kitchen knives and ladles and rushed over. Lin Hui is the best fighter in the entire division. With explosive combat power, he can take down an enemy with a single punch. Suda is also a skilled fighter in the company. Working together, the two quickly took down all the logistics personnel. Wang Yong and Chun Eru, on the other hand, are in a rather unfortunate situation. Lin Hui looked at the two of them. Are you two alright? It's nothing one. Wang Yong sat on the ground, panting, his face bruised and swollen. The rumors are absolutely true. No wonder everyone says the logistics team is strong. In just this short time, I've taken 7 or 8 punches. Lin Hui chuckled. Knowing you can't win, can't you stay back a bit? Chun Eru covered his nose and said sadly. We hit in the back, hoping to slack off, but those guys saw they couldn't beat you, so they just rushed up to help me block the sandbags and beat me up. They're so inhuman. Suda laughed until tears streamed down his face. I told you to stay put. What are you doing here? Wang Yong stood up abruptly. If you all go, how can we not? Besides, we thought the logistics team were all pushovers. Suda laughed heartily. Who told you that logistics personnel are easy targets? Only those with good military skills in the combat platoons are transferred to logistics. Otherwise, how could they carry pots and rice and move so swiftly during exercises? Wang Yong was on the verge of tears. I've learned something new. From now on, I'll avoid them. What the hell are you doing? Are you being a pervert? Suda turned his head and happened to see Lin Hui taking off the squad leader's clothes. Lin Hui didn't even turn his head. What kind of hooliganism is this? Take their clothes off and change into them. Hurry up. Suda was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized. You don't mean you're planning to change into their clothes and take advantage of the situation, do you? Almost. Will this work? Even if we change clothes, people will recognize our faces. And even if we get to another place, there will be passwords. We'll be exposed in no time. Lin Hui chuckled. Who said I was going somewhere else? We'll stay right here and take them all down. The three of them fell silent for a moment. With just these few people, even doing logistics is a struggle. You think you can take down everyone? Are you kidding me? There are several hundred people here. Even Thanos would get slapped twice and forced to march in formation if he came, let alone the rest of them. Wang Yong quickly stood up and touched Lin Hui's forehead. Brother Hui, are you running a fever? We're just a logistics team at best. If we wanted to take down everyone here, they could drown us with just 1 pea from each of them. Nonsense. Chun Eru was furious. It's clearly enough if each person just spits on the other. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Do you still want to earn merit? If not, then leave. The squad leader and I are enough. I really want to. The two immediately bowed and scraped, like lackeys. We were just saying it casually. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. We'll change our clothes right away. The two quickly squatted down and started taking off their clothes. Suda looked on suspiciously, feeling somewhat uncertain. But seeing how confident Lin Hui was, he always felt that there was a chance. After all, Suda had seen miracle after miracle in him. He gritted his teeth. Fine. I'm already on this pirate ship. Might as well fight to the bitter end. Soon, all 4 of them changed into the cook's uniforms. The people who had been knocked unconscious were dragged outside the shed and covered with straw. Lin Hui clapped his hands. These guys won't wake up for at least 2 or 3 hours. Back in the shed, Wang Yong was still puzzled. Brother Hui, I just can't figure it out. How could we possibly take down the entire camp with just a few of us? I understand. Chun Eru suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling as if wisdom had taken over the high ground of his brain. Everyone looked at him. Even Lin Hui looked surprised. What do you understand? Chun Eru chuckled and gave a thumbs up. Brother Hui is really awesome. Most people wouldn't think of this method. No wonder he brought us to the logistics team. Lin Hui asked with great interest. Tell me about it? Chun Eru said in a serious tone. Brother Hui must be planning to use a gas cylinder to blow them all up. Puff. All 3 of them vomited blood. Even Lin Hui thought this kid was really outrageous. Did he even bring his brain with him when he went out? Suda, standing to the side, was also speechless. He couldn't believe that after all this time, this kid was still such an idiot. Chun Eru belatedly realized. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Wang Yong patted him on the shoulder. Eru, you really are a tiger. This is just a drill. If you cause a death, we'll all be dragged away and shot. Even if we die, we'll be infamous for eternity. What are you thinking? Chun Eru scratched his head. What should we do? We don't have any weapons. How are we supposed to take them down? Wang Yong snorted. With a brain like yours, what kind of ideas could you possibly come up with? Brother Hui, what do you suggest we do? Chun Eru rolled his eyes. You don't have any ideas either, do you? And you're criticizing me. Lin Hui smiled and asked, do you know why I attacked the cooking squad? Wang Yong and Chun Eru exchanged a glance. Are we going to blow them up with gas cylinders? Lin Hui was so angry that he kicked each of them. Those two idiots. He didn't bother with any more words. Stir-fry the vegetables. Hurry up. The three of them were dumbfounded. They were good at eating, but how could they cook? While they were still in a daze, Lin Hui threw 3 small bottles over. The three looked on in astonishment. What is this thing? Laxative, Lin Hui said calmly. Put it in the food in a bit. They'll be here to eat soon, so hurry. Wang Yong and his companion jumped up immediately. Holy crap. Brother Hui, you actually carry laxatives with you? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. What's with the excitement? It's not like I'm carrying any aphrodisiacs. Suda was also dumbfounded. Why? Why are you carrying laxatives? Lin Hui chuckled. Before the exercise, the company commander said that if we encounter the enemy, we must eliminate them at all costs. So I was thinking, if we ever abandon our position and retreat, we can add some to our food. If the enemy comes to eat it, wouldn't that be great? It has to be Brother Hui, he's awesome. The two immediately gave a thumbs up, expressing their utmost admiration. Such a despicable idea is something no normal person would ever think of. Suda looked at the bottle in his hand, his lips twitching. This kid is really cunning. No wonder he managed to mess things up like that before. I'm truly impressed. Lin Hui urged. Hurry up, and remember not to overdo it, or you'll make a mess. Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, all the small bottles in Chun Eru's hand fell into the big pot. It's over. I poured it all in. Lin Hui was speechless. Forget it. Let's just do it this way. Hurry up and copy it, or it'll be a mess. Oh. The two picked up spatulas and busied themselves with cooking. As I was cooking, I actually got the hang of it. I picked up the seasonings on the table, tossed them around, and poured them into the pan. Wang Yong was having a great time when he suddenly asked curiously, Brother Hui, will this make someone die? Shin Eru also stopped. Yeah, won't this stuff make people sick? Lin Hui shook his head. I don't know. You do not know? The three of them stared wide-eyed in horror at the 2 large pots of food, completely dumbfounded. They're not cooking, they're mixing poison. Lin Hui coughed and said, What's so strange about it? This is the first time I've used this stuff. Who knows how effective it is? I guess it should be fine. Suda panicked. Brother Hui, this can't be allowed. What if someone really dies from eating this? Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from afar. Hey, is the food ready yet? We're starving. Lin Hui glanced outside and whispered to the others. What's the panic? This is a laxative, not poison. How could it kill anyone? At most, it'll just help them cleanse their intestines and relieve constipation. We're doing a good deed, and we're not even leaving our names. The 3 men wore bitter smiles. This was hardly a good deed. This is utterly immoral, like a mother urging her son to open the door to immorality. It's the epitome of immorality. I'll do what you say, let's give it a shot. Lin Hui chuckled. That's right. Fortune favors the bold, and only those who dare to take risks will win. He cleared his throat and began shouting from afar. All right, the food is all ready. Come and eat. Chapter 65. All transform into splatoons. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Lin Hui shouted. The entire camp suddenly became agitated, with footsteps echoing everywhere. Chun Eru secretly picked up a piece of braised pork, and just as he was about to put it in his mouth, Lin Hui slapped it away. Trying to get diarrhea, huh? Brother Hui, I'm so hungry. Let's get down to business first. Once we're done, you can eat whatever you want. Lin Hui urged. Hurry up and put the vegetables into the bowl, quick. The 3 of them immediately followed the instructions and quickly divided the vegetables into large bowls. Meals are served separately in the camp. Although conditions are less ideal in the wild, this habit is still maintained. Soon, all the food was put into a large basin. Seeing a large number of figures rushing towards them from afar, Lin Hui said solemnly, Get ready. Whether you live or die depends on this. The 3 of them swallowed hard. This is an enemy territory. If even the slightest flaw is revealed, the whole thing is over. Wang Yong asked worriedly, Won't they find out? Lin Hui shook his head. Pull your hat down low, retreat to a dark place. As long as your face isn't visible and your head is low enough, you'll be fine. The 3 quickly pulled down their hat brims and retreated into the shadows, silently praying, Please don't let them see us. Soon, a long line formed outside the tent. Lin Hui tapped the iron basin with a large ladle and shouted in a low voice, Line up. Take your food in order. Take as much as you can eat. Don't waste any. Hey you, stand still. Don't cut in line. Good. No. The responses from the group rose and fell. Wang Yong, standing next to him, quietly gave him a thumbs up. Amazing, Brother Hui. You imitated it so well, I almost thought you actually worked in the cafeteria. Lin Hui chuckled. No problem, no problem. He learned it from the cook of the 6th company. He picked it up after listening to it a lot. At 8 p.m., everyone was starving. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the rice bowls, and no one paid any attention to Lin Hui and the others. After quickly getting their food, they hurriedly found a place to squat or stand while eating. After all, we need to be able to deal with unexpected situations at any time, so it's enough to just fill our stomachs. Just then, Lin Hui's pupil shrank sharply as he saw several officers approaching from a distance. Su Da's expression changed as well. It's over, officers are coming. The soldiers at the grassroots level are full of empty talk. But the officers would certainly notice them. They'll definitely be exposed eventually. Wang Yong and Chen Eru immediately panicked. What do we do, Brother Hui? We're going to be exposed. Lin Hui smiled slightly. Don't panic. We've done enough. It's time to retire. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he immediately led the 3 of them away from behind the shed. No sooner had they left than several officers followed the scent over. The leading major looked down and exclaimed, Wow, old Joe, the food's pretty good today. Braised pork, roasted chicken legs, much better than lunch. He lowered his head and sniffed it, then immediately frowned. How did it get burnt? Old Joe, what the hell are you burning? Where are they? The major looked around, but there wasn't a soul in the shed. An officer next to him laughed and said, he probably didn't know how to handle the situation well and was afraid of getting scolded, so he quickly ran away when he saw you coming. The major spat to the side. That damn bastard, he actually knows how to hide? We'll deal with him after we finish eating. Everyone, eat quickly, we have to set off again tonight. The officers quickly grabbed some food and started wolfing it down. Lin Hui peeked out from behind the shed, grinning mischievously. Looks like you two are pretty good cooks. You're all enjoying your food. That's right, Wang Yong said proudly. We're at the production base, and we're professional pig farmers. Getting some food is a piece of cake. Feeding pigs is the same as feeding people. Chen Eru chuckled and said, seeing them eat reminds me of the piglets in the pigsty. I eat with just as much gusto as they do. Lin Hui laughed heartily. Yes, 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 I was wondering why this scene looked so familiar. Su Da, standing nearby, nearly vomited blood. Are you comparing a person to a pig? No wonder those two were cooking so enthusiastically. They were using it as animal feed. But this can be considered a good match for my major. At least they're all food. Lin Hui waved his hand. Let's go. While they're eating and the camp is empty, let's go get some weapons. Okay. The 3 chuckled and immediately followed him, disappearing into the camp. Wow, why is the food so salty today? The meat is burnt. Squad leader Zhou, what do you mean by this? You made the food so bad. Were you doing it on purpose? Everyone was eating and cursing at the same time. The major chewed a piece of meat with difficulty, like chewing on chewing taffy. Damn it, today's food looks like pig swill. Call the whole mess hall over later and let them taste what kind of crap this is. Perhaps it was too rushed? Hasty my foot, the major roared angrily. Doesn't exercise mean we can mess things up? It's precisely at times like these that we should be performing at our best. With food like this, who can swallow it? How are the soldiers supposed to maintain their strength and be ready for battle? The officer next to him nodded. I'll drag them out after we finish eating. They're probably hiding somewhere right now. The major snorted coldly and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a discomfort in his stomach. Glug glug. Oh no, I need to go to the bathroom. My stomach hurts. As soon as he stood up, the officer next to him frowned and said, You know what? I think I'm feeling a little unwell too. Wow, what a coincidence. Another officer clutched his stomach and said, My stomach was rumbling like it was in a battle just now, but I was too embarrassed to say anything. Just then, a shout suddenly came from the surrounding area. Why does your stomach hurt? I need to go to the bathroom. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm about to jump out. In an instant, many people put down their food bowls and ran wildly out of the barracks. The colonel glared at the mess bowl, his eyes blazing with fury. That damn Zhou. What kind of food did he cook? It's awful, and it gave me diarrhea. I'm going to kill him later. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. Remember to get me some tissues. I can't hold it in anymore. As he spoke, he covered his buttocks and ran wildly outside. In a tent on the west side of the camp, Lin Hui and his companions poked their heads out. A large number of people were seen rushing out of the camp. Many people run with their legs clamped together. Some of them even had shrill voices, as if they had just been castrated. Wang Yong looked at Lin Hui and chuckled. Brother Hui, you're really damn wicked. That's such a dirty trick. Chen Eru nodded. That's right, that's right. How come we never noticed before that Brother Hui was full of bad intentions? Su Da rolled his eyes. I already figured it out. Lin Hui scoffed. You guys don't know anything. Warfare is all about deception. Otherwise, how could we have taken down so many? Besides, this exercise is real combat. They are all enemies, and you have to be ruthless when dealing with enemies. They're already being kind by not giving them aphrodisiacs. The three of them jumped up in fright. The scene was too beautiful for them to imagine. Suda was so frightened that the hairs on his body stood on end. Fortunately, he and Lin Hui were on the same side. Otherwise, they'll be played to death sooner or later. Click. Lin Hui cocked his gun, his face cold. Let's go. Stop looking. We need to get to work. Hee, that's fucking exciting. The other three exchanged a glance and chuckled mischievously. The group, fully armed and carrying guns, swaggered outside. Just as I stepped outside the barracks, I suddenly heard the sound of cannons booming in the distance. Puff, puff, puff. Oh, that feels so good, so great. Wang Yong pinched his nose, looking disgusted. It stinks. What did they eat for their last meal? Why does it smell so strong? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. You think your shit smells good? Stop talking nonsense and get this over with. He glanced around. Night vision makes the surroundings as bright as day. Soon, Lin Hui's gaze settled on a major. He was squatting next to several officers, spraying incessantly, his facial features contorted in pain. Let's start here. Lin Hui, carrying a gun, led a few men over with a smile. The major clutched a tissue, his hands aching from the strain. That bastard Joe. What did he put in the food today? It's like he took laxatives. If we catch him, we'll put him in solitary confinement. Just then, he looked up abruptly and saw 4 figures approaching from a distance. The major, assuming they were from the mess hall, flew into a rage. You bastards, you actually know how to come out? What kind of crap did you make today, you idiots? The next second, he was completely stunned. Who are these 4 guys? Wearing a cook's uniform, but not a member of the cook's team? Who are you? Lin Hui chuckled. Commander, you just ate our food. Why are you turning your backs on us now? How was it? Was the food good? The major instantly flew into a rage and was about to speak when a series of cracking sounds came from behind him. Her expression turned seductive. Oh ho ho. Lin Hui pinched his nose with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other. The leader is indeed the leader. Even his tug is louder than others. The major roared in fury. You bastards, you're from the red team. You got it right. Lin Hui chuckled. However, there's no reward. The major was furious. Even if he's stupid, he understands what's going on. It must have been these guys sneaking in, knocking out the cooks, and putting laxatives in the food. You sons of bitches, I'll skin you alive in a minute. How dare you treat us like this? Lin Hui frowned. Commander, you're wrong about that. All's fair in war. In this exercise, you were the enemy. If we can put laxatives in your food, we can put poison in it too. You're all dead now. Your grandma's dead. The major was furious. Just as he was about to pull up his pants and stand up, a gun barrel was pressed against his chest. Lin Hui said with a smile. Commander, please abide by the exercise rules, otherwise, I'll have no choice but to whip your corpse. The major was furious. You dare. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A powerful gust of air pressed against my chest. The major was knocked over by the force of the gunpowder and fell to the ground. He jumped up in anger and roared, not caring about the sticky stuff on his butt. You bastard. But at that moment, all 4 men opened fire simultaneously, spraying bullets in all directions. Chapter 66. The Blue Army is furious. They must capture those 4 rats alive. Bang bang bang. After a burst of gunfire, red smoke immediately billowed from the blue team's spray tankers. The smoke detectors are located not only on the helmet but also on the body. Once the exercise begins, the masks must be worn at all times. Otherwise, it is a violation of the rules. Even when eating, sleeping, or using the toilet, they are not allowed to take them off. Watching the red smoke billowing into the darkness, Lin Hui chuckled. Damn, that's spectacular. Click. Wang Yong changed to a new magazine and shouted at the top of his lungs. Who else? You've got to screw loose. Lin Hui kicked him. Finish off the rest before you start showing off. Get the grenades out. I'll show you the joy of blowing up poop in your childhood. Okay. The 3 of them chuckled mischievously, thinking, this is the perfect time to explode. A dozen or so practice grenades were thrown out. Boom boom boom. The grenade explosion sent poop flying everywhere, followed by a yellow rain. Fuck. It's shit. Everyone look down. Don't open your mouths. Damn it. What if there's poison in the shit? Ugh. The Blue Army soldier who was running around was startled and quickly lowered his head and shut his mouth. He let the cold yellow rain pat him haphazardly. A few unlucky ones were directly thrown out by the blast wave from the grenade explosion. With his butt sticking out and his face pressed against the ground, he adopted the wild geese descending on the sand pose. The scene was filled with cries, screams, and vomiting. When they looked up again, Lin Hui and the others were nowhere to be seen. Damn it, where are those guys? They got away. The major, his face covered in smears, roared furiously. You sons of bitches. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. You bunch of scoundrels. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Ugh, you stink. Hearing the roar behind them, Lin Hui and his 3 companions chuckled and ran even faster. They don't want to be forcibly watered. Bang. They opened the car door and jumped into a jeep at the same time. Chun Eru's face flushed with excitement. This battle reminded me of when I was a kid, when we used firecrackers to blow up the latrines. Wang Yong slapped him on the head. You act like you're the one who's been blown up. He looked at Lin Hui and urged, Brother Hui, drive fast. If these guys catch up with us, they'll definitely kill us. Lin Hui said with a smile, don't panic. These guys won't be able to stand up for at least 10 minutes. Even if they do, they'll be weaklings. We'll have run away by now if they catch up. Wang Yong chuckled. That's good. That's good. Let's go. This was awesome. Lin Hui nodded, but didn't move. Wang Yong asked suspiciously, Brother Hui, why aren't you moving? Suda looked at him curiously. What are you thinking about if you don't drive? If you don't move, and they make a move, we'll be at a disadvantage. Lin Hui touched the steering wheel with both hands, somewhat embarrassed. I've only ever driven automatic transmissions. I don't know how to drive a manual. In his previous life, he was a corporate slave who relied entirely on the subway and buses for commuting. He didn't own a car or have a driver's license. The original owner did have a driver's license, but it was for an automatic transmission. I don't know how to drive a manual transmission car at all. He was completely clueless about how to press the clutch and how to shift gears. That's why all the sports cars in our family are automatic. Suda was speechless. You can't drive and you just sit in the driver's seat? Get out of the way. Lin Hui gave an awkward smile. Who says you have to know how to drive a manual transmission car? Automatic transmissions are so convenient. Why bother learning manual transmissions? He got out of the car and came to Suda's side. Suda stared at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Hui, are you driving? Suda's face immediately turned red. I don't know either. The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Holy shit. Lin Hui was speechless. Squad leader, after all this time, you still can't do it? Aren't you an 8-year veteran? Driving a car should be a piece of cake for you, right? Suda rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Who says you have to know how to drive to be a soldier? I haven't even passed my driver's test. Lin Hui was speechless. At least I can drive an automatic car, but you can't even drive a car. How did this class monitor become so successful? He absolutely has to be criticized. He turned to look at Wang Yong and Chun Eru. Which of you 2 knows how? Chun Eru quickly shook his head. I have driven a car before, but it was a tricycle. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Why the hell didn't you say you could drive a tractor? Chun Eru scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Wang Yong was quite enthusiastic. Although I've never taken a driving test, I'm incredibly skilled at racing cars in the arcade. If you're not afraid of dying, I'm willing to give it a try, but don't blame me if you crash. Lin Hui glared at him and said, Get the hell out of here. So, out of the 4 people, not one of them knows how to drive? He simply jumped off the bus. Alright, get off. What's the point of getting in if you can't even drive? Let's just walk. Chun Eru asked curiously, Route 11? Are there still buses around here? Wang Yong rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? The 11th road is just 2 legs. Several people got out of the car. Lin Hui then led another sweep through the camp. Looking at the various items in the weapons depot, he rubbed his hands together and said, Everyone, don't be shy. Take whatever you have. Today's shopping is free. Take as much as you can. The other 3, their faces glowing, happily began their sweep. Explosives, ammunition, grenades, individual rations, take whatever you have. After they had looted everything, they left satisfied. They quickly rushed out of the camp from the other side and came into a grove of trees. A cold wind blew by, and everyone shivered. But that couldn't hide their burning excitement. Chun Eru asked excitedly, Brother Hui, we just wiped out an entire Blue Army battalion. Does that count as a great achievement? Lin Hui nodded. Absolutely. Wang Yong asked curiously, Will there be any reward? Lin Hui said with a smile, Of course. The 4 of us wiped out an entire enemy battalion. I reckon we'll each get a 2nd-class merit award. Wang Yong and Chun Eru hugged each other happily, jumping and shouting. 2nd-class merit. 2nd-class merit. We got a 2nd-class merit too. If we were feeding pigs at the base, we'd never get one even if we fed them for the rest of our lives. Suda, standing next to him, was so moved he almost burst into tears. If he can get a 2nd-class merit, then he will really be able to stay this time. Lin Hui looked at them and said, Alright, don't get too cocky. This is just a guess. Whether we can actually win or not, we'll have to wait until the exercise is over. Then what are we waiting for? Let's finish this quickly. Wang Yong urged. What do you mean? And Lin Hui was stunned. Wang Yong chuckled and said, Brother Hui, didn't you just say that once the exercise is over, we can just slit our throats with a knife, and it'll be over, right? Chun Eru slapped his forehead. Oh yeah, how come I didn't think of that? As soon as the exercise is over, we'll get a second-class merit award. Let's all commit suicide. Lin Hui almost vomited blood. Is that how you understand it? He looked at Suda, both amused and exasperated. Squad leader, look at this. This is the kind of soldier you've trained. Suda immediately took a step back. It has nothing to do with me. I only took care of them for 3 months. They are your brothers, so it's up to you. Seeing the two men's disgusted expressions, Wang Yong was a little confused. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Of course that's wrong. Lin Hui glared at him. Suicide? What were you thinking? Those guys were all wounded and couldn't retreat, so they died with the enemy. They're heroes. You guys are just cowards. When you get out of here, don't say you know me. It's a disgrace. Wang Yong gave an awkward laugh. This isn't my first time participating in an exercise. I have no experience, right? So what do we do next? Lin Hui said irritably. Keep going. The bigger the job, the more enemies you eliminate, the better. Who knows, it might not just be a second-class merit, but a first-class merit. First-class merit? Wow. This is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Wang Yong exclaimed excitedly. If I get a first-class merit award, I won't be working in an electronics factory anymore. I might even be able to get a job in a government agency. Chun Eru's eyes lit up. If I get a first-class merit, when I go back, all the young ladies in the surrounding villages will line up to ask me out, and even the village belle will call me Brother Hu. Suda was also incredibly excited. If you get a first-class merit, not only will you stay in the team, but you're also guaranteed a promotion. Even if he lacks the required education, it's definitely not a problem. Seeing the three of them looking excited, Lin Hui smiled slightly. Since you want to make a contribution, don't just stand there. Let's go and take on the Blue Army again. Let's go? Let's fucking kill them. The three of them roared in unison and followed Lin Hui into the woods, disappearing from sight. An hour later, at the Blue Army headquarters, Blue Army Commander Jiang Yunlong looked at the battle map with a smile on his face. 602 only has 2 battered regiments left. I want to see how long they can hold out. The Chief of Staff laughed and said, They're all at their last gasp. They won't last much longer. Jiang Yunlong turned to look at him. When will our troops be fully assembled? Chief of Staff, we can launch the general offensive at any time, no later than tomorrow noon. Very good. Jiang Yunlong slammed his fist on the table. Tomorrow at noon, we're going to show that old bastard surnamed Liu from 602 just how outdated their tactics really are. Report. Just then, an officer rushed in from outside. Jiang Yunlong looked up and laughed heartily. Look, more good news has arrived. The officer said somewhat awkwardly. Reporting to the commander, we have just received news that our subordinate Missile Combined Arms Battalion has been completely wiped out. Everyone's smiles froze instantly, and Jiang Yunlong's face also turned ugly. How is this possible? It's true. The Chief of Staff asked anxiously. The Missile Combined Arms Battalion is in the rear, so far away. The Red Army has been decimated by us and can't send out any extra troops. How did they all get wiped out? The officer shook his head. I don't know the specific reason either. I heard that 4 Red Army spies infiltrated the camp and put laxatives in their food. Those guys took advantage of everyone having diarrhea and killed them all. It is said that. What do you say? It is said that the scene was quite gruesome, and people were so disgusted by the sight of the body that they vomited when they went to collect it. Everyone gasped instantly. This scene is so evocative. They could even imagine a group of people squatting on the ground, making a crackling sound. The scene showed grenades exploding and sending yellow rain flying everywhere. Many people even died without ever being able to pull up their pants. Jiang Yunlong slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. The red team is so shameless. They drugged our food and launched a sneak attack while our men were taking a dump. They have no sportsmanship at all. They deserve to die such a humiliating death. The Chief of Staff chuckled awkwardly. We brought in the special forces to help, and it seems a bit unethical to launch a sneak attack before the exercise even starts. Try to find, Jiang Yunlong said angrily. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find all these stinking rats and make them pay the price. Chapter 67. You're absolutely despicable. The sky gradually brightened. A clump of grass suddenly moved. Lin Hui stretched and crawled out. I had a good sleep. It felt so good. Woke up. Lin Hui turned his head, and Suda handed him a water bottle. Thank you, class monitor. Lin Hui didn't stand on ceremony and drank it in big gulps. I've been running around all night and have only rested for 3 hours so far, so I'm definitely thirsty. Suda looked at him and asked, What should we do next? Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, and suddenly had the illusion that he was more like the squad leader, while Suda was the new recruit. He handed the water bottle back, laughing as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Blues must be furious right now, digging up the place looking for us." Suda smiled wryly. "Is that even a question? For people took down several hundred opponents. If we get wiped out by the main force of the Red Army, that would be fine. To be killed by those for using such methods is truly a disgrace." Even though the blue team won the exercise, the blue team commanders still couldn't save face. Especially those blue army soldiers who died tragically before they could even pull up their pants. He'll probably be traumatized for life. "Have you figured out what to do?" Lin Hui nodded. "I'm going to lure them away." Suda was stunned. "You're going to use yourself as bait?" "Absolutely not." Lin Hui, squad leader. Suda interrupted immediately. "No matter what, you can't be hurt. You're our backbone. If you live, you might create even more miracles. Leave the baiting to me." Lin Hui was about to speak when Suda waved his hand to interrupt him again. "Don't try to persuade me. You've already done enough for me with such a great contribution. I can't let you take any more risks. Our regiment is gone. As the squad leader, it's time for me to do something for you." Lin Hui smiled wryly. "Squad leader, you've misunderstood. I wasn't planning on trying to persuade you." Suda was speechless. "So all my feelings were wasted? You should at least be humble and compete with me a little. This makes me lose face." Lin Hui said with a smile, "Squad leader, what I mean is, none of us should act as bait." Suda looked bewildered. "If I'm not the bait, how am I supposed to lure the enemy away?" Lin Hui patted his blue army uniform. "There's a small chip on the signal sensor on our clothes that's constantly sending signals outwards to both the red and blue teams. We're wearing blue army uniforms, and the chip is their frequency. If they use high-tech equipment, they can easily find us." As he spoke, he pulled out a smoke detector from his person. After disassembling it, there was indeed a small chip inside. The main function of this device is to receive laser sensors and prevent soldiers from getting lost. It is equivalent to GPS positioning. It may look inconspicuous, but this thing is worth a lot of money, so I can't just lose it. Suda stared at the small chip in his hand, frowning. The next second, his eyes suddenly lit up. "You mean, you want to leave this here as a smokescreen for the blue team?" Lin Hui chuckled. "You guessed half right." Suda scratched his head, looking puzzled. Lin Hui laughed and said, "The thing is inanimate. If we leave it here, even a fool can guess that we've taken the chip. Besides, if they find it and track us down, we'll be caught in no time. If we send out helicopters again, they'll be trapped." Suda stared at him. "So, what exactly are you trying to say?" Lin Hui chuckled and slapped the haystack next to him. The next second, Wang Yong sprang out like a spring, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong? What happened?" Shun Eru immediately scrambled up from the grass. "Has the enemy arrived?" Lin Hui laughed and said, "The sun's already high in the sky. Time to get up and get to work." The two looked around blankly, their faces filled with despair. "Brother Hui, if no enemies are coming, let us sleep a little longer. We've been running all night. I'm exhausted." Lin Hui snorted. "Sleep? What sleep? With a formidable enemy at hand, how can you sleep? Cheer up, everyone. Do you still want to get a first-class merit? Think." The two of them instantly perked up. Lin Hui looked at the two of them and said, "If you're thinking about it, then get ready to get started. Who are you going to do this to?" "Damn wild boar." The three people were startled. "Holy crap," Wang Yong exclaimed in shock. "Brother Hui, you can't do this." Shun Eru nodded. Yes, I read in a book that humans and pigs can't live together." Suda hesitated for a moment. "Lin Hui, I didn't want to say this, but as the class monitor, I have to advise you to take precautions and absolutely not. Get the hell out of here." Lin Hui cursed angrily. "What kind of crap is in all your heads? You're all fucking disgusting." The three people exchanged glances. You didn't mean that?" "Nonsense." Lin Hui glared at them. "Go find me 4 wild boars right now. Hurry up." Wang Yong chuckled mischievously. "Isn't this still the same thing? It's all thanks to Brother Hui. You know how to play. 1v4 is really exciting. Wild boars are just better than domestic pigs." Before he could finish speaking, he flew several meters away on a cloud. He fell flat on his face. Lin Hui cursed. "If you utter another word of nonsense, I'll shove your head up a pig's ass." Wang Yong was startled and scrambled to his feet, running into the woods. Wild boars are highly prolific and like to live in groups. There happened to be quite a few in this grove. They gathered all 4 wild boars with almost no effort. Lin Hui removed all the sensors from the 4 people and tied them to the 4 wild boars. With a hard slap on the pig's rump, the wild boar let out a squeal and shot off like a rocket, speeding into the forest. "All right." Lin Hui clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Now we are truly safe." Suda was the first to react. giving a thumbs up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lin Hui, how come I never noticed before? You're absolutely shameless. Lin Hui chuckled. Don't praise me. It'll make me arrogant. Suda rolled his eyes. Am I fucking praising you? Shun Eru asked curiously. Brother Hui, the wild boar ran away. What should we do now? Wang Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. Should we continue targeting the blue team? Lin Hui nodded with a smile. Without the sensors, we're practically invisible, and there are so many things we can do. I reckon the blue army is surrounding our remaining forces, so we should go and pull off a big heist. The three of them exchanged a glance, their faces full of confusion. Although no one knew what Lin Hui was planning, just looking at his cunning smile, one knew it was definitely not going to be anything good. Suda even started praying for the blue team. How many nursing homes did you bomb in your past life to run into a pervert like Lin Hui? Blue Army, Black Tiger Special Forces Command Post. A soldier took off his headset and suddenly stood up. Report. Signal found. Squad leader Li Ming rushed over quickly, saw the 4 signal dots flashing on the screen, and sneered. The 4 rats have finally crawled out of their hole. They disappeared all night, and I thought they were gone. Suddenly, he frowned again. What's going on? Why are the 4 signals coming from different directions? Have they separated? The officer next to him also seemed puzzled. Yeah, why are these guys changing directions like this? What are they trying to do? Whatever they want to do, they will absolutely not succeed. Li Ming snorted coldly. Send men immediately to capture them and bring them back to me, dead or alive. A few little rats dare to cause trouble? They're asking for death. The officer next to him nodded and immediately led his men away. Time passed second by second. 3 hours later, the 2 helicopters slowly descended from the sky. They caught them so quickly. Li Ming ran over excitedly, smiling as he asked, How did it go? How many did you catch? An officer came down from above. They've all been caught. Li Ming's eyes lit up. Great. The officer looked somewhat embarrassed. However, but what? The officer said with a pained expression. Squad leader, why don't you just see for yourself? He stepped aside, and Li Ming looked inside and was completely stunned. Inside the cabin, several wild boars were bound tightly, howling in agony. Grass. Li Ming grabbed his collar. I fucking told you to go and catch someone. What are you doing bringing back a few wild boars? To barbecue them? The officer, sprayed with spittle, smiled wryly and said, Sir, those scoundrels guessed we were going to capture them, so they tied the signal source to the wild boar beforehand, causing us to chase it all the way. I figured that after all this effort, we shouldn't come up empty-handed, so we brought the wild boar back. Why don't we treat the brothers to an extra meal? Li Ming was so angry, he almost vomited blood. You're really thinking about your brothers, aren't you? Oh shit. A dignified special operations squadron was made a fool of, chasing 4 wild boars for so long. Li Ming slammed his fist on the plane in a fit of rage. Damn it. I've never seen such a despicable thing in my life. Chapter 68. With such arrogance, how could he possibly be a spy? The officers kept their heads down, not daring to breathe. Li Ming stared at the pigs, growing increasingly irritated. Get these pigs away from me. The officer who had spoken earlier asked cautiously. Where? Are we taking it? Li Ming glared at him fiercely. Where do you think we should take them? To the kitchen to be slaughtered and added to the meal? Or are we supposed to send them back to be released? Don't you know there's a wild boar infestation these days? The officer quickly nodded. Yes, we'll notify the mess hall right away. The others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a waste of time. At least I can have an extra meal tonight. I've heard that wild boar meat is nutritious, so I'll have to eat more tonight. How delicious. You still have the nerve to laugh? Li Ming pointed at them. You've been searching for hours and all you've caught are a few wild boars. I don't care what methods you use. You have to catch these 4 rats. If you don't come back for dinner. Get out of here. Yes. A group of people rushed onto the plane, and it took off again. Li Ming clenched his fists, furious. You bastards. How dare you play me for a fool? If I find the 4 of you, I'll teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, at the exercise command headquarters, Lin Hui looked at the screen and shook his head helplessly. At this point, the blue team had fully assembled and completely surrounded the red team. What do you think? Lin Hui turned around, and a lieutenant colonel was standing next to him. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. What do you mean by how to see? See with your eyes. The lieutenant colonel was speechless. I'm asking you, what's your opinion on the current situation of the exercise? Do you think the red team still has any hope of turning the tide? Lin Hui laughed. Do you, a top student who graduated from military academy, need me to comment on you? The lieutenant colonel laughed heartily. I just want to hear what you, a son of a military family, have to say. Hurry up. Almost, there's no suspense. Lin Hui, with his hands behind his back, said calmly, "The situation is very clear now. The remaining Red Army forces have been completely surrounded by the Blue Army. They have no heavy firepower and are just barely surviving by relying on the terrain advantage. To put it bluntly, we can't win if we want to fight, and we can't escape if we want to run away. It's only a matter of time before we are annihilated by the Blue Army." The lieutenant colonel nodded. "Just as I thought." Lin Hui rolled his eyes. "So you want me to talk about it? If it weren't for the fact that we've been classmates for over 10 years, I wouldn't even bother with you." The lieutenant colonel continued. "The blue team's objective this time is very clear, to teach the red team a lesson and show them just how outdated traditional tactics are in the face of information warfare. This time, even if the red team had a celestial being descend to Earth, they probably wouldn't be able to turn the tide." Lin Hui didn't speak, but sighed inwardly as he looked at the screen. "Shall we? You've really hit rock bottom this time. They got beaten so badly on their first exercise. If he were on the Blues, he might have had a chance to shine, but now?" He sighed helplessly. "It's all my fault for praising you to the skies in front of Dad before. I'm definitely going to get a scolding when I get back this time." On the main road, several tanks rumbled and rolled over the ground. Lin Hui poked his head out of the woods and looked into the distance. His eyesight has been improved several times over. He can see clearly within 500 meters, and even beyond that range, he can make out a general outline. Soon, he discovered that the tanks had entered a camp. Lin Hui frowned slightly. Something's not right. For regular combat troops, it's normal for convoys to come and go. But the one in front is a bit strange. It keeps running around, but it's always the same few cars. They don't look like they're going to fight. They look more like they're on patrol. Just then, Lin Hui noticed that many antennas had been erected in the camp. His eyes lit up. This could very well be the blue team's command post. "Brother Hui, how's it going?" Wang Yong patted him impatiently from behind. Just as Lin Hui pulled his head back, Chen Eru asked anxiously, "How is it, Brother Hui? Can you do it?" "I can't wait to show off my skills." Lin Hui glared at them. "What's the rush? Shouldn't you observe things carefully first?" The two immediately shut up. They're both eager to get the first-class merit award. How could they not be anxious? Suda asked curiously, "How's the observation going? Can we start doing anything?" Lin Hui smiled slightly. "Yes. Besides, the other side looks like an easy target." The three of them instantly became excited. Wang Yong scratched his hands and licked his lips, saying, "Easy targets are great. I love squeezing easy targets the most." Chen Eru chuckled foolishly. "It's all settled. The first-class merit is in the bag." Lin Hui coughed and said, "When I said soft persimmon, I meant they were just a little softer than regular troops. It doesn't mean they can't get tough." "What do you mean?" "I just took a closer look, and there are at least 20 tanks, 8 armored vehicles, and no fewer than 2 companies of guards here." The three of them gasped in shock. Su Da's eyes widened. You call this a soft persimmon?" "This is clearly an iron persimmon," Wang Yong said with a long face. "If we just go like this, our legs will be broken." Chen Eru said fearfully, "Brother Hui, how about we find another place? I think working in the mess hall is fine." Lin Hui kicked him. "Is that all the grit you've got? You've gotten addicted to beating up the cooks, haven't you? Forgot how you got beaten up?" The two still feel lingering fear when they think back to the beating they received that day. Even those who hid in the back got beaten up. "That's terrible." Suda asked anxiously, "What are your thoughts?" Lin Hui said with a smile, "We've been to quite a few places these past 2 days, but only in this camp are there so many antennas. What does that mean? Does this mean there's important information being transmitted here?" Suda's eyes lit up. "Command center." Lin Hui nodded. "That's right. This must be one of the Blue Army's command posts. If we can destroy this place, it will be a greater achievement than before. Let's take a gamble now. At worst, we'll fight to the death and perish together. Anyway, we have 4 worthless lives, so we're not at a loss." Suda grinned broadly. "That's right. Anyway, we've already done our job. No matter how many we kill, it's a huge win." Wang Yong and Chen Eru's eyes lit up. "Brother Hui, give the order. What should we do this time? We can't wait to make a heroic sacrifice and become heroes." Lin Hui beckoned the three of them closer and said with a smile, "You guys, in a moment, do this and that." The three of them immediately grinned mischievously. 20 minutes later, Lin Hui and his companions were carrying large bundles of wild vegetables. They swaggered out of the woods and walked toward the side of the camp. Just as they were about to get close, a clump of grass suddenly came to life. "Halt! Password!" A camouflage-clad sentry pointed a gun at Lin Hui and his group and asked in a cold voice. Lin Hui quickly raised his hands. "Comrade, don't shoot. We are friendly forces." "Friendly forces?" "Yes, we're from the mess hall. We came out to dig for wild vegetables." Lin Hui looked back, and the group immediately waved the wild vegetables in their hands. The sentry frowned. The cooks? I've never seen you guys before. The two sentries behind them also came over upon hearing the commotion. What's going on? We've discovered several spies. You're the traitor. Your whole family are traitors. Wang Yong jumped up. We've already told you we're from the mess hall. When you come to get your food, don't even think about getting a single piece of meat. Chun Eru grumbled. That's right. I didn't even leave you the broth. The two sentries looked the group up and down, frowning. There are only a few cooks in the crew. I've seen them all before. How come I've never seen you guys before? Lin Hui said with a smile. Comrade, we were just transferred here. It's normal that you don't recognize us. Could you please take us to the cooking squad to report for duty? The two looked at each other suspiciously. Give me the password first. Lin Hui rolled his eyes, thinking. They all say they're new here. How would I know the password? Look at our clothes. See if they're the blue team's insignia. Do you really think we have nothing better to do than come all this way to have fun? You still suspect us of being spies? He grabbed the sentry's gun barrel and pressed it against his forehead. If you suspect I'm a spy, just kill me. Consider it my bad luck to have fallen into the hands of my own people. The people on the other side were completely dumbfounded. Even Suda and the other two were startled. Holy crap. That's so exciting. If their hand slips even slightly, then it'll really be a total loss. 2 seconds later, the sentry moved the gun away. All right, we're just doing our job. According to regulations, without a password, we really can't let them in. Please understand. Lin Hui deliberately sneered. I understand you, but who understands us? The Red Army has been beaten to such a state. They're about to be wiped out, and they still have the time to send people over? What are your thoughts? If we were on the Red team, would we just swagger over here like this, bringing wild vegetables to give you an extra meal? Chun Eru nodded in agreement. That's right. Look at us. Do we look like spies? We're all law-abiding citizens, perfectly law-abiding citizens. The Blues players looked at each other and agreed that it made sense. The exercise is almost over, and the outcome will soon be decided. At this point, nothing the Red team does will make a difference. If they really wanted to send spies in, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, what can't be accomplished? Do they really have to dress up as cooks? Is this person here to do manual labor, helping to chop vegetables and tend the fire? Besides, these guys in front of us are completely calm and even more arrogant than us. How could they possibly be spies? All right. Let's just say it was a misunderstanding. The sentry said speechlessly. Come with us. I'll take you to the mess hall to report for duty first. However, we still need to call your superiors to verify your identities later. Lin Hui nodded his thanks. No problem. But just as the three of them turned around, Lin Hui's eyes flashed, and he suddenly rushed towards the sentry. He grabbed the person's neck with one hand and covered their mouth with the other, then knocked them to the ground. What are you doing? The two men next to him suddenly realized what was happening and were about to draw their guns. I'll fuck you. Suda let out a low roar and pounced on one of them. They subdued one in no time. Just as the other man raised his gun, a dark shadow suddenly loomed over him. Holy crap, what is that? The next second, Chun Eru slammed heavily onto him, pinning down his upper body. Wang Yong followed closely and pounced on him, pinning down his lower body like a pig being tied up. The two of them, one above and one below, held the guy down so hard, he almost vomited blood. Lin Hui knocked the sentry unconscious with a karate chop, and when he turned his head, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Holy crap, what are you two doing? Suda turned around and saw the scene before him, almost vomiting blood. Chun Eru pressed his crotch firmly against the guy's face. The guy below struggled for a short while, then immediately stopped moving. Wang Yong's position was even stranger. His entire head was practically touching the bottom of the other person's head. The two of them, one on top of the other, were indeed moving in a rather unseemly manner. Lin Hui glared at them. In public, can't you guys be a little more mindful of your behavior? Chun Eru quickly got up. Sorry, I jumped too high and couldn't stop. Wang Yong got up and spat. Damn, that stinks. He kicked Eru. It's all your fault. Why did you jump so high? You made me get the angle wrong. Lin Hui's lips twitched. These two seem to be doing this on purpose. All right, enough talk. Hurry up and hide them. We don't have much time. Okay. The group immediately worked together to drag the three men into the bushes. Chapter 69 Infiltrating the Blue Army Headquarters. Let's do something big. Blue Team Camp. The four people lined up and walked forward. Lin Hui walked at the front, gripping the steel gun tightly in his arms. The three people behind him looked nervous, their eyes constantly glancing around. Chun Eru's calves went weak with nervousness. Brother Hui, I'm a little scared. What if I give myself away? Calm down. Lin Hui whispered a reminder. There are so many people in the camp. As long as we act naturally, they definitely won't notice us. Just think of yourself as an Oscar winner. Chun Eru nodded, muttering to himself. I'm the best actor. I'm the best actor. I'm the best actor. Suda looked at the heavily guarded surroundings, and his heart pounded wildly. I was outside just now, and the camp looked pretty ordinary. But once inside, I realized that the guards were incredibly tight. There were sentries everywhere, both visible and hidden, as well as mobile sentries. Moreover, the camp now has a number of equipment vehicles, communication vehicles, and command vehicles. These special vehicles are not something that can be equipped in a regular military camp. Lin Hui walked around to get a general idea of the camp area, then quickly led the three of them behind a tent. Suda said anxiously, Lin Hui, this can't go on. Wang Yong nodded. Yeah, brother Hui, if someone asks for the password, we're all doomed. You have no idea, I just ran into those patrolmen. They glanced at me, and it scared me so much my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Lin Hui said calmly, what's the panic? If they didn't notice, it means we're doing a pretty good job of pretending. But we're cooks. Wang Yong became anxious. What kind of cook doesn't work in the kitchen and just wanders around the camp all the time? This is outrageous. Don't worry about the details. Lin Hui waved his hand. Our main purpose is to understand the situation within the camp. I've already got the general idea. Suda asked curiously, how was it? Lin Hui smiled slightly. I can be 100% certain that this is the Blue Army's headquarters. The camp has a large number of equipment vehicles, command vehicles, and communication vehicles. These are not equipped by regular troops. Only the command post can have such a configuration. We've really come to the right place this time. Suda nodded. He had just noticed that too. What do we do? Lin Hui asked with a smile. How much explosives do you have left? Take them all out. The three of them were stunned for a moment, then quickly rummaged through their bags and pulled out explosives and several hand grenades. These were all looted from the Blue Army's camp, and there were quite a few of them. They're all here. Lin Hui looked at it. This is enough. He quickly used what he had on hand to make simple time bombs. Wang Yong's eyes widened. Brother Hui, you can even make bombs. Lin Hui said proudly. That's right, that's right. Don't even mention bombs. Give me enough materials and I can even make a nuclear bomb. The three of them rolled their eyes. You're getting cocky just because I complimented you on your weight? Lin Hui learned how to make bombs after joining the 6th Company. There was an old sapper in the company who was exceptionally skilled at hand-making bombs. He was bored, so he learned a little from someone else. Although his skills weren't particularly good, with the system's support, he still learned a lot of useful things. For example, you can make a simple time bomb using limited materials. Lin Hui handed several bombs to the men, saying, keep them safe. Suda stared blankly at the bomb and asked, you're not going to blow up the camp, are you? This little bit of explosives isn't enough. The area is so big, won't it kill a few people? Lin Hui shook his head. Who said I was going to blow up the camp? I was thinking of... I see. Chun Eru suddenly spoke, as if possessed by a great genius. The three of them looked at him at the same time. What have you figured out now? Lin Hui was somewhat surprised. I haven't even said anything yet, and you already know? Wait, why did I say again? Chun Eru gave a thumbs up and chuckled. It has to be Brother Hui. Only you could come up with such a despicable idea. You must want us to wear explosives on our bodies and become human bombs to blow them up, right? Wang Yong excitedly slapped his thigh. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? As long as we perish together with the enemy, we'll be heroes, and we'll definitely get a first-class merit. Lin Hui's lips twitched. Do you two even have your brains with you? He said speechlessly. The bombs were used in the drills. They exploded at close range. Even if they don't kill you, they can still maim you. If you really want to be martyrs, I won't stop you. I'll burn some paper money and candles for you during festivals. The two were startled. So the explosives used in the exercise were so lethal? No, they just want to leave early so they can claim the credit. It's not like I really want to be a martyr. Suda looked at him and asked, Lin Hui, stop beating around the bush. What are these bombs for? Lin Hui chuckled. Since we're here, we have to cause some trouble. I'm planning to blow up all these command vehicles. Blow up the command vehicle? Suda didn't react for a moment. Wang Yong panicked. Brother Hui, the camp area is only so big. After we bomb it, how are we going to run? The Blue Army already hates us to the core after the last time they bombed the shit. If they catch us, they'll beat us to death. Chun Eru said with a long face. Brother Hui, to be honest, have you never been beaten before? It hurts so much. Lin Hui was stunned for a moment. Was it true that his father whipped him with 7 wolves pepper spray when he was a child? Several of the trouser pockets broke off. He coughed and said, Don't worry, it's just getting beaten up. What's the big deal? As long as we can achieve great things, what does it matter if we get beaten up? Consider it as sacrificing oneself for the country. The three looked at each other in disbelief. This reasoning was truly impeccable and irrefutable. Besides, now that they're in, it would be a huge loss if they didn't cause some trouble. So what if I get caught and beaten up? It's like nobody's ever been beaten before. The three of them put their heads together and said, "So what do we do?" Lin Hui said seriously, "Wait a minute, the four of us will split up, making us smaller targets and less likely to be discovered. Plant the explosives on those vehicles with antennas." Wang Yong suddenly interrupted, "Wait, since we can blow up cars, why don't we blow up the command post? Maybe we can find some big fish." Chun Eru nodded. "That's right. If we blow up all those officers, we'll win, won't we?" Lin Hui glared at the two of them. "What do you know? The car is more important than people." Seeing the two looking confused, Suda smiled and explained, "Lin Hui is right. Bombing the command post is completely useless. If the division commander is gone, the brigade commander will take over. If the brigade commander is gone, the regimental commander will take over. You can't kill them all. But these command vehicles are different. They contain important equipment, and if they are destroyed, they will be unable to receive or send any messages. The Blues will immediately become deaf and blind." The two of them then realized what was going on. Wang Yong exclaimed, "As expected of Brother Hui, his brain works much better than ours." Chun Eru asked cautiously, "Can I strap on explosives and blow up a car? I still want to be a martyr and experience it." Lin Hui kicked him. "You motherfucker. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Once we're done, come with me to the biggest tent in the middle." The three followed the gaze and Suda asked in confusion, "What are you doing there? Aren't you going to run after planting the bomb?" Lin Hui smiled slightly. "When did I say I was going to run away?" Su Darren was dumbfounded. "What the hell? You're not going to run away and just wait to get caught? Do you really want to get a beating?" Lin Hui chuckled. "If the bomb explodes, the camp will be in chaos. We can storm the command post and wipe them all out. 1 kill is enough, 2 kills are a huge bonus, and dying is an honor." Holy crap. The three of them were filled with excitement. "It has to be you again. You're such a bastard." They blew up someone's car, and instead of running away, they went and attacked the commander. Who the hell could have imagined this? In any case, this time they've really hit the jackpot, and a first-class merit award is definitely in the bag. Wang Yong rubbed his hands together. "Brother Hui, hurry up. I can't wait to take them down." Chun Eru excitedly exclaimed, Me too. Me too." Suda took a deep breath. "You're the one with the most tricks up your sleeve. If I were the Blue Army commander, I'd hate you to death." Lin Hui chuckled. "Let's go." As soon as they finished speaking, the four of them rushed off in different directions and disappeared into the camp. Chapter 70 The Main Dish. Braised Blue Army Command Post. Soon, the four of them quickly dispersed to various parts of the camp. Chun Eru, with his hands behind his back, walked towards a piece of equipment in a pretentious manner. The two guards beside the car glanced at him. Chun Eru chuckled and asked, "Have you eaten?" The two glared at him but didn't say anything. Chun Eru continued to chuckle foolishly. "Weren't you still hungry? Our cooks made some flatbread. It smells amazing. Want to try some?" The two men's lips twitched. Where did this idiot come from? I simply turned my head away and refused to look at him. Seeing his chance, Chun Eru quickly pulled out explosives from his crotch and stuck them to the bottom of the car. After finishing, he immediately pretended that nothing had happened. "I'm serious. If you guys are hungry, go to the mess hall and eat some flatbread. If you don't like it, come find me." The two guards. On the west side of the camp, Wang Yong looked at the communications vehicle surrounded by a large number of guards and was puzzled. With so many people, how are we going to load the bomb on it? He stood silently for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to him. Wang Yong quickly took the water bottle from his waist. "Let's go." The kettle rolled all the way to the bottom of the car like a bowling ball. Wang Yong rushed over in a panic and said to one of the guards, "Brother, my water bottle rolled under the car. Could you help me pick it up?" The guard glanced at him, but said nothing. Wang Yong grinned and asked, "Can I do you a favor?" The guard glared at him. "Can't you pick it up yourself?" Wang Yong rolled his eyes in annoyance, but inside he was overjoyed. He quickly bent over and crawled under the car. While picking up the water bottle, he immediately took out the explosives and stuck them to the bottom of the car. After he came out carrying his water bottle, he gave a few guards a disdainful look as he left. So stingy. The guards didn't even glance at him, completely ignoring him. Meanwhile, behind an equipment vehicle, Suda was squatting on the ground, working busily and nervously. All right. After finishing the installation, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to stand up, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "What are you doing?" Suda was so frightened that he quickly stood up and saw two guards staring coldly at him. "Sneaking around like that. What were you doing just now?" Suda quickly came up with a clever idea and pretended to pull up his pants. I need to pee." The guard glared at him. Is this a place to pee? Which company are you from? No, no, no. Suda quickly pleaded. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. I had no choice but to pee here. I won't do it again next time. I absolutely won't. Seeing his sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, the two snorted coldly. We'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, you'll be publicly criticized. Yes, yes, yes. Suda nodded quickly after the others left. He leaned against the car, his legs were weak, and his back was completely soaked. He took a deep breath. Damn, this job is really not something ordinary people can do. It's too exciting. On the other side, inside a command vehicle, the three officers were bound hand and foot, and their mouths were stuffed with smelly socks. They stared wide-eyed and kept making whimpering sounds. Lin Hui sat down beside him and said with a smile, I'm sorry, three leaders, I didn't want this either, but it's your fault for not cooperating with me. The three officers' eyes blazed with fury. Wah! Lin Hui said calmly, you'd better stop struggling. The more you struggle, the deeper your socks will sink, and the stronger the smell will become. I'm not saying this to be mean, but you're supposed to be leaders. Can't you at least have some personal hygiene? You should change your socks more often. The three officers were furious. Damn it, we're conducting an exercise right now. How can we have the conditions for that? If they had known they would suffer like this, they would have changed into clean socks beforehand. Lin Hui smiled slightly and decided to ignore him. Turn your head to look at the equipment on the vehicle. Why are there so many buttons? Lin Hui had never learned how to use these things and didn't know how to operate them at all. He glanced at it and simply picked up a walkie-talkie. I found the channel I contacted most frequently, which is most likely the director's department. Without thinking, Lin Hui dialed the number. The call was connected very quickly. This is the exercise command post. Lin Hui said with a smile. Reporting to the directing department, I have important news to report. The officer on the other end nodded. Please speak. Lin Hui said seriously. The Blue Army headquarters is about to suffer a devastating blow and will be completely wiped out. Please send someone over immediately to take over. The news is true and absolutely true. You must hurry over and not delay. He finished speaking in one breath and then hung up the phone. Lin Hui turned his head and said to the three of them with a smile. Sorry, please abide by the exercise rules. You are already dead. After saying that, he drew a line on the necks of the three men with a red pen before leaving. The three of them were completely speechless. Is this kid brain dead? Why send such fake news to the directing department? The blue team headquarters suffered a devastating blow? Are you kidding me? On the other side, at the exercise command post, an officer rushed up to the chief director. Reporting, sir. The director looked up. What's wrong? The officer reported. Just now, we received a message that the Blue Army headquarters is about to suffer a devastating attack, and we are ordered to send people there immediately to take over. The director stared in shock, his eyes wide. The blue team headquarters was attacked? Who attacked it? When did it happen? How come I didn't know? The lieutenant colonel next to him asked in surprise. No, we've been monitoring them the whole time. They were just giving orders a moment ago. How could they have been attacked? The director looked at the officer and asked, Is there a mistake? The officer scratched his head. That shouldn't be possible. The message came from their headquarters. There's no way it's wrong. Could it be that they've made a mistake? Or is someone playing a prank? The director frowned. Go and contact them again. Yes. The officer went out for a while and then ran back. Director, we can't get in touch with you. Everyone was stunned. What are these guys on the blues doing? Why would someone randomly pass on messages? Does anyone report that they themselves have been wiped out? Could it be that they're going to commit suicide? Wait a minute. They're about to win. Why would they commit suicide? The director pondered for a moment. Something's fishy. The message came from the blue team headquarters. Send someone to check it out immediately. Yes. Soon, a car departed from the director's office. Meanwhile, at the blue team headquarters, Lin Hui and the three successfully reunited. He looked at the group and asked, How is it? Nothing unexpected happened, right? Wang Yong said with great emotion, Brother Hui, you have no idea. Planting a bomb was like venturing into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Dozens of guards were watching the side. Just looking at them made my legs tremble. Luckily, I was brave and fearless, and I used my clever little brain in time to complete the mission. Chen Eru quickly boasted. I was the one who was in danger. Several guards saw my crotch was bulging and were just about to search me. Lin Hui immediately rolled his eyes. You two are such drama queens. It's just planting a bomb. Why are you making it sound like spies are on the street? Squad leader, is everything going smoothly on your end? Suda said guiltily. I think I've done a decent job. All the explosives have been loaded. What's the next step? Lin Hui glanced at his watch. It'll be a few more minutes before it explodes. Let's go. Let's take advantage of this time and go to their command post to pull off a big heist. The three of them chuckled, their faces full of excitement. I've been waiting to hear that. The three followed behind Lin Hui and swaggered toward the command post. As soon as they got close, they were stopped by the guards. Halt! What are you doing here? Password. Lin Hui quickly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. We're from the cooking squad. From the mess hall? The four guards exchanged a glance and asked suspiciously, what are you cooks doing here? Get out of here. Don't you know we can't come near here? Lin Hui said seriously, we came here on orders. What order? Lin Hui said with a smile. The commander wants to try something new, so our cooking team has racked our brains to come up with several dishes. Now let's announce the names of the dishes. The guard looked bewildered. Recite the menu? What would the commander like to eat? Lin Hui chuckled. A real treat. Call it Braised Blue Army Command Post. The guard's pupils constricted sharply, his face changed drastically, and he was about to react. Superior. Lin Hui waved his hand, and the group quickly rushed forward. Chapter 71. The Blue Army leader is furious. Kill them. Lin Hui immediately threw an uppercut. A fist smashed into a guard's chin. The guy stared wide-eyed, then fell straight down and drifted off to sleep. Suda also rushed up and took care of one of them. Although Wang Yong and Chen Eru are not skilled in combat, they are both quite strong. He went up, covered their mouths, and like capturing pigs, pinned them to the ground and knocked them unconscious on the spot. Lin Hui glanced around and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, quickly waved to the three men. Quick, drag them into the tent. Okay. The four chuckled and immediately dragged the person into the tent. They've done this kind of thing many times, so they're quite adept at it now. Inside the tent, busy figures could be seen everywhere, along with the ticking of instruments. An officer walked to the door with a report, and just as he was about to put the document on the table, he froze. He saw four men dragging four unconscious people in, their backs to him. Just leave it here. Lin Hui clapped his hands, turned around, and his eyes met those of the officer. If they got any closer, they probably could have kissed. The officer was so frightened that he quickly backed away, pointing at him in terror. You, what are you doing? Lin Hui chuckled and raised his gun. Let's get you. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and red smoke billowed from the officer's body. The sudden gunfire caused everyone in the Blue Army command post to stop what they were doing and look up at Lin Hui and his group. Lin Hui pointed at them. All of you, squat down and don't move. Everyone seemed frozen in time, showing no reaction. He just stared at them blankly. Bang bang bang. Lin Hui fired several shots into the air and roared, don't the hell move. Crouch down and cover your heads. The Red Army is coming to sweep us away. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were agape before they finally realized what was happening. What's going on? Wasn't the red team completely surrounded and trapped in the ravine? How did you end up here? Seeing that everyone remained unmoved, Wang Yong became furious and prepared to make an example of them. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what Brother Hui said? He pulled the trigger at a major in front of him. Surprisingly, there was no smoke coming out of this guy at all. What happened? Did you miss? Wang Yong was dumbfounded, thinking that his marksmanship was bad. 2 shots were fired, but it was still no use. Lin Hui suddenly realized what was happening and pointed at him. Holy crap! You cheated. You weren't even given a single smoke detector during the exercise. I'm reporting you. The major's lips twitched. He was utterly embarrassed. The command post is located in the rear, and victory is imminent. He felt that the device was heavy and cumbersome, so he removed the smoke detector beforehand. The key question is, who the hell could have imagined that a few petty thieves from the red team would come to kill us at this time? Bang bang bang. Suda fired a burst of gunfire in front of him, and several soldiers were still hit and smoking. Didn't you hear me tell you to crouch down and cover your heads? Snap. Commander Jiang Yunlong of the Blue Army slammed his hand on the table and roared at them. Where the hell did you all come from? Can't you see? This place is full of high-ranking officers. You little thieves with a few guns think you can make them kneel down. Lin Hui stepped forward. Why not? You are prisoners now. I've already shown mercy by not tying you all up one by one. The chief of staff said angrily. How dare you speak to the commander like that? Lin Hui smiled slightly at him. Sorry, this is how we always treat our enemies. If you don't like it, then don't be a prisoner of war. Jiang Yunlong stared at him. You've got some nerve, daring to break into our command post with just 4 people? Lin Hui walked up to him, pointing the gun directly at him. Stop talking nonsense. Immediately put your hands on your heads and squat down, or I'll shoot you all. Jiang Yunlong chuckled coldly. Even if you wipe us all out, it won't matter. The blue team is about to launch a general offensive. Even if we're gone, someone else will take over command. On the other hand, your camp is full of people. Do you think you can escape? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Who said we were going to run away? Before Jiang Yunlong could react, a muffled explosion suddenly came from outside. The next second, everyone in the command center was completely stunned. What happened? What happened? Where did that explosion come from? What did you do? Lin Hui smiled slightly. It's nothing. I just blew up all your communication vehicles, equipment vehicles, and combat command vehicles. Now, even if you're gone, someone else can take command, and the orders will still be issued. Are you surprised? Are you delighted? Are you happy? Jiang Yunlong almost vomited blood. This guy was just too despicable. He quickly had someone lift the curtain to take a look. Thick smoke billowed from the camp, and several command vehicles were indeed totaled. Jiang Yunlong's eyes blazed with fury. Bastards, how did these guys manage that? Were those guards blind? Did they just watch them plant the bomb? Wang Yang's face was beaming with smugness, his eyebrows practically pointing to the sky. I really didn't expect this. We just came here to deliver a pig, and we've actually made such a huge haul, taking down the Blue Army headquarters. When we get back to logistics, the quartermaster and the veterans will be green with envy. Chen Eru, equally smug, said, I thought the Blue Army was so strong, but they're not that great. They were wiped out by us two logistics guys who raise pigs. Puff. Everyone collectively vomited blood. So, after all this time, these guys are the logistics guys who raise pigs? They felt as if they had been hit by a critical strike. It would be one thing if we were wiped out by the red team's elite troops, but to be taken down by a few wild boars is just too humiliating. At this moment, Suda finally raised his head proudly, feeling triumphant. He was already seething with anger after the exercise started so frustratingly. It's finally been released. That was awesome. Lin Hui looked smugly at Jiang Yunlong. Comrade Commander, without the command vehicle, let's see how you issue orders. Jiang Yunlong was so angry that he trembled all over. The all-out offensive that was finally organized is now ruined because there's no command vehicle and the command post has been destroyed. How can orders be issued, and how can the various regiments coordinate their attacks? Victory was within reach, and then this happened. Jiang Yunlong was furious. Pointing at Lin Hui and the others, he yelled, Beat these bastards to death. Lin Hui took a step back, also enraged. Damn it. You think I'm being too nice to you? Get them all back to their hometowns. All four men pulled the trigger instantly. Bang bang bang. After a burst of gunfire, Jiang Yunlong felt 2 bounces on his chest. Blank rounds can still be lethal at close range. He looked at the 2 black dots on his chest and realized they were right next to his sensitive areas. He was so angry that his face turned red. You bastards, how dare you shoot at me? I've never seen such scoundrels before. Lin Hui chuckled. So you've seen it today? Jiang Yunlong was so angry his liver hurt. You. Lin Hui waved his hand to interrupt. All right, you're all dead now. Dead people can't talk. Just lie there and wait for the director's department to come and pick you up. Then you can reflect on how you died. Withdraw. Lin Hui waved his hand and led the 3 of them away. The camp was in complete chaos, with people everywhere. Who did it? Who the hell did it? We've been ambushed. There must be some red team members who have slipped in. Find them. Catch them. I'll skin them alive. And hurry to headquarters to see if the commander is all right. Hearing the shouts and curses around him, Suda broke out in a cold sweat and urged, Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. This way. Lin Hui and the 3 others quickly prepared to slip away from the side. But after only a few steps, the curtain of the command post behind them was lifted. Jiang Yunlong rushed out angrily, pointing at Lin Hui and his group in the distance and shouting, Catch these 4 bastards and give them a good beating. Just leave them alive. All the soldiers around them turned around and glared angrily at Lin Hui and his companions. The 4 were startled, feeling as if they were being watched by a monstrous beast, and their hair stood on end. Wang Yong panicked. It's over. I'm doomed this time. Chen Eru hid behind Lin Hui. Brother Hui, if I die, please tell the quartermaster for me that the instant noodles and sausages in his cabinet were all stolen by me. Suda swallowed hard. Lin Hui, do you think we still have a chance? What chance is there? Lin Hui cursed angrily, then turned and pointed at Jiang Yunlong, shouting, You cheated. You're dead and you're still giving orders. You have no martial ethics. Jiang Yunlong roared angrily. I'm not quite dead yet. Can't I struggle to crawl out of here? Even if I'm dead, I'll be a vengeful ghost, here to seek revenge on you. Beat them to death. All the Blue Army soldiers charged angrily towards Lin Hui and his companions like a flood. Chapter 72. Is it okay to surrender and lose half? As a large group of people rushed over, Lin Hui's eyes twitched violently. Wow. So many people. Wouldn't he be beaten to death? Wait a moment. Seeing that the group was about to rush up, Lin Hui quickly raised his hand and shouted. Everyone stopped. Jiang Yunlong glared at him. What are your last words, kid? Lin Hui said pitifully. Commander, this is unfair. You're cheating. Jiang Yunlong sneered. How is this cheating? I'm dead, but they're not. Why can't I beat you up? Of course, even if you kill them, they can become vengeful ghosts and haunt you just like me. Lin Hui's lips twitched. Isn't this just being a scoundrel? You died and became a vengeful ghost. Why didn't you become one of the Calabash brothers? He forced a fawning smile. Commander, you are a high-ranking officer, and we are just a few lowly soldiers. We just want to complete our mission and get some credit to show for ourselves. You are a magnanimous person, and the commander is very forgiving. Please don't hold it against us, okay? Pooh, Jiang Yunlong spat. To hell with all that high-ranking official stuff. I'm just petty, and I'm going to kill you today. Go. Wait. Seeing that the group was about to rush up again, Lin Hui quickly shouted. Damn it. This old man is completely unreasonable. Jiang Yunlong glared at him. Are you ever going to shut up? Lin Hui suggested. Can we not resort to violence? We're all civilized people. Jiang Yunlong pointed at him, his face full of arrogance. Who the hell is talking to you about civility? Stand up straight when you're being scolded, and stand firm when you're being hit. Stay right there and don't move, so I can vent my anger properly. Otherwise, fists and feet don't have eyes, and don't blame me if you cripple me. Lin Hui hurriedly shouted again. Wait. The exercise rules state that it's a point-to-point engagement, no injuries allowed. Hitting us is a violation. The blue team member sneered. So what if we break the rules? Haven't you heard of the saying, the law doesn't punish everyone? Upon hearing this, the four of them panicked completely. How could they forget about this? The directing department can't just arrest everyone who did the physical assault and lock them up in solitary confinement, can they? It's estimated that in the end they'll just get a reprimand, write a self-criticism, and be let go. The blue team doesn't care about this punishment at all. Chun Eru was almost in tears. Brother Hui, how about we kneel down and surrender? Wang Yong snorted and said, What are you talking about? What's the use of kneeling now? We should lie down, prostrate ourselves, and they'll definitely spare us. Lin Hui glared at the two of them fiercely. You two are a fucking disgrace. Wang Yong chuckled and said with a fawning smile, Brother Hui, as long as the green hills remain, there's always firewood to burn. As the saying goes, it's better to live a wretched life than to die a good death. The Locust Army I spit on the Blue Army asked me to pass on a message to you. Shut up. Lin Hui kicked him and looked at Jiang Yunlong, saying, Commander, you can't bully the weak like this. It's nothing if we get beaten up, but when the higher-ups investigate, you won't fare any better. Why make things worse for both of us? Jiang Yunlong shrugged. What does this have to do with me? I didn't do it. He shouted at the blue team members. Did I give you the order to attack? The blue team members yelled. No, we just don't like them and want to beat them up. Jiang Yunlong chuckled. See? It has nothing to do with me. Lin Hui's lips twitched. He had never seen such a shameless person before. He had finally figured out how to use double standards. Jiang Yunlong sneered, and with a single glance, the Blue Army charged forward again. Kill them. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him again, Lin Hui had no choice but to give up. He grabbed Chun Eru's ear, making Eru cry out in pain. Ouch. 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 What are you doing, Brother Hui? Eru, have you ever played beanbag toss? What? Before he could react, Lin Hui grabbed his waist with his right hand and lifted him up. He was thrown out like a human punching bag. With a bang, it knocked down a large area. Chun Eru's buttocks felt like they were about to be split in two. It hurts so much, my buttocks are all bruised and battered. Lin Hui reached out and grabbed at the side, only to find nothing. He turned his head and saw that Wang Yong had been prepared all along, jumping back to create distance and grinning wickedly at him. Trying to catch me? No way. Lin Hui glared at him, then picked up Suda from the side. Holy crap, what are you doing? Before Suda could react, he was suddenly lifted into the air and crashed into a large group of people. This action left everyone around them dumbfounded. That guy is absolutely despicable. Using their own people as punching bags. How shameless. Jiang Yunlong shouted from the side. What are you all standing there for? To be used as bowling balls? Hurry up and get going. Superior. The blue team members rushed forward immediately. Lin Hui had nothing left to lose, so he could only prepare to take the plunge. Let's give it our all. As the two men rushed towards him, Lin Hui ducked. To him, the other person's fist seemed to be moving in slow motion. Ding. Evasion ability +1. Ding. Agility +1. The next second, Lin Hui's fists shot out like venomous snakes. He precisely found their weakness and punched them both in the chin. Bang. Bang. The two of them stared wide-eyed, then fell straight down and drifted off to sleep. After Lin Hui stood up, he seemed to be possessed by a war god, charging forward and backward, hitting many people in succession. Kill them. Wang Yong also became a daredevil, charging into the crowd. This is a skill he honed while catching pigs in the logistics department. It can take down a fat pig weighing 300 or 400 pounds, let alone a person. Suda got up from the ground, turned around and glared at Lin Hui. You bastard, you threw it too, squad leader, that's too mean. Soon, he joined the battle. This is a desperate struggle, like a cornered beast. If you want to break through, you have to give it your all, otherwise you'll definitely get beaten to a pulp by the blue team and end up in the ICU. Shun Eru had just sat up, rubbing his backside, when a group of people grabbed him by the collar. Get up. Arrest your mother. Arrest your mother. Arrest your mother. Clap, 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 clap. A series of slaps rang out. Shun Eru slapped them a dozen times in a row, making their faces swollen. An officer covered his face. Bastard, he actually dared to fight back. He had just rushed forward when two dark figures appeared before him. We'll gouge your eyes out. The officer was startled and instinctively covered his eyes with his hands. Shun Eru chuckled and kicked him between the legs. Monkey picking peaches. Oh ho ho ho. The officer squeezed his legs together, jumped around, and let out a scream like an old man. Those around suddenly felt a tightness in their anus. Using his self-created low-level kung fu, Shun Eru also joined the fight, clinking Erica palms. In a flurry of punches and kicks, Lin Hui and his men quickly subdued the 30-odd Blue Army soldiers who had rushed at them. Lin Hui did more than 10 of them by himself. Zhang Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! These kids are so fierce. Are they really pig farmers? Lin Hui waved to him, striking a pose of superiority. Commander, may you have a safe journey to the underworld. We won't accompany you. Goodbye. With a wave of his hand, he led the 3 of them and ran away. But they had only run a few steps when they all stopped. Then they all retreated in unison. All around, there were countless Blue Army soldiers, numbering 200 or 300. They all rolled up their sleeves and surrounded them menacingly. Lin Hui's face turned grim. We're doomed. We can't escape now. Jiang Yunlong laughed loudly. You've offended our Blue Army and you think you can just run away? Even if you're on your way to the Yellow Springs, I'll drag you down with me. Seeing the people surrounding them from all directions, Shun Eru's voice trembled slightly. Brother Hui, let's kneel down. It's not too late to beg for mercy. Thump. Wang Yong immediately knelt down. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Can't I just surrender and lose half? Jiang Yunlong roared angrily. Lost my ass. Beat him. Charge. Everyone roared and charged forward in anger. Lin Hui felt uneasy, and his legs went weak. With so many people around, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it wouldn't be of any use. We have no choice but to use our ultimate move. Run. Lin Hui grabbed Eru and Wang Yong by the ears and dragged them away at breakneck speed. The 2 yelled, slow down, your ears are going to fall off. When Lin Hui rushed to a car, his eyes lit up as he suddenly spotted a gasoline can. Without saying a word, he opened the oil drum. Shun Eru and Wang Yong were stunned for a moment. Holy crap, what are you doing? You're not going to set yourself on fire, are you? You guessed right, but it wasn't me. Lin Hui chuckled and, before the 2 could react, poured gasoline on them. The 2 were completely terrified. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What are you going to do? Lin Hui slammed the oil drum forward, pulled out a lighter, and yelled at everyone. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll burn them to death. Shun Eru. Brother Hui, you can burn yourself. Don't make me suffer. Wang Yong, you're not the kind of brother you should be. Lin Hui winked at them and said, at crucial moments, just bear with it, and it will pass. Seeing him hold the lighter up to them, the 2 screamed in terror. Screw you. You can splash yourself, but why are you splashing us? Help. Help us. Suda was startled. Holy crap, Lin Hui, are you serious? Lin Hui winked. It's all an act. It's all an act. Su Darren was stunned. Why does it look so real to me? Wait. The Blue Army group parted, and Jiang Yunlong rushed over in a panic, shouting at Lin Hui. Young man, you have a long road ahead of you. Don't be impulsive, and don't go down the path of crime. Think it over. Think it over. Lin Hui pointed at him and said, think it over, my ass. Are you still going to hit us or not? Jiang Yunlong smiled apologetically. We're friends. Why would I hit you? Lin Hui sneered. Didn't you say you were going to become a vengeful ghost and kill us? Jiang Yunlong smiled bitterly. What kind of vengeful ghost are you talking about? I'm in a hurry to be reincarnated. Listen to me. Put down the lighter right now. Don't be impulsive. Think of your parents. Think of your wife and children. Just then, the sound of a car came from outside. The crowd dispersed, and the directors arrived by car. A group of officers standing on the vehicle were dumbfounded by what they saw. What are you doing? Jiang Yunlong, as if seeing a savior, shouted anxiously. You've come at the right time. Quick, take them away from me right now, and don't let them die here. Chapter 73. The red team is shocked. We were almost losing. How did it become a draw? Inside the bumpy train carriage, Wang Yong took a towel and rubbed his face vigorously until his skin was almost rubbed raw. He raised his arm and shoved it hard into Chun Eru's face. Smell me to see if I still smell? Chun Eru sniffed. It seems a bit smelly, like cumin. Cumin? Wang Yong was taken aback. Cumin scented gasoline? Brother Hui, why don't you smell it for me? Lin Hui kicked him away, his face full of disgust. Smell your mother's head. That's clearly body odor. Wang Yong paused for a moment, then sniffed again, and immediately gave an embarrassed smile. Hee, I call this manly scent. But, I don't really smell like much anymore. Is the gasoline expired? We probably won't be able to start a fire, right? Chun Eru said worriedly. I don't know either, but let's be careful and stay away from fire. I don't want to become a roast suckling pig. Uffed. The lieutenant colonel driving in front couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but laugh. The two men stared blankly at him. Commander, what are you laughing at? The lieutenant colonel laughed and said, Are you two really stupid or just pretending? How can you have no common sense at all? Gasoline evaporates in the air, don't you know that? Volatilize? Does this stuff evaporate? I know that black fertilizer turns gray and volatilizes, but I didn't know this would too. The lieutenant colonel's lips twitched. Are you two trying to be funny? If you don't understand, go back and read a book. You don't even know this basic common sense. Besides, you rinsed it so many times with water, it's already clean. What's the point of burning it? Lighting a candle is better than burning you all. The two exchanged a glance and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The commander is truly knowledgeable and knows a lot. The lieutenant colonel rolled his eyes and simply ignored the two idiots. He adjusted the rearview mirror and looked at Lin Hui in the back seat. From the moment he got on the bus, this guy had been smiling like a Buddha. The lieutenant colonel yelled at him. You guys are really ruthless. In all my years in the army, I've never encountered anyone like you who would commit suicide to threaten the enemy in order to avoid being beaten. Lin Hui chuckled. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone 4 grown men. The lieutenant colonel asked in surprise. So, you're going to use gasoline? Lin Hui nodded solemnly. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. That's always been my personal principle. We represent the red team, and to uphold our honor and dignity, we must sacrifice ourselves for righteousness. Go to hell. Wang Yong was immediately enraged. Then why don't you pour gasoline on yourself? You're just sacrificing our lives for your own righteousness. Chun Eru was also unhappy. He was almost scared to death. That's right. You're so unfair. What if you accidentally lit it on me? Lin Hui said with a grin. We're all brothers. Don't worry about these details. I'm doing this for your own good. If I had lit it on myself, you two would have been so upset and heartbroken. Chun Eru nodded. If you were gone, I would definitely cry for days. Lin Hui nodded. That's right. Besides, you two have been saying you want to be martyrs, so I'm just trying to give you a chance. I couldn't guarantee it at first, but I believe that if this fire goes down, you two will be considered heroes who have died heroically, the greatest heroes. The country will then award you prizes and erect monuments for you, and your ashes will be buried in the martyrs' cemetery. How glorious would that be for your ancestors? The two were confused by Lin Hui's explanation. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Lin Hui didn't give them a chance to react. Tell me, am I not thinking of you? Such a good opportunity. I didn't keep it for myself, but gave it to you. Don't you think I'm great? The two nodded blankly. It seems so. The lieutenant colonel nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Those two are complete idiots. You get sold out, and you still have to help count the money. However, to be fair, the courage and boldness of these 4 people truly impressed him. He dared to storm into the Blue Army's headquarters all by himself and cause chaos. Especially the guy who was always smiling in the back. He was the one who came up with all the tricks from beginning to end. It's safe to say that without him, this group would never have succeeded. Looking in the rearview mirror, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Hui asked, Hey kid, what's your name? Lin Hui smiled faintly. Reporting to the commander, my name is Lin Hui, from the 6th Sharp Knife Company of the 602nd Tiger Regiment. The lieutenant colonel nodded. So you're from the Sharp Knife 6th Company. No wonder you're so smart. Lin Hui smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, sir. Suda, standing beside him, looked at him with pride in his eyes. Thank goodness for this brat. They not only made a great contribution to the red team, but also brought glory to the 6th Company. Being able to be his class monitor is truly a blessing from my past life. The lieutenant colonel said with a smile, Lin Hui, you're a new recruit, less than a year into the army, yet you already know how to blow up command vehicles. That shows you have a deep understanding of the military. Does anyone in your family have served in the army? Lin Hui chuckled. No, my whole family are pig butchers. The lieutenant colonel was stunned. Slaughtering a pig? Chun Eru quickly chimed in. Yes, their whole family are pig butchers. They not only butcher pigs, they also raise pigs, chickens, and geese. Wang Yong scratched his head. He vaguely remembered that Lin Hui had mentioned that his uncle had served in the army. Could I have remembered it wrong? The lieutenant colonel's eyes twitched violently twice. Your family runs a livestock farm? How does a livestock farmer's son know so much about the military? After all, his father was a soldier. Why did he feel like he didn't know as much as Lin Hui? Soon, the convoy returned to the director's headquarters shelter. The blue team's fallen soldiers had just gotten off the vehicle when they immediately heard a burst of laughter coming from afar. Oh my, isn't this the Blue Army commander? Old Jiang, what brings you here? Did you come especially to visit us? The group of Red Army soldiers burst into laughter, led by the Red Army's deputy division commander. Jiang Yunlong glared at him fiercely. What's all the excitement about? Haven't you ever seen a dead person before? The deputy division commander laughed heartily. I've seen dead people, but I never expected you to die with us. I'm so happy. Hey, old Jiang, where did those 2 dots on your chest come from? They're quite unique. Jiang Yunlong glanced down, and his face immediately turned red. That damn Lin Hui. It's not good to shoot there. You have to aim for sensitive areas. Seeing the mocking looks on the red team's faces, and thinking about how pathetic his death had been, his eyes turned red with anger. I wish I could tear Lin Hui to pieces. Meanwhile, the chief director looked at the battle plan, then at the screen, his face full of thought. The subordinate next to him asked, Sir, what should we do next? The chief director said in a deep voice, Notify both the red and blue teams to cease fighting. This exercise is a draw. Everyone stared in shock, their eyes wide. A tie. Commander, did I hear that right? The blues are in the lead right now, aren't they? Yes, the red team only has 2 battered squads left. Combined, they don't even have a third of the blue team's strength. How can they stop now? The chief director snorted coldly. With the Blue Army's command post gone, the entire command system is paralyzed, unable to issue combat orders, and the various regiments below can only fight on their own. Although the red team has fewer troops, it has the advantage of terrain. If the blue team had this capability, it would have taken it down long ago. Without coordinated operations, the Blue Army's rash attack will inevitably come at a heavy price. It's already quite lenient to call it a draw. Everyone was speechless for a moment. The battle was indeed quite intense. Although the red team has less than 2 regiments of remaining troops, they can fight to the bitter end thanks to their terrain advantage. Without a command system, the current blue team is essentially deaf and blind. Without coordinated operations, they are likely to be defeated one by the red team. Even if the red team is completely wiped out, the blue team will definitely suffer heavy casualties. To injure the enemy by 1,000, you will also lose 800 of your own. There were no winners in this battle. It's a draw, so there doesn't seem to be any problem. The officer beside him sighed helplessly. I really didn't expect it to end like this. I thought the blue team had the victory in the bag, but I never expected this. Not only did they not expect it, but even the chief director himself did not expect it. With just a few pawns that crossed the river, the red side managed to capture the opponent's general. He took a deep breath, passed the word down. Keep a close eye on those 4 Red Army soldiers, especially the one in the lead. I want to see him after the exercise meeting. Yes. After everyone left, the director smiled and said, I really didn't expect this. The atmosphere at the red team command post was extremely tense. The chief of staff